Chapter 1. The National Fortune Survival Game. A global sensation. In a vast room bathed in silver, an eerie silence prevailed. Jiang Tao was roused from his slumber by a faint rustling sound. Is it that large rat under the bed? One day, I'll catch you and present you to Tom. Awoken with a lingering grogginess, Jiang Tao opened his bleary eyes and instinctively reached for his phone beside him. His hand met the cold floor, sharpening his senses slightly. Had he rolled off the bed? Before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, his right hand grazed something soft and elastic. Bean. Wait a moment, where's my husband? Suddenly, a piercing scream jolted him into full awareness. Let go of me. Jiang Tao glanced around, finding himself sprawled in the expansive silver room. All around him, peculiar metallic turntables surrounded him. Not far off, a young man in jeans with a buzz cut was also waking up, grumbling as he rose. Standing before them was a stunning woman clad in an opulent blue and gold gown. Her alluring figure and long, fair legs would put any model to shame. Jiang Tao's gaze traveled upward to a flawless hand covering her chest, a swan-like neck, and a delicate nose. Her peach blossom eyes glinted with indignation as she cast a fierce glare at Jiang Tao, retreating until her back met the metallic wall. Dai Meili? Why does she look so familiar? Dai Meili, the final occupant of the room, a youthful girl in a cyan blue school uniform, her innocent face still bearing traces of youth, gasped in surprise. Shun Sisi nodded. Indeed, a striking figure. Jiang Tao's gaze instinctively fell to that glimpse of alabaster, his right hand unconsciously rubbing it. Wait a minute, how did I wake up next to a celebrity? Yang Mi noticed his subtle gesture and shot him a warning glare, scanning the surroundings cautiously, particularly eyeing Jiang Tao and the buzzcut youth. Is this a show, or are we being kidnapped? How did you abduct me from the Weibo night? How much for my release? The buzzcut youth also began to piece things together, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Is this some kind of television program? Well, who would have thought I'd be teamed up with a star? You really have some luck. The buzzcut youth cast a jealous glance at Jiang Tao. The youthful girl surveyed the area, her expression equally bewildered. Just as the four of them were enveloped in confusion, a melodious mechanical voice resonated. Welcome, players, to the Q Mansion. The total population of Blue Star has surpassed 10 billion. Resources are scarce, and for the continuation of our species, we hereby commence the National Fortune Survival Game. This game will randomly select players based on the national fortunes. Please listen carefully to the following rules, though this is a game. It is not to be taken lightly. Rule 1. Treasure your teammates. Each person may have one opportunity to reselect. Rule 2. You may open 10 doors each day. Behind these doors may lie treasure chests or perilous traps. Rule 3. Every gain you acquire will return to your homeland 100-fold. Rule 4. However, should a player perish, 100 individuals, based on their proximity, will also meet their demise, diminishing the national fortune. Rule 5. If all players from a nation are annihilated, an S-level national extinction crisis will ensue. The player's adventure will be broadcasted globally, and to ensure privacy, certain footage will be censored. Each country may post one comment per day. As night falls, the danger significantly escalates. Players are advised to remain within their shelters and upgrade them as soon as possible. The first player or team to conquer 100 rooms will grant their nation a collective genetic enhancement, evolving into new humans and earning the favor of the divine. In 10 days, the first batch of players will return to Blue Star. For further details, please explore on your own, and may you enjoy the experience. This is not merely a variety show, but a supernatural journey. Jiang Tao, Demi Mi, the crew cut youth, and the JK beauty were all taken aback. Is this a joke? Yang Mi's delicate face turned pale, seemingly unable to believe what lay before her. However, a pop-up attribute panel confirmed that this was no jest. Jiang Tao clicked on it with his finger. Player, Jiang Tao. Level, F, ordinary person. Age, 19. Rooms cleared, 0. Occupation, unemployed drifter. Equipment, a dilapidated wooden cabin. Current status, physically intact, mildly dehydrated, expected hunger in 4 hours. Talent, warm reminder unique. Below, a dialogue box encircled by bubbles displayed light blue text. A bewildered newcomer is trying to grasp the situation. It is advisable to recognize reality early, seek supplies, and then survive. Was this bubble text the warm reminder? Before Jiang Tao could ponder further, the functionality options at the bottom of the panel captured his attention. World channel not opened. Great Xia channel opened. 100,000 players. Regional channel opened. 1,000 people. Trading mall opened. Could it be that 100,000 individuals were selected? Jiang Tao opened the Great Xia channel, and a cacophony of noise erupted. Players with half-body avatars and names were frantically communicating. Have we crossed over? Is this a divine joke? Oh heavens, do not toy with me. Wah. I'm in the restroom. Can someone bring me paper? I'm just an ordinary person. Why was I chosen for this national destiny? And now, I have to bring along 100 relatives and friends to the grave. How cruel. Haha, this is an unprecedented opportunity. In 10 days, I will return as a national hero. While the majority of ordinary players lamented their fate, a few optimistic and ambitious souls felt their hearts racing with excitement. An opportunity to soar to greatness had arrived. Among them was Yang Mi, a celebrity. Most astonishingly, the founder of the Emperor Penguin Group and the replicator of the Sharingan were also among the chosen. Xiaoma Gu, fellow compatriots, do not panic. Are there any employees from the Penguin Group here? Gather water and bread here for centralized management. Let's test the trading feature. When we return in 10 days, I will reward you with 1,000 penguin coins for a bottle of water. Upon our return, I will promote you all to level 15 executives. To his surprise, a few employees from the Penguin Group had indeed arrived. However, they expressed skepticism regarding the promised penguin coins, though the prospect of post-return promotions left them somewhat intrigued. Jiang Tao closed the chat channel and turned his gaze toward Mimi, smiling as he spoke. Supernatural forces have even drawn in Xiaoma. It seems this is no mere show. Yang Mi's face turned pale, her red lips quivering. We can return in just 10 days, and we are currently being broadcasted live. Seemingly realizing something, she adjusted her dress, her demeanor gradually regaining composure. To Jiang Tao's astonishment, he could actually see Yang Mi's personal panel. Player, Yang Mi level, F cleared rooms, 0 age, 32 occupation, a list celebrity. Current status, physically sound, slightly dehydrated, mildly hungry if food and water are not provided. Starvation is expected in 2 days. Favorability, 50. Talent, fortunate in 3 lifetimes, perhaps due to her lead role in a popular drama. Luck 100, able to avert misfortune and enhance mystical encounters, such as treasure discovery. And at the bottom, a circle of bubble text, friendly reminder. Currently in a vulnerable state, mental defenses at their lowest, yet seemingly harboring no fondness for you. Even in dire straits, she maintains professional integrity, ever conscious of her image, cherishing beauty and reputation. Are we being watched by the entire nation? The buzzcut youth appeared exhilarated, even waving at the ceiling. Can everyone see me? Jiang Tao's gaze shifted to him. The buzzcut youth was named Lu Meng. Besides the personal panel, there was another line of friendly advice. Impulsive young man, in an exceptionally excited state, eager to impress the 2 females, particularly keen to showcase himself before the star. Favorability towards you, 80. A testosterone-fueled gorilla in competitive mode. Aims to exclude you from the team, does not mind resorting to foul play to eliminate you, lusting for sole possession of the illustrious Mimi. Lu Meng is so malicious? Jiang Tao chuckled wryly upon reading the prompt. AT that very moment. Across Blue Star, millions vanished simultaneously, including celebrities like Yang Mi and Xiaoma. Ignoring the boundaries, Survival Live Room appeared on mobile and computer screens, sweeping the globe in an instant. The 9 rules were displayed on the right side of the broadcast, constantly reminding the audience. From YouTube, Twitter, to the top 10 trending topics on major platforms of Daxia, like Weibo and Douyin, all were about national fortune survival game. Nations were shaken, and the internet stirred up an unprecedented superstorm. OMG, is this a joke from God? Incredible. My companions vanished before my eyes. Wait, if he dies, am I to be buried alongside him? Damn it, why wasn't I chosen? I'd rather gamble than endure the 996 grind in reality. In recent years, with a population exceeding 10 billion and a struggling economy, many felt suppressed and anxious. This survival game, affecting everyone, detonated like an atomic bomb, sending shockwaves from the ground up. The live stream, imbued with supernatural power, surpassed viewership of any show in history. Chapter 2. Talent begins to emerge. The blonde hair cut into stakes. Hurry, investigate all players' profiles. Currently, there are over 1 million players compiled. This means if they all perish, the simplest collateral damage would exceed 100 million. A tremor rippled through the air, prompting immediate action from official organizations around the globe. Once the data was presented to the upper echelons, a profound silence enveloped the leaders. Could 1% of humanity face death? A chilling dread surged from the depths of the heart. This does not even account for the so-called S-level national extinction crisis following the total annihilation of a nation's players. In a temporary office building, the head of the Special Crisis Management Team of the Great Xia reported to the leaders. First, we must gather all data regarding the disappearance of 100,000 players and observe whether it truly affects their families in the real world. Elder Lin, upon hearing the report, fell into a contemplative silence. I heard that Xiao Ma was among those chosen. Indeed, along with several actors, the leader replied, adding, a celebrity in the White Eagle Federation also vanished while aboard a helicopter. Elder Lin continued, prepare supplies, promptly maintaining stability is of utmost importance. This was merely a microcosm of Blue Star, where billions of viewers through various media chose their preferred teams or acquaintances to watch. Among them, the group comprising Jiang Tao and Mimi attracted millions of viewers. Mimi was also selected. She appears quite frightened. That outfit seems impractical for movement, someone remarked. I hope those two young men do not bully our Mimi. Come on, are you only looking at her? The JK girl beside her possesses remarkable beauty and charm as well. Furthermore, acquaintances of Yang Mi felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. You must hold strong. We cannot afford to be dragged down with you. They privately pondered their usual interactions with Yang Mi. In a silver room, after an initial bout of chaos, the four introduced themselves. A calmness returned. Yang Mi delicately brushed a strand of hair aside and flashed a radiant smile. You need not introduce yourselves if you trust me, right? I am delighted to be in your company. Let us endure these 10 days together and return home. Each person had the opportunity to reselect, and a thought flickered through Yang Mi's mind. Perhaps a reshuffling could bring misfortune. At least I have a female companion now. That young man appears to be somewhat of a naive fool, so he should not pose a threat. The last young man. Noticing the gaze upon him, Jiang Tao slightly turned his head and cheerfully introduced himself. Jiang Tao, an ordinary graduate. The buzz-cut youth, feeling slightly irked by Jiang Tao's advance, raised an eyebrow and confidently thumped his chest. Lu Meng, you need not fear, just stay behind me. After 10 days, I assure you will return safe and sound, and perhaps even with elevated fame. Yang Mi seemed oblivious to any underlying offense in his words. Her fair, delicate face adorned with a brilliant smile. All right then, I'm counting on you, young man. The JK girl, though youthful, exhibited a remarkable composure, unlike some fanatical admirers. She spoke softly. Shun Cece just graduated from high school. In Jiang Tao's line of sight, her profile emerged. Player, Shun Cece level, Phage, 18 occupation, JK talent, infinite synthesis. Affinity, 0 reminder, a bright student. Ranking first in her school, with a charming pink exterior, yet possessing a hint of darkness beneath. Feeling a tinge of caution and unease in this unfamiliar environment, and wishing to remain inconspicuous, Lu Meng caught a glimpse of the twinkle of mischief in his eyes as he overheard Shun Cece's soft murmurs. To his astonishment, fortune smiled upon him. His team comprised 2 stunning beauties. One was a starlet with an air of sophistication, while the other was a youthful JK girl. However, there was an irksome presence among them, and Lu Meng cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao, perceptive as ever, took no notice of the glare and instead directed his attention to the walls on either side. The room towered to a height of 8 meters, with a total of 6 passageways front, back, left, right, up, and down coming into view as Jiang Tao surveyed the surroundings. Dialogue bubbles began to materialize. If you wish to avoid cosplaying as a potato block, the challenging room ahead could prove fatal for newcomers, even if it conceals a black iron treasure chest within. A friendly reminder, room difficulties range from easy, normal, hard, nightmare, to hell. The room behind you is utterly vacant though safe. It wastes a slot. Rather than this, it might be wiser to lie still and conserve energy, Is the front hazardous? Jiang Tao furrowed his brow and peered ahead. Potato block? Could there be flying knife traps? He glanced above and below. The ordinary room above harbors a dilapidated wooden treasure chest, along with a few bottles of mineral water and some bread quite decent for the early stages. However, there's a minor issue. How will you ascend the 8 meters? Though the room beneath is of simple difficulty, it contains at least half a supply pack, sufficient for one person to survive 3 days. Most importantly, it is safe. What about the sides? My goodness, you are in luck. The room on the left contains a massive hornet's nest. The super honey inside could sustain you for 10 days, and upon consumption, enhance your physique, promoting an evolution toward wearing your underwear outside. Of course, this is contingent upon possessing a bee-proof suit. A friendly reminder, mutated hornets are far more vicious than those on Blue Star, and they are venomous. The right room is rather mediocre. A cavern with some basic supplies heading in that direction may increase your chances of encountering monsters. While Jiang Tao observed, Lu Meng took action, beckoning to the alluring beauties. The entire nation is watching us. Ladies, please stay close behind me. And you, Jiang, come here and open that door to see what's inside. Instantly, the attention of the stunning beauty, Demimi, turned to Jiang Tao. She and Shinsisi instinctively moved closer, retreating behind Lu Meng, clearly seeking warmth in numbers. Aware that the room ahead posed a challenge, Jiang Tao had no intention of courting danger. He shook his head in refusal. I have a feeling that ahead lies misfortune. I shall explore another room. Upon hearing his words, Lu Meng's expression soured immediately. This was the moment to establish his authority as leader, yet this young man appeared to be undermining his command. You little. He was about to unleash a curse when he seemed to remember they were live streaming. The expletives were forcibly swallowed back. This young man seems rather clever. I still prefer Lu Meng, with his youthful spirit and determination. Numerous viewers in the live stream began to engage in a flurry of comments, drawn by Demimi and the unfamiliar youthful beauty, quickly propelling this broadcast to become the second most popular among the audience in Dacia. The number of viewers has exceeded 100 million, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The leading figure is Xiao Maji's livestream, boasting an impressive 600 million viewers. He is currently the only player to have escaped the water crisis, thanks to some generous supplies from a penguin employee. Inside the room, Yami pursed her crimson lips slightly, though she said nothing. A flicker of disdain passed through her eyes. Big Mimi finds you to be both cowardly and lecherous. Affection level decreased by 5. Shun, she's clear. Large eyes rolled with curiosity. Yet surprisingly, no decrease in affection appeared above her head. It remained at 0, much to Jiang Tao's astonishment. You coward. Let me warn you, when we collect supplies later, not a single drop of water will be yours. Lu Meng approached the spinning wheel with an unfriendly expression, clenching his arms as he began to turn it. Go for it. Yang Mi cheered, her fair fists clenched in encouragement, further igniting his fighting spirit as he shouted and opened the passageway. As Lu Meng released his grip, the silver lid automatically shifted aside. Ahead lay a room adorned with flickering red neon lights, the most striking feature being an iron chest that exuded an air of significance. A black iron treasure chest, the highest level we've encountered so far. The first room instantly ignited the hearts of numerous viewers. Among the countless players nationwide, only a select few had encountered a wooden treasure chest, let alone an iron one. Even the wooden chest yielded 5 packs of instant noodles and 5 bottles of water. Who would have thought Big Mimi would have such luck? It seems she won't have to worry about hunger tonight. One viewer couldn't help but tease. Due to Xiao Maji's conservative strategy, he reselected his teammates, gathering 4 penguin employees to discuss plans, which rendered the atmosphere rather dull. In no time, Jiang Tao's livestream room welcomed an influx of viewers, surpassing 600 million, establishing it as the premier livestream in the Great Xia. The 4 individuals in the room remained oblivious to this development. Upon seeing the iron chest, Lu Meng burst into laughter. Yang Mi peeked out, unconsciously licking her slightly parched lips, yearning for water, desperate for relief. Unnoticed in the corner, Shun Shishi silently withdrew, hiding beside Jiang Tao. What's wrong? Jiang Tao glanced at her in surprise. Shun Shishi looked at him, maintaining a safe distance, her voice barely a whisper. Kid, you'd best keep your distance. I told you, there's nothing for you here. Before entering the room to open the iron chest, Lu Meng shot Jiang Tao a warning glare. You should go to another room. My team does not welcome you. Faced with this dismissal, Yang Mi fell silent, her focus shifting entirely to the chest. Under the anticipatory gazes of millions, Lu Meng swiftly approached the iron chest, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Yang Mi extended a beautiful leg, preparing to step forward. Jiang Tao observed everything with a cool detachment. No harm, no foul. What did the potato cubes signify? Jiang Tao seemed to hear a faint sound, questioning whether it was merely a figment of his imagination. In the next moment, Lu Meng, still wearing a triumphant smile, was silently sliced into hundreds of equal pieces, his body disintegrating into uniform cubes of flesh. With a thud, he fell onto the silver floor, leaving a pool of blood, some splattering onto the iron chest. Yang Mi, the closest, let out a piercing scream. Her enchanting, peach blossom eyes filled with tears as she caught sight of the barely noticeable transparent wires. Stained with blood, she realized that her left foot was barely a few inches off the ground. The trap has been triggered. At this moment, the audience is horrified to discover that the entire room is ensnared in a web of intricate traps, including the floor. The instant a foot touches the ground, it will be cleaved into countless pieces. It's over to me. Me need no longer worry about others playing the foul foot prank. Chapter 3. The frightened superstar and the disasters erupting across the globe. In a moment of peril, Yang Mi's body suspended in midair in a manner that defied the laws of physics. As the audience's gaze ascended, they discovered that it was the timid young man who had single-handedly grasped the fabric of Yang Mi's attire, thereby averting a tragic calamity. Indeed, the weightlessness of a star is palpable. Jiang Tao, with the ease of tossing a pillow, effortlessly lifted Yang Mi once more and unceremoniously cast her aside. After all, her rare talent might prove beneficial in the future. With a thud, Yang Mi, shaken from her harrowing experience, fell to the ground, unable to suppress her sobs. Just moments ago, she was a living being. Now, she was reduced to mere fragments of flesh. She had never starred in such a dramatic production. Are you all right, Sister Mi? Shen Sisi approached with genuine concern, crouching down to offer her a tissue for comfort. Though she watched dramas, she was not a blind follower of stars and felt no idolization towards Yang Mi. Thank you, Yang Mi stammered, her face pale as she wiped away her tears. At that moment, billions of viewers began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. The gruesome scene had been broadcast live worldwide. Oh my gosh, that terrified me. Did that person just shatter into hundreds of pieces? Why wasn't it censored? There's blood everywhere, ugh. Are you foolish? This involves supernatural forces, so of course, there are no censorships. In that instant, countless individuals succumbed to nausea, with even more fainting on the spot. Only then did many realize that this was not a game, but a matter of life and death. What sent chills down everyone's spine was the next moment when a crimson notification slid across the livestream. Warning: player Lu Meng has unfortunately perished. Death penalty initiated. 100 individuals related to him will die simultaneously. Countless viewers trembled, their hearts turning cold. Meanwhile, the crisis management team had been monitoring relevant personnel. At the exact moment of Lu Meng's demise, his relatives, including neighbors and classmates, regardless of their locations, met instant death. A chilling wave surged from the crown of the head down to the soles of the feet as the team leader, slightly trembling, reported the data to the elders. After reviewing the information, Elder Lin fell silent. I understand. Proceed with the planned arrangements for the aftermath and quell public sentiment. Compile a list of all players' relatives. Understood. After the report, the leader could not help but inquire, is this a punishment from the divine for humanity? Elder Lin remained silent for a moment before replying. Every situation has two sides. Perhaps this marks the beginning of a new evolution for humanity. However, the initial pangs will be quite arduous. More importantly, within mere minutes, global authorities confirmed that the game rules were indeed real. Terrifying. Just moments ago, hundreds of players have been carelessly eliminated and death incidents erupted across various regions. Whether on the neighboring Cherry Blossom Island or the distant White Eagle Federation, the cause of death was cardiac paralysis. The chat groups went into a frenzy. Major platforms were flooded with trending topics such as death statistics and the rules are real. Initially, Many spectators felt detached, viewing the live broadcast with a sense of jest, even feeling fortunate not to be selected. It was only now that they truly felt a shiver run down their spines. With so many players worldwide, many were familiar faces, yet none were known to them. Go ahead and perish. It has nothing to do with me, thought a number of indifferent viewers, reclining comfortably while watching television. The death of a friend does not affect the Taoist. Just as someone entertained such thoughts, the sofa began to tremble. What was happening? Before they could react, the building shook and concrete blocks came crashing down. Breaking news. Torrential rains and mudslides have erupted globally, with the number of affected individuals still unknown. A 5-member team from Sakura Island, having stumbled into a trap, was completely annihilated, followed by an 8.0 magnitude earthquake in Haibei-dao. Countless casualties ensued. As the news spread, chills ran down everyone's spines. This was not merely a matter of individual fates, but rather a crisis affecting humanity as a whole. It dawned upon the crowd the true meaning of national fortune. This had to be divine intervention. In the West, the atmosphere of religion was palpable. In broad daylight, millions gathered in squares and churches for prayers. Even charlatans emerged, proclaiming this a new cataclysm akin to the Great Flood. The chosen players were likened to Noah. Some racists even asserted that this game was designed to filter out the strongest race. Those of Prussian descent boasted about restoring Aryan glory. Friends, let us first care for ourselves, pleaded the people of Sakura Island online. In this critical moment, who would be willing to part with precious resources? At most, they could send a few paper cranes as a token of solace. Thank you, murmured Yang, a survivor in the building. Affinity 50. This quickly redeemed her previous missteps and biases. Poor child, accustomed to a life of luxury, truly frightened by such a shock. I have completely changed my perception of you. In this state of utter confusion, deep down, I seek a male protector. Young one, your opportunity has arrived. A friendly reminder, do clean up first. The warm reminder was rather cheeky. However, to Yang-mi's surprise, Jiang Tao's gaze inadvertently lowered. She had just attended a glamorous event, adorned in an elegant gown. Suddenly, Shen Sisi assisted Yang-mi, blocking his view. Jiang Tao noticed that this schoolgirl appeared pale, her affinity still at 0. As a seasoned figure in the entertainment industry, Yang-mi was adept at reading people. Did he uncover something? A faint blush crossed Yang-mi's face. Ahem, that outfit is rather inconvenient for movement. It would be best to change. Jiang Tao withdrew his gaze, casting a regretful glance at the room ahead, where the tragic demise of Lu Meng and that black iron treasure chest lay. Perfectly sliced pieces of meat still steaming, though consumption is ill-advised. Oh my newcomer, what are you gazing at? That is a room you can challenge now? Anyone with a modicum of common sense would choose another direction. What now? Yang-mi stood timidly beside Shen Sisi, while Jiang Tao remained silent, casting his gaze upon the turntable on the floor. It indicated that there was half a pack of supplies inside, and that it was quite secure, ideal for novices. Without hesitation, he spun it open. The entrance below has opened, but it would be difficult to enter. A fall of 8 meters could be fatal. Shen Sisi could not help but advise. Indeed, we could explore to the left or right, or perhaps look behind us, Yang-mi suggested, glancing up at the towering ceiling and abandoning her intention to ascend. The building likely did not adhere to simple physical laws. Jiang Tao, not disclosing his own talents, reached out toward the opening and discovered an invisible membrane of light. Through it, he could see a room unlike the present, adorned with lush greenery and soil, resembling a subterranean cavern. Red nuts sprouted here and there, and most notably, a tattered wooden box dangled from a vine. Looking down, the cavern loomed at a height of 7 to 8 meters. A fall from such a height would surely be deadly. The reassuring dialogue bubble reappeared in Jiang Tao's vision. Brave youth, go forth and create miracles. The first room, do not fear the heights, merely peer inside. Caution, every 30 minutes, the room shifts. Do not squander your time. Chapter 4. The sudden collapse of the daring beauty and the speculations of the JK maiden. New equipment. Will the room update? Upon encountering this precious intelligence, Jiang Tao felt a surge of energy within him, no longer hesitating. Amidst the astonished exclamations of the two women, he extended a leg outward and declared, "I shall take the lead. Should you wish to team up, follow closely." The latter part of his statement remained unspoken. Those unwilling to believe would naturally part ways, despite the existence of a more secure room. Witnessing Jiang Tao's swift descent, vanishing into the chamber, the floor rumbled and sealed shut. Demimi grew anxious. How could two frail women survive in such a perilous environment? A flicker of doubt crossed Shun Shishi's elegant black eyes, yet she quickly resolved her thoughts. Demimi's teammate was remarkably ruthless, impervious to beauty's allure. Or perhaps it was another act of recklessness. At present, this live broadcast attracted the attention of the largest audience nationwide, with countless eyes fixated upon them. Mijia, let us pursue him. Shun Shishi surprisingly exhibited more composure than Yangmi. Having lingered in the room for too long, an ominous premonition began to settle in her mind. Without hesitation, she activated the floor mechanism and stepped down. "Do not leave me behind." Yangmi's voice carried a hint of desperation, embracing a fatalistic resolve as she hurriedly followed suit. As the world spun, upon entering, Shun Shi was astonished to find herself inverted, emerging from a subterranean tunnel. Close behind, Yangmi poked her head out, disregarding the potential ruin of her extravagant dress worth millions, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she surveyed the surroundings. Was it safe? The cavern exuded a natural ambience, far more welcoming than the frigid confines of the previous room. Particularly, the red berries adorning the walls caused Yangmi's parched throat to instinctively quiver. Having already consumed little in preparation for the event, the drastic fluctuations had left her ravenous. Suddenly, Yangmi's gaze froze. She noticed that Jiang Tao had, at some point, opened that dilapidated wooden box. "Congratulations. You have received 6 bottles of mineral water, 20 loaves of donglai bread, and 1 spear." Fortune smiled upon him. Although he had an inkling of what to expect, the abundance of food was a pleasant surprise. Especially the spear, over a meter long, was an unexpected boon. If Yangmi had been the one to open it, her haul would have been even greater. Casting a glance at the approaching duo, Jiang Tao silently resolved that he would not share the invaluable initial supplies with anyone. To survive the treacherous edifice for 10 days, he needed to establish dominance. Just as he contemplated opening a bottle of mineral water to soothe his throat, he noticed an additional line of text on the open wooden box. "Rare resources are a cherished tradition. Dismantling it will yield a small amount of wood, which can accumulate over time. Once the small cabin is repaired, enjoy a restful slumber." Could it be dismantled? A spark of intrigue ignited within Jiang Tao. He rummaged through his pocket, discovering a cube resembling a Lego toy. His initial shelter gifted by the game, a dilapidated little cabin. The game rules had indicated the dangers of night, necessitating refuge within the shelter. Through this revelation, Jiang Tao realized he could store the recently collected mineral water, loaves of bread, and other supplies within the small cabin. The patch has yet to be implemented, and the maximum load capacity stands at 100 kilograms. Many players may overlook this fact. Jiang Tao placed his hand upon a dilapidated wooden crate, his mind focused, decompose. Instantly, a radiant light enveloped the crate, causing it to vanish. "Congratulations! You have acquired 5 units of wood. You are now 15 pieces away from completing the small cabin, and you have obtained 1 basic energy core. It appears progress is being made. However, the source of the energy core remains unknown." Upon witnessing the crate's disassembly, several viewers suddenly realized their oversight. Indeed, wood is also a resource. Other players have squandered it. As the premier live streaming platform in Dacia, many international viewers have circumvented barriers to gather information, and they are beginning to feel anxious. Someone should alert our contestant. Isn't there a daily barrage feature? The nation is concerned as well. Yet, the method to utilize the barrage has yet to be tested. This young man, seemingly unremarkable, appears to possess considerable intelligence. Many viewers gazed intently at Jiang Tao. Their curiosity piqued. Meanwhile, in the cavern, upon witnessing Jiang Tao guzzle down a bottle of mineral water, Yangmi observed her alabaster throat moving like a swan. Shin Sisi blinked her large eyes, retrieving a cube from her pocket, and softly inquired, "Is the mineral water stored within this?" Indeed, the rules mention that dangers arise at night, making the shelter imperative. With a swift gulp, Jiang Tao finished half a bottle of mineral water and tore open a large bread roll to indulge. This sight left the two women slightly envious. After consuming a few bites, he began to toy with the spear in his hand. The most primitive weapon of humanity, of ordinary quality, sufficient to slay some commonplace beasts. "Could you spare me a bottle of mineral water?" Yang Mi asked, taking a deep breath before continuing. "I am aware that resources are scarce, and I am being rather audacious. However, this issue extends beyond myself. It concerns 100 others nearby and could lead to graver consequences. Upon our return in 10 days, name your price, whether it be 10,000 or 100,000 per bottle. I will comply." Jiang Tao glanced at the two women, whose lips were parched and who were subconsciously licking them. He casually retrieved 2 bottles of mineral water from the small cabin, swaying them before the two. The girls' mouths watered uncontrollably. "As for the compensation upon return, let that be. You know very well that promises of wealth and power hold no value here. The building is fraught with peril. You may drink water and eat bread, but the condition is absolute obedience to my directives. For instance, tasks such as digging or cooking must be completed. The captain's orders are absolute." Many viewers, upon hearing this, wore peculiar expressions. In their youthful vigor, this young man's mindset seems perilous. Yang Mi possesses integrity. She once delivered a resounding slap to Mr. Wang when faced with his insinuations of unspoken rules. Some of Yang Mi's fans defended their idol, only to widen their eyes in disbelief at the next scene. Yang Mi nodded repeatedly, her smile radiant. "Of course, as teammates, we must support one another. I appreciate your assistance. Indeed, she is a star, capable of both humility and grace." Jiang Tao was quite satisfied as he casually discarded a bottle of mineral water, which Yang Mi hurriedly caught. The once disregarded 1 yuan purified water, which even pet dogs turned their noses up at, was now opened with gratitude and gulped down eagerly, refreshing the soul. "Surely, we can refuse some unreasonable requests." Despite her thirst, Shin Sisi remained cautious, with her right arm wrapped protectively. Jiang Tao was well aware of what JK was pondering. "Rest assured, I will not lead you to your demise." He was intrigued by JK's talent. Unlimited synthesis. Could it produce equipment of higher quality? Shin Sisi let out a sigh of relief. "Very well, I shall comply." After tossing the mineral water to Shin Sisi, Jiang Tao continued to scour the cavern for usable resources. Red berries, a common plant in the cavern, harmless, can slightly replenish moisture and provide minimal energy, but excessive consumption may lead to diarrhea. Jiang Tao regarded them as fruit, and even ant legs were deemed meat, gathering them all. Can this be consumed? After replenishing her energy, Yang Mi surprisingly assisted him, leaving Jiang Tao quite taken aback. If these were toxic, it could lead to trouble here. Shin Sisi plucked a red berry and sniffed it. A little lady testing the waters, huh? Observing the bubble prompt above Shin Sisi's head, Jiang Tao's expression turned peculiar. Was JK making a guess? Desperate times call for desperate measures. Having something to eat is better than nothing. Jiang Tao gave the beautiful girl a strange glance. He did not divulge much information, instead redirecting his gaze to the surroundings. The passages of the cavern posed a challenge, requiring one to dig through. Looking up, "Don't tell me you wish to return to the original room. How toxic. If you don't want to become a hedgehog, I would advise against digging further down. There lies a ground strewn with poisonous spikes." Casting his eyes downward, Jiang Tao broke into a cold sweat. If he were to rely on habitual thinking, it could be disastrous. He then surveyed the front, back, left, and right. Fortune favors the bold. Ahead lies a large wild boar, a high-tier F-class mutated beast weighing 300 kilograms. If you can hunt it, you need not worry about food for 10 days, provided you have the courage to do so. A friendly reminder, achieving milestone accomplishments such as first kill tasks not only grants immense rewards, but can also enhance national fortune. Behind is merely an ordinary room filled with mineral blocks. Perhaps some stone materials could be collected. To the left, while it presents an ordinary challenge, There's a trap and an F-class ordinary gray wolf prowling. If you can resolve these two nuisances, a black iron treasure chest awaits. To the right is a simple room, similar to the one currently occupied, offering a small amount of supplies. Chapter 5. The second room, the first kill. Is it misfortune or sheer luck? Ahead, the left room is teeming with ferocious beasts. Particularly in front, a successful kill promises national rewards. However, upon glimpsing the mutated beast weighing 300 kilograms, Jiang Tao, weighing his slight frame, deemed it unwise to court death. If he sought safety, he could retreat to the left. A thought crossed Jiang Tao's mind. Although the game is titled Survival, with hundreds of thousands of players drawn in, it surely does not encourage players to cower and cling to life for a mere 10 days. This is a game that intertwines personal fate with that of the nation. One step ahead is paramount. Moreover, Jiang Tao was quite intrigued by the so-called milestone rewards. With this in mind, he resolved to act. These supplies could sustain them for several days, but he wondered if darkness would fall in the skyscraper. After replenishing some energy, Yami rested atop a rock. Shen Cici observed Jiang Tao as he surveyed the surroundings. He tossed 2 wooden planks aside and pointed his thumb towards the wall, bristling with thorns on the left. Ladies, have you rested enough? It's time to contribute to the team. Please dig through the left passage. Upon hearing this, Yang Mi was momentarily stunned. She had thought he was merely jesting, but was he truly assigning her such labor? Digging? Before her rise to fame, she had never engaged in such strenuous work, let alone with these wooden planks. Just as Yang Mi hesitated, Shen Cici picked up a wooden plank, curiously inspecting the left wall. Is this the spot? I genuinely wish to try how to dig in the game. After receiving Jiang Tao's confirmation, she lightly thrust the plank into the earth, finding it far less cumbersome than in reality, and a clump of soil fell away. Acquired soil, X1. Shen Cici turned to inquire. Is soil also a resource to be collected? Jiang Tao urged Yang Mi with a glance, shaking his head. The shelter is not yet repaired. Our carrying capacity is limited. Seeing this, Yang Mi gritted her teeth and also took up a plank to dig. Soil 1, 2 after all, she still depended on this man. As she dug, Yang Mi felt wronged. She had never performed such laborious tasks. What infuriated her further was Jiang Tao, standing idly with a spear, drinking water as he oversaw the work, conserving his strength. Calm down. The entire nation is watching. The better you perform, the more popular you will be upon your return. Danger and opportunity coexist. Reflecting on this trial, she vowed never to mention the 4 little flowers of the capital again. It would be she alone who dazzled the entertainment industry, perhaps even reaching greater heights. With this thought, Yang Mi dug with renewed vigor, surpassing Shen Cici's pace by a notch. This left the JK girl quite astonished. Even though the act of digging had been digitized in the game, both beauties were drenched in sweat, their stamina considerably drained. Truly, Jiang Tao showed no mercy. In the live stream, viewers couldn't help but comment. What had they ever seen Yang Mi in such a disheveled state? More importantly, Jiang Tao's attitude. I would gladly refer to you as a true Sigma male. It is said that each room has its own method of entry. The underground cavern is particularly troublesome and requires excavation. I have observed that others have already ventured into the second and third rooms. Some viewers have scaled the walls, discovering that the inhabitants of the neighboring Goryeo and Sakura Island are progressing at a swift pace. A local islander remarked with a chuckle. So this is the premier live streaming room of your great Xia. Yet your progress is not impressive. Our esteemed Lord Yamada has already uncovered a black iron treasure chest and is currently strategizing to conquer it. In this grand upheaval, unprecedented in a millennium, our island nation must remain a step ahead of you. Do not let the little cherry blossom catch up. Many viewers felt a pang of anxiety and turned their gaze toward Brother Ma, noticing that he had finally assembled a team for exploration. As the number of participants dwindled, Yang Mi and Shen Cici also unearthed a layer of luminescent membrane, obscuring their view of the other side. Sweat mingled with dirt on Yang Mi's delicate visage, leaving her looking somewhat disheveled. Instinctively, she reached out a hand to touch it, but was halted by Jiang Tao's stern command. Wait, do not move. Yang Mi's arm froze in midair. Shen Cici, curious, glanced over and noticed Jiang Tao's grave expression. Upon breaking through the cavern, Jiang Tao's vision unveiled a wealth of information. The bear trap is concealed just before the treasure chest. If one is not greedy, it can surely be discovered. The gray wolf is lying in the left corner of the room, feigning slumber. If you wish to pass without injury, it is advisable to strike at its heart in the abdomen for a chance at a swift kill. I will enter first. Once I ascertain it is safe, I will signal for you to follow. To his surprise, he was willing to take on the role of the vanguard, causing Yang Mi's slight resentment to dissipate. She nodded eagerly. All right, be careful, young man. Jiang Tao shot her a peculiar glance. Madam, you are an entire generation older than I. Then you be careful, Shen Sisi whispered as a reminder. Jiang Tao took a deep breath and cautiously advanced with his spear, passing through the invisible membrane of light. He found himself in a room reminiscent of the initial chamber, adorned with a sci-fi aesthetic. At first glance, Jiang Tao directed his gaze to the left corner of the room, and without hesitation charged forth. The large gray wolf, significantly larger than an ordinary wolf dog, warily opened its eyes. Just as it began to howl in alarm, darkness enveloped it, as Jiang Tao drove his spear forcefully into its belly. Without hesitation, he abandoned the spear and swiftly retreated to the side. The enraged gray wolf is gravely wounded and will likely perish in 30 seconds. It is best to keep your distance. Its dying counterattack is exceedingly fearsome. In the room lay a black iron treasure chest, and Jiang Tao was aware of the bear traps surrounding it. He quickly dashed along the perimeter of the walls. The gray wolf, with a gaping wound in its abdomen, charged toward Jiang Tao in fury, only to find its movement sluggish due to the spear embedded in its body. With every inch it moved, excruciating pain surged through it. Blood pooled beneath its feet, spilling onto the ground. Jiang Tao, full of stamina, maintained a safe distance. And after more than 20 seconds, the wolf let out a piercing howl before collapsing. Is it dead? Sooner than expected. Jiang Tao focused his gaze. The dying gray wolf still clings to life, intent on taking you down with it. Good heavens, what a cunning wolf! Jiang Tao extracted a wooden plank from the dilapidated cabin and hurled it unceremoniously at the great gray wolf. The seemingly lifeless creature, startled, bent low and leapt up, viciously gnawing at the plank. After a brief struggle, it collapsed, drained of blood. Jiang Tao, valuing his own life, waited a minute longer. Oh, proud wolf, if you had been any slower, you would have been less palatable, he sighed in relief. Although the entire skirmish lasted only a few minutes, it had taken quite a toll on his stamina. Approaching the wolf, he withdrew his bloodied spear, crouched down, and touched its lifeless body, triggering a prompt for collection. A thought sparked in his mind. Collection. In an instant, the wolf's form dissipated into light. Acquired wolf pelt X1. Wolf meat X100 portions. Wolf claw X10. Wolf fong shovel X1. The food crisis had been averted. Enough provisions for one person to last 10 days. However, with 2 female companions, resources would become rather strained. The wolf fong shovel, akin to a military entrenching tool, possessed multifunctional capabilities for digging, cutting, and chopping. Yet, the most astonishing revelation came after the wolf's demise. Jiang Tao felt a surge of life energy emanating from the creature, enveloping his body in warmth and banishing his earlier fatigue. Experience 100. Chapter 6. Infinite Synthesis. A bustling channel, Brother Pony's advice, it appears that upgrades are possible even in survival games. Jiang Yi clenched his fists, feeling the surge of newfound strength. An instinctive premonition stirred within him. The initial rooms presented relatively low danger and offered simple resources. As time progressed, the difficulty would undoubtedly escalate, and players who failed to keep pace with their levels would find themselves in peril. Once the danger had passed, Jiang Tao turned his gaze toward the iron chest. Bubbles emerged once more, and a red arrow marked a corner before the chest. Jiang Tao, however, was not foolish enough to fall for it. He picked up a broken plank, gnawed by a gray wolf, and tossed it toward the arrow. With a snap, a bear trap sprung up, crushing the plank into splinters. Bear trap, common item, recyclable, current uses remaining. 3. This is quite satisfactory, Jiang Tao thought with delight as he hurried forward to collect the trap. Standing before the black iron chest, a thrill of excitement coursed through him. What treasures might it hold? Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. He decided against opening it for the moment and retraced his steps to the original passage. In the first room, Yang Mi and Shen Sisi sat upon a rock, waiting. 5 minutes had passed, and he still hadn't returned. Yang Mi felt a twinge of anxiety. Water and food were all with Jiang Tao. If something were to happen to him, how would the two of them survive for 10 days? Perhaps she should have offered him some incentives, a bait of sorts. A hint of regret flickered in Yang Mi's heart. But then again, hadn't he already succeeded while unconscious? Don't worry, Brother Jiang will be fine. Shen Sisi reassured her, leaning closer to whisper, Yang Jia, you must have awakened your talent as well, right? Yes, it's related to luck, though I can't quite discern how to utilize it, Yang Mi replied, not withholding anything from her teammate. Brother Jiang's ability seems akin to a sixth sense. Shen Sisi speculated. A sixth sense? The ability to foresee danger? Yang Mi pondered, her heart racing at the thought. If that were indeed the case, it would be like having divine assistance within the building. In a fleeting moment, a cascade of ideas washed over her. She could not let go of this golden opportunity. By the way, how did this little girl figure out? A glimmer of caution flashed in Yang Mi's captivating eyes. Relax, you may proceed as well. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed, and the light curtain rippled like the surface of a river as Jiang Tao gestured with a finger. All right, thank you for your hard work, Captain. Upon seeing him unharmed, both women exhaled in relief. Yang Mi elegantly rose and bestowed upon him a radiant smile. Undoubtedly, as a first-line star, her slender figure and charming demeanor were truly enchanting, with a sweet smile and exquisite features that captivated the eye. Although Shen Sisi appeared somewhat youthful, the long, fair legs beneath her pleated skirt and the youthful elasticity of her skin served as the finest adornments. When the two women entered the second room, they were startled by a pool of blood on the ground. Yang Jia, could you please open the chest? Jiang Tao pointed with his spear. Could it be that he knows about his talent? Yang Mi was momentarily puzzled, but quickly responded, of course, as she approached the iron box and attempted to open it. A surge of black light erupted forth. Lucky explosion. Acquired. 2 spears, 3 iron picks, 5 pieces of wood, 1 black iron helmet. Suddenly, she was bestowed with a plethora of practical tools. The most precious among them was undoubtedly the obsidian helmet. Black iron helmet. Quality. Black iron level, providing commendable defense. Immune to attacks from E-class elite creatures and below. It can withstand gunfire and can be donned as a protective mask, serving also as a gas mask. Upon noticing Jiang Tao's gaze fixed on the helmet, there was no need for words. Shen Sisi smiled as she picked it up, examined it briefly, and handed it to him. Brother Jiang Tao, this is for you. As the captain, you need it the most. All right. Jiang Tao accepted it without hesitation and donned it. It was surprisingly sturdy, instilling a sense of security. As for the other 2 spears, he did not distribute them to the 2 women, but instead handed over the blood-stained spear to Shen Sisi, asking, can you check if it can be synthesized? Indeed, he recognized her talent. Shen Sisi took it with curiosity and inquired, Captain, my talent is infinite synthesis with a broad range. What about yours? Is it reconnaissance-based? Jiang Tao smiled, but remained silent. The young lady, understanding their unspoken agreement, refrained from pressing further. She placed the 3 spears sequentially on the ground, resting her hand upon them. With a thought, she commanded synthesize. A radiant white light enveloped the 3 spears simultaneously. Under the curious gazes of the 3, they merged into a longer spear of a tawny hue. Jiang Tao observed as a warm prompt appeared once more. A premium spear, in the hands of seasoned hunter. It can pierce through wild boar hide. Fuse it with another premium spear to create a black iron spear. It seemed he could not yet challenge the formidable wild boar. Jiang Tao sighed softly. Safety was paramount. He would have to forego this initial kill reward for now, as the others were still unaware of this information and likely lacked the strength to pursue it. The 3 iron picks were not chosen for synthesis. Instead, each person received one, providing them with a handy tool. After contemplating, Jiang Tao stored the wood and retrieved the wolf-tooth shovel, handing it to Shen Sisi. Here, for your protection. It can also serve as a cutting tool. Thank you. Shen Sisi accepted it and demonstrated a few practice swings, explaining, I used an entrenching tool during military training, and I even used it to chop vegetables. Unfortunately, there are no vegetables here, and I can't cook. Otherwise, I would showcase my culinary skills. Who says there aren't any? Jiang Tao produced a piece of wolf meat, smiling. You'll be in for a treat tonight. What kind of meat is this? Yang Mi asked with curiosity. Wolf meat, from a big gray wolf. Shen Sisi's heart stirred, her eyes widening in surprise. Did you hunt it just now, brother? Wow, I've seen so many people in the channel begging for water and food, and here we are, feasting on meat. Indeed, during this initial phase, many lack food and water. Jiang Tao pondered the potential for trade, realizing he needed the basic energy core to repair the wooden house. He pulled out his phone. The battery stood at 41, and it was currently 1 p.m. As evening approached, darkness was inevitable, compelling Jiang Tao to seek refuge. Resolute, he seized the opportunity while the three companions rested. Upon glancing at the chat panel, he found numerous players pleading for assistance, making promises of their return and calling for help. A well-meaning player cautioned, beware the rooms with red floors. They are the difficult level and are sure to contain traps. One player lamented, upon reaching the third room. The game informed me it too was of the difficult level. I find myself in a vast desert, parched and desperate. Everything is topsy-turvy, and I can't even locate the exit. Surely, it's not buried beneath the sands. Is anyone in need of sand? I would gladly trade a ton of exquisite sand for a bottle of water. Another exclaimed, alas, I've ended up in a mineral zone, surrounded by abundant rocks, yet devoid of food. To make matters worse, I am being pursued by a ferocious wolf dog, with a teleportation portal hidden behind the stones, leading to my demise. Is there anyone interested in silver? I've unearthed a few pieces and would exchange them for sustenance. Jiang Tao surveyed the chat, noticing that players had ventured into an array of peculiar rooms, with most resources being rather specialized. A select group of elite players had already begun exploring the fourth and fifth rooms, albeit at the highest mortality rates. Among them was a player named Yang Wu, who was particularly audacious and prepared to enter the sixth room, capturing the attention of the entire player base of 100,000. Yang Wu declared, in reality, I am merely an underachiever, but in this game, I shall defy fate and become a hero. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The rules clearly indicate that this supernatural game can facilitate the evolution of players and nations alike. And in any game, those who advance the fastest are bound to receive rewards. Haha, wait for me to conquer 100 rooms and lead you all back to awaken the Yin Huang bloodline. Despite his fervor for rapid progression, many urged him to exercise caution. Even Xiao Ma appeared, earnestly advising, young man, I understand your enthusiasm. However, after thorough analysis with my 4 teammates, we concluded that the game mandates a return to reality after 10 days, with a limit of only 10 rooms per day. This indeed encourages us to push our limits daily to achieve our objectives. Yet, based on existing case studies, the rooms become increasingly perilous as one advances. Just moments ago, a player encountered an E-class elite creature, more ferocious than any lion or tiger, and met a grim fate. It would be wise to proceed with caution, considering the stakes are not solely your own life. In response to the collective warnings, Yang Wu waved dismissively. I am well aware. Await my good news. The spirit of determination was palpable among the players. After perusing the chat logs, Jiang Tao felt a surge of urgency. He opened the trading channel, where food and water were the most plentiful yet exorbitantly priced commodities. Without hesitation, he listed a piece of wolf meat, proclaiming, freshly slaughtered from a plump wolf. The meat is exquisite and hearty, sufficient to last for 10 days if rationed. I seek only one thing in exchange, a basic energy core, nothing else. Chapter 7. The repaired wooden shelter and the pursuit of the enormous wild boar. The current food supply on the trading platform is rather limited, consisting solely of some inferior bread, even containing tree roots, and priced quite exorbitantly. Among these, the wolf meat has caught the attention of many due to its high demand. Another elite player? Upon examining their profile, they have ventured into 2 rooms, their speed rather mediocre. Yet, they're capable of hunting the great gray wolf. Impressive indeed. My friend, will you not keep the wolf meat for yourself? What is that energy core? I would gladly trade you a piece of gold for it, which would be worth at least 100,000 upon my return. The last player to speak was Yushan, who was deeply entrenched in the mining area. If it were not for the essential primary energy core, Jiang Tao would have considered the trade. Gold will undoubtedly be useful later on. However, at this moment, repairing the small wooden house is of utmost importance. You may not understand, but this energy core relates to our very own shelter. It seems that Yang Wu, the foremost player of the Great Xia, is making his presence known. As for me, fortune smiled upon me, as I managed to procure 2, just enough to satisfy my hunger and replenish my stamina. He swiftly contacted Jiang Tao for the exchange. Cash for goods. Ding transaction successful. Upon hearing the notification, Jiang Tao inquired further. Where did your friend acquire it? Yang Wu chuckled. One was obtained from a treasure chest, and the other was found in a forest room, amidst several beast bones. I surmised that this emerged after some mutated creature perished. As long as I run fast enough, danger shall not catch up, and I can stay a step ahead. This is Yang Wu's principle of action, impervious to the advice of others. Jiang Tao refrained from further discussion and wished him good fortune instead. After closing the trading platform, Jiang Tao examined the primary energy core. It resembled a glowing light bulb, warm to the touch. Storing it in the wooden house, Jiang Tao mused. I still require around 10 more pieces of wood to complete the repairs. Let us proceed. The thought of others swiftly advancing weighed on him. With food now abundant, Yami hesitated. This room is safe. We could remain here comfortably for 10 days. Shun Sisi shook her head. Since this is a survival game, how could it allow us to rest easy? I suspect the oxygen levels in each room are limited. Even in a cavernous environment, should the oxygen supply be sufficient, lingering too long could lead to unforeseen consequences. Indeed, even Xiao Ma Gu has taken the initiative. Jiang Tao turned his gaze toward Yang Mi. If Sister Mi wishes to stay, it is also acceptable. Me? Alone? In the magical mansion? Yang Mi was momentarily speechless. She recognized Xiao Ma Gu, the most powerful financier, whose wealth amounts to billions, yet he risks his life. What of her? She then resumed a sweet smile. I merely spoke in jest. We are a team, after all, and even upon our return, we shall remain good friends. Hee. Jiang Tao did not respond, but instead surveyed their surroundings. The passage to this room resembles the initial chamber, allowing for direct access without the arduous efforts of the 2 women. Ahead lies a straightforward path with 3 abandoned wooden cabins, from which one can procure some essential supplies. Quite commendable indeed. To the left, there exists a black iron chest, albeit surrounded by marshland. If one is undeterred by the exertion, they may traverse through it. Above, an expansive forest awaits, presenting a moderate challenge, yet holds the promise of finding some fruits, though it conceals a few ferocious beasts, complicating the search for passage. Below lies an unremarkable hardcore room, marked by solitude. Retracing your steps, you will once again encounter that formidable wild boar. Could it be that it has caught a scent? It roams chaotically through the various chambers. If you wish to avoid becoming a mere meat patty, remember to hasten your escape and evade its pursuit. There it is again, the advanced F-grade mutated wild boar. With the creature in pursuit, Jiang Tao swiftly resolved to forge ahead and open the door to the passage. While the upper path appeared promising, it would consume too much time. Being cornered now would spell significant trouble. Be cautious, Brother Jiang Tao called Yang Mi and Shun Sisi, following closely behind. As they passed through the shimmering barrier, the trio seemingly stepped into a vast meadow, where at the end of the path stood 3 scattered wooden cabins. The abandoned cabins might still harbor some remnants of supplies, posing no immediate danger. It was already afternoon. They hastened their pace, with Jiang Tao suggesting they each claim a cabin. He pointed to the 2 on the sides and entered the central one first. All right, Yang Mi thought joyfully, wishing to establish her own little stash. Shun Sisi made her way to the far right cabin, rummaging through its contents. Each of them, reminiscent of locusts crossing a border, left not even a scrap of iron behind, greedily taking everything in sight. While they explored, a sudden crash resounded from the recently vacated room. A robust black wild boar, brimming with menace, charged in. It seemed to have caught the scent of blood, its eyes glowing red as it licked the bloodstains on the floor, wreaking havoc throughout the chamber. After a brief commotion, it began to search for a new passage, darting about chaotically. "What treasures have you found?" Jiang Tao inquired as they exited the cabin. As the hint suggested, there were several packets of instant noodles and bottles of water inside. "Mine is quite similar to yours," Yang Mi replied with a smile, "but I also found a pile of firewood, a bucket, and a few packets of salt and spices." Truly, her good fortune was evident in her ample haul. The two turned their gaze to Shun Sisi, who grinned mischievously. "Take a look at this," she said, spreading her hands to reveal 2 flint stones. Though seemingly insignificant, they were invaluable for starting a fire, especially at night. "Let us dismantle this and hasten to the next room," Jiang Tao urged as he began to disassemble the small cabin. "Indeed, the building materials can be utilized for our repairs," Yang Mi realized with clarity. "Congratulations! You have acquired 20 units of wood." Upon hearing the notification, Jiang Tao felt a surge of joy. The materials were sufficient. He promptly retrieved the cube from his pocket, curious to unfold it. In an instant, a brilliant light burst forth before them, revealing a familiar yet somewhat dilapidated wooden cabin. "Is this your sanctuary?" Neither Yang Mi nor Shun Sisi had ever tried their own, and with curiosity, they pushed open the creaking wooden door and stepped inside. Immediately, they were greeted by the sight of strips of wolf meat hanging from the rafters, reminiscent of cured ham. On the ground lay several bottles of mineral water, the supplies they had previously scavenged, all stored within these walls. "Repair," Jiang Tao commanded as he accessed the shelter interface. Instantly, 20 pieces of wood vanished, and the worn eaves and courtyard began to mend at a visibly rapid pace. Most importantly, the energy core integrated into the wooden cabin infused it with a faint glow, instilling a sense of safety. Even the damaged doors and windows were restored and secured with locks. "I still need a bit more wood in that energy core. I wonder how I'll manage to sleep tonight," Yang Mi mused, enviously admiring Jiang Tao's new abode, which now boasted an additional wooden bed. "If you don't mind, we could squeeze in together tonight for added security." At this remark, Jiang Tao instinctively responded. Yang Mi shot him a sidelong glance, while Shun Sisi pouted, displaying her petulance. Curious, she inquired, "What new features does it have once repaired?" "I'll show you," Jiang Tao replied. The trio formed a team, and within their shared chat interface, Jiang Tao uploaded the details of the refurbished cabin. Jiang Tao's wooden cabin, level, simple shelter, maximum capacity, 1,000 kilograms. Features: lockable doors can withstand beasts below E-class elites without Jiang Tao's permission. Danger alert consumes energy core, producing a deterrent effect, must be replenished when exhausted. Equipment: wooden beds X2, wolf pelts. The capacity had increased tenfold, resembling a portable villa. Yang Mi expressed her envy. Despite owning 10 standalone villas in reality, each 10 times more luxurious, she found the little wooden cabin far more appealing. "It reminds me a bit of the capsule houses from Dragon Ball that I watched as a child," Shun Sisi remarked, her anticipation for the repair of her own shelter growing. After transforming the cabin back into a cube, Jiang Tao said, "Let's move on to the next room." "Yes. I wonder if it's getting dark. I feel a heaviness in my heart," Yang Mi said as she took out a bottle of mineral water and took a small sip. Chapter 8. The Shade of Green Canopy, Crisis Looming Nearby. In the ensuing half-day, with the aid of warm reminders, Jiang Tao deftly navigated through several challenging rooms. Within the realms of simplicity and moderate difficulty, he scavenged a considerable amount of water and provisions. With Yang Mi by his side, they unearthed numerous treasures from their quests. They were now in the 7th room. Jiang Tao sat cross-legged upon the sandy ground, taking a moment to rest. At that moment, he was clad in a suit of leather armor. Though not yet of the black, iron grade, it was nonetheless of fine quality, capable of withstanding the ferocity of wild beasts and the slashes of blades. Meanwhile, Yang Mi had acquired a slender sword. Despite her seemingly graceful swordplay, She had been thoroughly startled by a wildcat earlier, which had been dispatched by Shun Sisi with a wolf-toothed shovel. Thus, Jiang Tao could not resist jesting. Sister me, I recall your swordsmanship was quite commendable when you performed in that fantasy drama. Having grown more familiar with one another through their earlier adventures, Yang Mi shot him a disapproving glance. That was choreographed by a martial arts instructor, mere ornamental moves. Shun Sisi, peering curiously, chimed in. There were rampant rumors online about you and who good developing feelings for each other during the filming. Is there any truth to that? Upon hearing this, Yang Mi's expression grew slightly awkward. That was merely a publicity stunt orchestrated by the production team. Ah, I see. So, your close friendship with Sure in the drama didn't end due to a rivalry for affection? As the topic shifted, Shun Sisi transformed into an inquisitive child. A fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed Yang Mi's exquisitely crafted face, and she chose not to elaborate further. In Jiang Tao's line of sight, a familiar bubble notification emerged once again. Poor Mi, reminiscing about her once pure friendship, betrayed for the sake of promoting the next truly explosive palace drama. Touched by emotions, she reflected upon her tumultuous romantic life. Currently embroiled in a mild war of silence with her husband, they have been separated for 2 years. In a perilous environment, the suspension bridge effect is activated, increasing affection by 10. Upon seeing the latest notification, Jiang Tao was momentarily taken aback. He then noticed that Yang Mi's enchanting peach blossom eyes were slightly flushed as they gazed at him. Wait, could this be a self-advocating scenario? Out of the corner of his eye, he discreetly glanced downward. After their arduous journey, Yang Mi's once million-dollar gown had become tattered. That fleeting glimpse of pristine white was enough to ensnare the gaze of any male creature. Especially that. I know what you wish to discover. 32D, 28, 35. A series of mysterious numbers materialized before Jiang Tao's eyes. Goodness, it was indeed a D cup. No wonder. Jiang Tao's right hand unconsciously clenched. Ahem, brother Jiang Tao. It seems we've rested sufficiently. We ought to continue our journey, yes? Seemingly aware of the unusual atmosphere, Shun Sisi blushed as she brushed the dust from her pleated skirt and rose to her feet. All right. Jiang Tao snapped back to reality, hastily averting his gaze. Unfortunately, he found himself locking eyes with Yang Mi's alluring gaze. Men, she had clearly noticed Jiang Tao's subtle actions. Rather than being upset, she seized the opportunity of standing up to flaunt her alluring figure. Duong just like Jackie Chan, Jiang Tao's gaze, influenced by the force of gravity, was involuntarily drawn towards a captivating figure. Truly, as a star reigning at the pinnacle of popularity, she possessed undeniable allure. His eyes settled on the soil behind Yang Mi, where a new bubble frame materialized. Suddenly, Jiang Tao's brow furrowed. Attention, that frenzied wild boar seems to be in heat. Or perhaps it has reached a critical point in its evolution. It is rampaging wildly, having already burst into the left room, wreaking havoc in search of an escape route. It is expected to arrive here in 10 minutes. Goodness, it was that mutated wild boar again. He had been pursued by it all afternoon. What's wrong? Yang Mi inquired curiously, noticing Jiang Tao's suddenly serious expression. Wasn't he everything fine just a moment ago? Is there some danger? A stirring sensation filled Shun Sisi's heart. Jiang Tao swiftly retrieved 3 long spears from the small wooden cabin. Fortunately, Systeme just synthesized the last spear. Sisi, could you work hard for a moment and create a fine product? All right, I'll do it right away. Shun Sisi seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation as she placed her palm atop the 3 spears. Fusion, with a burst of white light. Yet another exquisite spear materialized. Jiang Tao extended the spear he held forward, asking Sisi, do you think you can merge 2 of them? I'll give it a try. Sensing the potential difficulty, Shun Sisi furrowed her delicate brows. She repositioned her small hands atop the 2 spears, and a surge of black light emanated. This time, the fusion process took significantly longer, and beads of sweat began to form on Shun Sisi's tender face. Does using a talent also consume stamina? Reflecting on Shun Sisi's previous care for him, Yang Mi pulled out a handkerchief she had brought earlier anxiously wiping the beads of sweat from Shun Cc's brow. To her surprise, as she approached, the black light erupted fiercely, prompting Shun Cc to exclaim, "It worked." Jiang Tao quickly turned his gaze to the black spear lying on the ground. If the previous two spears were merely ordinary cutting tools, this black spear exuded an aura that sent shivers down one's spine, resembling a weapon forged for hunting 100 beasts. Name: Black Spear. Quality: black iron, exquisite. Effect: sharpness, forged from 100 refinements, capable of easily piercing iron armor. Can breach the defenses of all F-level creatures and is on par with the minions of E-level elite monsters. Bloodletting: an accidental skill, generally appearing only once in 100 creations. Inflicts wounds that bleed uncontrollably upon striking an enemy. Could it be that Yangmi's talent had activated? Jiang Tao wielded the new weapon, casting a surprised glance at Yangmi. She tilted her head in a charmingly puzzled manner, unaware of Jiang Tao's scrutiny. It seemed that the illustrious Yangmi was not merely a pretty face, but possessed a more significant role than he had initially considered. The prompt from the bubble frame urged Jiang Tao to act swiftly. The wild boar is destroying the path and is expected to reach the battleground in 6 minutes. There's a mutated wild boar chasing us from behind. You two should go ahead while I hold the rear. Jiang Tao scanned his surroundings, where a cascade of prompts emerged. I know you're anxious, but don't rush. Let us not consider the time constraints just yet. The scene unfolds in a rather ordinary room, devoid of any notable features. To the right lies an abandoned warehouse, a fortunate discovery where, if one possesses keen eyesight, a hidden black iron treasure chest may be unearthed. Ahead, a challenging patch of farmland awaits, where the resolution of a mutated cabbage could yield a bountiful vegetable meal tonight. Behind, the surroundings are unremarkable, offering only a scant supply of resources. Given the opportunity, one would naturally advance and strategize effectively. However, in the present moment, Jiang Tao swiftly opens the passage to the right and calls out, "It's safe inside, hurry in." Should we not find a place to take cover? Yang Mi and Shun Cc, placing their trust in Jiang Tao, enter the passage without hesitation. Having been pursued relentlessly, they know that until the threat is neutralized, peace will elude them, making restful nights impossible. Jiang Tao shakes his head slightly. He is reluctant to see the newly repaired cabin damaged by wild boars. Once the two women have entered, he realizes he has only 2 minutes left. Jiang Tao quickly retrieves a trap and sets it at the left passage's exit. Here, as a little gift for you. After completing this task, he finds he has only 3 minutes remaining and enters the right room. As he steps through the luminous barrier, a dimly lit warehouse comes into view, cluttered with an assortment of chairs and tables. Is it safe, Brother Jiang Tao? Yangmi clutches Shun Cc's hand tightly in the shadows. Not yet. Let me take a look, Jiang Tao replies, focusing intently on the left light barrier. The clock reads past 5 in the afternoon, and he wonders if the dimness is a consequence of the time. The two women remain quietly in sync. Strange. What are those three doing? I can't make them out at all. Meanwhile, in the reality of Blue Star, the live stream is buzzing with viewers, one of whom sends a message inquiring about the trio's activities. Throughout the afternoon, over 100 million spectators have been watching their progress. Jiang Tao's team is under the national spotlight, recognized as one of the fastest contenders. Although the live viewership has dipped slightly, they remain firmly within the top 3 streams, alongside Xiao Ma's Penguin team and the lone hero, Yang Wu, who has garnered significant media attention for his rapid advancement through the 9th room. Well, 2 stunning beauties before me. The mature lady and the young girl. Has Captain Jiang Tao finally succumbed to temptation? A viewer muses, pondering if they might witness some delightful moments. Interestingly, it seems plausible. Have you not noticed the affectionate gaze from the Mimi directed at Jiang Tao? Let us not forget, I wonder if Yang Mi's husband, Lu Xiao, is watching. As the viewers speculate, Lu Xiao indeed finds himself in the live stream, though his relationship is strained and approaching divorce. Seeing his wife in a flirtatious setting with a stranger weighs heavily on him. Regardless of the circumstances, he fervently hopes she does not fail. The thought of her misfortune leading to his family's downfall brings him to the brink of tears. Meanwhile, Another viewer offers a serious analysis. Perhaps they are being pursued by a monster. Indeed, just a moment ago, I observed several players lingering in the initial room next door, only to be suddenly ambushed by fierce tigers and lions. How tragic. The rules of the game prohibit players from remaining in the safety zone for an extended period. This is a survival game. Under the curious gaze of the audience, Jiang Tao sprang into action. Chapter 9, a building-wide announcement. First blood reward, National Fortune's feedback. Shocking the globe. The formidable wild boar burst into the room with an aggressive demeanor. It triggered a steel trap, ensnaring its hoof. Enraged, the wild boar, already mentally unstable, thrashed and bit in a frenzy. With one end of the trap anchored to the ground, the more it struggled, the more blood it lost. This furious display continued for nearly 10 minutes. In the dim light, Yang Mi and Shun Cici's hands, clasped tightly, became drenched in sweat. They were anxious about the situation while fearing to disturb Jiang Tao. At last, a new prompt appeared in Jiang Tao's view. The wild boar's health had diminished significantly, its strength waning. It was now in a weakened state, lying down. A gentle reminder. If you can strike its forehead at this moment, there exists a chance for a lethal blow. Naturally, the wild boar still retained some capacity to fight back, making this endeavor perilous. It was advised to aim for its abdomen, where the lungs reside, and thrust deeply. A friendly reminder, it is larger than you might imagine. So the spear must penetrate as deeply as possible for a single fatal strike, seizing the opportunity to take its life. Without the black spear, Jiang Tao might have been reluctant to risk wasting 2 exploration opportunities. However, with the weapon in hand, the desire to kill surged. Wait for my return. With that declaration, Jiang Tao dashed into the light membrane without a glance back. Be careful. Like a wife sending her husband off to hunt, Yang Mi and Shun Cici offered heartfelt blessings. In this perilous building, Jiang Tao shone like a beacon. Upon returning to the familiar room, Jiang Tao immediately glanced towards the corner where the trap lay. There, a robust wild boar, drenched in blood and cloaked in dark fur, lay sprawled. Its crescent tusks, nearly half a meter long, resembled swords carving deep furrows into the ground. Upon noticing the stranger, the wild boar's crimson eyes snapped to attention, struggling to rise. The audience gasped, realizing Jiang Tao had come to hunt the wild boar. Goodness, what a colossal beast. This must be a mutated creature. In reality, it would be the king of pigs. Who would dare provoke it without the expertise of a seasoned hunter armed with a firearm? Wait, what is he doing? The barrage of comments erupted, even causing the official observers to shudder, as the number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed, suddenly ranking first in the nation. After an afternoon of exterminating monsters, Jiang Tao's physique had been significantly enhanced. He stood nearby, gripping the spear with one arm. Simultaneously, a series of prompts emerged in his view. The precarious trap was being dragged by the wild boar's brute force, its durability steadily diminishing. Exercise caution to avoid it breaking. The severely injured mutated wild boar was on the verge of surpassing the E-level critical point. No wonder it was so irritable and unstable. The soft area on its lower abdomen was unprotected by bone, where its lungs lay. A considerate reminder had marked this location with a red indicator. Strike true. Jiang Tao resembled an Olympic athlete, his back bending like a spring. He aimed intently at the crimson marker and hurled the black spear. With a resounding thud, the spear fulfilled his expectations, piercing through the great wild boar's abdomen and leaving a gaping wound before it embedded itself into the earth. The great wild boar let out a harrowing cry, its bloodshot eyes blazing with fury. In a frenzy, it struggled to rise, snapping the chains of the trap with a loud crack, and bleeding profusely, charged towards its assailant. As for Jiang Tao, after his successful shot, he had already opened the gateway, swiftly retreating to the adjacent warehouse. The mortally wounded wild boar, consumed by rage, exhibited an astonishing vitality that left Jiang Tao in awe. It bled for 3 minutes before finally collapsing with a resounding thud. Inside the warehouse, Shun Cici observed Jiang Tao's arm trembling slightly, and she offered him a bottle of mineral water. Brother Jiang Tao, you should rest for a moment. Thank you, he replied, standing before the luminous screen as he accepted the bottle and took a generous swig. Fortunately, he had set up an ambush in advance and executed a surprise attack, leveraging the room's power to maneuver. Otherwise, in a head-on confrontation, the three of them would surely have met their demise. Yang Mi was about to inquire about the battle's outcome when suddenly a familiar and dreaded mechanical female voice echoed in their ears. Not only did they hear it, hundreds of players throughout the entire region, even those from over 100 other countries, simultaneously received the announcement. Building announcement. Congratulations to the Daxia players Jiang Tao, Shun Sisi, and Yang Mi for their collaborative success in hunting the quasi-level elite monster, the Great Wild Boar. This marks a milestone achievement, being the first successful hunt. And as a reward, the trio receives a silver treasure chest. Defeating monsters grants experience. Congratulations to Jiang Tao for evolving into a high-tier F-level being, surpassing all human physical capabilities. Milestone reward, individual player benefit. Jiang Tao's exclusive talent, strength of the boar. National fortune reward, Daxia's physical constitution enhanced by 5. And the acquisition of the first exclusive cultivation method, gene guidance technique. At the moment the announcement rang out, all players were taken aback. The majority of ordinary players had adopted a conservative strategy, having only conquered 2 or 3 rooms, lacking food and water, fixated instead on the prospect of wild boar meat, hoping it might sustain them for 10 days. As this thought crossed their minds, many players' stomachs grumbled audibly. Meanwhile, a select few elite players had generally navigated through 7 or 8 rooms, with the most daring preparing to rush into the 10th. At that moment, they too were left in shock. In the 9th room, resting, Yang Wu furrowed his brow. Jiang Tao, the one who traded wolf meat earlier? Could this fellow possibly be a special forces veteran? So formidable? He considered himself a prominent player within the building, feeling a twinge of envy. Jiang Tao Yang Mi? In a sci-fi themed room, a bespectacled programmer remarked, holding a laptop. Boss, it seems our speculation was correct. Obtaining special achievements grants rewards. Indeed, replied a balding programmer, adjusting his glasses. In this world, heroes are as numerous as the fish crossing a river, but only those who survive until the end are the true victors. Little Ma pointed at the data analyzed on his notebook. According to the rules, the game required us to push our limits daily by unlocking 10 rooms. I can ascertain that the difficulty will significantly escalate in the 10th room. Let's think of our families. We must proceed steadily, as long as we complete the challenge before 6 o'clock when darkness falls. The 4 teammates nodded in agreement. They were originally employees of the Emperor Penguin Company, and coupled with Little Ma's promise of a return, they naturally held him in high regard. This greatly enhanced the team's efficiency. Should we remind Yang Wu? One teammate inquired. Little Ma closed his notebook. Forget it. I have already spoken to him. The lad does not heed advice. Each has their own fate. Stimulated by Jiang Tao, the once dormant heart of Little Ma began to pulse with anticipation. Reputation? Wealth? He had long since attained these. But the unprecedented allure of superhuman strength and longevity left him breathless. Was this not what he had once dreamed of possessing? How should one cultivate the gene guidance technique? A fleeting thought crossed Little Ma's mind. No need to ponder. In reality, it had already begun to boil over. Coincidentally, players from other nations were equally astonished. What? The Daxia people? Jiang Tao. The audience on Sakura Island was the largest, and the strategy was executed the fastest by the renowned Hinokawa Gangsaka, who regretfully touched the katana at his waist. He was the heir of the Hinokawa Swordsmanship School and the national champion of the youth swordsmanship finals. Moreover, the katana he carried with him had also arrived. Thus, he had maintained a significant advantage until he realized that there were even stronger contenders. Do not be disheartened, Hinokawa. You shall surely slay the monsters and benefit Yamato. Numerous Japanese comments flowed through the screen. Due to his lineage, skill, and commendable looks, he garnered a vast number of fans. Even his parents had been placed under government protection, and the national audience held high hopes for him. Naturally, the liveliest scene was in the world's premier live broadcast room, with over 1 billion viewers tuned in to the giant stone live room of the White Eagle Federation. Chapter 10. The commotion caused by the cultivation technique, tremendous gains, and new talents. Alas, had I encountered that mutated beast, I would not have had to endure hunger. The towering giant stone-strong forest, over 2 meters tall and bursting with muscles, sat upon a rock, though marked by several new scars. His vibrant spirit instilled a profound sense of safety. Even his 4 companions held him in utmost admiration, reflecting on the helicopter crash before his journey. Giant stone-strong forest felt a wave of relief. Fortuitously, he had been chosen by the game. Otherwise, he would have been languishing in prison. As a superstar who frequently portrayed superheroes on television, his fearless demeanor during adventures captivated audiences worldwide. Just as speculation about Jiang Tao's identity was rife, an announcement echoed forth. Players need not lose heart. For each milestone achievement completed, such as the first kill of an E-level elite monster, a D-level extraordinary being, or being the first to evolve into an E-level human, there are personal and national rewards. This proclamation ignited the fervor of the masses. They recalled Rule 8. The first to conquer 100 rooms would earn nationwide evolution. The people of Daxia could not monopolize the glory. We too shall press on. Our hometown folks are watching. This is both perilous and a monumental opportunity. It felt akin to ancient times, with multiple races competing in a brutally fierce contest. Whichever nation advances first shall embody human civilization, heralding a new era of Homo sapiens. The other countries will be relegated to the status of Neanderthals, destined for obsolescence. Inspired by Jiang Tao, many previously complacent players stirred with excitement and began to explore. The world's elite were most profoundly affected, gradually launching an assault on the 10th room. The most sensational developments unfolded in reality. Punishments had been endured by all nations, but rewards were a novel occurrence since the game's inception. What does a 5 enhancement in physical fitness entail? Numerous ailing patients in hospitals, the elderly recovering from severe illnesses, could rise and even walk with remarkable agility. Among them were several esteemed former leaders. Their influence was immense, issuing commands at once. Quickly, protect Jiang Tao's family. Even athletes from Daxia conducted impromptu 100-meter sprints, effortlessly shattering world records with times of 9 seconds. Records in weightlifting, boxing power, and all human achievements were eclipsed by the people of Daxia today. In Sakura Island and the White Eagle Federation studios, there were attempts to procure the latest cells from hospitals. Astonishingly, they discovered the cell's vitality was so potent that it extended lifespans by several years. Even more chilling for nations worldwide was a circulating document in Jiang Tao's live stream titled Gene Guidance Technique. OMG, I am convinced this is a divine blessing. A multitude of foreigners flocked to the live stream, overwhelming the platform with numbers in the hundreds of thousands. Within minutes, over 4 billion viewers tuned in. They seemingly forgot their previous characterization of it as a demonic punishment, a day of reckoning, and instead hailed it as a miracle. Enthusiastically, they began practicing the guidance technique. Yet, to the dismay of many, this cultivation method was exclusively limited to the people of Daxia. Meditation allows one to perceive the source energy within the cosmos. Is this not akin to the ancient practice of Qigong? Dear friends from afar, wait until I awaken my superpowers to participate in the athletic games. Across the internet, many enthusiasts from the Great Xia proudly showcase their cultivation achievements and the resulting enhancements to their physiques. In no time, envy arises among outsiders. Furthermore, a tabloid has even produced a video exclaiming, "A new era, Great Xia becomes the first nation to venture into the unknown." At the center of this storm is Jiang Tao, who has naturally become the focal point of global attention. His name has surged to the top of internet search trends worldwide. Additionally, experts from the cold northern nation have scoured ancient texts, confidently asserting that Jiang Tao hails from Han City, a hero of our great cold nation. The online community finds this both amusing and perplexing. Meanwhile, the undercurrents from across the ocean have reached Jiang Tao's family, only to discover that his parents have long since passed away. In a globally watched live stream, Yang Mi and Shun Sisi are astonished to find their bodies radiating warmth. How come I'm affected too? Yang Mi observes her fair skin, noting that minor injuries have healed, making her appear threefold more delicate than before. She seems rejuvenated. Is this due to the synthesis of the equipment? Shen Cece blinks her clear, bright eyes. As they exit the warehouse, they're startled to see a massive wild boar. No wonder such a grand reward is offered. Shen Cece notices Jiang Tao standing before the boar, harnessing his newfound strength. Is this what constitutes a high-level F-class creature? A superior human? His previously mild nearsightedness has been completely rectified, and the surge of power within him compels him to strike a wall with a punch. Crash! A stone slab shatters effortlessly. The force is on par with the destruction caused by the mighty wild boar. If even the people of Great Xia experience such profound effects, how much more so the hero himself? Foreign viewers cannot help but express their admiration. He is recognized as the strongest human alive. Yet, Jiang Tao knows well that the power of a high-level F-class is not as formidable as it seems. Strength of the wild boar, a new talent. Your body harbors the brute strength of a great wild boar. When fully unleashed, you can split stones and move mountains. This will be explored further during the night. The rooms shift rapidly, and time is of the essence. Jiang Tao first stores the silver treasure chest before hastily approaching the mighty wild boar, beckoning the two women. Gulme, let us gather resources. We shall feast on roasted meat tonight. All right. Yang Mi, shedding her initial reservations, approaches with a beaming smile. As Shun CC's stomach begins to grumble, her cheeks flushed, she steps forward timidly. Having eaten little earlier, it seems the synthesis has drained much of her energy. You should first satisfy your hunger. There will be rewards later. Jiang Tao chuckles, offering her a large loaf of bread. She is indeed the greatest contributor to this battle. Jiang Tao extracts the blood-stained black spear from the ground, its gleam fierce, and notes its increasing ferocity. With the trio's collaboration, the massive wild boar disintegrates into streams of white light. You have collectively obtained high-energy wild boar meat X 5000, wild boar skin X1, wild boar bones X100, mutated white tusk X2, primary energy core X1. The vast supplies filled the small cabin to the brim. Upon seeing the abundance of wild boar meat, an uncontrollable smile spread across the faces of the two women. Food equates to safety. In a scenario where others desperately fought over a single bottle of water, they had achieved the unimaginable freedom of pork. How could they have ever believed that brash youth, Lu Meng? Reflecting on the glory of their return, Yang Mi couldn't help but cast a flirtatious glance at Jiang Tao. It all hinges on you, yet the wild boar meat was merely the most trivial of resources. The white tusks and pig bones held far greater value, especially the energy core, which could either restore a shelter or double its operational time. As for the trapping device, it had become utterly useless, yielding only 5 iron scraps. They made their way back to the warehouse. With an air of triumph, Jiang Tao led the two women back to the storeroom, their bounty abundant. Thanks to the helpful hints, he effortlessly located the black iron treasure chest, which he handed over to Yang Mi. All right then. With a beaming smile, Yang Mi opened it. In battles and explorations, I cannot contribute much, so I can only do a few insignificant tasks. Not at all. Sister Mi is being modest, Shen Cece remarked. Her curiosity piqued as she watched Yang Mi unveil the chest. A flash of dark light surged forth, and the trio gazed in astonishment as they discovered 2 blueprints nestled within. Chapter 11. Opening the Silver Treasure Chest. Big Honey's Luck, Extraordinary Treasure Map of the Fire Seed. Congratulations on your fortunate explosion. Your rewards are doubled. You have obtained the blueprint for a natural water purifier X1 and a blueprint for a black iron crossbow bolt X1. There are 2 blueprints. Yang Mi, filled with excitement, handed the blueprints to Jiang Tao. Had it been Jiang Tao opening the chest, the probability of obtaining just one would have been high. Natural water purifier blueprint. Crafting materials. Wood X10, iron block X5, silver block X1, primary energy core X1. Effect. Can extract 100 liters of pure water daily, with a lifespan of 10 years. Black iron crossbow bolt blueprint. Materials. Wood X20, iron block x10, silver block x3. Any animal tendon x1. Crossbow bolt materials. Wood x3, iron block x1. Effect. Range of 700 meters. Capable of firing up to 5 consecutive shots. With sufficient materials, it can penetrate the defenses of E-grade elite monsters. Both blueprints are currently in high demand. The water purifier alleviates the concerns of the trio. Who knows if they will be able to find a water source later, or if they will end up like that unfortunate player, trapped in the desert. A daily yield of 100 liters equates to 200 gene, ample for the three, allowing even for the luxury of bathing or selling to others. After all, such high-quality non-toxic water is truly a rarity at present. The crossbow bolts will significantly enhance the team's combat capabilities. More importantly, with the blueprints, mass production becomes feasible. Soon, each member could wield one. Who could stand against them? The other materials are manageable, and as for the silver blocks, it is believed that the treasure trove in the mines of Yushan holds a considerable stock. The animal tendons, however, pose a challenge. Yet, under the promise of a hefty reward, brave souls will surely emerge. With 100,000 players in the Great Xia, there must be some fortunate ones. The true bounty lies within. In a moment of joy, Jiang Tao produced the silver treasure chest awarded for the first kill, instantly upgrading their arsenal. Securing a black iron treasure chest is already a stroke of luck, let alone the coveted bronze treasure chest above it. In the Great Xia channel, only one fortunate player has encountered one before, but failed to seize it. The silver treasure chest is a rarity beyond the reach of current players. Yang Mi's eyes sparkled. Doesn't it decompose into silver? Wonderful. With the water purifier, I can bathe at night now. Shun Cici cheerfully rubbed her arms, conjuring a small ball. With a flick of her fingers, thank you, big sister me, Jiang Tao smiled as he handed over the chest. Behold my fortune. Yang Mi excitedly rubbed her small hands, eager to showcase her value to the team. Witnessing this scene, the livestream chat erupted in fervor, an avalanche of comments flooding the screen. It's my favorite moment of the draw. Why is it always Big Honey doing the opening? Perhaps her beauty and kindness bless her with good fortune. Yet, only the data analysts know that the resources Yang Mi uncovers are nearly double what others obtain. As anticipation built, silvery light burst forth. Would it be a superior weapon or a mysterious potion? The crowd stared wide-eyed. To their astonishment, the final reward turned out to be a single piece of parchment. Just this? The audience was left in disbelief. The first ever opening of a silver chest resulted in this? It pales in comparison to the previous iron box. Brother Jiang Tao, have I made a mistake? Yang Mi's delicate, heart-shaped face bore a hint of regret. Not at all. You are truly my lucky star. Unexpectedly, Jiang Tao burst into laughter, exuberantly lifting Demi and twirling her around amidst her startled exclamations. Brother has gone mad. Witnessing this scene, Shun Shishi's large, glistening eyes sparkled with curiosity as she unconsciously took a step closer. In Jiang Tao's line of sight, a grand bubble appeared on the treasure map. Could it be that the goddess of fortune has smiled upon you? Using this map, the next room will lead to a mysterious, ghostly forest. If you can locate a ghost mother tree on the verge of evolving into a D-class extraordinary being, you may have the chance to acquire extraordinary fire seed. The mere introduction hinted at its remarkable nature. It was impossible to unveil such a treasure without Demi. Extraordinary fire seed? It is likely associated with subsequent evolution. There were still spectators watching. Flushed with embarrassment, Yang Mi struggled as she was spun around, and Jiang Tao, realizing his actions, chuckled and set her down. Yang Mi adjusted her skirt, shot him a playful glance, devoid of reproach, as if teasing him instead. Lu Xiao, watching the live stream, suddenly felt a pang of heartache. Meanwhile, Jiang Tao took the parchment from Shun Shishi and was about to carefully stow it away when his body stiffened. The prompt ominously revealed that it was made of human skin. He glanced at himself, a lucky one, temporarily standing at the pinnacle of players. Yet other competitors are challenging his position. With current strength, to challenge the Ghost Mother Tree would be akin to offering oneself as fertilizer. Kind reminder, if you truly wish to explore the ghostly forest, it is advisable to strengthen your mind and prepare potions to counter illusions. It was likely of a magical nature. Naturally, he would not challenge it now. At the very least, he needed to advance to E-class elite being. Since the box had been opened, Jiang Tao placed his palm on its surface. Decompose. Accompanied by a flash of silver light, numerous brilliant silver ingots materialized on the ground. Congratulations, you have obtained silver ingots X5. Considering the current scarcity of food and the abundance of valuable items, these silver ingots and gold would undoubtedly have wide applications. Jiang Tao opened the trading platform and listed 10 pieces of wolf meat. With superior wild boar meat now available, he no longer required it. Wolf meat price, 20 silver ingots or 3 gold pieces. Alternatively, animal tendons or energy cores. Following the previous announcements, Jiang Tao's reputation resonated throughout the entire building. As evening descended, many took a break to browse channels and prepare dinner. Consequently, the wolf meat was met with fervent demand upon its release. The prominent figures, having expended considerable energy today, felt the need to replenish with meat. Apologies, I just found quite a few silver ingots in a room. I'll take 1 piece first. Yushan exclaimed, "Oh my, I'm still trapped in the mine. Can't get out. Never mind, I'll stock up on some reserves." Yushan boldly purchased 3 pieces of wolf meat. This left many players astonished. Although he was unfortunate, he had struck a windfall. Ding ding. Yushan contacted Jiang Tao. "My friend, I am willing to offer 10 pieces of gold in exchange for 5 bottles of mineral water. What do you say?" Just imagine. A single piece of gold for 5 bottles of water. If this were reality, countless people would be envious. Given the ability to craft a water dispenser, Jiang Tao readily agreed. In but a moment, 5 pieces of wolf meat had vanished. Witnessing this, the hesitant players dared not haggle any longer. Ding. Player Zhuang Xiao trades beef tendon X1. Player Cheng Ning trades deer tendon X1. In the blink of an eye, another 5 pieces of wolf meat were purchased. Unfortunately, Jiang Tao did not acquire the energy core he desired most. After an afternoon of exploration, the importance of the core became apparent, leading to a surge in its value. They would have to obtain it themselves. Just as Jiang Tao contemplated closing the interface, he noticed Yang Wu had made a comment. "While wolf meat is excellent, I am more eager to taste the flavor of mutated wild boar meat. How about this? I possess a spirit crystal formed from the solidification of energy cores, and it has identical effects. Would you consider a trade?" As the player currently climbing the rankings of Daxia at the fastest pace, his presence drew considerable attention. Shen Cici and Yang Mi also noted his entry in the chat. His generosity in trading was astonishing. Shen Cici was left speechless. It seemed he was preparing for a significant challenge. Yang Mi tilted her head in curiosity and inquired, "Will you trade?" There exists an unspoken competition among players. "Of course I will trade." Jiang Tao extracted a piece of wild boar meat. What a bargain. Chapter 12. The Synthesis of Crossbow Arrows. The uproar on the internet. Yang Wu's dismal defeat. Shortly thereafter, a system notification emerged. Transaction successful. In Jiang Tao's hands, a palm-sized diamond-shaped white stone appeared, feeling identical to an energy core. Indeed, it exuded a sense of strength. After acquiring wild boar meat, Yang Wu called out in the channel, "Everyone, be cautious tonight. Darkness will soon fall. Await my good news." 666. It seems the big shot is determined not to be outdone. "Xiao Ma Ge, how are you holding up?" Amidst the crowd's clamoring, Xiao Ma Ge chimed in, "I'm still in the 9th room. Do not rush recklessly in pursuit of strength. If the majority can endure until the 10th day, that is victory." Shen Cici closed the panel and inquired, "Brother Jiang Tao, we must hasten as well." "Yes, let's synthesize the natural water dispenser and the crossbow arrows first." Considering Shen Cici's adeptness, Jiang Tao handed her 1 set of water dispenser materials and 2 sets for the crossbow arrows. As the 2 blueprints vanished, a peculiar device, resembling a funnel and standing over a meter tall, along with 2 black crossbows, materialized before the trio. Congratulations! The team has acquired natural water dispenser X1 and black iron crossbow X2. With the remaining materials, Shen Cici synthesized an additional 20 arrows. The issue of water supply was finally resolved. Wiping the fine beads of sweat from her forehead, Shen Cici mused, "Certainly, Jiang Tao will wield 1 crossbow. But what of the second? Yang Mi's gaze fell upon Shen Sisi, her enchanting eyes twinkling. I'm not particularly skilled in combat. Unfazed, Shen Sisi shrugged, picking up the crossbow from the ground and aiming expertly a couple of times, confidently declaring, I practiced archery as a child. Assisting with this should pose no problem. Brother Jiang Tao, it is getting late. Let's set forth. All right. Jiang Tao grasped the crossbow with his left hand, brandished a black spear in his right, donned a helmet, and was clad in leather armor, fully equipped. He surveyed the surroundings of the warehouse. Proceed forward, and you will find yourself in a mire. A moment's carelessness may lead to infection. It was indeed a trap room. The simple cave behind holds only some troublesome bats and a dilapidated wooden crate, serving as a temporary rest stop to prepare for the final challenge, which is quite decent. If you wish to reminisce about your youthful campus life, you may ascend. It is a challenging classroom, harboring 3 zombie students. Their viruses are potent enough to infect beings below E-level. After a long day, would you care for a bath? Jump down. A hot spring at 100 degrees awaits you. It was uncertain whether it was the encroaching night or the advancing depths. But none of these options seemed particularly appealing. Ultimately, Jiang Tao led Shen Sisi and Yang Mi, clearing away debris, and opened the passage behind. With a pop, they traversed the light curtain, revealing an underground cavern. Surrounding them stood numerous stone pillars. As they approached, the rhythmic sound of dripping water echoed. Suddenly, their intrusion provoked a cacophony of shrieks from a swarm of bats overhead. Beware of their stone throwing. It is an opportune moment to practice archery. Jiang Tao grasped the black crossbow, aiming it skyward, releasing bolts with a swift whoosh. After undergoing evolution, his vision had significantly improved, and his bodily control remained unwavering. Remarkably, each bolt struck true, bringing down one bat after another. Experience 10. Experience 20. Even the legs of ants are flesh. A warm surge coursed through Jiang Tao's body. Brother, save some for me. Shen Sisi, not to be outdone, joined the fray. Meanwhile, Yang Mi kept her distance. Accompanied by a flurry of whooshing sounds, bats plummeted from the sky like rain. In a short span, they were eradicated completely. Yang Mi opened a wooden box, discovering a torch, a canister of cooking oil, and 3 fresh apples. Most fortuitous indeed. The time was now 1745. The sky, or rather the illumination from the building, required considerable effort to discern. The oppressive atmosphere instilled a sense of unease. Jiang Tao ignited the torch, and both Shen Sisi and Yang Mi exhaled in relief. Suddenly, that familiar mechanical voice resonated once more. Attention, players! In approximately 15 minutes, the building will be plunged into total darkness. Danger levels will significantly increase. It is advised that all novice players seek refuge in the shelter and huddle together for warmth. For those daring enough to challenge the 10th room, a friendly reminder. Every 10 rooms contain a special chamber, the minimum difficulty level. The danger is 5 times that of ordinary encounters. However, the rewards are likewise quintupled. Players are urged to assess their capabilities. Upon hearing this announcement, the chat channel erupted in chaos. So soon would be dark? The daylight was already perilous. Woe is me, my little cabin is still not repaired. Could a kind soul spare a core? Goodness, I've been on edge all afternoon, utterly exhausted, both hungry and weary. Is Jiang Tao around? Once the wolf meat is consumed, surely there are bones left? Might you gift them to me? Xiao Ma Ge chimed in. As expected, based on my extensive experience as a survival strategist, there is bound to be a boss in each level. Monsters may attack at night. Everyone should prepare defenses and consider taking turns keeping watch. At the mention of this, many players, having suffered under the weight of the Penguin Factory's machinations, could not help but curse vehemently. Yet, recognizing that even the esteemed Xiao Ma Ge found himself in a similar predicament, many offered him praise for the useful insights he had shared. Speaking of which, what the swift Yang Wu? Someone mentioned him, just moments ago, after devouring wild boar meat and extolling its exquisite flavor and energy-boosting properties. He boldly challenged the 10th room. Not only players, but millions of spectators were also watching. Suddenly, the screen of Yang Wu's live stream went dark, followed by a blood-curdling scream. This startled many viewers, causing them to jump in their seats. On the World Channel, Yang Wu's voice unexpectedly broke through, prompting curiosity as many clicked to listen, only to be filled with dread. "It hurts. I've been bitten by a mutated silver wolf. It's tearing open my abdomen, devouring me. Oh, the pain." His tone grew increasingly weak, fragmented. "The level has been intensified. Everyone must not rush blindly. We must remain cautious." Xiao Yang's final voice echoed, "Mom, my body aches terribly." With a sudden crack, a crimson subtitle flashed across the streaming room. "Player Yang Wu has perished, alongside nearly 100 of his closest allies." Subsequently, the live stream was permanently shut down. His avatar faded into darkness. The once vibrant chat channel fell silent, an eerie stillness enveloping it. Did he truly die? Yami watched in horror, her lips trembling in fear. The monster was merciless. Shun Cc's delicate face turned pale. Jiang Tao fell into silence, unable to fathom that the player who had so recently been filled with joviality and ambition to surpass his peers had met such a grim fate. Goodness, if even the esteemed Yang has met a tragic end, I stand no chance. I might as well stay put. A multitude of players recoiled in fear. A sage among them remarked, "If we all retreat, will the milestone reward for conquering 100 rooms not be forfeited to others?" On the first day, only half a day's worth of development had occurred, with food and water still unresolved. No players from any nation could achieve this. "Brother Xiao, your team is united like penguins. Are you up for the challenge?" Brother Xiao remained silent, offering no reply. "And what of you, Jiang Tao? You are our beacon of hope. That reward could lead the entire nation to evolve into a new humanity, not to mention the favor of the heavens." This was not merely the voice of the players, but the longing of billions of spectators beyond the screen. The tragic demise of Yang Wu, whom many had high hopes for, sent shockwaves throughout the nation. The Chinese internet erupted in lament, with even netizens from Han Country and Cherry Blossom Island mocking them. "You thought you could evolve faster than us, and now you face retribution. Let's hope Jiang Tao fails too. In the end, we must rely on our Daiyuan Jun. He embodies the hope of East Asia and humanity." In response to these comments, an army of keyboard warriors surged forth. The nation tacitly endorsed their actions. In the depths of the cave, Yang Mi cautiously suggested, "Shall we stay here tonight? It's safe here, after all." The glow of the flames illuminated Shun Cc's bright, clear eyes as she glanced at Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao remained silent, merely surveying the surroundings. To his shock, there were only 2 speech bubbles present this time. Chapter 13. Announcement of the new edifice. Nightmare-level chamber. The pact of adults before you lies a room of utmost simplicity, devoid of any water, yet entirely secure. Completing the daily challenge for the 10th day has indeed been achieved, albeit at the cost of a rare opportunity for self-evolution, squandered in the face of an extraordinary chance. Ahead, a nightmare-level trial awaits, featuring a cyclopean giant, its veins coursing with the diluted bloodline of titans, an apex F-tier creature, possessing boundless strength and an immense health pool. It wields a black iron greataxe capable of severing a cement beam with a single strike, rendering it invincible to entities below E-tier. To be frank, with your current capabilities, you stand a high likelihood of becoming mere sustenance for the giant, who has a penchant for human flesh. Yet, all hope is not lost. The giant currently slumbers, granting you a singular opportunity for a stealthy attack. This is indeed the fabled fantastical creature, far more formidable than anticipated. However, should you choose to retreat, that option remains available. Jiang Tao gazed at the black spear and crossbow in his possession. With such prowess and foreknowledge of the giant's weaknesses, how could he shy away from the challenge? Who else could the great Xiao rely on? A lack of ambition would hinder any future ascent to the pinnacle of the edifice. An announcement echoed through the building. Congratulations to the White Eagle Federation, where Chong Lin and his comrades successfully breached the challenging 10th level. As the first player to conquer this stage, a personal reward of the talent Titanic strength was bestowed. In a ripple effect, the national fortune responded, augmenting the strength of all citizens of the White Eagle Federation by 1. The news sent waves of excitement throughout the edifice. Previously, Observers had witnessed the great Xia embark on a path of genetic evolution, enhancing all. The world-renowned White Eagle Federation, now restless, celebrated as the rewards were conferred upon them. The earlier despondency dissipated, giving way to exuberant proclamations across social media. Titanic Stone is the supreme force. The White Eagle Federation reigns supreme in this new era, the beacon of humanity. Netizens from the vassal state of Han and Cherry Blossom all were filled with envy and jealousy, subtly insinuating that the fleeting victory of a certain Eastern power was mere happenstance. True guidance for humanity's future rested with their own lineage. Within a single day, numerous world records fell to the prowess of the great Xia people, prompting a state of urgency across the ocean. With such enhancements finally obtained, challenges in the 100-meter dash, swimming, and marathon were attempted, only to be met with disbelief as records remained unbroken. This brought a temporary sigh of relief to the great Xia officials. As the 5 physical enhancement still provided an edge, Titanic Stone Chonglin emerged as a hero of the Federation. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Tao resolved to embark on the trial immediately. Upon witnessing the unwavering determination in his eyes, both Yang Mi and Shun Sisi understood his intent. "Brother, I too can lend my strength," declared Shun Sisi, brandishing her bow and crossbow with a cheerful smile. Yang Mi's lips moved slightly, poised to speak, but ultimately refraining. Mindful of the gaze of the entire nation upon her, time was of the essence. Jiang Tao swiftly relayed the intelligence regarding the Cyclopean giant to the 2 women. Upon learning of the creature's singular eye, Shun Sisi exclaimed, "Though it possesses great strength, that one eye is its fatal weakness. If we can stealthily enter the chamber and blind the giant upon entry regardless of his prowess, he is akin to a headless fly, ultimately destined to be ensnared and perished by us." Moreover, she mentioned that the team possesses 2 crossbows to assist one another, confounding the Cyclops. Listening to the fervent discussions of the 2, Jiang Tao's eyes gleamed with excitement. Yami felt a tremor within her, sensing an intense crisis. Her silver teeth biting down lightly. With a slight quiver, she spoke, "I will help as well. Yes, as long as the 3 of us unite, we can undoubtedly vanquish it." Jiang Tao cast a surprised glance at the determined, yet fearful Mimi. Indeed, a star who has emerged resilient from the entertainment industry possesses a fighting spirit. The crux of this endeavor lies in the initial strike to severely wound the Cyclops. It appears that archery alone will not suffice. We must also rely on the ancestral art of throwing. Jiang Tao tightened his grip on the black spear. After tasting blood, it had grown even sharper. If only it could be further enhanced. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a bubble frame appeared on the black spear. Poor humanoid ape, bearing precious treasures, yet unaware of their potential. Those 2 white fangs are the finest materials. Why not incorporate them into the weapon? Indeed, Jiang Tao was struck by epiphany, having overlooked Shun Sisi's extraordinary talent. He quickly retrieved the white fangs from the small wooden cabin and handed them to Shun Sisi. "Sisi, could you try to synthesize them?" Shun Sisi took the white fangs, her small hand feeling suddenly heavy, nearly faltering. She glanced at the black spear with a hint of uncertainty. "This is my first time with different types. I will give it a try." With that, she placed the black spear and the white fangs on the ground and extended her small hand. "Synthesize." To everyone's delight, a sphere of white light enveloped all 3 materials, merging them seamlessly. It can be done. Jiang Tao's heart soared, his odds of success heightened. The materials were of higher quality, resulting in a slower fusion. Thus, Jiang Tao seized the opportunity to search for any additional useful items. His gaze inadvertently settled upon the mound of bats before him. Living in caverns for years, mildly toxic, not recommended for consumption. If you possess exceptional extraction skills, you may obtain a vial of lethal poison. "Brother, it's done." When Shun Sisi joyfully presented the transformed spear, pristine as white ivory, Jiang Tao noticed her peculiar expression as he accepted it. With an apologetic gesture towards the bat mound, he inquired, "Well, Sisi, do you have the energy? Perhaps you could try to synthesize poison from them." "Ah, this!" the JK beauty exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. "Captain, Are you really exploiting a high school student like this? Is that even possible? Yang Mi hesitated, her thoughts swirling, ultimately condensing into a single phrase. I will give a try. Please. Jiang Tao clasped his hands in gratitude. She was indeed the heart of the team. Shun Cici stood atop the mound of bats. Extending her hand, a beam of white light enveloped hundreds of bats. Drip! The bat carcasses seemed to dissolve, a drop of black liquid falling. Yang Mi swiftly produced the small vial she had previously found to collect it. Jiang Tao exhaled deeply, his gaze settling upon the pristine white spear. Name: Bore Charge White Spear. Quality: Black Iron, Advanced. Effect: Sharpness, bleeding bore charge upon striking an enemy. Inflicts grievous, difficult-to-heal lacerations, and in conjunction with a bleeding effect. The greater the struggle, the more damage inflicted. This additional effect might well turn the tide of battle. At this moment, the bat, resembling a small hill, had transformed into a lifeless husk, utterly drained of vitality. Shun Cici wiped the fine beads of sweat from her brow, her charming visage breaking into a smile. Brother, I have fulfilled my promise. Dang, 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 what do we have here? Yang Mi handed a full vial of black potion to Jiang Tao. Concentrated bat venom. When applied to weapons, it induces poisoning that disrupts the nervous system, causing confusion and blood loss. Well done, Cici. Without further ado, Jiang Tao carefully coated the tip of the white spear with the bat venom. An additional measure was taken. Jiang Tao submerged 10 crossbow bolts in the concoction and handed them to Shun Cici, who accepted them with care, using an empty water bottle as a quiver. The two exchanged subtle nods. Yang Mi, nervously clutching a torch, stood behind them, her voice a soft tremor. Good luck. Yes, once we enter, remember to extinguish the torch. Flames are sensitive in the darkness. Jiang Tao kindly reminded as he passed by her. Affinity 20. Upon hearing this, warmth surged within Yang Mi's heart. This was a concern she had never experienced in the ever-changing entertainment industry. Amidst the perils of an unfamiliar environment, she felt fortunate to have encountered Jiang Tao. It seemed that fate was still kind to her. Never mind. If I can't get through this, I will perish anyway. A resolute decision seemed to settle within Yang Mi. As Jiang Tao approached and pushed open the great door ahead, in a corner unnoticed by anyone, Yang Mi suddenly reached out her delicate fingers, tracing a small circle on Jiang Tao's palm. Rising on her toes, she leaned closer, whispering in a tone only they could hear. We must win. If we succeed, I shall reward you with a special treat tonight as a renowned superstar captivating audiences across the regions. Demimi's sultry whispers were undeniably enticing. Her words momentarily left Jiang Tao breathless, nearly causing him to halt. He furtively glanced at Shun Cici, who was engrossed in adjusting her crossbow, her expression unperturbed. Jiang Tao nodded earnestly, his fervor ignited as he pushed the door wide open. A luminous barrier appeared. The battle commenced. Indeed, Jiang Tao did not disappoint us. At this moment, the clock struck 1800 hours. A banner swept across all live streams. Good evening, dear viewers. To protect player privacy, as well as your physical and mental well-being, from 18 to 6 o'clock, the live stream will be suspended for 12 hours. We kindly ask viewers to rest early, tune in promptly tomorrow morning. Chapter 14. The world's top trending topic. Jiang Tao, Death Hide and Seek. With a snap, the subtitles flashed across, and the live streams around the globe went black. In the fleeting moment before the disconnection, Jiang Tao traversed the luminous veil and beheld the formidable boss. Alas, just when it mattered most, the screen went dark. What had Jiang Tao glimpsed? Something yellowish? Social media platforms erupted in chaos. Fear not, dear viewers. I recorded everything on my mobile phone, as spectators began sharing screenshots of the boss. Millions of viewers from the Great Xia were left in shock. Against the backdrop of dusk, amidst the arid wilderness, stood a dilapidated temple, its ruins and stone columns rising defiantly. In a mournful wind, a colossal figure loomed, over 5 meters tall, with sinewy muscles, resembling a one-eyed giant from Greek mythology. He sat majestically upon a massive stone chair, one hand resting upon a dark, enormous axe, slumbering like Pangu. A giant indeed? No, What the formidable stone forest encountered was merely a ferocious ape. Why, then, did we face such an escalated challenge? A mythical creature, perhaps? The people of the Great Xia were in a state of panic. Would our strongest contender falter? Would that 5 feedback and vitality be rescinded? Moreover, Jiang Tao bore the weight of an entire nation's fortune. His failure could profoundly affect the national destiny and every player involved. Oh dear, and my beloved, you met such a tragic end. JK is undoubtedly the most beautiful being in the world. She, you must remain strong. Who knows if the giant has a penchant for beauty? A throng of fans lamented. Even the crisis response team fell into silence. The team leader received an urgent call from Elder Lin. Monitor Jiang Tao's movements for 24 hours, document the genetic guidance techniques, and prepare for any unforeseen events. Understood. The leader replied with gravity. On Twitter and YouTube, the repressed nation of Han, from Cherry Blossom Island, unabashedly displayed its malice and envy. Did you see? This is the price of seeking the limelight. A 5-meter giant, and he doesn't even know how he met his demise. TSK, self-awareness is a valuable trait. Initially fortunate, Jiang Tao mistook luck for prowess, much to the dismay of his 100 friends. Yet, our Mr. Gene from the Han Nation remains the most reliable. At this, the netizens of the Great Xia could no longer contain themselves. Wait, we ultimately possess the courage to challenge. Your strongest Gene, Xianwu T, dare step into room 6. The people of the Eagle Federation also released videos analyzing the encounters of Jiang Tao and the formidable stone forest, concluding that the latter was superior. Possessing diverse combat skills and years of acting experience, well-versed in various rules. This monumental victory ultimately belonged to the Eagle Federation. Netizens from the Great Xia wished to create rebuttal videos, yet lacked the confidence. The live stream had concluded, but this day, one of the longest in civilization, continued to unfold. The storm raged on. The focal point of the tempest was Jiang Tao. In due course, Google would tally the statistics. On the very first day of the National Fortune Game, the top trending term globally was Jiang Tao, with a staggering search volume reaching 3 trillion. On average, each individual had searched for it 30 times. The second place is held by Dwayne Johnson, with a staggering search volume of 200 billion. Surprisingly, the third position is not occupied by popular figures like Pony Ma, Yang Mi, or the likes of Rika Nishikawa, but rather by the concept of human evolution. Not only are global audiences captivated, but players like Pony Ma and Yu Shan within the building are also intently observing Jiang Tao's interface, fearful that it might suddenly crash. At this moment, he embodies more than just a single life. He bears the weight of the destinies of both Yang Mi and Shun Shi. He symbolizes the banner of the Great Xia and the fate of an entire nation. Swish! A white lightning bolt sliced through the yellow earth, piercing the remnants of a shattered temple. The instant the single eye of the Cyclops, measuring a formidable 20 centimeters, opened, it was brutally pierced. Congratulations! Witnessing this momentous strike feels akin to witnessing the rise of the upright ape. The explosive strength you unleashed has blinded the Cyclops. The boss's health has been halved and is now in a state of poisoning. It will continue to lose health, with an estimated demise in 3 minutes. The Cyclops has succumbed to fury. Its bloodline prowess has been activated, doubling its strength and speed, while slightly diminishing its agility and intellect. Friendly reminder: utilize the terrain to escape swiftly. How painful! Who is it? A tremor shook the ground. Dust billowed as the awakened Cyclops flexed its muscles, growing an additional 2 meters, reaching an imposing height of approximately 8 meters. Like a small mountain, the intense pain in its head incited rage, prompting it to extract the source of its agony. Whoosh! The moment it was pulled out, a torrent of black blood gushed forth from the once singular eye. In pain, the Cyclops let out a dreadful roar, violently hurling the white spear far away, which pierced through several stone pillars with a series of loud bangs, ultimately embedding itself into a wall. Excellent. This environment is perfectly suited for us. Observing the dilapidated temple ruins around her, Shun Shi felt a surge of joy. She gave Jiang Tao a thumbs up, and according to their plan, she quickly led Yang Mi away, seeking refuge behind a stone pillar. Meanwhile, Jiang Tao moved even faster. Darting toward the opposite side, he raised his black crossbow and began firing poisoned arrows at the Cyclops. Several arrows struck their target, igniting the creature's wrath as it brandished a massive axe akin to a broad panel, charging toward Jiang Tao with thunderous steps. "Is it, you little bug? I will chop you into mincemeat. No, I shall devour you alive." Blinded, the Cyclops disregarded the ruins, smashing through several stone pillars in its path. Poisoned once more, and the vigorous activity has accelerated its blood flow. Remaining time, 2 minutes. Jiang Tao adeptly maneuvered through the openings of the walls, engaging the Cyclops in a game of hide-and-seek. Being smaller in size had its advantages, allowing him to slip through many gaps. Meanwhile, the Cyclops, already reckless, transformed into a bulldozer under the effects of blindness and rage, demolishing everything in its wake. The chaos of battle escalated, with dust swirling ominously. In the midst of the chase, the Cyclops grew clever, lifting rocks to hurl forward. "I shall collide." In a moment of peril, Jiang Tao activated his talent, the strength of the wild boar. An illusion of a large wild boar flickered behind him. With a sudden burst of speed, he dashed over 20 meters in a flash, narrowly evading disaster. Whoosh, whoosh. Amidst the yellow sands, 5 venomous arrows struck once more. Were there intruders? The wounded Cyclops, in a frenzied state, charged towards Shun Sisi and Yang Mi with his axe raised high. Remaining life, 30 seconds, as the Cyclops sprinted a considerable distance. On the verge of exceeding the range of the crossbow, Jiang Tao commenced firing once again. Although the arrows lacked poison, provoking the giant was not an issue. Indeed, the next moment, the Cyclops pivoted, racing towards Jiang Tao. Naturally, Jiang Tao took advantage of the fallen stone pillars and walls, continuing their game of hide and seek. How infuriating! "Damn little pest. Come out and face me in a battle to the death." The dying Cyclops howled, wielding its massive axe, creating a vacuum around itself, illuminating the surroundings. Suddenly, a vivid red bubble appeared in Jiang Tao's line of sight. Friendly reminder: the Cyclops is about to unleash its fatal flying axe. A single strike will assuredly obliterate you. Even a graze will cleave you in twain. Please evade swiftly. What? A chill ran down Jiang Tao's spine as he turned without hesitation, activating his boar-like charge, darting behind several stone columns. The Cyclops, axe in hand, blood gushing from the gaping wound in its head, veins bulging ominously, unleashed its most potent strike of its life. As a scion of the great Titans, the Cyclops vowed to take its opponent down, even in death. Suddenly, a sphere of searing, radiant light emerged behind Jiang Tao, moving swiftly. That accursed heat rejuvenated the dying Cyclops. Kill! The Cyclops spun its body, roaring as it hurled its mightiest axe toward the radiant orb. Chapter 15. A resounding national fortune feedback. S-Class Titan Bloodline. The torch has been utterly destroyed, irreparable. Upon receiving the notification, Jiang Tao let out a long sigh of relief. As long as no one was harmed, that was all that mattered. Following this was a melodious chorus of congratulations. Congratulations on collaborating with your companions to successfully slay the elite F-Class creature, the Cyclops. Congratulations on breaching the 10th room, achieving the first clear of the Nightmare level challenge. This is a monumental accomplishment. In dimly lit chambers, the resonating voice once again sent shivers down their spines. Building announcement: Jiang Tao, Yang Mi, and Shun Sisi have achieved the first kill of the elite F-Class boss and the first clear of the Nightmare level challenge. As individual rewards, each of the 3 players receives a lucky draw. National Fortune feedback. Congratulations to all citizens of the Great Xia for unlocking 5 of their genes and receiving a baptism. The announcement echoed within the cube building as a voice notification, while in the real world, prominent subtitles flashed across television screens and public displays. Even more astonishing was the phenomenon observed by satellites. On this dark night, the Great Xia suddenly burst forth with myriad lights. On the streets, in alleys, and within residential buildings, every man, woman, and child felt a tremor as they were bathed in a surge of holy light, experiencing a profound sense of ease and liberation. Many awakened superpowers, able to ignite flames, freeze objects, or transform into mudstone beings. Numerous individuals diligently practicing the gene guidance technique felt an enlightening clarity and a surge of strength. Among them, a soldier in their ranks achieved a breakthrough. Extra, extra, tremendous news. Our compatriots Jiang Tao, Shun Cece, and Yang Mi not only safely cleared the 10th room, but also accomplished a milestone achievement. This night, the entire globe turned its attention to the Great Xia. The extraordinary events spread rapidly across the internet. In the Cold Country and Cherry Blossom Island, there were whispers of dismay. Jiang Tao had not perished? The once boastful netizens of the White Eagle Federation were now subdued. Some stubborn individuals protested. Ultimately, the strong forest still prevails. Indeed, that certain Eastern nation remains second. Quite commendable, yet they must practice further. The third comrades expressed. Are you referring to me? A few players from the A3 family also performed admirably, basking in their moment of pride. However, rational analyses emerged from netizens of the Gallic Rooster and Hans Cat. The strong forest faced difficulty levels, while Jiang Tao was in the nightmare realm. The disparity in results from both parties was evident. Furthermore, the Great Xia had undergone 2 rounds of feedback, unlocking genes and gaining the ability to cultivate. For now, they remained far ahead. Upon reaching this conclusion, many European netizens fell silent, their anxiety palpable. Once the epicenter of human civilization, guiding for centuries, could they now face defeat in this new era of evolution? Have we located Jiang Tao's immediate relatives? We must capture him and bring him back to our nation, or entice him through seduction and bribery. In any case, we must turn Jiang Tao into one of us. The game will not conclude upon his return in 10 days. This night was destined to be anything but tranquil. Players were equally astonished upon hearing the announcement. Young Mitu, Little Horse murmured this name, indicating that many celebrities had arrived. In the pursuit of creating a colossal entity that spans multiple domains, Little Pony exhibits an indomitable spirit. With a resolute determination, he declares, "Let us undertake the challenge of the 10th level." The triumph of Jiang Tao's team invigorates numerous players from Great Xia, spurring them to embrace the limits of their capabilities. In Sakura country, Riku Kawasaka meticulously polishes the curved blade of his samurai sword. Upon hearing the announcement, his cloth trembles. Jiang Tao? That name rings a bell. It is the second time he has encountered it today. The players from Great Xia are formidable, and tomorrow we shall confront an even more challenging room. By the flickering light of a campfire roasting a great gray wolf, the mighty giant stone strongman swings his arms, thicker than the average man's thigh, rallying his companions. As dusk settles over the temple, the swirling dust gradually descends, leaving behind the lifeless body of a one-eyed giant. How are you all faring? Jiang Tao glances at the damaged torch and retrieves a flammable stick from the wooden cabin, striking 2 flint stones together. He ignites the wood and races towards Yang Mi and Shen Cece. We're here. A broken wall stands as a backdrop, and a flicker of flame illuminates the scene, resembling a candle flickering in the wind. It is indeed Yang Mi, brandishing a torch, with a slightly pale Shen Cece beside her. Upon seeing the two safe, Jiang Tao exhales a sigh of relief. Once the trio reunites, they exchange glances and find excitement reflected in each other's eyes. The sizzling flames cast a glow, and as Jiang Tao's gaze meets Yang Mi's enchanting peach blossom eyes, an indescribable atmosphere of allure lingers between them. Yang Mi's delicate eyebrows tremble slightly, captivating his heart. At this moment, no one is watching the live stream. Jiang Tao suddenly leans closer to the charming Yang Mi, feigning nonchalance as he remarks, "Let me take a moment to bask in your luck." Yang Mi's cheeks flush, and she lets out a soft hum. Before Jiang Tao, a grand prize will materializes. Unsure of how to operate it, he follows the instructions and gently presses the red button at its center. Ding, the draw begins as the pointer spins. Mysterious prizes glide before his eyes. A human silhouette, a tree shape, an apple silhouette. Ultimately, the pointer halts at the silhouette of a slender beauty with coiled hair. Congratulations. You have drawn the eye of Medusa. A stunning violet eye descends from above, landing in Jiang Tao's palm. Medusa? He looks down to read. Eye of Medusa can be used as a material to create a super petrification control device. Alternatively, it may be integrated into the body to acquire the talent. Eye of Medusa, female only. The usage requirement is mental strength. Those with a lower mental capacity than the user may be petrified directly, while those stronger will be subject to a slowing spell. How shall I put it? While it is undeniably powerful, it feels somewhat superfluous for Jiang Tao. Sister me, Cici, what treasures have you acquired? As he turns to face them, a blinding golden light dazzles his eyes. Team Channel, congratulations to Yang Mi, blessed by the goddess of fortune, for drawing the S-rank Gene Potion Titan bloodline. No way. Can this even happen? Jiang Tao stands in astonishment. Yang Mi's exquisite visage is filled with innocence as she holds a gleaming golden vial. Even the Cyclops possesses merely a faint trace of Titan blood, yet she has fortuitously drawn the essence of a pure-blooded Titan. The Titan bloodline, derived from the ancient Titans of myth, symbolizes the very source of divinity and strength. Although this elixir is of pure lineage, it bears the curse of the gods, rendering its efficacy a mere one upon human consumption, with the vast majority sealed away. Method of ingestion: to be swallowed whole. Once consumed, one's power and physicality surge exponentially. If one does not falter along the way and follows the prescribed path, evolution to an S-class being is attainable. With such numerous debuffs and only a one effect, the potential to evolve into an S-class entity is remarkable. Previously, as a top-tier F-class, Jiang Tao could single-handedly confront dozens of warriors in close combat, displaying destructive prowess akin to that of a main battle tank. It is difficult to fathom the level of devastation an S-class being could unleash. Could one single-handedly annihilate a nation? Observing Jiang Tao's envious gaze, Yang Mi chuckled and sweetly inquired, "What have you drawn, young sir?" Jiang Tao grunted as he raised the Cyclops eye, speaking in a deep voice, the eye of Medusa. The torch's illumination was already subpar, yet suddenly a vividly lifelike eyeball appeared before them. Yang Mi, startled, retreated 2 steps in her moment of distraction. She stepped onto a sand dune and gasped as she nearly stumbled. "Be careful." In a flash, Jiang Tao swiftly grasped Yang Mi's delicate wrist. Such finesse, such smoothness, and such slenderness. This was Jiang Tao's immediate thought. The familiar sensation, a paragon of beauty. Ahem. Yang Mi let out a soft huff, casting him a sidelong glance before breaking free and regaining her footing. "Shishi, what did you draw?" Jiang Tao shifted the topic, turning his gaze to another companion. Suddenly, he felt a tremor in his body and rushed forward with urgency. Chapter 16, Mutation. The Little Horn, a Grand Bounty. "Shishi, what is the matter?" Jiang Tao rushed forward, enveloping the pale-faced Shun, Shishi, in his arms. Her blue school uniform was gradually stained crimson, and upon touching it, Jiang Tao felt the warmth of blood seeping through. Yang Mi, in a flurry, knelt down to assist Shun, Shishi, in unfastening the buttons of her uniform collar. "I just recalled, during our encounter with the Cyclops, some debris was flung our way. In the most perilous moment, Shishi pushed me aside. I thought she had evaded it as well." As the garment lay open, a stark white expanse of skin revealed a rusted metal shard deeply embedded in a vital area, blood gushing forth in a vivid scarlet stream. Oh, the poor child! To shield her companion, she valiantly suppressed her agony, exacerbating her wounds. A grievous injury to a vital spot and gradually succumbing to poison. A mere mortal would have perished long ago, yet this young maiden withstands it with her exceptional constitution. If the injury worsens before dawn, even the mightiest deity would be of no avail. Poison. Yang Mi brought the torch closer, and in its flickering light, Jiang Tao's gaze sharpened, clearly discerning the iron shard. "Mijia, did we previously acquire any healing items?" After a moment of hesitation, Yang Mi shook her head. "No, but for staunching the bleeding, we can temporarily use this." She extracted a sanitary napkin from her shelter. "That will suffice." Jiang Tao, without a moment's pause, extended his fingers to grasp a corner of the shard. With a slight exertion, he wrenched it free. "It hurts." Shun Shi, half conscious, let out a soft moan as a spurt of toxic blood erupted forth. Yang Mi hastily pressed the sanitary napkin against the wound. The source of the malevolence has vanished. Yet the injury continues to deteriorate. Seeing the notification, Jiang Tao furrowed his brow in distress. In this shrouded darkness, where could one possibly seek medical assistance? Though their time together had been brief, Jiang Tao held a deep admiration for Shun Shi. Indeed, it was affection, whether it was her vivaciousness that eclipsed her peers or her keen intellect. From a purely pragmatic perspective, her extraordinary talent had enabled him to achieve countless feats. Infinite synthesis. As they ventured further, her potential would only become more formidable, and they had only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg. With determination, Jiang Tao opened the chat channel. As the foremost player of the Great Xia, he was granted 3 additional Great Xia horns. Jiang Tao, everyone who possesses healing, anti-inflammatory medicines, or a medical kit. It is urgently needed. Prices are negotiable. As night fell, everyone was still reeling from the shock brought on by Jiang Tao. Once summoned, the chat erupted. What? The esteemed Jiang Tao is injured? It appears dire indeed. This is a nightmare challenge. I was paralyzed with fear when I faced difficulties. Jiang Tao is a beacon of hope for us and the entire nation. He cannot falter. In both public and private spheres, we must assist him. Great Master, I am a doctor. Fortuitously, I brought along a supply of antibiotics when I traversed here. I am a nurse. I have a box of bandages for staunching the bleeding. With 100,000 players in Great Xia, a multitude of talents emerged, their fervor deeply moving Jiang Tao. He is not a miser. He generously traded several chunks of wild boar meat and gifted some pure water. With these provisions alone, one could survive for 10 days. Such magnanimity from the big boss. We did not suffer any losses. As the doctor involved in the trade shared the pristine wild boar meat, more players were intrigued. Player Ding sure trades penicillin X1. Player Bayou trades 5 hemostatic bandages and a set of syringes. Upon receiving the items, Jiang Tao hurriedly attended to Shun Ci's wounds. The night in the temple was particularly ominous, as a yellow wind began to rise. The torches flickered precariously, and eerie howls echoed in the darkness. Jiang Tao, half embracing Shun Ci, furrowed his brow, a reminder from the rules. The night is exceptionally perilous. Let us set up the shelter first. Yang Mi nodded repeatedly. With a rustle, the warm little wooden cabin took root in the yellow sand, activating its energy core, radiating warmth and light. The previous ominous signs vanished in an instant. I will start the fire. The two did not enter the cabin. Yang Mi, somewhat clumsily and awkwardly, gathered logs together, her delicate hands laboriously striking 2 flint stones. With a crackle and spark, after much effort, she finally ignited the campfire. All right, you take care of Cici. I will roast some meat. A bit of charcoal smudged Yang Mi's exquisite features, rendering her slightly disheveled. Yet in Jiang Tao's eyes, she appeared 100 times more enchanting than when she first awakened. Body temperature normalized, injuries somewhat stabilized. In Jiang Tao's arms, Shun Cici struggled to open her crimson eyes. It hurts a bit. I want some water. Here, drink slowly. Upon seeing her regain consciousness, Jiang Tao was elated. He quickly produced a bottle of mineral water and offered it to Shun Cici. However, the girl only took a small sip before shaking her head weakly. Her injuries had not yet improved, and she could faint at any moment. Just as Jiang Tao's spirits were sinking, he received 2 private messages. Ruoyu. Hello, Jiang. I have awakened a talent for healing. Although my abilities are limited, I have managed to create a basic healing scroll. I hope it will be of use to you, Xiaomagu. Hero Jiang Tao. Our penguin team discovered a potion blueprint this afternoon. I hope it will be beneficial to you. Xiaomagu reached out to him. Ruoyu is another player Jiang Tao frequently encountered in chat, also among the top contenders. All right, thank you. Jiang Tao, of course, would not accept gifts without reciprocating. He gifted Ruoyu 100 portions of wild boar meat, 100 bottles of mineral water, and a rather fine dagger. Returning Xiao Maji's favor proved to be more challenging. After some thought, Jiang Tao decided to trade the black iron crossbow arrows from Shun Cici. In another room, upon receiving the crossbow arrows, Xiaomagu was overjoyed. Ha! With this, who could stand in my way? He had not anticipated such a significant reward from a mere gesture of friendship. Previously, Xiao Magu had ventured into the 10th level with a determination to face death. Now, he felt at least a 60% chance of success. Especially after testing the destructive power and range of the crossbow arrows, he laughed heartily. No wonder Jiang Tao had accomplished such feats. After Jiang Tao utilized a basic healing scroll, Shen Sisi finally regained a modicum of strength, her cheeks adorned with a hint of rosy color. "Thank you, brother," she murmured, struggling slightly in Jiang Tao's embrace, forcing a sweet smile that belied her condition. Observing the bubble above the lovely girl's head, Jiang Tao furrowed his brow. Weak state. Residual poison unpurged. If not thoroughly resolved within 3 days, the poison will infiltrate the heart and lungs, and even divine intervention may prove futile. Jiang Tao exhaled deeply, casting a hopeful glance at the gift from Little Ma. Basic detoxification potion. Require materials: Ice Spirit Grass X3, Blood Vine X2. First level Wood Element Spirit Crystal X1. Effect: capable of neutralizing most toxins below grade D. Each discipline has its specialty, as long as he can concoct the antidote. Sisi will be saved. Jiang Tao accessed the trading platform, posting a bounty for all 3 materials. The reward offered was substantial, enough to ensure a comfortable existence for 10 days and leave room for further negotiations. Ice Spirit Grass and Blood Vine appeared relatively easy to procure, but the most troublesome was indeed the Wood Element Spirit Crystal. First level, equivalent to an E-grade creature. This meant he would need to find it from an E-grade elite monster. Jiang Tao was aware of a certain location where it was guaranteed to be found: the human skin map treasure, the Ghost Forest, where the Wood Element Spirit Crystal would surely drop. With a stroke of luck, he might even find a second-level Spirit Crystal. Chapter 17. The Barbecue Feast, the Exchange of Spoils, and the Marksman Scroll. Once Shen Sisi's injury stabilized, she found herself cradled in Jiang Tao's arms, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she struggled to rise. "Brother, I feel better now." Affection level 20. Observing the numbers that appeared above her head, Jiang Tao felt a stir of emotion. This incident had garnered the approval of the beautiful maiden, thereby establishing trust within their team. Gurgle at that moment. A sound emanated from Shen Sisi's stomach, causing her to blush and stick out her tongue. The depletion of energy had been significant. Jiang Tao retrieved a leg of wild boar from the small cabin, grinning as he proclaimed, "In the vastness of the world, nothing is more important than a good meal. To celebrate our survival, let's host a barbecue feast tonight." "That sounds wonderful. In fact, I possess quite the culinary skills. Allow me to showcase them." Yang Mi joyfully produced several bags of seasonings and salt, all of which she had procured. In this entire building, only the fortunate Yang Mi could afford such extravagance. "Then I shall assist you by chopping some meat," Jiang Tao said as he took out a kitchen knife from the cabin, skillfully slicing the wild boar into small pieces and threading them onto skewers. "I'd like to help as well." Although Shen Sisi felt slightly better, she was simultaneously halted by both of them. Jiang Tao gently draped a blanket over her shoulders. "Your sole task now is to recuperate," he assured her. As Yang Mi brushed the skewers with seasoning, she teased, "Sisi, you helped me so much this afternoon. Now it's my turn to care for you." As your elder sister, to her surprise, a celebrity from the television was personally preparing a meal for her. Wrapped in the blanket and seated by the campfire, Shen Sisi felt a warm glow enveloping her, as if even her wounds had ceased to ache. During the culinary preparations, Jiang Tao's right hand occasionally brushed against Yang Mi's delicate fingers. Their fingertips inadvertently touched, akin to a spark of electricity, before they quickly withdrew. "Behold, the meat skewers are ready." Not long after, the meat was grilled to perfection. Jiang Tao, ravenous from hunger, unhesitatingly grabbed 6 skewers and devoured them. As the spicy, seasoned meat burst with flavor in his mouth, an overwhelming sense of satisfaction washed over him. "Delicious, isn't it?" Yang Mi couldn't help but chuckle at his hearty appetite, joining in by tasting a skewer herself. The moment the grilled meat touched her palate, her eyes widened in delight. "I have sampled many expensive delicacies, yet none have matched this level of satisfaction." Recognizing Shun Cece's need for nourishment due to her injuries, she too sampled a skewer and gave a thumbs up. Sister Mi's culinary skills are unparalleled. Good food deserves fine wine, though our current conditions are modest. Let us toast with water, believing that our future will only improve. Jiang Tao opened a natural water dispenser and filled 3 cups with boiled water. Clink cheers. In the dimly lit yellow sands of the desolate land, echoes of wails filled the air. Yet, the light emanating from the cabin and the warmth of the campfire elevated the trio's sense of happiness. As they reopened the chat channel, a flurry of panicked messages ensued. "I'm so hungry. It's so dark. Is there a kind soul who could send me a large bun? Everyone, be cautious. In the face of an inexplicable monster attack, one must seek refuge within the sanctuary. Even the most dilapidated wooden cabin offers greater security than the open expanse. Who could have imagined that just last night I reclined comfortably in a warm aquarium, savoring a sumptuous steak? Now, I find myself yearning to gnaw on my own thigh. Oh, if only I were paired with the formidable Jiang Tao. Even with the formidable Mimi as a teammate, I would be content." After the evaluation was completed, we indulged in a hearty meal. My goodness, what is that green-faced, toothy fiend? Help! My enclosure has been breached. The first night proved particularly arduous, with everyone lamenting their plight. After witnessing the chaos, Jiang Tao found the skewers to be more appetizing than ever. Shun Shishi picked up a skewer of wolf meat and chuckled. It seems we're the only ones enjoying the freedom of carnivorous delight, without a worry for hydration. Indeed, Jiang Tao's face was smeared with grease, and at his feet lay a small pile of iron skewers. Observing the 5 skewers at Yang Mi's feet, Jiang Tao exclaimed in astonishment, "Sister Mi, are you eating so little?" He had at least 10 times more than she did. "Yes, Sister Mi. Here you need not restrain your diet, right?" Shun Shishi wiped the grease from her mouth and let out a satisfied burp. She too had a considerable number of skewers at her feet. Yang Mi gently shook her head, taking a bite of an apple. "This is already tenfold what I usually consume." Seeing this, the two ceased their encouragement. Now, amidst this leisurely fruit indulgence, it seemed that only the illustrious Mimi enjoyed such privileges in the entire building. While relishing the delicacies, Jiang Tao suddenly recalled that Shishi had yet to make her lottery attempt. "You should hurry and give it a try. Perhaps you will draw something beneficial." "All right, I will give it a go." Shun Shishi curiously opened her attribute panel and clicked the button for the lucky roulette. Under the eager gazes of Jiang Tao and Yang Mi, Shun Shishi revealed a pale smile. She spread her hands, revealing a scroll resting in her palm. Jiang Tao focused intently. Archery Proficiency Talent Scroll. Upon use, one gains the sharpshooter talent, significantly enhancing vision, spirit, and concentration. With slight training, one can achieve a perfect hit, amplifying ranged attacks. Perhaps due to the formidable nature of the nightmare difficulty, the rewards we drew were all remarkably powerful. Jiang Tao retrieved the Eye of Medusa. Contemplating its usage, Shun Shishi, in a fragile state, listened quietly to the captain's arrangements, her weakened eyes blinking slowly. Yang Mi swayed the golden potion in her hand, her peach blossom eyes flickering with various thoughts. She was well aware of the importance of the Titan potion. However, even from the description, it was clear that usage would likely lead to muscle growth, resulting in a larger and less aesthetically pleasing physique. For someone who valued beauty above all, this was hardly appealing. Moreover, there were better options available. With a sidelong glance at Jiang Tao's youthful and vigorous form, she pondered for a moment before reaching a decision in her mind. She cast her vote. Judging by this lad's mysterious talents, the future returns would be substantial. Yang Mi flashed a captivating smile, swaying the potion toward Jiang Tao. "Brother Jiang, it seems our prizes have been swapped. I have no desire to become a giant. Rather, I am quite curious about the power of Medusa. Shall we exchange? It fits perfectly." Upon hearing the words of the fair maiden, Jiang Tao momentarily paused, struck by the stark contrast in prices that any discerning eye could discern. Noting Yang Mi's earnest demeanor, his expression turned solemn. Beside him, Shun Cece spoke up. "Brother, you are the captain and the cornerstone of our team. Only by strengthening yourself can you lead us to triumph. This matter bears significance for both the nation and our personal interests. Thus, we must judiciously utilize our resources. The sincerity in the counsel of the two women dispelled any reluctance within Jiang Tao. He placed the eye of Medusa into Yang Mi's delicate hands and accepted the golden elixir she offered. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through his heart as he felt her slender fingers teasingly brush against his palm, stirring a sense of longing within him. Jiang Tao lifted his gaze to observe Yang Mi, only to find her countenance as composed as ever. Ahem, thank you. I shall not betray your trust. Before the trio returned to their quaint wooden cabin for a respite, Jiang Tao took a moment to collect the remains of the Cyclops. Congratulations! You have acquired a black iron giant axe X1, an eye enhancement rune X1, and a sturdy giant tenon X1. Each of the spoils was commendable, particularly the axe, which boasted unparalleled quality, equivalent to 10 weapons of the same grade and possessing staggering destructive power. However, its usage conditions were exceedingly demanding due to its immense size. The eye enhancement rune, formed from the essence of the Cyclops, promised to significantly enhance one's vision and grant night vision capabilities. Why do I seem to be constantly entangled with matters of sight? Jiang Tao mused. The final item, the giant tendon, could be fashioned into a bow or crossbow. Which of you two desires it? As Shun Cece wobbled slightly, Jiang Tao steadied her, and together with Yang Mi, they made their way back to the wooden cabin. With a heavy thud, the door shut behind them, and the flames of the outdoor bonfire gradually dwindled. Within the cozy confines of the illuminated cabin, only Jiang Tao and the two women remained. Chapter 18. The Side Effects of Bloodline, the Enchanting Dami, and the Sleepless JK. To conserve energy, the trio constructed but a single shelter, which they graciously offered to Cece. Yang Mi immediately invoked the Eye of Medusa. As a beam of violet light descended into her right eye, her already beguiling peach blossom eyes radiated an unusual purple glow, resembling a swirling vortex that irresistibly drew one in. Cece received the badge-shaped rune and utilized it as well. As a magical rune surged into her eyes, the previously dull gaze sparkled with newfound vitality. After employing the archery specialization scroll, she seemed to feel considerably better. Observing this, Jiang Tao also partook of the Titan potion. No immediate sensation. After pouring the last drop of blood down his throat, Jiang Tao scratched his head. Yet in the next moment, his heart began to pound violently. His body gradually heated up, and strength surged through his veins like a relentless tide. The evolution of the bloodline appeared to be a gradual process. Everything that transpired today was utterly astonishing, and all three were weary. However, only 2 beds were available. Ladies first, of course. Cece was injured and had recently benefited from Dami's kindness. Jiang Tao cheerfully retrieved a few wooden planks leaning against the wall and laid them on the living room floor. He suggested that sleeping on the floor would be more comfortable, allowing him the freedom to roll around as he wished. Lying on the bed, Shin Cece felt a twinge of guilt. I'm sorry, brother. Once I recover, I'll share a bed with Sister Mi. Jiang Tao waved his hand dismissively. You should rest early. Before shutting down the core, Yang Mi lay on the sturdy wooden bed, murmuring, "This is the hardest bed I've ever slept on since birth." With a click, the energy was turned off, plunging the small cabin into darkness, save for a sliver of vigilance at the periphery. Today, everyone was utterly exhausted. Before long, soft snores filled the air. However, Jiang Tao, lying on the cold wooden planks, tossed and turned, his body surprisingly hot. Was this a side effect? In the darkness, Jiang Tao glanced at himself. A vigorous young gorilla, influenced by the Titan bloodline, restless within, and if not released, highly likely to damage his mind. Such a side effect. Jiang Tao thought to himself, this is bad. He held his breath and focused, silently chanting, if the heart is as clear as ice, the heavens shall not shake. After muttering for half an hour, his body and mind grew increasingly agitated, his heart pounding like a drum, and the wooden planks beneath him felt as though they might ignite. Sweat beaded on Jiang Tao's forehead, and his clothes became drenched. It felt akin to having a fever, and his mind began to cloud over. He needed to cool down. Otherwise, he would damage his mind. In the dimness, he shakily made his way to the natural water dispenser in the corner, trembling as he poured a large cup of water. He gulped it down, still feeling unsatisfied, and splashed some on his body. "Brother Jiang, what is wrong with you?" In the darkness, Dami's soft, worried voice reached him. Suddenly, Jiang Tao felt a thread snap in his mind. "Wait, Cece is still beside me. Sister me, you promised me." "What promise?" In a state of half-dream, half-awake, Dami found herself momentarily bewildered. However, there was no time for contemplation. "Let it be an investment," she decided, biting her crimson lip. "Oomph, this little rascal gets to benefit." A melodic sound drifted gently through the night, starting softly and rising to an exuberant crescendo. The musician, initially intent on remaining inconspicuous, succumbed to the allure of the moment, ultimately losing himself in the harmony of the universe, oblivious to the presence of another. In the dimness, a pair of haunting, scarlet eyes stared intently from the wooden bed across the room. The following day, after a night of thorough assimilation, Jiang Tao had fully digested the Titan bloodline. Feeling invigorated and enlightened, his strength surged, and, astonishingly, he had grown 10 centimeters taller. Even more remarkable was the chiseled musculature that had developed on his abdomen. Exhilarated, he stretched languidly upon rising. In the corner of the wooden cabin, Dami luxuriated in warm water as she washed herself, a privilege only they could afford amidst their circumstances. "Save water," Jiang Tao called out. "Mimi, don't waste the bath water," came Yang Mi's indignant retort. "Since we can produce so much, do you still wish to drink it?" Their banter roused the drowsy Shen Cece, who noted Dami's unusually brusque demeanor today, devoid of yesterday's aloofness. "You're awake? How's your wound?" Jiang Tao inquired, his gaze shifting to JK, only to be met with a startled expression. The beautiful girl's large eyes were flushed, harboring a hint of disdain. "Affinity -10. Already injured, awakened by last night's commotion, and lacking proper rest, she harbors a slight grudge against you." Feeling embarrassed by the notification, Jiang Tao hesitated as he attempted to assist in unwrapping the bandage, only to be met with a sharp glare from Shen Cece. "I can manage," she asserted. At that moment, having finished washing up, Yang Mi stepped out from behind. She had used some tree sap to cleanse her hair, which hung damp and unstyled, droplets cascading down her porcelain skin. The exquisite collarbone, the fair complexion, and the hint of mature allure between her brows captivated Jiang Tao, leaving him momentarily spellbound. Even the beautiful girl beside him was momentarily taken aback. Thump, thump, his heart raced with fervor. The blood still coursed hot in his veins. Noticing Jiang Tao's intense gaze, Yang Mi shot him a fierce look with her slightly flushed, peach blossom eyes. "You brute, you kept me up all night." Feeling guilty, Jiang Tao sheepishly rubbed his nose and retreated to the living room. Let me just collect the bathwater." In moments of awkwardness, one often pretends to be busy. "Sister, you are so beautiful, even more so than on television. And you possess a charming allure," Shun Cece remarked, though her expression was less than pleased. Yang Mi approached, her steps slightly peculiar, to tend to Shun Cece's wounds. As she unwrapped the dark bandage, her brow furrowed. The poison was still spreading. Suddenly, the mechanical notification sound echoed once more. "Good morning, esteemed players. Yesterday, a total of 252,000 players met with unfortunate elimination, leaving a remaining count of 748,000 players. The time is now 5:50 a.m. according to Blue Star time, and we anticipate the commencement of the live broadcast in 10 minutes, alongside the synchronization of bullet chat functions across various nations. We urge all players to prepare themselves for the dawn of a new adventurous day." A heartfelt reminder. As one progresses further, the difficulty of the rooms increases. Has 250,000 already perished? A heaviness settled in Jiang Tao's heart. In reality, have 25 million lives been lost? What a great xia. Currently, communication across the world channel remains severed, leaving players oblivious to the circumstances abroad. Upon opening the Great Xia channel, Jiang Tao discovered that over 10,000 had perished overnight. "Alas, I fainted from hunger last night, and a monstrous creature crept in. Had I not pierced it with my spear, you would not see me here today." The game rules ring true. Nights are perilous. Today, I must sacrifice everything to repair the shelter. I am parched. Since my arrival, I have not had a drop to drink. A human can survive without water for a maximum of 3 days, and with 9 days remaining, how shall I endure? In the chat group, wails of despair echoed. The majority of players teeter on the brink of death. Jiang Tao sighed deeply. He is not a demon. The enthusiastic assistance of many last night warmed his heart. Let this be a contribution to the nation, saving as many lives as possible. The water dispenser can produce 100 liters of water daily, equivalent to 200 gene. This is more than sufficient for 3 individuals. Jiang Tao divided the 50 liters into numerous portions and placed them on the platform. Each person is limited to purchasing 1 bottle, which can be traded for 1 piece of wood or 1 piece of iron, along with other basic materials. Essentially, any normal player should be able to gather the required resources. Chapter 19. The National Bullet Screen feature, New Talent, Titan's Might. Jiang Tao utilized a loudspeaker. Everyone, a new dawn is upon us. Considering the dehydration symptoms many are experiencing, I have stocked a batch of affordable water for those in need. Early in the morning, everyone was roused from their slumber. Upon seeing the price, a frenzy ensued. Oh my goodness! Hurry, Jiang Tao has released a boon. Just a piece of wood in exchange for life-saving water? Enough said. From now on, you shall be my deity. Upon my return, I must treat you to a meal. Thank you, great benefactor. Please extend my gratitude to my parents as well. Ryu, thumbs up emoji. You are truly commendable. Xiao Ma Ge, young hero. Your remarkable deed has salvaged thousands of families. No more talk. When I return, I shall bestow upon you 10 million penguin coins, a coveted penguin account, and eternal membership. Xiao Ma Ge could scarcely fathom the heights of Jiang Tao's reputation upon his return. Great benefactor, is there any left? I don't even possess a piece of wood. Indeed, the 3 of us are holed up in the second room, devoid of water and resources. Our lips are parched. In truth, the situation was far more dire than Jiang Tao had anticipated. Many had not gathered even a single strand of hair. Had it not been for the prolonged stay in one room, they would not have moved at all due to the peril. Jiang Tao sighed deeply. He cast his gaze toward the bucket of water used by the lovely Mimi for her morning bath. Somewhat murky, non-toxic, potable for players trapped in the desert. It is akin to heavenly dew. Wait, what do you intend to do? Who told me to be kind? Transaction platform notification. Jiang Tao has freely listed imperfect water, non-toxic, x 1,000 portions. Free. These 2 words instantly ignited the chat group. Oh my heavens, this is the true essence of a hero. Upon my return, I shall erect a shrine in your honor. In the span of merely 1 minute, 1,000 portions of water were snatched up. The crowd flooded the screen with messages, reverently adoring Jiang Tao. As someone gazed at the somewhat murky water in hand, they posed a profound question. Dear sir, is this river water? Cough, cough. Jiang Tao clarified, it's bath water, but rest assured, it is non-toxic and harmless. It won't cause any stomach issues. Bath water? That sounds a bit off-putting, yet in reality, it is much cleaner than many sources in nature. With thirst gnawing at us, who can afford to be picky? Some players drank directly from it. Wait, I recall Jiang Tao's team includes the lovely Mimi and a JK beauty, the holy water of a beauty. This is worth a fortune. Great benefactor. May I boldly inquire, whose bath water is this? Overwhelmed by questions, Jiang Tao candidly replied, it belongs to Mimi. She is quite particular about cleanliness. Boom! In an instant, the channel erupted. Oh my, so is Mimi's bath water. Why didn't you say so sooner? A true treasure. I am willing to trade 3 bottles of pure water for just 1 bottle of bath water. No deceit here. To save my starving compatriots, I am willing to contribute 3 loaves of bread for a bottle of water. Jiang Tao observed the flurry of messages, utterly bewildered. Is everyone feeling so overwhelmed? It turns out you're using my bathwater for charity. After helping Shin Cici dress her wounds, Dami shot a glare at Jiang Tao. Observing the disdain in the eyes of the 2 beauties, Jiang Tao awkwardly explained, I am contributing to the nation as well. Dami cast a playful glance at him. Without uttering a word, she produced 2 fire sticks and began to strike them together. Aren't you going to fetch the firewood? Hurry and finish eating so we can help Cece heal. Jiang Tao eagerly rushed to assist in lighting the fire. For breakfast, Yang Mi prepared a simple dish of grilled pork ribs. She and Cece did not eat much, finishing off the remaining apple from yesterday. After a night of fierce battles, combined with bloodline evolution, Jiang Tao's physique had grown and his appetite had doubled. He consumed 10 or so ribs by himself, leaving Dammy Mi's hands sore from flipping them over on the grill. Eat, eat, you'll burst. Yang Mi rolled her eyes while tending to the ribs. No wonder he has such strength. Haha, the more you eat, the stronger you become. Jiang Tao stole a glance at his status panel, noticing several changes. Level: high tier F grade being, bloodline, Titan new talent, Titan's might, strength 3 times, activates bloodline power, can transform into a 5-meter tall Titan form, significantly enhancing all attributes for 5 minutes, but with a side effect of 1 hour of weakness. Can be rapidly restored through nutritional supplementation. As they enjoyed their breakfast, the live broadcast unexpectedly resumed. Click. Hundreds of thousands of live stream windows opened simultaneously across different platforms. Quick, see how many players were eliminated last night. The statistics revealed that tens of thousands had perished in their sleep. A gasp echoed as the data was revealed. Over 80,000 players had died in one night. The dangers of the night were evident, compelling players to fortify their shelters. Strangely, many live streams from Daxia were expressing gratitude towards Jiang Tao. What had he done? Observers noted that players clinging to life were excitedly drinking water while repeatedly mentioning Jiang Tao's name. It wasn't until one player communicated with their teammate, revealing that Jiang Tao was selling water at a low price, even giving it away for free, that everyone suddenly understood. Thank you for saving our family. In a time of scarce resources, Jiang Tao's noble act showcased his pure heart. In an instant, praises for him flooded in. However, soon after, players cautiously sipped the murky water, puzzled. This was, after all, Dammy Mi's bathwater. Best to conserve it. Until one player muttered to themselves, causing a stir among the audience. Wait, is this really how it works? When they flocked to Jiang Tao's live stream, they noticed he had grown significantly taller and more robust overnight. At that moment, a striking red message scrolled across all live streams. Daxia Sakura Island White Eagle Federation announcement. Dear players, do not worry, your families have been taken care of, and the whole nation is watching over you. Please listen attentively to the forthcoming words, a simple method for extracting pure water. The barrage transformed into a mechanical voice, resonating in the ears of all players, who perked up, listening intently. In conclusion, gratitude is extended to Jiang Tao for his contributions to the nation. 9 days later, all heroes are welcome to return. As the barrage was sent, in a command room filled with computers, the team leader let out a long sigh of relief. After a night of research, various nations discovered how to launch barges. With the acquisition of numerous fundamental survival materials, player survival rates were poised to increase significantly. As the hour grew late, let us set out early. Jiang Tao retracted his gaze, gesturing slightly to retract the small wooden cabin. Hold on, I'll assist you, Yang Mi tenderly offered to Shun Cece, especially after the second black crossbow had been given to Little Ma. Jiang Tao then presented the giant tendons, along with wood and iron materials he had collected the previous day. Synthesize. With a flash of white light, a crossbow appeared in his hands, noticeably larger than before. Heavy crossbow, crafted from high-grade black iron, a premium among black crossbows, with a range of 1,000 meters. A full-force shot can threaten E-class creatures. Fortune smiled upon him, as he had produced a remarkable item. Jiang Tao's eyes sparkled as he handed it to Shun Cece, his gaze sweeping across the surrounding pathways. Chapter 20, Spiritual Flora. The earth fruit tree in the bustling live stream room. What transpired last night? Above, an empty expanse, a gentle admonition to refrain from futile efforts. Below lies a cavern inhabited by diminutive earth gnomes, safeguarding their meager stores. They pose little threat but yield scant rewards. To the left, a challenging area riddled with laser traps, concealing an iron chest at its heart. To the right, another arduous cavern devoid of treasure chests, yet home to a verdant plantation. Among its treasures is a rare spiritual plant, the earth fruit tree, which, when transplanted to one's sanctuary, produces ample sustenance sufficient to nourish 20 individuals daily. However, caution is warranted. A troop of 10 cunning demon apes occupies this precious flora, armed with stones and a mischievous disposition. Ahead lies a nightmarish level, suffused with toxic gas. Inhale even a trace, and death is imminent. Surmount this peril, and a bronze chest awaits as reward. Behind, one encounters a modest chamber, lacking in resources. What fortuitous fortune to awaken to such prospects this morning, particularly the nightmare chamber, though its challenges are formidable. The team's resilience lies solely in their black iron helmets, while Yang Mi and Shun Sisi find themselves in a precarious situation. Such rooms will undoubtedly proliferate. It seems imperative to procure helmets or gas masks. After a moment's reflection, Jiang Tao resolved, "Let us proceed to the right." The passage through the dilapidated temple is relatively straightforward, marked by a magical portal depicted on the walls. A mere touch of the palm reveals a shimmering veil of light. Were others to undertake this journey, locating the portal alone would consume considerable time. Opposite them, 10 monkeys await. A stealthy ambush with crossbow bolts should suffice to eliminate the majority. Jiang Tao secured his white spear and displayed the crossbow bolts in his hand. "Fear not, I shall not hinder your progress." With Yang Mi's assistance, Shun Sisi rose with a light-hearted giggle, brandishing the powerful crossbow. Whoosh! As they passed through the luminous membrane, a verdant panorama unfolded before them. Surrounding them were melodious birds and fragrant blossoms, as if they had descended into a bountiful orchard. The trees bore an abundance of fruits, apples, fragrant pears, and more. "I adore fruits," Yang Mi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Yet the delightful reverie was abruptly interrupted by a cacophony of chattering from the thickets. Black monkeys emerged, resembling their gorilla kin, clutching partially devoured fruits and glaring defiantly at the intruders. Some poised to hurl their findings. Swift as the monkeys, arrows flew forth. After consuming the Titan potion, Jiang Tao's vision sharpened significantly, complemented by Shun Sisi's innate marksmanship. United in their assault, the duo swiftly dispatched the 10 black monkeys. "Sister Me, we may now harvest the fruits." Jiang Tao sheathed his crossbow and grinned confidently at Yang Mi. "Allow me to accompany Sisi as we seek out the fruits." After the pressures of yesterday, the transition into such a picturesque orchard lifted their spirits considerably. Following the guidance, Jiang Tao located the magnificent centerpiece, a towering tree, over 2 meters high and robust enough for 4 adults to encircle. Above, the brown fruits resembling dough hung enticingly, exuding an alluring aroma. Name: Earth Fruit Tree. Quality: Black Iron Level. Effect: Produces 200 earth fruits daily, replenishing vitality. One can satiate an adult's hunger, but requires fertilization and watering. At least there is no need to worry about hunger, especially after having consumed an abundance of meat, which had begun to feel quite monotonous. Jiang Tao picked up a shovel from yesterday's findings and began to dig with great effort. "Brother, what are you doing?" Shun Sisi and Yang Mi were naturally drawn over, and upon his explanation, their eyes brightened as they stepped forward to assist. Of course, one was a renowned star untouched by manual labor, while the other bore an injury. Thus, the 2 ladies could only play the role of cheerleaders. After Jiang Tao exerted considerable effort to transplant the tree into the small cabin, a warning suddenly appeared. "Attention! The shelter's capacity is limited. To establish a vegetable garden and cultivate more plants, please upgrade to medium wooden cabin. Upgrade requirements: Tier 1 Energy Core Spirit Crystal X1. Wood X500, Iron Blocks X100, Silver Blocks X20, Gold Blocks X10. The core posed a bit of challenge. Jiang Tao frowned. The other conditions were manageable. It was merely the gold that he had yet to gather. Recalling the dire situation from the previous night, he accessed the trading channel, listing 10 pieces of wolf meat, aiming for 10 gold coins in exchange. Jiang Tao is offering benefits again. Seriously? 1 gold for a piece of meat? That's outrageous. Out there, it could buy hundreds of pounds. The chatter echoed, questioning whether the market price was influenced by environmental factors. "You don't want it? Perfect for breakfast then. In no time, the 10 pieces of wolf meat were snatched up eagerly. Moreover, Jiang Tao unexpectedly received a delightful notification. Transaction successful. You have obtained Ice Spirit Grass X3. Now only the blood vine and with spirit crystal remained. Glancing at Shun Cc's still pale face, she forced a smile, not wishing to burden the two with her worries. At that moment, Yang Mi descended from the fruit tree, carrying a pile of full buckets, proudly shaking a large pear in her hand. Guess how much fruit I picked? How much? Jiang Tao raised an eyebrow. Yang Mi clicked on her panel and shared the harvest screenshot in the team channel. Total harvest: apples X20, pears X10, bananas X20, oranges X50. These fruits would suffice for the next 9 days. Were it not for the limited space in the cabin, Jiang Tao would have considered transplanting the fruit tree. However, the trio would not waste a single resource. Jiang Tao collected from the 10 black monkeys. Obtained monkey wine X1, black shirt set X3, monkey poison X1. What caught Jiang Tao's utmost attention was the small vial of monkey wine. Consuming it would double his energy for 2 hours. With this, would he be able to challenge the Ghost Forest? The final boss was a formidable E-class elite monster. Jiang Tao carefully stored the monkey wine, believing he needed to practice further. The monkey's venom proved to be remarkably potent, as he had previously consumed the benefits of poison. The final ensemble consisted of an entirely black, plush outfit. When donned, it bore a striking resemblance to a monkey from a distance. Although its appearance was less than pristine, its quality was commendable. It was impervious to blades and resistant to fire. After yesterday's adventure, the garments of the three were already tattered. Jiang Tao, unfazed, promptly changed in a long trousers and boots. He was also clad in a piece of leather armor. Shortly thereafter, Shun Cici entered the small wooden cabin to change into her own attire. Meanwhile, Yang Mi clutched her faded lapis lazuli ceremonial dress, resolutely shaking her head. As a superstar, she cherished her image, a sentiment Jiang Tao could certainly comprehend. Thank you for your hard work. Which direction shall we proceed next? After gathering all necessary items, Yang Mi took a sip from a bottle of mineral water before casually passing it to Jiang Tao. He accepted it with utmost ease, gulping down the remaining contents before returning the bottle to the small cabin. As Jiang Tao surveyed the other passages, accompanied by his 2 beautiful teammates, to challenge the 12th room, millions of viewers erupted in excitement. Question: how can we ascertain whether the two have engaged in a relationship behind the scenes? Scandalous news is always in demand, especially when one is a household name and the other a recently emerged global sensation. Many delight in stirring romantic speculation. A seemingly innocuous interaction between them instantly flooded the live chat with comments. Of course, they wouldn't mind sharing a meal together. My goodness, they just met yesterday, didn't they? Initially, there was a palpable distance, a sense of unfamiliarity after we logged off last night. What on earth transpired? What a scandal. It was anticipated, yet unexpected. I just didn't expect it to happen so swiftly. I am eager to know Lu Xiao's thoughts on this. Among the millions of viewers, Lu Xiao was indeed present. What else could he think? Gazing at the screen, where the radiant, youthful Yang Mi appeared, her smile enchanting, he clenched his fists, his eyes reddening as he fixated on a live broadcast. Beside him, his secretary sneaked a glance, only to notice an unusual green glow emanating from his head. Chapter 21. The adventures of players from various nations. As Jiang Tao and his 2 companions embarked on their exploration, other players remained equally engaged. Most players from the Han Kingdom explored only a few rooms, exhibiting a rather cautious approach. Among them, the swiftest, Jin Xian, managed to conquer merely the 8th room. Upon traversing a luminous barrier, a silver treasure chest was unexpectedly revealed in the new chamber. In an instant, Jin Xian was overwhelmed with trepidation and decisively retreated. Appa, a silver treasure chest. The Han Kingdom's live broadcast erupted in excitement, and even in the streams of Jiang Tao and others, messages flooded in. The sight of people reveling in their moment of triumph sparked annoyance among others. Do not get too complacent. It is well known that within the building, danger and opportunity coexist. The fact that your Jin Xian can escape unscathed is already quite remarkable. Your envy is palpable. If Jiang Tao can uncover a silver chest, why not our Appa? It is widely acknowledged that the Han Kingdom, as one of the 5 major powers on YouTube, holds significant sway in discourse, engaging in verbal battles with other nations. Yet, despite their bravado, Jin Xian remained paralyzed by fear, unable to advance. I merely hoped to survive for 10 days. How could I stumble upon such a high-level chest? Jin Xian, gripping his shovel, bore a look of sheer dread. However, stagnation was not a viable option. Jin Xian attempted to toss a wooden plank to trigger a mechanism. After over 10 minutes of cautious investigation, he found no sign of any traps within the room. Could it be that he had truly encountered good fortune? The Han Kingdom's netizens were in a frenzy, urging him onward. Go, open the treasure and flee. Even as they noticed Jin Xian hesitating, contemplating abandoning the chest to move to the second room, the Han Kingdom's officials grew anxious. Jin Xian, behind you stands the entire nation. Be brave and open the chest. Your parents await your return at home. This rallying cry resonated with all players from the Han Kingdom. Momentarily stunned, Jin Xian pondered the weight of the nation's gaze upon him. With a resolute determination, he pressed on. With the encouragement of the barrage of messages, Jin Xian endeavored to investigate every potential threat in the room, given the present circumstances. The messages were limited. Thereafter, the task of opening the chest rested solely upon him. Gulp! Jin Xian nervously swallowed. Currently, 1 billion viewers were tuned in, eagerly anticipating the unveiling of the treasure. With trembling hands, he opened the chest, and a dazzling silver light burst forth. Look, what treasures lie within. Is it a gene potion? As the audience speculated, suddenly darkness enveloped his vision. Seizing the opportunity, while Jin Xian was blinded, the silver chest transformed into a gaping maw, its ivory fangs sinking into the obscured head of Jin Xian. Boom! A headless corpse fell within the chamber. A crimson message streaked across the live broadcast. Jin Xian has tragically been slain by the treasure chest monster. Punishment has been enacted. In an instant, with the closure of the live stream, millions of viewers from the Han Kingdom were left in tears. Is this truly how the game operates? The Han Kingdom's officials felt a heavy weight in their hearts. Their strongest player had perished. They lagged far behind neighboring nations. Behold our youthful sword saint. At this, the viewers from Sakura Island erupted. It was then that Nichikawa Gangsaka encountered Goblin. More importantly, after vanquishing the Goblin, they acquired a tattered map, triggering a C-grade quest. Following the map's guidance, they set forth towards a mysterious Goblin lair. Meanwhile, the much-anticipated giant stone stronghold, invigorated by newfound abilities, charged ahead with even greater determination. After a day fraught with anxiety, players felt the exhilaration of possessing extraordinary strength, stirring their subjective resolve. Jiang Tao, naturally unwilling to be outdone, spent the morning exploring 5 chambers according to the clues provided. When lunchtime arrived, Jiang Tao harvested several earth fruits, while Yami assisted in lighting a fire to toast bread. Although they intended for Shi to rest, she stubbornly helped by slicing meat, placing the tender morsels between 2 fragrant slices of toasted bread. With a satisfying crunch, Jiang Tao devoured half a sandwich in one bite. Delicious. Regrettably, he nearly choked on the cheese. Consuming 3 sandwiches in quick succession, Jiang Tao praised Yami's culinary skills. The trio sat together in the humble wooden cabin, relishing their bread while gazing out at the picturesque fields beyond. In contrast to the tension and hunger of other players, the audience might have mistaken their gathering for a leisurely vacation. Jiang Tao managed to consume the lion's share of lunch, while Yang Mi indulged a bit more. However, Shen Shishi's appetite dwindled increasingly. After a morning of toil, her condition deteriorated. Spotting the bubble above JK's head, Jiang Tao felt a weight settle in his chest. If they were unable to find the wood element spirit crystal, they would have to venture into the ghost forest by tomorrow evening at the latest. With the monkey wine, their strength could enhance once more, perhaps enabling them to vanquish the mother tree of the ghosts. Once they finished eating and rested for a while, the trio prepared to depart. Jiang Tao surveyed their surroundings. Ahead lies a common room, concealing a dilapidated wooden chest, possibly containing some essential supplies. Behind them is a challenging encounter, with a famished top-tier F-grade creature, the donkey-headed wolf, prowling. Within the room, a black iron treasure chest awaits. Above them is a pool of lava. It is advisable to avoid such peril. Below lies an expansive ocean, if equipped with diving gear. One could gather a wealth of marine produce. To the left is a common room, where 3 small goblins rest, guarding a rickety wooden chest. To the right, a desert region presents a challenging quest to find an exit. Such diverse terrains? Jiang Tao raised an eyebrow. Realizing the necessity of preparing equipment suited for unique landscapes in the future. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately chose the direction behind them. Given his current strength and the element of surprise, dealing with a top-tier F-grade creature should pose no problem. As the saying goes, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Jiang Tao shared the intelligence regarding their rear with the 2 women. I concur we should finish off the wolf meat, as I am eager to try new fare. Shun, she smiled broadly. The donkey-headed wolf? What manner of beast is that? Yami queried, gripping her slender sword with a hint of hesitation. Once a decision was reached, Jiang Tao wasted no time. After synthesizing 30 crossbow bolts anew, he grasped his white spear and stepped through the shimmering barrier. Before his eyes unfolded a familiar cavern, and the moment he appeared, a creature resembling a bear, towering over a meter in height, with a hefty frame and the head of a donkey, abruptly turned to face him. A pair of emerald eyes fixated intently on Jiang Tao and the 2 women accompanying him. With a ferocious roar, the donkey-headed wolf lunged forward, intent on seizing Jiang Tao by the throat. In an instant, Jiang Tao raised his hand and unleashed a rapid volley. But even swifter was Shun Sisi. Her powerful crossbow bolt struck precisely into the right eye of the donkey-headed wolf. Blinded in one eye, the creature screeched in pain, abruptly halting its advance and turning to flee. However, Jiang Tao's ordinary arrows only inflicted minor wounds, many of which the cunning beast deftly evaded. Its agility and the inherent vitality of a high-tier F creature rendered it particularly formidable, a challenge for any ordinary person. Shun Sisi's sharpshooter talent instilled a palpable fear in the donkey-headed wolf. After being struck in a critical area of its right leg, the creature let out a furious roar and, in a desperate act, charged towards her. How audacious! Jiang Tao sheathed his crossbow and brandished his white spear, stepping forward to confront it. Be careful, Xiao Tao, Yang Mi called out anxiously from behind, as a flash of purple light flickered in her right eye. The once menacing donkey-headed wolf momentarily staggered, caught in a daze. Take advantage of its vulnerability. Aim for the right flank, where its heart lies. A bold red mark appeared on the creature's body in Jiang Tao's vision. With a surge of determination, he roared and thrust his spear fiercely into the indicated spot. The wolf's hide was tough, yet it could not withstand Jiang Tao's titanic strength. With a resounding thrust, he pierced through it. The donkey-headed wolf was jolted awake by the excruciating pain and, with a final, anguished cry, succumbed to its fate. Well done, Jiang Tao exclaimed, withdrawing his white spear and giving Yami a hearty thumbs up. Chapter 22. The Bounty of the Donkey-Headed Wolf and the New Treasure Map. Miya, the chest is entrusted to you. After dealing with the donkey-headed wolf, Jiang Tao cast a glance at the iron chest, confirming there were no traps. He nodded at Yangmi. Well, this creature is now your responsibility. After assisting Shun Sisi to sit down, Yangmi cautiously approached the treasure chest. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and opened the chest. Acquired level 1 Spirit Crystal X1, Fragmented Map Piece X1. Upon hearing the notification, Jiang Tao was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed in delight, Mijia, you're incredible. You managed to open this. He had never seen anyone on the Daxia channel obtain such a high-level spirit crystal. Now, all the materials for the medium-sized wooden house were gathered. Without delay, Jiang Tao summoned the small wooden house on site, clicked on all the materials, and confirmed the upgrade. As the small wooden house ascended with a beam of white light, the area of the shelter suddenly expanded more than threefold, transforming into a 2-story country villa, alongside an enlarged surrounding field. The once cramped fruit trees now had ample space to flourish. It appeared that there was room to plant 2 or 3 spirit herbs in the courtyard. Most importantly, the original wooden fence had morphed into a sturdy enclosure made of cylindrical wood. The flimsy wooden door had transformed into a robust, thick wooden barrier, enhancing the safety factor by 5 times. Even the initial 2 beds had increased to 4. The second floor also featured an additional storage room for meat, tools, and more. After surveying the changes to the shelter, Jiang Tao remarked, "No more sleeping on wooden planks tonight." Upon hearing this, the corners of the 2 women's mouths unexpectedly curled in disdain. "Who didn't he know that you sneak in a bed in the dead of night?" "Xiao Tao, come take a look. This map seems intriguing. Yesterday, it was little brother. Today, it's Xiao Tao Tao." Yang Mi now spoke to Jiang Tao with an air of authority, exuding confidence. Yet, he had no retort, smiling as he walked over to take the map. "Let me see. Mijia, how come you often find maps?" With a proud expression, Yang Mi replied, "I'm just lucky." Jiang Tao focused on the map, which depicted 4 rooms, the last one illustrating a fountain and a peculiar large spider. "You truly have remarkable luck. You found another treasure map. Upon using it, after passing through 3 rooms, you will arrive at the nightmare room, the spider's lair. This is an E-class human-faced spider that has just laid eggs and is currently in a weakened state. Moreover, within her lair lies a natural spring. Acquiring it will provide your shelter with a continuous supply of fresh water. Beside the spring, there are numerous spirit herbs, including the blood vine you have long desired." Blood vine? Hot spring? Upon seeing these 2 terms, Jiang Tao's gaze was riveted. "What do you think? Is there a spider in the last room? Should we avoid it?" Yang Mi, assuming she had anticipated the danger, was feeling quite pleased. After tucking the map away, Jiang Tao chuckled. "Inside is a treasure chamber. Just the materials Cece needs. Let us tidy up and head over." "Ah," this Yang Mi shivered slightly, her delicate shoulders trembling as she said, "I have an intense aversion to insects. You must stand in front of me when the time comes." "Of course," Jiang Tao replied confidently. He then approached the donkey-headed wolf, crouched down, and began to collect. "You have obtained donkey head meat X 500, donkey head skin X1, donkey treasure X1, a Jiao blood recovery potion X10, wolfskin shoes X1. The unique nature of the donkey-headed wolf seemed to yield particularly extraordinary treasures. Jiang Tao clicked to view the details. Donkey head meat, the flesh of the special creature. The donkey-headed wolf is imbued with unique nutrients. Consuming it invigorates one's blood and promotes evolution, especially beneficial for reproduction, proving remarkably effective. Donkey head skin, infused with magical properties. When paired with appropriate blueprints, it can be crafted into a magical cloak. A Jiao blood recovery potion. This potion condenses the essence of the donkey-headed wolf's blood. Upon consumption, it restores half of one's health, particularly effective for those who have lost blood, are severely injured, or female players. In critical moments, it is a lifesaver. Wolfskin shoes. Wearing these grants a speed increase of 10. They also conserve energy when traversing challenging terrains. The most noteworthy treasure, however, was the round, dark object, roughly the size of fist. Donkey treasure. This item is formed from the life essence of the donkey-headed wolf, a potent restorative. However, due to its potency, ordinary individuals risk severe consequences if consumed directly. It is best to neutralize it through certain means. "Honey, Shishi, come over and take a look." Jiang Tao hastily called the 2 women over, presenting them with 10 bottles of a Jiao blood recovery potion. Yang Mi grimaced at the sight of the dark red liquid inside the bottles, initially expressing her distaste. However, after reading the description, her expression brightened. Meanwhile, Shen Shi had recently suffered significant blood loss. The 2 women did not hesitate, downing several bottles. After drinking, Yang Mi's fatigue from the previous night's worries dissipated, leaving her noticeably revitalized. Shen Shi experienced the most significant transformation. Her complexion blossomed, and she could move unaided, running and climbing with ease. "This is truly remarkable. Honey, why didn't you drink a few more bottles?" Shen Shi inquired after finishing yet another bottle, glancing at the 4 empty ones at her feet, while Yang Mi had only consumed 1. "It's too potent. Take your time with it." "Besai, CC, your injuries require it more," Yang Mi replied with a radiant smile. Hearing this warmed Shishi's heart. How could one ever have too much of such a wonderful item? She knew that Yang Mi was looking out for her. After reviewing the other loot, both women agreed to concentrate their resources on strengthening Jiang Tao. As the backbone of the team, he served as their strongest spear and hardest shield, enduring the fiercest attacks. Seeing this, Jiang Tao did not hesitate. He first donned the wolfskin shoes. All right, I shall also try the donkey treasure. Given my current constitution, I can certainly withstand its energy. Jiang Tao confidently lifted the dark, spherical treasure, patting his chest assuredly. Just remember not to overexert yourself if you can't handle it. Yang Mi cautioned, biting her lip in concern. Jiang Tao met her gaze with a reassuring look, indicating she need not worry. Are you not yet aware? After consuming the Titan elixir last night, I felt as though my body had been completely drained, leaving me in dire need of various restorative substances. The arrival of the donkey treasure was perfectly timed. Shin nodded gently, gripping her crossbow, and stepped outside the wooden cabin, smiling as she said, "Then, brother, you eat first. I shall keep watch for you." "Very well," Jiang Tao replied as he entered the considerably spacious living room, sitting cross-legged upon the sturdy wooden floor. Like indulging in sweet potatoes, he cradled the donkey treasure and consumed it piece by piece. Its taste was somewhat astringent, reminiscent of white meat. With each morsel he ingested, steam rose from his head as if it were boiling water. His muscles turned crimson, swelling impressively. Once he had finished, Yang Mi exclaimed, "Your face is so red." Jiang Tao exhaled a heavy breath, closing his eyes to savor the surging vitality coursing through his veins. 10 minutes later, as his energy stabilized, a layer of black mud enveloped him. He felt as if he had undergone a cleansing ritual, experiencing a wave of relaxation and renewed vigor. Congratulations on evolving to the pinnacle of F-grade beings, taking another step toward a superhuman path. This power, if returned to reality, would be akin to that of Captain America, Jiang Tao mused, shaking his head. He glanced down at the grime covering him and rose to fetch a bucket of water from the dispenser, rinsing himself off. Yang Mi, watching, called out with a hint of concern, "Didn't you say this morning not to waste water? Rest assured, once we breach the Spider Queen's lair, we need not worry about water resources," Jiang Tao replied while rinsing. "Are you perhaps suggesting we wash together? Hurry up and finish so we can continue our journey. We mustn't delay again." Chapter 23. The Rare Treasure Chest Monster, Jiang Tao's Backlash, and the Closed Live Stream. If you wish to avoid the appearance of a hedgehog, refrain from advancing further. The path ahead is fraught with lasers. In the rear cavern, a troop of diminutive goblins has unearthed numerous traps. At the end of the cave lies a bronze treasure chest, yet the peril is substantial. To the left stands a thatched cottage. A thorough search may yield some basic supplies. To the right is a challenging chamber, within which resides a silver treasure chest, devoid of any traps. Surprising, isn't it? But take heed, it is merely a rare treasure chest monster in disguise. Should you manage to vanquish it, you shall acquire exceedingly rare materials to strengthen your sanctuary. The upper area is rather mundane, yielding minimal rewards. Beneath lies a spacious limestone cave, capable of yielding some stone materials, but little else. Contemplating the prompts before him, Jiang Tao pondered for a moment before stowing away the map. Ultimately, he chose the right path. The sanctuary is foundational, and he had yet to encounter such a treasure chest monster. Moreover, the next chamber would feature a magical spider. Enhancing himself could only be advantageous. To avert any confusion upon encountering treasure, Jiang Tao specifically briefed Yang Mi and Shun Sisi about the treasure chest monster. Another trap awaits, and there are countless traps within the mansion. Yang Mi expressed her lingering trepidation, seemingly recalling the grim demise of Lu Meng. With that thought, she instinctively drew closer to Jiang Tao. "Mijia, you and Sisi remain behind me. Do not act rashly, and observe my gestures." "Understood." The two women nodded in agreement. Having consumed their blood-replenishing elixirs, their vitality visibly restored. Upon opening the passageway, Jiang Tao stepped through the shimmering veil first. Before him lay a typically styled technological chamber, quite expansive, spanning over 1,000 square meters, scattered with various cardboard boxes. The centerpiece, undoubtedly, was a silver treasure chest, quietly awaiting a worthy soul. Jiang Tao scrutinized it closely, noting that its exterior bore an uncanny resemblance to the one he had previously obtained. Above the silver chest, a dialogue box appeared, disguised treasure chest monster. Characteristics: exceptionally solid exterior, rivaling the defenses of super elite monsters. Only through an attack that forces it to reveal its interior can it be defeated. Its innards are remarkably soft. Simultaneously, it moves at a sluggish pace. Upon failing an attack, it will adopt a reclusive stance. Therefore, you possess but a single opportunity to strike. The monster's offensive and defensive traits were clearly delineated. Jiang Tao, gripping his white spear, subtly maneuvered around the cardboard boxes, feigning resource collection. Paper 1, abandoned notebook 1, ballpoint pen 1, wood 1. Observing this, Yang Mi and Shen Sisi, unsure of the details, discreetly followed Jiang Tao's lead in gathering supplies. Sisi, when I feign opening the treasure chest, it will reveal its maw to devour. That will be the opportune moment to slay the treasure chest monster. The two women, while ostensibly collecting resources, exchanged covert communications through their team channel. All right, brother, do take care. If things become dire, we may choose to bypass it. Confronted with Shen Sisi's suggestion, Jiang Tao gently shook his head, for this was a rare beast indeed. How peculiar it was that so many silver treasure chests had emerged today. The audience in the live stream began to sense an unusual atmosphere. Could it be that the participants from the Coal Nation were once again encountering that type of monster? Upon hearing the news, viewers from the Coal Nation were instantly galvanized, flooding into Jiang Tao's stream. Maliciously, they bombarded the chat with comments insinuating that Jiang Tao had also fallen prey to misfortune. In the face of the vehement criticism from the Great Xia audience, they staunchly declared, "Why must our nation bear the brunt of calamity? Isn't Jiang Tao the strongest player? If you have the ability, then pry open the treasure chest." The Great Xia viewers bluntly remarked that the Cold Nation's attitude was a classic case of getting drenched in rain while stealing someone else's umbrella, a mindset detrimental to both others and themselves. Amidst the mutual tirade, Jiang Tao was approaching the silver chest. According to the hints, the chest monster lay in wait, poised to launch a surprise attack at the moment of opening. The risk he was taking seemed hardly worth it, now that he had acquired intelligence. Why make it so thrilling? Wasn't that a blatant indication? Jiang Tao paused a short distance from the chest and raised his white spear, gently nudging the silver chest. Stimulated by the external provocation, the dormant chest monster suddenly awakened, instinctively opening its cavernous maw and lunging towards the spear. Just as I anticipated, Jiang Tao was more than 2 meters away, a distance easily manageable. He deftly thrust the spear towards the chest monster, penetrating directly into its innards. The creature winced in pain, its long, white fangs trembling in agony. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed to finish it off. From a distance, Shen Sisi swiftly fired an arrow that found its mark in the monster's mouth. To their astonishment, the creature exhibited remarkable resilience, attempting several times to close its jaws and defend itself. In response, Jiang Tao retrieved a large piece of iron ore acquired from a trade with Yushan. From the wooden hut, with a resounding thud, it landed in the creature's mouth. Crack! The chest monster immediately shattered several teeth. 10 minutes later, with its mouth riddled with wounds, the chest monster breathed its last. It was a formidable adversary, yet had he deciphered its nature earlier, it would have been an easy target. Shen Sisi sheathed her powerful crossbow, wiping the beads of sweat from her brow. The vigorous exertion had left her somewhat fatigued. "You all take a moment to rest," Jiang Tao said, tossing 2 bottles of mineral water to the 2 women. He stepped away from the slain chest monster and sheathed his spear. Noticing a slight decline in its durability after the fierce battle, he furrowed his brow. "I hope it does not disappoint me." He placed his hand upon the chest monster. "Harvest. You have obtained Chest Monster Teeth X 100 Diamond Body Refining Ointment X1, Advanced Gas Mask Blueprint X1, Shelter Enhancement Rune X1. Such rare materials. Jiang Tao examined them one by one. Chest monster teeth. The prize fangs of the chest monster, which, if paired with the appropriate blueprint, can be forged into top-tier black iron weaponry. Diamond body refining ointment. The defensive prowess of the treasure chest monster far surpasses that of its peers. This ointment, a distillation of its essence when applied to the skin, significantly enhances your physical defense, rivaling that of elite monsters, while also providing a slight increase in magical resistance. Blueprint for advanced gas mask. Require materials: rubber X3, silver ingot X1, gold ingot X1, activated carbon X3. Waterproof, fireproof, and resistant to toxic mists, it can withstand over 95% of toxins present in a room, including those released by elite monsters. Furthermore, in extreme conditions, it can maintain internal respiration for 20 minutes. These are invaluable items. Both the refining ointment and the gas mask are immensely beneficial for their endeavors. Not to mention, along the journey, they will encounter numerous gas chambers, each concealing treasures that far exceed others. However, lacking the necessary items forces them to take a longer route, with both gold and silver in hand. I recall that activated carbon is available for purchase on the trading platform, presenting no significant issues. As for rubber, I have not spotted any yet. I shall post a bounty for it, as it is a common chemical material, albeit requiring a bit more time. When Jiang Tao accessed the trading platform and exchanged some food for activated carbon, it was no surprise that someone reached out to him. "Boss, I have extracted 10 portions of rubber from the tree." The counterpart requested some wild boar meat and 3 apples. With superior donkey meat available, Jiang Tao readily agreed. Once the materials were gathered, Jiang Tao promptly synthesized 3 advanced gas masks. At the same time, Jiang Tao produced a cubic miniature shelter, while a golden rune levitated in his other hand. Shelter Enhancement Rune. Typically found only on exceedingly rare monsters, once utilized, it doubles the shelter's defense. New facilities such as iron doors, iron chains, and reinforced roofs are added. Use. As the golden rune surged into the medium-sized wooden house, the entrance, chimney, and all critical areas were fortified with iron. The entire wooden structure emanated a golden glow, appearing significantly sturdier, instilling a greater sense of security. Yang Mi surveyed the newly renovated shelter, her peach blossom eyes reflecting admiration for Jiang Tao. Women, after all, tend to appreciate men who provide better abodes. "CC, could you attempt to merge the monster fangs with the spear?" Jiang Tao handed her the 2 materials while he retrieved the diamond body refining ointment and began to apply it to his body. To his surprise, the ointment felt intensely hot upon contact, radiating a golden light, reminiscent of a majestic golden Buddha in a temple. "Sister Mi, I can't reach my back. Could you assist me?" Jiang Tao called out to Yang Mi, having stripped down to a more comfortable state. "You rascal, can't you wait until the broadcast ends to apply it?" Yang Mi's fair face flushed slightly as she hesitantly approached. With billions, even trillions of eyes upon them, would there be any misunderstandings? Even her husband was watching. The mere thought of it made her cheeks burn even more. Jiang Tao evidently noticed her unease. "Do not worry, privacy has been secured. It has already been shielded." "How do you know?" Yang Mi took the body refining ointment, squeezed it into her palm, and began to apply it to the hard-to-reach areas on him. Whether it was the effect of the ointment or Jiang Tao's innate physique, the heat radiating from his masculine form sent a shiver through Yang Mi's heart. Jiang Tao opened his personal panel and pointed to a corner where it indicated whether he was being broadcast live. "Privacy protected, live stream off," he revealed. With that, Yang Mi withdrew her gaze, focusing intently on her task. The more she rubbed, the more she sensed a rising warmth enveloping her. Then, she gently lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Jiang Tao's crimson orbs. A tremor ran through her as Jiang Tao's body flushed. He waved his hand to summon the wooden cabin. "Mi, the ointment has some side effects. Could you take a look for me?" Yang Mi's delicate body quivered slightly, her waist unconsciously shifting as she followed him inside. She caught a glimpse of her sister, Shishi, diligently sitting on a cardboard box, still reinforcing the white spear. With a quavering voice, she remarked, "I can't heal. You should take a shower." Bang! The iron door slammed shut. Wait, why did the live stream suddenly go dark? Hundreds of millions of viewers wore perplexed expressions. Perhaps they had lost connection? They were well aware this was all in jest, still try to grasp the current broadcasting rules. The audience could only wait patiently. Half an hour later, the live stream resumed as normal, and the viewer count skyrocketed. Jiang Tao emerged looking refreshed, wielding a gleaming golden spear. Meanwhile, Shi, sitting on the box, seemed inexplicably flustered. Next time, I want to help you. Yang Mi, unbeknownst to Win, had swapped her elegant gown for a simple leopard print outfit, a previous acquisition from someone else. Though its attributes were average, it was undeniably beautiful, perfectly accentuating her voluptuous figure. Yang Mi shot a reproachful glare at Jiang Tao, massaging her sore waist. This is unbearable. Hurry up, we must be nearing the spider lair. She became increasingly authoritative, taking on the role of a captain. Jiang Tao, having gained an advantage, played the obedient sidekick holding the golden spear and smiling. Yes, thanks for your hard work, Shi. Name, golden spear. Tier, top-tier black iron. Effects, sharpness, bleeding, charge and tier, diamond drill. Activates upon penetration, tripling hardness, transforming into a drill that burrows into the enemy, causing widespread devastation. After undergoing multiple enhancements, Jiang Tao felt confident enough to challenge elite monsters with just this spear. After this delay, the time was now 4:30 p.m. The trio had explored 19 rooms. Jiang Tao pulled out the map, surveying their surroundings. Don't bother looking. You've already used the item. Regardless of the direction you choose, you will ultimately reach the spider lair. The opponent has just laid eggs and is currently in a dormant state. Expect it to awaken in 1 hour for hunting. If you intend to strike, please do so quickly. As the stronghold of the human-faced demon spider, the lair is ensnared with intricate webs, top to bottom, left to right. If you step into the lair and come too close, the demon spider will detect you. Please exercise caution regarding the paralyzing toxins on the spider silk. If you wish to avoid challenging the level, you may set up camp in place, and the effects of the items will naturally dissipate by tomorrow. As he drew closer, more information was revealed, causing Jiang Tao to furrow his brow. It seemed rather troublesome. However, the location contained essential materials. Moreover, he was determined to conquer 10 rooms each day to obtain the ultimate rewards. With a bit of time still available, Jiang Tao shared the information regarding the magical spider's nest with the two women. I apologize, brother. I fear I may be a burden to you, Shun Sisi said, feeling guilty after hearing about the toxic spider silk within the nest. Jiang Tao waved his hand dismissively. Had it not been for you, we might not have made it this far. Besides, every 10 levels feature a challenge. Even if there are no magical spiders, other monsters will surely be present. Indeed, the greater the danger, the greater the reward. That nest also conceals a spring. Didn't Xiao Tao mention it? The reward from the spring are substantial. Yang Mi comforted him with a gentle smile, confident in Jiang Tao's abilities, believing that survival would not be a challenge. Spring water? Shun Sisi murmured, suddenly brightening. Brother, while browsing the trading platform earlier, I discovered a player named Te Sha, who was trapped in the desert and unexpectedly found a considerable amount of oil, which he is selling at a high price. What if we use fire attacks? Fire attacks? If we ignite the nest, where we take refuge? Jiang Tao pondered for a moment before noticing Shun Sisi smiling and waving her gas mask. He chuckled. Excellent. High school students do have sharp minds. Energized, Jiang Tao accessed the trading platform and indeed found a row of high-priced oil. Despite the skepticism from others, Te Sha defended himself vigorously. This is a vital resource. What is the most important thing in the 21st century? Energy. How many wars has the White Eagle Federation waged for it? I'm merely asking for a bit more food in exchange. Someone retorted, we are trapped in a building and haven't even driven a car. Te Sha replied, that's a narrow-minded perspective. What if we come across a super robot? Furthermore, it could be used as fuel, which is immensely beneficial. Jiang Tao's eyes sparkled. We will need it to strategize against the ghost forest. Thus, he promptly contacted Te Sha to inquire about the pricing. Although Te Sha's demands seemed lofty, most players were struggling to meet their basic needs and lacked the surplus to purchase oil. Upon realizing it was Jiang Tao reaching out, Te Sha immediately perked up, sensing a significant opportunity. As Te Sha and Jiang Tao negotiated, Yang Mi curiously asked, "Cici, when did you make this discovery?" Shen Cici's cheeks flushed slightly. "Just now. You all were taking so long washing up in the cabin that I was left alone outside, so I had to find something to occupy my time." Yang Mi responded with a playful look of exasperation. Chapter 24. Jiang Tao passes the challenge. Two announcements from the Great Xia. A dual increase in national fortune. Alas, twilight approaches once again, and for reasons unknown, the sight of dusk fills me with unease. Perhaps it is an awakening of ancient instincts. However, I believe it is more likely that the fear of last night's tragic event looms over me. As night falls, the audience's hearts are gripped with anxiety, dreading that a familiar face may tragically fall victim once more. At present, the most watched live stream globally features Jiang Tao from the Great Xia, who is rumored to have triggered a rare consecutive quest, striving to uncover the goblin civilization. Alongside him are the barbarian king from the Ross Nation, the stone forest of the White Eagle Alliance, and Jiang Tao himself. What's he up to? In a live stream with the highest viewership worldwide. Viewers watch as he assists a JK beauty in donning a gas mask, signaling to Yang Mi to follow closely behind while he readies a crossbow. He then attaches peculiar small black spheres to the arrowheads. Jiang Tao is currently the fastest to navigate through the challenges. According to the rules, the 20th room is bound to be exceedingly difficult. Not only the audience from the Great Xia, but media and officials from various nations are also closely monitoring the situation. Jiang Tao, fully equipped, reaches out into the light curtain. The scene shifts. Before him lies a dim, expansive cavern. A chilling wind howls through the bizarre stones, sending shivers down the spine. Numerous professionals widen their eyes, capturing every frame in an attempt to analyze each detail. Is this a fantastical backdrop? What is that object suspended in the air? Wait, is it a mutated leopard? It is ensnared in a web. Surrounding it, many monsters dangle in the air. This is a nest of a colossal spider. Water drips from the stalactites, indicating a source of water. The atmosphere is foreboding. Some even spot the threads of webs that envelop the surroundings. Gazing towards the center of the cavern, a spring exuding white mist and ethereal energy beckons. Before they can comprehend the scene, strange sounds emerge from above as stones begin to fall. A ghastly, pale face emerges from the shadows. Like a scene from a horror film, the audience screams in terror. Goodness, is this a haunted room? As they enlarge the view, they discern that it is a gigantic spider, its body the size of a millstone, with a human face on its back and a mesmerizing, terrifying pattern around its eyes. It has been awakened by Jiang Tao and his companions, irritable due to its spawning. The spider's legs deftly traverse the webs that fill the cavern, aiming to ensnare the trio. According to their earlier strategy, Jiang Tao and Shun Cici raise their crossbows, targeting the monstrous arachnid. Yang Mi beside them takes 2 fire sticks, rubbing them together to ignite the fuel attached to the arrowheads. As soon as they catch fire, the duo swiftly releases their shots. The spider, accustomed to the darkness, instinctively evades the sudden burst of flame. Even a web it shoots goes awry. With movements surprisingly agile for its colossal form, the spider adeptly dodges along the web. Jiang Tao's fiery arrows are surprisingly evaded, but Shun Cici, with her keen eyesight, lands a precise shot on the monstrous spider. With a painful cry, the creature unleashed a sound wave that seemed to carry a mental assault, leaving the 2 women in utter torment. Seizing the moment, the demonic spider advanced along its silk, preparing to strike. Jiang Tao raised his crossbow and launched several fire arrows. This was its territory. Engaging the spider head-on was unwise. Jiang Tao ignited a torch and severed the silk before charging into the spring. Yang Mi and Shun Cici promptly followed. Along the way, the trio continually sprayed thick black oil around them. The viscous liquid coated the silk and flowed through the cavern. The colossal spider, sensing their presence, pursued them relentlessly. In response, a flash of purple light flickered in Yang Mi's right eye. The gaze of Medusa. The petrifying beam swept across, momentarily stunning the human-faced spider, causing it to pause for a few seconds. "You go first. I will cover you," Jiang Tao urged. Seizing the opportunity, he fired a few more arrows, causing the spider's grotesque visage to contort in pain. He glanced at the spring. Earthly milk spring. A rare spring that continuously produces spiritual water, sufficient to sustain thousands. Its gentle waters, when consumed regularly, can subtly improve one's constitution and extend life, making it an excellent source for cultivating various spiritual plants. It seemed that the human-faced spider had evolved due to this very spring. Noticing the worried expressions on the two women, Jiang Tao offered them a reassuring glance. "It's quite safe." Trusting Jiang Tao, Shun Sisi and Yang Mi adjusted their gas masks and, steeling themselves, leaped into the spring. With a thud, as the two women plunged in, the human-faced spider regained its senses, infuriated, and charged at Jiang Tao in an erratic trajectory. None of the crossbow bolts he fired found their mark. "I want to continue this game with you," Jiang Tao remarked, observing the oil that now coated the cavern. He retreated and jumped into the spring as well, tossing the torch behind him and yanking 3 blood vines from spring. Whoosh! The oil ignited, setting the cavern ablaze in an instant, transforming it into a sea of fire. The previously menacing human-faced spider now scurried in panic across the burning silk. Yet the flames consumed its escape route. This formidable creature found itself ensnared in the inferno, darting about in vain, unable to escape, regardless of its fierce capabilities. It was now left to await its demise. And what awaited it in the spring? A sudden thrust of a golden spear rising from below. The wound inflicted by the spear tore open, causing a substantial loss of blood. Having suffered several defeats, the human-faced spider grew increasingly feeble, refraining from approaching the spring. Jiang Tao's brilliant maneuver left audiences worldwide in awe. Wait, it can be fought this way? They learned that the substance poured earlier was oil. How ingenious! Upon examining the spider's profile, they noted it was an E-class elite monster. Such formidable beasts were unheard of in reality. At least 3 heavy tanks will be needed to defeat it. Witnessing the ethereal spring, Jiang Tao had achieved a newfound freedom in drinking water, potentially benefiting all players in the Great Xia. International spectators, who had been watching the entire ordeal, could only gaze enviously at the scene. The crisis management team, witnessing this unfold, collectively exhaled in relief. Suddenly, someone realized, E-class monsters? This was a milestone achievement. Moreover, it represents an even more significant increase than yesterday. This barrage instantly ignited the hearts of all spectators. Foreign netizens lamented, "Daxia is already sufficiently ahead. Oh God, must you bestow such favor upon them?" Regardless of the pleas and excitement from the audience outside, within the inferno, the monstrous spider with a human face collapsed. Hearing the game notification, Jiang Tao abruptly emerged from spring. "Ding! Congratulations on defeating a monster beyond your level. Experience 300. Daxia announcement. Jiang Tao achieves the first kill of the E-rank elite monster, the human-faced demon spider. Milestone achievement unlocked. Daxia announcement. Jiang Tao Yang Mi. Shun Sisi's team first to conquer the 20th chamber. Double rewards. 3 players receive 3 silver treasure chests. National fortune reward. All Daxia peoples gene unlock 5. Talent emergence and superpower probability 1. The 2 consecutive announcements reverberated throughout the entire Cube Mansion. It was not limited to Daxia. All players heard it. Jiang Tao. Again this name? A sense of foreboding enveloped the heart of the resting strong stone forest, who had just completed the 19th chamber. He had thought himself swift enough, only to realize that there were stronger contenders. Strong Stone Forest knew that over 100 million viewers were watching him. Gritting his teeth, he instructed his companions to prepare for the challenge of the 20th level. Once I locate the Goblin Mother Nest, the Yamato Nation will ascend. Deep within the Goblin territory, Nichuan Gangsaka remained undeterred. He had already equipped himself with a sharper katana. Brother Pony pursued relentlessly, yet the gap only widened. He sighed. It seems Jiang Tao and the others have awakened exceptional talents. Otherwise, they would not have progressed through the levels with such rapidity. A penguin employee inquired, "Boss Ma, what do you think will happen to them when they return to Blue Star in 8 days?" "They will become the deities of the entire nation." Brother Pony's gaze grew profound, unable to fathom the level of prestige Jiang Tao would attain by then. The most exhilarated were undoubtedly the Dacia netizens in the live stream. I can feel it. I feel as if I'm floating, my body lighter. Jane unlock at isasero. What does this signify? On site, many viewers conducted experiments. Everyone became bolt. A typical high school student from Dacia sprinted the 100 meters in a mere 9.5 seconds. This is an all-encompassing enhancement. Furthermore, the additional one awakening probability incited even more excitement. Numerous spectators activated their talents on the spot, whether it was fire control, telekinesis, or levitation, though may first seem minuscule. Among more than 2 billion Dacia citizens, that translates to a significant number of awakened individuals. Even those practicing gene guidance techniques experienced enhancements, and researchers triggered new inspirations. Yet, no one anticipated that there would be a second national fortune boost. Chapter 25: Abundant Harvests, the 8 Spider Spear, and the Demon Spider Eggs. Defeating monsters beyond our level yields a wealth of experience. After emerging from the spring spirit, Jiang Tao noticed that the fierce flames within the cavern had gradually subsided. Although he had recently transcended the pinnacle of F-rank creatures, the energy within him was nearing its capacity. "It's all clear now. You may come up," he said, removing his advanced gas mask and assisting Yang Mi and Shun Sisi out of the water. Once ashore, the two women gasped for breath. The mask had proven invaluable. Without its 20 minutes of autonomous breathing, this tactical maneuver would have been impossible. "We'll open the chest later. For now, let's gather materials from ashore." To prevent the blood vines from being completely burned, Jiang Tao had plucked 3 before diving. Nearby the spring, he spotted several rare spiritual plants and hoped to salvage something. He rummaged through the mud, but found no remaining seeds. Instead, Big Honey had discovered 2 surviving blood vines. "What does that smell?" Shun Sisi's delicate nose twitched as she turned toward the corner of the cavern. Jiang Tao felt a stir of intuition. That was the original direction of the human-faced demon spider. He had a hunch about what it might be. He picked up a torch and approached the corner. Along the way, some remnants of blackened mud were extinguished by his wolfskin shoes. "The quality of this gear is commendable. Had I worn ordinary shoes, I will be barefoot now." "Be careful, Xiao Tao," Yang Mi called out, unable to contain her concern as he ventured further away. Jiang Tao responded with an okay gesture over his shoulder. Following the enticing aroma, he arrived at a recess deep within the corner. Clearing away the ashes, 5 red eggs, each the size of goose eggs, revealed themselves. Roasted demon spider eggs, elite eggs, rich in life energy. One is sufficient to fully restore stamina, and consuming more may lead to evolution to the next stage. What a treasure! Jiang Tao's eyes sparkled with excitement. He quickly stowed the spider eggs away. Dinner was secured. Next, he turned to collect from the human-faced demon spider. Though it had perished in the flames, many valuable items remained. Acquired: demon spider meat X3000 cooked, ready to eat. Stimulant X1, toxic liquid X50, human face eyes X2, 8 spider spear X1. Undoubtedly, it was a monumental haul. Food, potions, treasures, and weapons. Everything was accounted for. Jiang Tao grinned broadly, while Yang Mi and Shun Sisi's attention immediately fixated on the 2 peculiar eyes. It seemed they had successfully extracted the demon eyes from the human face spider. Human face eyes, upon use, grants a 3-fold enhancement to vision and spirit, amplifying existing ocular techniques capable of piercing E-rank illusions. With my perceptive talent, these 2 eyes are merely an embellishment for me. In comparison, both Big Honey and Sisi are far more in need of them. With this thought in mind, Jiang Tao handed 1 eye to each of the women. "You should use these." Shun Sisi shook her head in refusal. "Brother, you are the spearhead. The finest steel should be wielded at the forefront, so you should use them." "Yes," Big Honey nodded vigorously, her enthusiasm palpable. "We can merely assist." "Enough of the formalities between us," Jiang Tao remarked, gesturing toward the 8 peculiar long spears on the ground, resembling spider legs. "I still have these. Once Sisi evolves, I will enlist her assistance in their synthesis." Shun Sisi cast a curious glance at the spears. "Name: 8 spider spear. Level: bronze. Effect: 8 spears unite. Once one spear is thrown, it can automatically return and coalesce into a singular advanced bronze spear, adjustable in length from 1 to 20 meters. Lethal poison barbed, and capable of penetrating defenses. Description: formed from the most formidable parts of the face demon spider, it comprises 8 segments that can split and merge. Of exceptional quality, it boasts numerous functionalities. Such a remarkable weapon, Shun Sisi exclaimed in admiration after perusing the details, no longer hesitant. After exchanging a glance with Demimi, she activated the eye of the face demon. Meanwhile, Jiang Tao surveyed the other spoils. Stimulant potion. Upon consumption, it triples mental acuity for a brief period, heightening sensitivity to all surroundings. All attributes are enhanced by 100 for a duration of 10 minutes. Toxic fluid. A concoction of the faced demon spider's toxins, comprising 50 drops, each capable of exterminating a top-tier F-grade creature. Injecting all into an enemy can eliminate elite monsters. Demon spider meat. E-grade meat, when consumed regularly, can evolve into an E-grade creature. A small morsel suffices to satiate a large beast. It has been cooked and has a shelf life of 20 days. With the stimulant potion combined with monkey wine, confidence surged within Jiang Tao. His thoughts were persistently drawn to the ghost forest. Now that he had gathered all the necessary materials for the potion, the most crucial ingredient, the wood spirit crystal, awaited him in the ghost forest, along with the tree that was on the verge of evolving into a D-grade extraordinary entity. Delaying the resolution would only invite more troubles. Shortly thereafter, Shun Sisi and Yang Mi awakened, their bright eyes sparkling even in the dim cavern, able to perceive everything within the shadows. Today, as progress had been swift, allowing for an early respite. The time was just past 5 o'clock when Jiang Tao opened the Great Xia Channel. As anticipated, the community was in lament. It's evening again, and my wooden cabin remains unfortified. I hope no monsters wander in. I've already breached 5 rooms. Tonight I can safely hide in my cozy thatched house. Look, Boss Jiang has conquered 20 rooms. I suspect he's the fastest among all players. I envy Demimi and Shun Sisi, who have soared as ornaments. Little Ma has also begun tackling his 20th room. I'm starving. I risked it and ventured through 2 rooms, only to find 2 small loaves of bread. Far from sufficient. I would trade 10 pounds of firewood for a bucket of instant noodles. Let us hasten to establish our shelter, urged Yangmi, her face alight with joy as she waved toward the sky. Dear viewers, are you truly watching me? Of course, came the synchronized responses in the live chat. At present, Jiang Tao and his companions had ascended to global prominence. Numerous foreign netizens have circumvented barriers to witness this scene, either to glean knowledge or out of admiration. They watch with rapt attention as the trio constructs their quaint wooden cabin, gathers firewood, and prepares their evening meal. Unlike the majority of players struggling on the brink of survival, these 3 artfully kindle a campfire, skewering an array of ingredients such as demon spider meat, wild boar, and donkey meat, which they then roast beside the flames. Yangmi produces a bowl brimming with fruits, while Jiang Tao, unconcerned, seizes a demon spider egg, cracks it open, and greedily slurps it down like porridge. The sight may appear somewhat unappetizing, prompting a hint of disdain from Yangmi. Yet the flavor is surprisingly delightful. Washing away the weariness of the day, a sensation of exhilaration envelopes him. After consuming 1 egg, Jiang Tao seems to radiate vitality, his expression one of sheer contentment. Both Yangmi and Shun Sisi, endowed with enhanced vision and keen observational skills, witness his skin and cheeks transform, becoming fairer and more delicate within mere seconds, as minor battle wounds from earlier are smoothed away. Brother, you seem to have shed a few years, Shun Sisi remarks, her mouth agape in astonishment. Please, do not hold back. Eat while it's warm, Jiang Tao encourages as he tosses 2 demon spider eggs to the ladies. He holds one up, chuckling. If this were on Blue Star, it would be considered an alien egg, a miraculous elixir that could extend one's life by at least 5 years. The prospect of eternal youth piques Yangmi's interest, as she grapples with her own insecurities regarding appearance. Disregarding any lingering disgust, she requests Jiang Tao to assist in creating an opening, and then, using a straw, begins to sip it delicately, akin to enjoying a coconut. In stark contrast to Jiang Tao's hearty feasting, the two women consume their portions at a languid pace. "Brother, I can't eat anymore. I feel so full," Shen Sisi eventually declares, discarding an empty eggshell and patting her rounded belly. Ugh. Yang Mi struggles even more, forcing down one egg before collapsing on the ground, despairingly gazing at the heap of meat beside the fire. "I hope we aren't wasting food. I'll take responsibility for it all." After draining one demon spider egg, Jiang Tao cradles the last one, feeling a surge of power within him, a harbinger of a transformative leap in vitality. Chapter 26. The Feedback of National Fortune. The pinnacle of bronze artifacts, the greatest harvest. The evening feast was replete with an abundance of roasted delicacies. A viewer calculated that there was enough to satiate at least 10 adults, not accounting for the heightened energy provided by the special dishes. Millions of spectators, akin to avid food show enthusiasts, watched in awe as Jiang Tao displayed his culinary prowess. His stomach seemed like a bottomless pit, capable of accommodating any morsel. After indulging, two beautiful women busied themselves with other tasks. Shen Sisi, feeling as though she had hindered her team, immersed herself in studying the 8-spider spear and the golden spear, her eyes reflecting deep contemplation. As they were all similar types of weaponry, she believed they could be synthesized. With a decisive thought, she pressed her small hands upon them, enveloping them in a layer of luminous energy as they gradually merged. Dammy Me, having finished her meal, elegantly explored the spider nest. Compared to the anxiety of the first day, she now appeared as though she were participating in a variety show, exuding ease. From another perspective, the ability to retain youth and become a super-international superstar was precisely her dream, especially when considering her close relationship with Jiang Tao. The following 8 days, which for others would be a torturous struggle, felt like a vacation for her. Young, handsome, mysterious, and powerful, Dammy Me stole glances at Jiang Tao with a mix of admiration and scorn. Everything was delightful, except for his mischievous nature. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her slender legs wobbled, nearly causing her to stumble into the spring. Gazing at the pristine waters, a wave of inspiration washed over her. She could finally enjoy a liberating bath tonight. Just as she contemplated the spring, she noticed Shen Sisi nearby, perspiring profusely. Quickly, she retrieved a precious vial of blood tonic and approached to assist Sisi in consuming it. "Your health is fragile. Take your time," Dammy Me advised gently, resembling a caring older sister. The synthesis required a continuous effort. For reasons unknown, as Dammy Me drew closer, the final breath needed for the synthesis was completed. "Congratulations. You have synthesized Mother and Child Spider Spear." On the ground lay a long spear of black and gold, its surface intricately entwined with spider silk. Its presence was formidable. "Brother, come quickly and see," Shen Sisi exclaimed in delight as she lifted the Mother and Child Spider Spear and waved it towards Jiang Tao. Having just finished the last piece of roasted meat and sipping water, Jiang Tao's eyes brightened at the sight. "You have truly surprised me," he remarked as he approached to take the spear, examining it closely. Instantly, he gasped in astonishment. Name: Mother and Child Spider Spear. Grade: Pinnacle Bronze. Effects: Venomous Barbed. Piercing Defense: Venom Threads. Upon piercing an enemy, venom threads shoot from the wound, continuously eroding with it. 9-spear cycle. Can split into 9 mother and child spider spears. When a mother spear is in hand, the 8 spears can be retracted, integrating both ranged and melee attacks. Description: forged from a multitude of rare materials. This weapon is inherently extraordinary. Now, it harbors exceptional power, capable of breaching the defenses of D-grade extraordinary beings and attacking supernatural entities such as ghosts and vengeful spirits. It inflicts severe injuries upon E and F-grade creatures, and a mere prick can prove fatal. Powerful and enigmatic, this was not merely a new artifact to emerge the following day. Only a D-grade evolutionary being can wield such a weapon. With it in hand, survival games transform into mere grass-cutting ventures. Tomorrow's exploration holds greater promise. Jiang Tao could not help but brandish the mother and child spider spear. familiarizing himself with its art of division. The two women were well aware of Jiang Tao's intentions. Yang Mi's lips moved as if to express that they were already safe. So why risk life and limb? Yet, after their brief time together, she understood Jiang Tao's determination. Demimi remained silent, while Shishi advised, "Brother, after consuming the demon spider egg and that of Jiao, my health has noticeably improved. I should be evolving soon. At this rate, we need not venture into the ghost forest. We can proceed step by step." Jiang Tao, however, understood the gravity of the situation. He sheathed the mother and child spider spear and explained, "It is not solely for your injuries, but also for the future of our team. Currently, we stand among the foremost ranks in the nation, even globally. Yet with millions of players, many are exceptionally talented and are hot on our heels. Furthermore, as time progresses, the challenges within these realms will inevitably intensify, and resources and treasures will become increasingly scarce. To amplify our advantages, we must take decisive steps ahead, one after another." After hearing his rationale, Shun Shishi ceased her hesitations. "Xiao Tao, just now I noticed that spring. It seemed rather peculiar." Suddenly, Demi Mi pointed towards the spring, urging him to investigate. Jiang Tao felt a stirring in his heart, recalling prior hints that this spring held significant rewards. He led the two women to the spring's edge. In their previous haste, they had overlooked its details, but this time, upon closer inspection, a bubble frame floated upward. "Oh my! You nearly missed the greatest treasure within the demon spider's lair. Do you know how many life and death crises the face spider has faced to claim this spring? Tame it. You shall gain an endless supply of natural water. And it can even evolve into a geothermal hot spring. Even in dire circumstances, such as being stranded in a desert, you would still survive. Friendly reminder, to fully harness the spring, you must upgrade your shelter to a large countryside villa. Could it be tamed?" Jiang Tao felt a slight shock. "Please step aside." Yang Mi and Shun Shishi moved to the sides, curiously observing Jiang Tao's actions. What was he up to? Blue Star Time, 1750. The live stream was about to conclude, and the audience gazed in astonishment at Jiang Tao's movements. Then, in their wide-eyed wonder, as Jiang Tao reached out, the spring began to shrink, the cavern quaking. He had captured the spring. Not far away, in the courtyard of the two-story wooden house, the earth erupted with a pop, revealing a significantly reduced geothermal spring. The water, exuding spiritual energy, cascaded around, nourishing the earth, fruit trees, and various plants, including ice spirit grass and blood vines, all basking in the crystalline water. The branches swayed, visibly joyous. A familiar announcement echoed, awakening resting players. A prominent bubble effect subtitles swept across all players' live streams. Building announcement. Congratulations to player Jiang Tao from Xia for acquiring a rare geographical feature, the geothermal spring. From this moment forth, the freedom to quench one's thirst shall bring blessings to the land. As a reward for the nation's fortune, all remaining players of the Great Xia shall receive a complimentary bottle of natural water. A miraculous spring will emerge within the territory of Great Xia. Drinking from it will prolong life and enhance vitality, imbued with ethereal essence. Many players were momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of bottled water. Is this truly the case, where one attains enlightenment and all associated prosper? I was so parched I nearly drifted into slumber, yet here I am, presented with such a magnificent gift before bedtime. Indeed, the room that the esteemed Jiang Tao conquered is extraordinary. He has secured the spring, and we too are fortunate enough to partake. During the day, the Great One dispensed beneficial water, which I failed to seize, yet now everyone is included. Thank you. Your single bottle of water has saved countless lives. The majority of ordinary players express their admiration for Jiang Tao's benevolence without hesitation. Even the top-tier players, such as Brother Ma and Ru Yu, gaze upon the natural water before them, shaking their heads in humble acknowledgement. Of course, those most unsettled are the other players within the Great Xia, currently embroiled in dire straits. Oh my goodness, is this truly happening? On my first day, I too encountered a lake. Can it be collected as well? The rules of the Great Xia dictate that treasures and perils coexist. While you may see it, can you truly grasp it? I am parched to the point of despair. Why was I not granted citizenship in Great Xia? The elite contenders, such as Jusher Qianglin, Richuan Gangban, and Barbarian King, lit up upon hearing the announcement. Henceforth, they shall be more diligent in scouring rooms for treasures. The most profound shock, of course, reverberated through the real world of Blue Star. Who could have anticipated that as we near the end, Jiang Tao would bestow yet another grand gift? Chapter 27. A Misplaced Wedding and the Uncontainable Trio. Mobilize the satellites. Deploy national law enforcement. The team leader intended to take a respite, yet was taken aback by the astounding surprise brought by Jiang Tao. Not only within the realm of Great Xia, but also the satellites of the White Eagle Federation, Ross, and Omung redirected their focus, seeking the elusive spiritual spring in the east. It was utterly inconceivable. With Jiang Tao in the fray, Great Xia would undoubtedly surpass us. Is there any way to alter his nationality? The most anxious were from the White Eagle Federation, the world's foremost superpower. How could they tolerate Great Xia's gradual ascension? In just 2 days, the global winds had shifted. Everyone in Great Xia felt the repercussions, and the nation's fortunes surged immensely. Those who were expected to perform, such as the towering figures, now appeared to be at a significant disadvantage compared to Jiang Tao. The current rules of engagement were unclear, displaying a singular dominance amidst numerous formidable forces. It was prudent to refrain from rash actions, perhaps attempting to establish contact with Jiang Tao's relatives to acquire genetic material. This was the counsel provided by the think tank, which the supreme leader personally reviewed and tacitly approved. They were unwilling to witness the rise of a certain Eastern power without intervention, commencing the deployment of aircraft carriers and sending operatives to gather intelligence. An unprecedented upheaval was at hand. To their astonishment, the extraordinary treasures acquired by players within the grand structure could also benefit the motherland. This sent various agencies into a frenzy, tirelessly researching how to utilize the upcoming barrage feature to assist domestic players. In a mere 5 minutes, the position of that spiritual spring had exploded across the internet. Within the borders of Great Xia, in the ancient Central Plain region, at a scenic spot in Jinan, thousands of visitors bore witness to the ancient spring relics as divine light radiated forth, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar. A celestial spring emerged, prompting a frenzied rush among the tourists. It was rumored that an elderly man, upon consuming a sip of the clear spring water, experienced a reversal of his gray hair to black. The chaos at the scenic area ensued as countless individuals scrambled for the miracle. Videos served as evidence. So many witnessed the miraculous event that any attempts to suppress the news were futile. Indeed, many visitors who partook of the initial sip of the spiritual mist experienced profound transformations. Authorities swiftly dispatched personnel to take control of the situation. Yet, unexpectedly, the entire populace of the city went into a frenzy, seeking a connection to the divine. Ultimately, the officials had to intervene, assuring locals that each person would first receive a sip of the spiritual water to restore calm. This was merely the beginning. With a decisive click, as all live streams came to a close, the research surrounding the spiritual spring had only just commenced. Nations led by the White Eagle Federation, under the auspices of the United Nations, demanded that Great Xia share the sacred water. It was all for the sake of the human community. In response, Great Xia scoffed. They had not shared their treasures when they possessed them. Jiang Tao, oblivious to the tempest his presence had stirred in the outside world, was engrossed in studying the Earth's lacteal spring. Compared to before being claimed, there were noticeably fewer disturbances in the courtyard. The shelter still required upgrades to fully harness its potential. Jiang Tao let out a sigh, clicking on the shelter's interface. Requirements to upgrade to a large rural villa: 1,000 units of wood, 500 units of iron, 300 units of silver, 100 units of gold, and 1 second-tier energy core. The material demands were substantial, yet the most challenging was the second-tier core. Currently, an abundance of meat remains uneaten, prompting Jiang Tao to place some surplus wild boar meat on the platform for sale, seeking only gold, silver, and other scarce blueprints or items. Damimi and Shun Sisi do not perceive the spring as small. They urge Jiang Tao to ascend to the second floor while they indulge in bathing in the courtyard. A sense of betrayal lingers in the air. Jiang Tao, with no alternative, sits down on the wooden bed on the second floor, meditating to sense the surging energy within him. The copious amount of food consumed that evening, coupled with the immense experience gained from slaying monsters, has unwittingly allowed him to transcend the boundaries of life. In the courtyard, Demimi uses a towel to gently cleanse Shun Cece's wounds, gazing at the girl's flawless, delicate form and exquisite features. Unable to restrain her admiration, she exclaims, "Cece, once you return, consider pursuing a career in film. You are bound to become a superstar." A star? Shun Cece's large eyes twinkle with curiosity. "I am not particularly interested in that. Let us discuss it after we return." While the two engage in light-hearted conversation, the atmosphere remains amiable until the Mimi notices Shun Cece hesitating, on the verge of speaking, yet holding back. Demimi, taken aback, queries, "We are sisters bound by life and death. Is there anything you cannot share?" Shun Cece, now clad in a black shirt, whispers, "Sister, could you please be quieter when you sleep tonight? I fear I won't be able to rest well, which could affect our adventure the next day." Upon hearing this, Demimi's previously radiant smile falters. "Ah, I see," she replies, her teeth clenched in frustration. "It's all that wretched man's fault." Consequently, when Jiang Tao descends the stairs, he is met with an inexplicable reprimand from Demimi. What on earth is going on? Jiang Tao, perplexed, is left scratching his head. After a day of exploration, exhausted both physically and mentally, the three retire early. Jiang Tao originally intended to be sent to the second floor to sleep, but he argued his case. "Nighttime does not guarantee complete safety. I believe you all witnessed the morning's grim aftermath. It would be safer for me to sleep on the first floor." His reasoning was sound. Yang Mi and Shun Cece exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "All right, brother. You should rest early. Just call me if anything arises." Shun Cece, freshly cleaned, radiates youthful beauty. She adorably yawns, turns gracefully, her dark hair cascading down as she ascends to the second floor. "Be careful not to sleep too deeply," Demimi warns, casting him a captivating glance. And with a playful huff, she gracefully climbs the stairs. "Not to sleep too deeply?" Jiang Tao mused, akin to the Monkey King receiving a gentle admonition from his master. A smile of understanding graces his face. Before long, Jiang Tao lies in bed, clicking on the chat interface. As he peruses the players' conversations, filled with concerns over water and food shortages, along with expressions of gratitude directed towards him, a profound sense of happiness envelopes him. Moments later, drowsiness washes over him, and he succumbs to slumber. In the dead of night, the quiet of the spider's lair is punctuated only by the soothing sound of water flowing from the courtyard spring, further lulling him into a trance. Jiang Tao awakens, predictably stirred by an adrenaline surge, his blanket completely soaked through. He is enveloped in a feverish sweat, his heart racing as if ignited by a royal engine. "Today, I indulged in an excess of nourishment." Jiang Tao lightly touched his forehead, feeling its intense heat. Yet, something was evidently amiss with his body. He shook his head helplessly and quietly rose from his bed. There was no choice. It was the after effect of evolution. Despite the dimness of the wooden cabin, Jiang Tao possessed the ability to see in the dark. Beware of the raised part of the stairs. If you wish to avoid a swollen thumb, veer to the right, he recalled. He stealthily ascended the staircase. Sister Mi had hinted at it. Surely, she would not be upset. Upon reaching the second floor, he beheld two identical wooden beds, each shrouded by a blanket, concealing two graceful figures. Jiang Tao scratched his head. As he observed the quilt on the left bed, a speech bubble emerged. "A lonely soul awaits the arrival of her Prince Charming. Brave youth, hurry forth." With such a prompt, Jiang Tao instantly comprehended and chuckled softly. To avoid disturbing the rest of the neighboring JK, he tiptoed forward, gently laid down, and embraced the figure beneath the blanket. Apologies for the wait. Through the woolen cover, his beloved seemed to awaken, then froze in surprise. In the darkness, Shun Cece blinked her large eyes, displaying a look of shock. What was happening? It wasn't until she heard Jiang Tao's murmured words that realization dawned upon her. "You've mistaken me for someone else," JK fervently thought. Yet, before she could quietly alert him, A sudden chill enveloped her as the blanket was lifted. Upon seeing the trembling girl, arms wrapped around herself, Jiang Tao halted abruptly, even neglecting to retrieve the fallen blanket. "How is it, Cece? Damn, the prompt has doomed me." Their eyes met, and upon encountering the innocent, pitiful gaze of her large, doe-like eyes, Jiang Tao could no longer maintain his composure. The atmosphere turned exceedingly awkward. "Cece, something has fallen on the floor." A few meters away, Demi was roused by the noise, comfortably turning over, rubbing her eyes, and drowsily reminding them. Both she and Cece had enhanced vision, clearly discerning the two frozen figures on the bed. Demi's awareness instantly sharpened as her purple Medusa-like eyes swept over the scene. "Wait, what are you doing up here?" Demi exclaimed, sitting up in shock. Realizing the implications, she angrily seized a pillow from beside her and hurled it. "Are you trying to harm the flowers of our nation?" Thud! Jiang Tao managed a bitter smile as he reached out to catch the pillow. "Didn't you tell me not to fall asleep?" "I said that." Demi was momentarily taken aback, then her cheeks flushed. What thoughts were occupying this guy's mind? Noticing Shun Cece's skeptical gaze, Demi inwardly lamented the situation. "Wait, are you two treating me as a prop for flirtation?" Shun Cece was at a loss for words. The three remained frozen on the second floor. Jiang Tao was drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing as if about to leap from his chest, pondering how to defuse the situation when suddenly creak. A piercing sound, reminiscent of steel being torn apart, echoed from downstairs. "Attention! Attracted by moisture, a monster, man-eating bear, is breaching the iron door." Chapter 28. Human Predator? Night Assault, Man-Eating Bear. Unexpectedly, the nighttime ambush discussed by the players during the day had come to fruition. Jiang Tao's heart surged with excitement. "This is splendid. What man-eating bear? This is clearly a savior. I must investigate." Jiang Tao dashed downstairs, leaving the two women exchanging bewildered glances. Upon returning to the lobby on the first floor, Jiang Tao activated the energy core. Lights on. Instantly, both the first and second floors were illuminated in a brilliant glow. Jiang Tao turned his gaze towards the door, only to behold a massive black bear, over 3 meters tall, its body cloaked in dark fur, with bloodshot eyes fixated menacingly on the courtyard. Drip drop. Its cavernous mouth dripped with saliva. The sudden brightness caused the man-eating bear to squint, letting out a guttural roar, as it recognized Jiang Tao stepping out from the house. Its drool intensified. It rose to its full height, resembling a colossal shadow, its murky eyes flashing with a savage glint. Clang! The iron door, recently upgraded during the day, was effortlessly smashed by the bear's paw. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the door was reduced to splinters. Yet, Jiang Tao remained unfazed, rather intrigued. What strength you possess. If it were a wooden door, it would have been dismantled by now. Should it manage to breach the premises and launch a surprise attack, it would be perilous. "Brother, are you all right?" At that moment, Demimi and Shun Cece, hastily dressed and armed, hurried down from the second floor. Startled awake in the dead of night, both were gripped by fear. Upon seeing the ferocious man-eating bear, they instinctively shivered and hurriedly sought refuge behind Jiang Tao. Name: Man-eating bear. Level: E-class elite monster. Skills: bloodthirst, tremendous strength, bear paw. Human predator. Having inadvertently consumed a player, it has become obsessed with the taste. Having devoured 3 players and thus evolved, gaining a 10 boost in strength against humans. Description: a cunning and vicious elite bear, possessing the intellect of a 12-year-old human. Despite its formidable strength, it prefers to launch nighttime ambushes, particularly when it spots human structures. Attracted by the humidity, it was unexpectedly thrilled by this new find, eager to toy with its prey and feast upon them alive. Note: players who survive the night assault will receive double rewards. After reading the description, Jiang Tao narrowed his eyes. Demimi gasped, covering her mouth, her complexion pale. It has consumed 3 people? Shun Cece's delicate face turned ashen as she gripped her crossbow tightly, drawing a deep breath. "As long as it cannot enter, we shall remain invincible. Besides, we still have." Cece cast a furtive glance at Jiang Tao, unable to meet his gaze directly. She was well aware that her brother wielded the venom of a magical spider. Contact meant certain death. Indeed, seeing Jiang Tao's relaxed demeanor, Demimi felt a wave of relief wash over her. It seems equally strong above and below. I did not misjudge. Since it relished human flesh, it must be exterminated. Jiang Tao accessed the shelter's panel and activated the high-voltage mode. Warning: activating this mode will significantly deplete the energy core. Proceed? Confirmed. As the mode was activated, the lights within the room dimmed instantly. With a crackle, the iron door and the windows emitted a buzzing sound. The carnivorous bear, attempting to breach the entrance, was jolted by the electricity, its dark fur standing on end, and its paws emitting wisps of smoke. With a furious roar, the bear glared at the trio, refusing to retreat despite the shock. It staggered back a couple of steps before crashing heavily against the iron door. In a flurry of sparks and energy consumption, although its fur was singed, the beast sustained no significant injury. Its eyes filled with defiance as it glared at the three. "What are you staring at?" Jiang Tao shot back, irritated as he released a crossbow bolt. "Wreaking havoc in my home at this hour, and still throwing a tantrum?" Several bolts struck the bear, most of which it deflected with its massive forelimb. A few penetrated its thick layer of fat, causing it to recoil in pain. At that moment, Shun Sisi loosed 3 powerful bolts that sank deep into the bear's flesh, eliciting a pained yelp as it soared into the air. Alarmed by Shun Sisi's formidable weaponry, the bear turned and fled into the darkness outside. "Has it escaped?" Demimi inquired, casting a glance towards Jiang Tao, aware of his ability to perceive monsters. Observing the bubbles appearing in the darkness, Jiang Tao let out a cold chuckle. "It is quite cunning, lurking outside, perhaps even seeking objects to force its way in. Is the bear employing tactics? How sly?" A flicker of fear crossed Demimi's eyes. "If we let it go, it would be disastrous." Jiang Tao retrieved his mother spider spear, weighing it thoughtfully before splitting it into 5 smaller spears, which he then planted into the grass. Perfect for a little practice, he mused. Exchanging a knowing glance with Demimi, she understood instantly and extinguished the lights in the room. Instantly, the spider lair plunged into darkness. While ordinary people would be unable to see a thing, the 3 possessed night vision, their eyes scanning the surroundings with keen intensity. Before long, a rustling sound emerged from the shadows. Demimi widened her eyes in disbelief as the carnivorous bear returned, quietly approaching while clutching a round log in its jaws. Rubber wood, a unique timber providing 100 insulation with various applications. "Where on earth did you steal that from?" Jiang Tao laughed in exasperation, glancing up at the bear. Outwardly clumsy, yet inwardly cunning and ruthless, currently attempting to infiltrate the wooden cabin. Beware of its brute strength and close combat capabilities. A blow to the bear's nose will momentarily stun it, slowing its speed. Its neck fur will diminish significantly. The bear, still grasping the rubber wood, circled around, avoiding the damaged front entrance, opting instead for the back door. Cautiously, it pressed the log against the electrified iron door. Bang! Despite its careful approach, a faint noise escaped. The bear did not act rashly. Instead, it swiftly lay low, blending with the ground. Demimi and Shin Sisi witnessed this chilling scene, sharing a glance before turning back to Jiang Tao. He placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Sure, the bear may be cunning, but who is truly wise? Unbeknownst to humanity, the man-eating bear treaded upon the rubber tree. Despite its formidable weight of several hundred kilograms, it moved with remarkable agility, inching closer to the wooden cabin. It appeared to have caught sight of its 3 unsuspecting prey, unable to resist the urge to extend its tongue in anticipation. As the bear ascended, Jiang Tao tightened his grip on the spear, his back arched like a dragon poised to strike. With a swift throw, a resounding thud echoed as the spear pierced the bear's neck, blood gushing forth. With a heavy crash, the bear plummeted from its height, frantically clawing at its wound in a desperate attempt to dislodge the spear. One must acknowledge the resilience of elite creatures. Even mortally wounded, it attempted a counterattack. Seizing the opportunity, Shun Sisi unleashed a barrage of powerful bolts, 2 of which struck the bear's eyes, rendering it truly blind. in a furious display. The injured bear wreaked havoc around it. Jiang Tao, exhibiting remarkable composure, launched additional spears, his benevolence perhaps a double-edged sword. After 3 successful throws, the talent notification confirmed the bear's defeat, allowing Jiang Tao to reignite the lantern and open the iron gate, dragging the lifeless bear back to the courtyard. To prevent attracting other creatures with the scent of blood, Demi swiftly secured the iron gate. Now, a bounty of meat lay before them, resembling a small mountain of black bear. Jiang Tao shook his head in disbelief. After vanquishing the creature, a warm sensation enveloped him. He had reached the pinnacle of his accumulation, and now it seemed the fruits of the night would multiply. Taking a deep breath, he allowed his body to gradually evolve, pressing his palm against the bear's form. Collection initiated. Chapter 29. The third day. The first new human, Jiang Tao, acquired black bear, meat, X5000, bear skin robe, X1. Bear gallbladder, X1. Second order spiritual crystal, X1. The harvest was indeed substantial. Even more, to Jiang Tao's delight, was a tome in his possession. Nightly fortuitous explosion. You have obtained the human target attack talent book. Evolved to humanoid target attack. Surely, more treasures would arrive by nightfall. Jiang Tao's gaze fell upon the talent book. Despite effortlessly vanquishing the man-eating bear, an elite creature nonetheless, it posed immense pressure to any player. It seemed that only their team could clear the entire building without sustaining injuries. Humanoid target attack. Whenever encountering humanoid monsters, attack power is increased by 10. Quite intriguing. One could only wonder the extent of its humanoid classification. Jiang Tao silently recited the incantation to learn. As the book transformed into light, a new entry appeared in the talent section. What are the other treasures? That second-order spiritual crystal would alleviate his immediate concerns, allowing for the upgrade of the shelter. However, a bit more gold and silver was still needed. With an abundance of food, Jiang Tao decided to place another batch of wild boar meat on the market. He anticipated that by tomorrow, he would gather the necessary materials for the upgrade. There was simply too much. It was impossible to consume it all. Gazing at the donkey head meat and spider meat piled in the wooden cabin, Jiang Tao wore a look of helplessness. If other players were to witness this, they would likely be infuriated. Here we are, struggling on the brink of life and death, and you're overflowing with resources? Can this bear steal robes? Damimi curiously picked up a black and red cloak from the ground. Name: bearskin robe. Grade: bronze level. Effect: breath reduction. Wearing the robe significantly diminishes presence, allowing for invisibility in environments such as nighttime. Strength enhancement. Strength 30. Movement speed 10. Bear heart. Activating the black bear phantom on the robe can manifest a black bear avatar externally, greatly enhancing all attributes. The avatar absorbs all damage until it is destroyed. Cooldown period 24 hours. Truly, the night had brought good fortune. This was undoubtedly a rare piece of equipment. Jiang Tao marveled at it. His confidence for the journey ahead grew ever stronger. The final bear gallbladder, no larger than a dragon's eye, emanated a spiritual energy even more potent than that of the spiritual crystal. Bear gallbladder, a rare treasure, containing the essence of an elite bear. Consuming it can detoxify and heal. As long as breath remains, it can revive. If at an evolution point, it can aid in overcoming obstacles. Shi quickly consumed the bear gallbladder. I had no idea it held such miraculous properties. After reading, Jiang Tao felt even more ecstatic. The precious remedy had come without effort. However, when he extended his hand towards her, Shishi shook her head gently, declining. Brother, my wounds only bear a trace of lingering poison. Having consumed so much precious meat, I can feel warmth spreading within me. I believe I am on the verge of evolution. You should consume the bear gallbladder and evolve to E rank, which would enable you to protect us better. Jiang Tao frowned slightly while holding the gallbladder. I am also in the process of evolution. Consuming it now may be wasteful. Such a rare treasure, and yet the two of them found themselves in a standoff, each unwilling to yield. Damimi interjected with a smile. In that case, let us reserve this miraculous elixir for future use, should anyone sustain injuries. Her suggestion was met with agreement from Jiang Tao and Shishi, who then tucked the bear bile away. Once the crisis had subsided, an awkward atmosphere lingered. Shun Shishi yawned and turned to ascend the stairs. I am quite tired. I shall retire for some rest. If anything arises, you may summon me, brother. It seemed as though some dreadful beast was in pursuit, prompting Demimi to hasten her steps and follow suit upstairs. Before departing, she cast a stern glance at Jiang Tao. You are to reflect on your actions here on the first floor. Jiang Tao shrugged, feeling helpless. His body was in a state of evolution, radiating heat. With an abundance of energy and unable to sleep, he decided to gather materials to repair the iron door damaged by the man-eating bear. He then rinsed his body with spring water. The following day, Jiang Tao was awakened by the building's announcement. Good morning, players. Today marks the third day of the survival game, with 7 days remaining until its conclusion. Yesterday, a total of 110,000 players were unfortunate enough to be eliminated, leaving 630,000 players still in the game. Some players have evolved to E-level. The difficulty of rooms has increased, and personal rewards are currently being calculated, along with national fortunes. Civilization tip. When players encounter intelligent beings during their explorations, there is a chance to trigger a quest, which may yield special rewards upon completion. In the face of difficulties, nightmares, or even hellish large rooms, players may choose to band together for a joint strategy, ensuring abundant rewards. The mechanical voice, with its sparse words, left hundreds of thousands in deep contemplation. Another 110,000 had perished last night. How many millions were affected in reality? Particularly upon hearing about the increased difficulty, many grassroots players felt a weight in their hearts. Mourning the loss. Had someone evolved into an E-level being? Who could it be? Such power must be akin to that of Captain America from the movies. It was highly likely to be Jiang Tao from Daxia. Listening to the final reminder, did the rooms undergo a transformation? Oh no, I previously encountered a burrowing goblin, and like in the movies, it fled upon seeing me. At that moment, I felt fortunate to have avoided conflict. Now, it seemed, how could I possibly trigger a quest? Numerous channels buzzed with discussion. In the Daxia channel, Xiao Ma Gu inquired, Jiang Tao, young man, is it you who has become the E-level human mentioned in the announcement? Many players were watching. Jiang Tao, awakening from his daze, did not conceal the truth. It is I. Indeed, many breathed a sigh of relief. Having produced the first human of their own nation was preferable to any foreign emergence. Not to mention, with his evolution, others could also partake in the bounty. However, I must not allow him to pull too far ahead. Xiaoma Ji's face displayed a hint of reluctance. He had built the formidable Empire Penguin from scratch and intended to establish his own dominion within this new edifice. Daxia boasted the largest player base, and given Jiang Tao's previous generosity, more individuals had managed to survive the early stages, fostering a group of potential leaders lying in wait. In a forest situated many rooms away, the night passed with relentless pursuit. Nihikawa Gusaka discovered a goblin with rudimentary intelligence, wielding a wooden staff. In the distance, there lay a goblin village, its smoke curling gracefully into the air. He unsheathed his katana. An E-rank human had gained a slight advantage over him, yet he had accomplished numerous tasks, each reward increasingly bountiful. Once he activated the final main quest, he would surely surpass all. Of course, with each excavation, the challenges grew more formidable. Nihikawa Gusaka was well aware of this. Brave and undaunted, he recited the spirit of Bushido in his heart and charged forth. At 6 in the morning, as the global livestream commenced, millions of viewers from the island nation tuned in to his channel without fail. Upon awakening, he felt invigorated and full of vitality. Jiang Tao eagerly anticipated the forthcoming rewards and opened his personal panel. To his astonishment, the level section boldly proclaimed, a rank mid-tier. New human. Furthermore, due to an abundance of energy, he had surged past the initial accumulation in one breath. At that moment, Demimi and Shun Sisi descended from the second floor. Their curiosity piqued as they observed Jiang Tao, noticing his apparent height and strength had increased, and perhaps he had become a touch more handsome. A fleeting thought of last night's nocturnal raid made Shun Sisi's cheeks flush as she turned her head away. What does an E-rank human look like? Demimi inquired, her attention drawn to his youthful, baby-like skin. Jiang Tao pointed at the panel and chuckled. It states that my lifespan is 300 years. Moreover, I can choose to evolve a specific organ. As an elite, you have transcended your race and shall lead your kin towards a new path of evolution. Please select one body part for evolution from the following options. Chapter 30. An extension of 10 years. An S-class pet egg, Lilith. Left hand, right leg, heart, spine, eyes, nose, brain. To his astonishment, one could choose for oneself. This must pertain to the enhancement of a particular organ. Jiang Tao fell into deep contemplation. Logically, the preferred choices would naturally be the most vital organs, the heart and the brain. One is essential for the circulation of blood throughout the body, while the other fortifies the soul. Blood? A thought sparked in Jiang Tao's mind. Can bloodlines evolve? He meticulously searched the interface and indeed discovered it. Beside the Titan bloodline was an upward-pointing red arrow. Jiang Tao's spirit surged. He decided that shall be his choice. The strong grow stronger. He had experienced the might of Titan blood firsthand. Immense strength and boundless stamina. After all, how else could he confront elite monsters with an F-rank physique? Not to mention, he could even transform into a Titan giant. As he clicked, it seemed as though he could hear the resounding sound of blood surging, an immense energy flooding into his very marrow. Crack! Jiang Tao's bones trembled. Talent Titan power evolved into Titan bone. Talent effect. Strength 6 times, activates bloodline power. Allows transformation into an 8-meter tall Titan form. All attributes doubled. Duration of 5 minutes. No weakness period, but requires high-energy food afterward. Cooldown period, 24 hours. The effects have doubled. Most importantly, there are no side effects. Jiang Tao clenched his fists, reflecting on the vast chasm that separates each level of beings. He casually picked up an ordinary kitchen knife, and amidst the astonished gasps of Shun Sisi and Demimi, he struck his own arm. With a clang, the knife dulled and then snapped in two. "Brother, your skin is tougher than that of a rhinoceros," Shun Sisi exclaimed, her clear eyes blinking in disbelief. She cautiously stepped forward, gingerly pinching Jiang Tao's skin, only to find it unyielding. Demimi joyfully surveyed her own radiant appearance, her delicate skin glowing. "Hee, I too have evolved into a top-tier F-class. The feedback effect is astonishing. I never imagined that simply following behind Jiang Tao and supporting him would yield such tremendous rewards." With this thought, Demimi cast a glance at Jiang Tao, pondering whether she should treat him later that evening. Settlement complete. Congratulations to player Jiang Tao for being the first to evolve a bloodline to E-Class New Humanity. Personal reward. Exclusive S-Class Pet Egg X1. Nation S Fortune Feedback. All citizens of the Great Xia. Lifespan 10 years. Gene Unlock Rate 5. On Blue Star, just as dawn was breaking, many viewers, still drowsy, opened the live stream. To their astonishment, Jiang Tao provided them with such a grand surprise right from the start. "You evolved overnight?" they exclaimed. "Haha, last night. Weren't the people from Sakura Island boasting about how a Nichikawa-ji Saka was rising in prominence? Look at this now. An extension of 10 years. This is tangible. While rewards that enhance intelligence or give birth to geniuses may be unclear to the common populace, the notion of everyone living an additional 10 years resonates deeply, echoing through every street, alley, hospital, and school. From octogenarians to 8-year-old children, all are filled with joyous laughter. Indeed, they are the heroes of our great nation. Many elder leaders express profound gratitude towards Jiang Tao, considering it a life-saving grace. The medical miracles occurring within the realm of Daxia have incited envy among numerous foreigners. Why are they not citizens of Daxia? Why did their own competitors not evolve first? Why is Jiang Tao not among them? Undoubtedly, those who feel the most aggrieved are the outsiders. They must tread carefully, as excessive joy may lead to sorrow. With eyes filled with envy, they fixate on the live stream, trembling as they witness the astonishing events unfolding across Daxia. It is more painful than if they had met their end, unbeknownst to Jiang Tao, who is oblivious to the external turmoil. He is far more concerned about the rewards within his grasp. A resplendent pet egg descends from the heavens, landing gently in his palm. An S rank? What does that even signify? Jiang Tao feels dizzy as he contemplates the current game information. F rank represents ordinary creatures, while the elite F rank is akin to the Crme de la Crme among humanity, the Beast King. E rank denotes elite monsters, superhumans endowed with astonishing talents, capable of withstanding small bullets merely with their skin. D rank signifies extraordinary beings. And S rank, it is unfathomable. Merely its exterior is breathtaking. One must open it and see. Naturally, girls are drawn to beauty. Upon seeing the golden egg, the girl named Mimi's eyes sparkle with excitement as she steps forward, extending her delicate fingers. She prods it gently. The eggshell is remarkably hard. How does one open it? Shun Cici jestingly remarks, "Do you need your brother to hatch it?" "No need for such trouble." Jiang Tao glanced at the introduction and placed the golden egg on the ground, only to find it levitate automatically. Jiang Tao extended a finger, producing a spider spear, intending to poke it. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He gently pulled the curious Mimi closer. "You naughty boy," in broad daylight, while live streaming. "What are you trying to do?" As they drew near, Mimi felt a sudden rush of panic. At night, in the dark, it would be inconsequential. However, in broad daylight, with hundreds of millions of viewers, even her ex-husband could be watching. Jiang Tao chuckled. "Isn't this merely borrowing a bit of my sister's luck? You owe me poke it." Yang Mi took the spider spear, relieved, and carefully pierced Jiang Tao's fingertip. A drop of crimson blood fell, and the golden egg burst forth with brilliance, cracking open with a resounding sound. A cascade of black and pink light filled the cavern. As the radiance gradually dissipated, an enchanting humanoid silhouette appeared before them. "Then congratulations on your lucky explosion, hatching a rare S-rank pet, Lilith," with cascading black hair flowing down to her slender waist. She donned a deep and mysterious black gown, contrasting sharply with her snow-white skin. Her towering legs and perfect body proportions were the envy of all, complemented by a face of divine beauty crafted by the hands of God, her alluring red eyes blinking curiously as they surveyed the three present. Finally, her gaze settled upon Jiang Tao. "Might you be my master?" Her sultry voice, accentuated by two vampire-like fangs, added to her mystique. "Huh?" Jiang Tao and the others stood in stunned silence. "Is this truly a pet?" A sudden jolt coursed through Damimi's heart. Oh no, she had unwittingly acquired a rival. An ominous premonition stirred within her, and she regretted her earlier assistance. Could something emerge from the egg? "What abilities do you possess?" As Jiang Tao regained his composure, he curiously scrutinized Lilith's proud demeanor. Influenced by the gravitational force, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to her two dark orbs. He chuckled. Lilith, with a delicate hand covering her mouth, smiled lightly, her black dress fluttering as a pair of devilish wings sprouted from her back, allowing her to soar gracefully behind Jiang Tao. With her sleeves rolled up, she revealed a delicate wrist of alabaster. Her eyes sparkled as she leaned close to Jiang Tao's ear, lightly tapping his shoulder with her small fist, exhaling softly. "I shall assist my master with back rubs and massages. Most importantly, I can help you unwind." A sudden shiver ran through Jiang Tao as he felt a tickling sensation by his ear, and he cast a sidelong glance. Damimi stood with her arms crossed, a look of disapproval etched on her face as she regarded him. The JK girl, Shun Cici, with her large eyes, revealed a hint of disdain and instinctively took small steps away. However, unbeknownst to Jiang Tao, at the very moment Lilith emerged from her shell, the viewership in the already illustrious livestream room surged by tens of millions. A staggering 90% of the audience comprised male viewers. Beauty was indeed the foremost allure. Chapter 31. The Body of the Dream Demon. A New Room. The Gas Chamber. Sensing Yang Mi's jealousy, Shun Cici felt a pang of envy. Lilith let out a soft giggle and gracefully distanced herself, causing that enchanting fragrance to dissipate. Jiang Tao sighed in relief, yet a flicker of melancholy stirred within him. Truly, she was a calamity of beauty. He opened Lilith's profile to inspect her attributes. Name, Lilith. Quality, S-Class Potential. Level, E-Class Elite Monster. Skills, Enchantment Art, as a renowned succubus. Every move Lilith makes is captivating. She excels in seductive kisses and can briefly confuse or incapacitate enemies whose mental strength is equal to or greater than her own. If the enemy's mental strength is lower, she can exert temporary control and confront multiple foes. Spirit healing. By consuming mental energy, she can perform healing spells, particularly effective in alleviating mental trauma, although her physical restoration abilities are weak. However, when using her charm, she can help her master relax both body and mind, resulting in a tenfold increase in inspiration in a short time, entering a sage mode of clarity. Note, this ability is limited to male masters. Whip of Enchantment, a self-equipped weapon. The charm whip moves as she desires, adapting in various ways. Body of the Dream Demon, inherent to her race, she can shift into an ethereal form. Immune to 50 of physical damage. She can blend into darkness. At night, her power doubles. Description: a common succubus in mythological tales, capable of evolving by consuming essence. She is the bane of male creatures. Her innate charm value is 100. Not to mention her extraordinary qualities. Her ability to transform into an ethereal body alone is enviable. With her assistance, one can evade 99 of dangers. Jiang Tao felt invigorated, especially thinking of his target for the day. The ghost forest, absolutely secured. Isn't that so? Yang Mi's expression appeared slightly frosty, while JK Girl seemed somewhat skeptical. Lilith beamed, seemingly oblivious to the two women's somewhat unfriendly gazes, and began preparing breakfast. After indulging in too much barbecued meat yesterday, Yang Mi and Shen Sisi craved something different. After some contemplation, Jiang Tao produced 3 cups of instant noodles, simple yet convenient. The natural water dispenser could boil water automatically. Before long, 3 steaming cups of noodles were ready. Yang Mi eagerly took a plastic spoon and hastily brought a few chewy noodles to her lips. The once despised cheap food now tasted exquisite enough to bring her tears. Delicious. This was her first experience with instant noodles. Eat more if you like it. Jiang Tao, unfazed by the heat, devoured his cup in a few hearty bites, licking his lips in satisfaction. It was merely enough to whet his appetite. Master, is it truly that delectable? Lilith fluttered around the 3, her large, pitiful eyes sparkling. Not only the 3 present, but the billions of viewers behind the screen simultaneously sent messages. Feed her. At the scene, Shin Sisi opened a packet of noodles and gently offered it to Lilith. Here you go. Thank you. Lilith, with her hands crossed in delightful surprise, transformed her crimson eyes into 2 heart-shaped forms. She silently glided to Shun Sisi's cheek and gently pecked it, the warmth radiating from the touch, causing the JK girl to blink her innocent big eyes. After a couple of days of fatigue due to injury, her spirits were unexpectedly lifted. Hee. Lilith imitated the 2 as they indulged in instant noodles, while Jiang Tao enjoyed his staple food, gnawing on the leftover donkey meat from the previous day. 3 fleeting minutes passed, observing Lilith curiously picking up a fork to eat the noodles. Her face beamed with delight. Jiang Tao chuckled. Aren't you supposed to absorb essence as your sustenance? Lilith shot him a playful glare. Is it wrong for me to be tempted by food? Seizing the moment, Yang Mi produced 3 silver insurance rewards from yesterday. Without further ado, she naturally opened all 3 herself, beginning with Captain Xiao Tao's. The most thrilling part of unboxing was the instant the mystery was unveiled. Yang Mi rubbed her hands together as she opened it, a flash of white light accompanying her actions. Inside the box appeared a pair of palm-sized bony wings. What is this? Chicken wings? Jiang Tao, utterly astonished, picked up the wings, playing with them in his hands. Name: Wings of Freedom. Quality: bronze level. Effect: free flight by consuming stamina. Maintain a flying state. Reaching speeds up to Mach 1. Rapid dash significantly consumes stamina for a short burst of speed. Size adaptation: upon merging with the body, it can adapt to various sizes. A splendid treasure. After reading the effects, Jiang Tao's eyes sparkled as he integrated it into his being and donned the black bear robe. Flying bear. The subsequent 2 boxes did not disappoint Yang Mi. She successively revealed a teleportation scroll and a rare blueprint for an obsidian house. Teleportation scroll, upon use. It can randomly transport oneself and all teammates to a new room. Obsidian House Blueprint, a blueprint for a high-level shelter, requiring at least a large wooden house as a prerequisite for modification. Building materials, stone x 2000, obsidian x 1000, silver x 2000, gold x 1000, and a tier 3 energy core. Could this be considered a life-saving item? Yang Mi, clutching the scroll, was overjoyed. Shun Cici's eyes spun as she remarked, in the event of a deadly crisis, it could save our lives, but the condition is that the teleportation lands us in a safe room. If we're unlucky, we might emerge from the tiger's den only to encounter a pack of wolves. Yang Mi, shaking her long, dark hair, handed the scroll to Jiang Tao with a beaming smile, saying, Xiao Tao, I entrust this to your care. No need. Since you opened it, you should keep it. Jiang Tao replied, shaking his head. He elaborated, Cici has a point. Random teleportation carries risks, but given your luck, it might be more suitable for you. Indeed, there was some truth to that. Yang Mi happily tucked away the teleportation scroll. As for the blueprint for the Obsidian House, the large countryside villa was still under construction, so it would have to wait. Having experienced last night's man-eating bear crisis, the group dared not be careless regarding their shelter. With everything prepared, they stood ready. Jiang Tao cast his gaze around. Before him lay a daunting chamber, inhabited by a nest of ferocious bears, currently in a fit of rage. If he could vanquish 4 of them, he would be rewarded with an iron chest and 4 bear pelts. Upon encountering this first clue, Jiang Tao felt a sense of unease. Wasn't that man-eating bear from last night drawn from this very vicinity? Naturally, he would not indulge in pointless distress and shifted his attention elsewhere. Behind him flowed a small stream, capable of storing enough water for 10 days, should he find himself in need. Additionally, one might pan for a bit of gold dust and some rudimentary tools. Above loomed a gas chamber. A whiff of its contents would spell certain doom, yet peril and opportunity often coexist, for within lay a chest of gold. Below, there was nothing remarkable, merely a collection of stones. To his left prowled a famished wolf, while to his right stood an abandoned station, concealing some perilous creatures, yet offering potential supplies and pharmaceuticals. At the break of dawn, various chambers presented themselves. The first to be dismissed were, understandably, the rear and the left. For the moment, with ample drinking water, there seemed no need to squander an opportunity. The toxic gas chamber, while exceedingly treacherous for an ordinary person, was within his grasp. That chest of gold could alleviate his current plight. He had gleaned from panning for gold dust and the bounty he had offered throughout the night that the challenge was formidable. In the early stages, it was only due to hunger and thirst that gold was sold at a discount, or perhaps by sheer luck. A rare few stumbled upon a mining area. Future renovations for the shelter would undoubtedly demand more gold. With these thoughts crystallized in his mind, Jiang Tao made his decision. He would ascend. It was quite a height. Upon hearing his resolution, Yang Mi looked up at the cavern, standing 7 or 8 meters high. The others, even if aware of the treasures above, would find it arduous to reach them. Yet for them, it seemed effortless. He instructed Yang Mi and Shun Cici to don gas masks. Jiang Tao cradled the ample Yang Mi, while Lilith smiled, effortlessly lifting Shun Cici. Amidst the startled exclamations of the 2 women, he soared into the air. Chapter 32. The Grand Countryside Villa, the Toxic Gas Chamber, and the intensely challenging mini-volcano room. Room 21. The Toxic Gas Chamber. Jiang Tao, accompanied by Yang Mi and Shun Cici, followed closely behind Lilith, who was leading the way. The air was thick with mist, a dreary haze enveloping their surroundings. Especially while wearing masks, their visibility was further obscured. Had it been any other players, they would likely have to navigate through darkness. Yet for them, the master beckoned them forward. Lilith flapped her demon wings, dispersing some of the toxic gas ahead, and gestured for Jiang Tao and the others to follow. Caution! Beware of the dilapidated machinery ahead. A prompt appeared before Jiang Tao. With his evolution to mid-tier E-level, his vision had significantly improved, making exploration in the toxic chamber a manageable task. Xiao Tao, hold my hand tightly. I feel a bit frightened. The perilous environment prompted Yang Mi to disregard her image and draw closer to Jiang Tao. A glance revealed that the JK girl beside her was also hesitant, advancing with trepidation. "Give me your hand." He grasped both their hands and swiftly maneuvered past the obstacles, pressing onward. In truth, had the circumstances allowed for a leisurely pursuit, there might have been opportunities to gather materials, likely yielding some metallic resources. However, considering the unique environment, Jiang Tao preferred to collect in other rooms. After 10 minutes of walking, Lilith, who had soared ahead, gleefully descended with a treasure chest from a high platform. "Master, look what I have discovered." Lilith was unaffected by the toxic gas, but Jiang Tao found it far less easy. He shot her a glance, refraining from opening the chest. Golden chest. A treasure chest containing gold, the origins of which remain a mystery. "You should stow it away for now." After instructing Lilith to temporarily safeguard the treasure, Jiang Tao turned his gaze to the left and right. The passage in the toxic chamber required no excavation, but simply to push open doors, significantly saving their time. Ahead lies a common cavern. It would make a suitable resting place if you wish to take a break. Behind lies a challenging room, the poisonous chamber. The chamber's master is a green poison creature towering over 3 meters, covered in green toxic blisters. It is currently controlling a bizarre machine emitting toxic fumes. Defeating it may yield unexpected rewards, including a potent poison-making weapon. So, the toxic gas originates from the green poison creature? Jiang Tao found this somewhat amusing. Wait, does this imply that the chest of gold is the treasure of the green poison creature? Observing Lilith happily cradling the golden chest, Jiang Tao's expression grew rather peculiar. If the toxic chamber is this troublesome, the poisonous chamber would be even more daunting. Jiang Tao was not inclined to engage in battle with the green poison creature. He glanced at the remaining 4 rooms. To the left, a desert area. Should you acquire the blueprint for the desert house, you can smelt materials within. To the right, a challenging room, a vast expanse featuring a small volcano, home to rare materials such as obsidian and volcanic rock. Additionally, there are rare monsters, lava creatures, which breathe fire and pose a significant threat. However, defeating them offers a greater likelihood of obtaining energy cores and soul enhancement stones. Above, a simple thatched hut containing only basic supplies. Below, a difficult level. Do you wish to become food for the poison creatures? Then let's dive in. Amidst the thousands of venomous creatures, as the announcement foretold, the exploration difficulty was indeed escalating. Currently, there remained 2 safe rooms, but as one ventured further, would every direction lead to challenges of a formidable nature? At that juncture, lacking sufficient strength would plunge one into despair. It appears that while the desert poses dangers, it also harbors rare resources, albeit I have no pertinent need for them. Jiang Tao contemplated his next course of action. The primary objective for today was to conquer the ghostly forest. The decisive battle against the ghost mother tree awaited, promising the acquisition of the enigmatic extraordinary ember. Jiang Tao sensed a premonition that it would undoubtedly ignite a new wave of national fortune rewards. To better confront the ghost mother tree, he was disinclined to challenge overly perilous bosses today. Weighing his options, Jiang Tao settled on the small volcano to the right. The obsidian atop the mountain was precisely what I required. Furthermore, while the lava creature posed some danger, the energy cores it dropped would prove invaluable, and the soul enhancement stones would greatly aid both myself and my companions, Demimi and Shishi. Noticing Jiang Tao's momentary hesitation, Shishi, whose hand he held, understood his contemplation. Through her mask, she gently inquired, "Brother, have you decided where to go?" "To the right," Jiang Tao replied with a smile, resolutely leading them in that direction. Demimi steadfastly followed suit. Upon reaching the teleportation portal on the right, Jiang Tao commanded, "Lilith, please open the door." Lilith, cradling a golden chest, floated in the air and stuck her tongue out at Jiang Tao. Exploiting slaves despite her teasing, the pet remained fiercely loyal to her master. Lilith broke through the portal, plunging into the shimmering light. Observing this, Jiang Tao firmly grasped the hands of both ladies and followed closely behind. In room 22, the small volcano awaited. The relentless sun scorched the earth mercilessly. At the base of a black-red volcano, a crack suddenly appeared in the mountainside. A fair-skinned fairy emerged. cradling a treasure chest, gazing curiously at this unfamiliar world. Is this the Mountain of Flames? Mimi, unable to contain her excitement, eagerly removed her mask, panting heavily. The JK girl was equally drenched in perspiration. She shielded her eyes with her hand, squinting at the blazing sun above, murmuring, "The rooms are growing larger. Is that sun real or an illusion?" Her question echoed the confusion felt by countless viewers behind the screen. What would happen if one employed their talent to gaze upon it? Jiang Tao's curiosity was piqued, and he attempted to look at the blazing sun. In the next instant, a bubble frame indeed materialized. "Stop looking. It has nothing to do with you. Just avoid bringing misfortune upon yourself. The sun could be considered a room." Jiang Tao's heart raced at the thought of potentially meeting an untimely demise upon landing. However, this was not the foremost concern at present. He redirected his gaze to observe the unfamiliar small volcano, which was dozens of times larger than before. Gazing at the boundless black-red hills, Jiang Tao reflected on the daunting challenge that lay ahead in the ghostly forest, contemplating its vastness and peril. I recall that there were others who had previously ventured into extensive deserts and mining areas, spending considerable time merely seeking an escape. The youthful heart of JK pondered how to escape. Indeed, I recall an instance where a player found himself ensnared in a desert, unable to discern a path, succumbing to both thirst and hunger under the relentless sun. The oppressive heat, coupled with the fiery temperature from the nearby volcano, left young Mi's complexion somewhat pale. She produced a bottle of pristine water and gulped it down in one breath. Observing this, Jiang Tao and Shun Sisi chuckled. While other players might have been on edge, rationing their water, we were free from such concerns. At that moment, Lilith could hardly contain her excitement as she opened the golden chest. Instantly, the sight of the overflowing gold captured everyone's attention. An audience member couldn't help but exclaim, "Honestly, the wealth one could accumulate from this game alone could lead to financial independence." Many viewers, disenchanted with their reality, fervently agreed. Rather than languishing in the real world, why not thrive in the game? Congratulations! You have obtained 100 gold bars. Upon hearing this announcement, Jiang Tao smiled and retrieved the shelter cube. In the next instant, he unfolded it. With a resounding thud, a medium-sized wooden cabin materialized at the foot of the mountain. Just then, a perspiring Shun Sisi stepped into the courtyard as spring, splashing water playfully. "This is so much fun, I want to join," Lilith exclaimed mischievously, fluttering her wings as she joined in the frolic. Jiang Tao, meanwhile, began gathering the materials required to upgrade the large countryside villa, including wood, gold, silver, iron, and second-tier spirit crystals dropped by the man-eating bears. The other two shrugged and leaped out. Curiously, Shun Sisi inquired, "Brother, I recall we had nearly gathered all the materials last night." "Yes, but we still need to collect the remaining 100 gold, Jiang Tao affirmed. Everyone was astute enough to recognize the value of gold and energy cores. "Upgrade." As he clicked confirm, the materials on the ground transformed into a beam of white light and vanished. Simultaneously, the two-story wooden house was enveloped in radiant light. When it reappeared, it had transformed into a spacious three-story wooden villa, complete with gardens in both front and back. The geothermal spring in the backyard had dramatically increased in size, returning to its original dimensions. Ding! Shelter upgrade complete. Initial construction is finished. For modifications to withstand formidable foes, please seek additional blueprints. Jiang Tao opened the shelter panel and discovered that both the planting capacity and warehouse size had increased exponentially. Naturally, with a larger area came greater energy consumption. His stockpile of spirit crystals had been nearly depleted, indicating the necessity for further accumulation. The structure had indeed become much more luxurious. However, it was a pity that the doors and windows remained iron. Shun Sisi joyfully examined the new house, her gaze landing on the repaired iron door, revealing a hint of disappointment on her face. There was no remedy for this. It was simply the nature of the wooden cabin, yet converting it into an obsidian house would undoubtedly enhance its appeal. After a thorough inspection, Jiang Tao minimized the shelter back into a cube and tucked it into his pocket. He pointed towards the volcano ahead and declared, "The raw materials we require are located atop that mountain." Suddenly, Jiang Tao's gaze sharpened as a bubble prompt emerged from his fingertip. Do you wish to escape this dire predicament? Then ascend the mountain. Only a single portal exists at this small volcano, right here. A solitary passage? Jiang Tao's gaze narrowed, as this was a first for him. Brother, what's wrong? Shun Cc, curious, followed his line of sight towards the mountain summit. Jiang Tao inhaled deeply. There is but one teleportation portal located atop the mountain. Shun Cc's clear eyes widened in realization. No wonder so many players have become trapped, unable to find their way out. Thankfully, you are here. Demimi offered Jiang Tao a hearty thumbs up. Fear not, dear mistress, with my presence. We shall surely find our way out. The sweltering heat of the day did not dampen Lilith's spirits as she cheerfully soared towards the mountain. Jiang Tao initially intended to unfurl his wings of freedom, as he had done upon arrival, carrying one person at a time. However, after a brief attempt, he discovered that it consumed too much stamina and made them vulnerable to aerial assaults. Hence, for the most part, they traversed the easier mountain paths on foot, only taking to the skies when faced with perilous routes obstructed by boulders. Along the way, they naturally encountered the volcanic specialty of obsidian. Having just built a new house, Shun Cc and Amimi were brimming with enthusiasm. They collected as they walked. Obsidian 1, fine stone 1, occasionally unexpected treasure surfaced. Gold nugget 1. Tempted by the allure of gold, the two women became even more spirited in their gathering. Observing da Mimi's Goifaldimin, Jiang Tao Giestid, Sistermi, with a daily salary of 2.08 million. How can you still take pleasure in picking up stones? Damimi shot him a glance and casually tossed aside a dark stone she had picked up. Yesterday, it was a little sweet. Today, it's Lady Cow. The thrill of discovering treasures brought her more joy than any digital numbers on her phone. Aware of Jiang Tao's prowess, she watched as he effortlessly caught the black stone he had just tossed. Large obsidian X1. At that moment, Lilith, who was scouting ahead, suddenly exclaimed, Master, come quickly. A mass of flames is rolling. The trio simultaneously felt the temperature around them surge rapidly, soaring above 60 degrees. Chapter 33. Ascending the Mountain. The initial encounter with the lava beast, the rise in temperature, was attributed to a pool of flowing lava creatures emerging from the ground. Name, Lava Beast. Level, Top Tier F Class. Abilities, Fire-breathing, Self-detonation. Description, a rare fire-type creature endowed with rudimentary intelligence, often birthed in seas of flame. Highly sought after due to its ability to condense soul crystals and soul enhancement stones upon death. Upon noticing the intruders ascending the mountain, the lava beast approached the three with a menacing demeanor, its mouth agape. At that moment, a bubble frame appeared in Jiang Tao's retina. Energy creature. Damage caused to limbs and torso is minimal. To eliminate it, the most astute choice is to shatter the energy core located at the back of its head. With strength neither overwhelming nor feeble, it was just right for training the combat skills of Demimi and Shishi. Contemplating this, Jiang Tao retreated behind the two women. Its method of attack was fire-breathing, with a range of 3 meters. Its weakness lay in the core at the back of its head. Without the captain's support, Demimi and Shun, Shishi instinctively took a step back. I cannot always stand by your side. You must learn to rely on yourselves, Jiang Tao declared, raising his hands to indicate he would not intervene. He even warned Lilith to keep her distance. Exchanging glances, Demimi and Shun, Shishi resolved to act. The lava beast unleashed a fiery breath, billowing black flames. Yet the two had already been informed and maintained a safe distance. Just as the lava beast attempted to close the gap, a flash of purple light flickered into Mimi's right eye. Medusa's gaze. In an instant, the lava beast's movements halted, petrified. Nice, Shun Shishi exclaimed, her face lighting up as she drew her bow for a triple shot. Fully recovered, she found her strength had increased significantly. All 3 arrows struck true. The first penetrated its defenses, while the second and third targeted the core. The lava beast emitted a cry of anguish as it spewed fire from its 5 orifices and collapsed to the ground. Demimi joyfully shouted and hurried forward to collect the spoils. Acquired 1 first-tier soul crystal, 1 soul fragment, 10 refined obsidian. Here you go, Xiao Tao. What you fought for will taste sweeter, Demimi chirped, presenting a glass-like soul fragment to him. You all can keep it. It's a valuable item, your trophy. Jiang Tao replied, declining the offer and continuing onward. As they ventured further, encounters with lava beasts became increasingly frequent. Some hid within the crevices of the mountain, while others simply slumbered in the middle of the path. During this journey, Jiang Tao also took the initiative to deal with a few stragglers. Remarkably, the mother spider spear proved to be quite effective, capable of automatic retrieval. He attempted to absorb the so-called soul fragments, experiencing a brief surge of exhilaration akin to a stimulant. However, the actual enhancement to his abilities was minimal, merely a slight improvement. Who said that? I feel warm and invigorated. Demimi beamed with a radiant posture, prompting the JK girl to nod in agreement. It seems to have a stronger effect on you. Thus, absorb more. If the two of you could evolve to E-class, the battles ahead would become significantly easier. Though resources in the small volcano were scarce, one could say they were virtually non-existent. Yet these strategic materials are remarkably convenient. The only drawback is that the temperature rises as one ascends towards the mountain peak. The two enchanting women, glistening with perspiration, guzzle mineral water incessantly. Upon reaching the midpoint of the mountain, Jiang Tao halted the ever-energetic Lilith. Let's take a moment's respite here, he suggested, gesturing towards a pile of scattered stones nearby. The already fatigued Mimi, panting, retrieved a wooden board to rest upon a rocky heap, wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead with a tissue, and lamented. Just the three of us have consumed at least 50 bottles of mineral water. Even the water dispenser ran dry. Fortunately, we discovered a spring yesterday. Any other team would have remained trapped in their quarters. Shun Sisi nodded in agreement. Let us eat something here and resume our journey promptly. We have already delayed considerably on this volcano. Jiang Tao extracted several earth fruits and tossed them to the two women. Gazing at the desiccated, panel-like fruits, Shun Sisi expressed her discontent. Brother, it's so hot, and you still expect us to eat this dry food? Is there nothing else? Consequently, Jiang Tao produced some even drier jerky. Shun Sisi remarked, under the circumstances, having something to eat is indeed a blessing. Just as the trio hastily concluded their lunch, Jiang Tao's gaze instinctively swept over the surrounding rubble, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Chapter 34. The Fallen Player, Volcanic Lava Lizard, Precious Stones. The wayward wanderer had only been here for 2 days, yet had already been turned to jerky by the relentless heat. What is this? There seems to be something amidst the rubble. Upon hearing this, the two ladies, occupied with their meal, sprang to their feet and hurriedly distanced themselves. Could it possibly be another lava creature? Dammy, feeling anxious, hid behind a rock. Jiang Tao shook his head and, following the prompt, began to remove the loose stones on the surface. Indeed, within the crevices, he discovered the charred remains of a player, clad in tattered garments, reduced to a blackened corpse. The two women gasped in shock and hurriedly stepped aside. Jiang Tao sighed, since fate had led them to this encounter. He felt compelled to give the fallen a proper farewell. He rummaged through the corpse's belongings, acquired a damaged wooden hut X1, obsidian X200, gold X10. Not a drop of water or morsel of food in sight. It was likely that he had succumbed to delirium from dehydration, ultimately unable to rise again. After ensuring the remains were respectfully arranged and buried among the stones once more, Jiang Tao, along with Dammy and Shinsisi, resumed their journey. The atmosphere grew palpably heavy as they continued. The tragic image of Lu Mang's demise replayed in their minds. Had they not crossed paths with him, would they too have become mere tragic corpses? As they walked, Dammy, nestled close to Shun Sisi, blinked her enchanting eyes, gazing intently at the figure ahead. Perhaps an even more harrowing fate awaited them. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Perhaps all the good deeds of my earlier years were merely a prelude to this moment of fortune. Shun Sisi, too, was enveloped in a whirlpool of emotions. Despite sustaining severe injuries that would have driven an ordinary person to despair, she had persevered, pouring her heart into the effort of recovery. Though she wouldn't admit it, her admiration for the captain grew daily. Alas, her brother, though exceptional in every way, was far too fickle. She looked up in exasperation, only to find Jiang Tao flirting playfully with Lilith, the guide. How infuriating! As they ascended, the path became increasingly treacherous, and the temperature soared. The trio found themselves drinking water more frequently. After overcoming a minor setback on the mountainside, Dami and Shun Sisi demonstrated remarkable resilience, grumbling not a word. They even took the initiative to engage in combat against the lava creatures, honing their skills in the process. Thanks to the fragments of souls, both were invigorated, laying a solid foundation for their evolution to E-level. As they neared the summit, a new alert appeared before Jiang Tao. Beware! Guarding the portal is a 5-meter-long elite creature, volcanic lava lizard. It lies atop the mountain in slumber. If one is not attentive, it can easily go unnoticed. The volcanic lava lizard holds an advantageous position, empowered by the volcano, and its heavy stone armor makes it exceedingly formidable. Indeed, a boss awaited. Jiang Tao halted, gesturing for Lilith to refrain from ascending further. He scrutinized the black stones at the peak, searching for the slumbering volcanic lava lizard. "Brother, what is it?" Shun Sisi inquired. Her curiosity piqued. A formidable boss lay upon the mountainside. You both retreated to a large rock beneath, for it was a fire lizard of great strength. Be wary of unintended harm. You be cautious as well, replied Mimi, nodding obediently, leading Shun Sisi to shelter behind a massive boulder at the bend of the mountain path. The heat was oppressive, beads of sweat forming on Jiang Tao's brow. He had no time to dally in enemy territory, especially against a foe with such robust defenses. To expedite the confrontation, Jiang Tao produced the potent venom he had acquired the previous day, applying it to the tip of his spider spear. Observing this, Shun Sisi quickly grasped the situation. Half of the venom remained in her possession. She too coated her arrows with the lethal substance. Once prepared, Shun Sisi nodded at Jiang Tao. "Lilith, can you see the creature atop the mountain?" Jiang Tao inquired, grasping the spider spear and stretching his muscles in readiness to launch. "Indeed, there is an ugly lizard soundly asleep above," Lilith responded matter-of-factly. "Should it charge down, remember to distract it." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Tao felt the immense power surge within him, the raw strength of the titans channeling into his right arm, causing his muscles to swell. Like a bow drawn taut, he propelled the spear forward. In the next instant, the spear soared through the air like a gleaming white arc crack. The spear struck the dark stone atop the mountain with precision. Instantly, the summit trembled, and debris cascaded down. A volcanic lava lizard, with rugged black-red skin, erupted in fury, its head impaled by the spider spear. Awakened from its slumber, the creature peered downward and quickly spotted Jiang Tao, who had darted aside. It then leaped from the peak in a furious descent. However, at that moment, a beautiful succubus appeared overhead, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Lilith wielded a pink whip, striking the volcanic lava lizard. In an instant, it was ensnared by a vision of pink hearts, its movements frozen. With a resounding thud, it crashed heavily onto the slope. Disheveled. Whoosh! Shun Sisi's archery skills far surpassed Jiang Tao's. She deftly shot 2 poisoned arrows into the creature's eyes. The agony combined with blindness swiftly liberated the boss from its stupor, prompting it to lash out wildly in a panic. Meanwhile, Jiang Tao, spear in hand, waited for the opportune moment. As the creature lengthened its form, he seized the chance to thrust the spear into its vulnerabilities, hastening its movements. Whenever the volcanic lava lizard sought revenge, Lilith would regain control, rendering it a mere punching bag for Jiang Tao to unleash his fury upon. Occasionally, when Lilith's abilities were recharging, Mimi would step in with a petrifying beam. After a grueling 10 minutes, the obstinate volcanic lava lizard fell to their relentless assault, succumbing to the poison and meeting its demise. With a thunderous crash, it collapsed, and a surge of energy flooded toward Jiang Tao and his companions. So much experience. If we slay another, we shall evolve, Mimi exclaimed, joyfully emerging from the rocks with Shun Sisi. Jiang Tao sheathed his spear and approached the fallen volcanic lava lizard to gather its spoils. I still require a considerable amount. The further we progress, the more experience is needed. As the immense volcanic lava lizard disintegrated into ash, Jiang Tao found several pieces of rock in his hands. Congratulations. You have acquired 200 exquisite obsidians, 1 second-tier spirit crystal, 1 complete soul crystal, 1 explosive core, and 500 drops of lava blood. With these additions, the primary materials for the obsidian house were fully assembled. However, the true treasures lay in the other 3 items. After perusing their descriptions, Jiang Tao couldn't help but express his satisfaction. The time spent strategizing was indeed worthwhile. The invaluable second-tier spirit crystal needed no elaboration. It served as a universal energy source, essential in countless situations. As for the soul crystal, its use would elevate one's soul to a complete E-level and could even mend mental scars. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Tao decided against immediate use, opting instead for careful storage. The lava blood was akin to a super-concentrated form of oil, a single drop capable of burning for an entire day, impervious to water, and reminiscent of white phosphorus. Lastly, there was the essence of the volcanic lava lizard, the explosive core. Once deployed, it would unleash a violent explosion, rivaling the self-detonation of elite monsters. Users were advised to maintain a safe distance, lest they meet a similar fate. Splendid. He had gained a formidable weapon. Delightfully, Jiang Tao stowed the explosive core away and beckoned to Mimi and Shen. Let us continue on our journey. With that, he scanned his surroundings to ensure there were no hidden dangers before exchanging a knowing glance with Lilith. Lilith stuck out her tongue in playful disdain, her wings fluttering as she pushed open the portal at the mountain's peak and soared inside. Chapter 35. A New Nightmare Level. The mysterious goblin, it appears that after recently conquering a particularly challenging super room, the subsequent chambers have presented a relatively moderate level of difficulty, accompanied by generous rewards. Jiang Tao has even managed to scavenge several bottles of elixir of joy, along with essential supplies for survival. In the 27th chamber, they find themselves amidst a desolate wilderness. Jiang Tao, along with Shen and Yang Mi, rests upon a rocky outcrop. Although there are no other resources in sight, they have discovered a few rare medicinal herbs that can be used for healing. Taking a moment to recharge and gather their strength for the final sprint, Jiang Tao casually opens the chat channel to check for updates. Goodness, I seem to have inadvertently entered a tropical rainforest, at least at a difficulty level of hard. It is vast and perilous. I'm utterly lost, and finding my way out is quite the challenge. Fortunately, the rainforest is abundant with fruits. But how is it that I sense signs of movement nearby? A kind-hearted player responds, a friendly reminder. It is highly likely that what you perceive is not human, but rather a monstrous creature. It would be wise to steer clear and avoid becoming its meal. Another player cries out for help in the channel. Damn it, I think I've stumbled into the maze mine that was reported a couple days ago. There are 2 player corpses ahead. Oh heavens! Is there anyone who knows how to escape? Where's the portal? Have you noticed that today there are an unusually high number of special rooms? The frequency of these unexpected occurrences is no longer a coincidence. Little brother Ma passionately divulges, our theory is correct. As former survival game planners, we understand that this is a survival game. They will not allow players to simply linger in safety indefinitely. However, thanks to the valiant Jiang Tao, our survival rate in the Daxiao region is undoubtedly the highest in the world. Consequently, our team has devised 2 survival strategies. One is tailored for the vast majority of ordinary players. Each day, one must explore a single room, ascertain the safety of the environment, and then strive to remain quiet, surviving until the game concludes in 7 days. Although there is a high probability of unexpected ambushes, it is still preferable to encountering a difficult level. The second strategy is for those intrepid players who seek adventure. When you have explored several safe rooms consecutively, remain vigilant in your heart. Challenges are sure to arise. Particularly at every 10th level, please assess your capabilities wisely. Naturally, many players support the first strategy, while numerous others pray fervently for Jiang Tao and his companions to clear the game swiftly. Jiang Tao muses to himself about the plight of players from other nations. At the same moment, in a different dimension, numerous foreign players are crying out for assistance as they are relentlessly pursued. They are beset by various mythical creatures from fantasy lore, suffering heavy casualties. Meanwhile, on Sakura Island, the leader Ichikawa Gangsaka is nearing the goblin nest. The entire nation places its hopes for fortune upon him, and the Prime Minister's office expresses heightened concern. Brother, the preparations for the oil are nearly complete. I have just acquired several fireproof materials on the trading platform. At this moment, Shun Cece gleefully displays several pieces of leather in her hands. Then go ahead and begin crafting, Jiang Tao responds, a spark of inspiration igniting within him as he recalls the pelts and materials dropped from previous monsters, which he promptly hands over to Shun Cece. Not long after, under the fortunate blessing of Demimi, 3 dark and smoky fireproof suits emerged. Once everything was prepared, Jiang Tao cast his gaze around the passageway. Above lies a challenging room, guarded by a swarm of magical moths, fiercely protecting a bronze treasure chest, yet tainted with poison, making it quite troublesome. What a day it is! Have you encountered misfortune? Below is a den of venomous snakes. If you dare, leap in, and you may feast on snake soup tonight. Upon seeing these 2 prompts, Jiang Tao shivered slightly. Xiao Tao, what troubles you? Demimi inquired, her keen observation revealing her curiosity. Nothing much, but venturing below is certainly out of the question. I shall take another look. Jiang Tao directed his attention forward. Straight ahead lies a low-difficulty ordinary room, containing some simple living supplies, though they seem ill-suited for you. Behind presents a standard challenge, a cluster of stone buildings. Devoid of peril, perhaps you could dismantle them and obtain some materials? To the left, a simple thatched cottage with even lesser materials, yet it offers a place to rest, possibly serving as a refuge for the night. At last, to the right is a nightmarish difficulty, a mysterious cavern brimming with rare metals, where 5 goblins are engaged in forging iron and refining gold. If you have the audacity, you could transform into a bandit and seize the goblin's treasure. Upon reading the final prompt, Jiang Tao felt an immediate surge of energy. Have I also encountered beings from a Western fantasy? He scrutinized the right passage, seeking to glean further information. Shortly thereafter, a new dialogue box appeared. 5 goblins, among them 1 E-rank high-tier Earth Goblin, ordinary E-rank Goblin Archers, and 3 formidable F-rank Goblin Warriors, boasting considerable strength. Chapter 36. Brave Forays into the Nightmare Cavern, Lilith's Magic. 2 E-rank Goblins and 3 elite F-rank Goblins, truly deserving of their nightmarish difficulty. Of course, the rewards are substantial. Goblins excel in mining and metallurgy. The cavern is bound to be rich in rare metals and a considerable amount of gold. After a day of searching, the foundational materials for the obsidian abode have been gathered. However, the demand for silver and gold remains significant, and a little more is still needed. Upon recounting the situation in the right room, Jiang Tao pondered briefly before analyzing. Brother, considering our strength, it is somewhat perilous. Yet, as we are on the brink of exploring the Ghost Forest, having a secure refuge might alleviate our concerns and potentially save our lives. Demimi nodded vigorously in agreement. Cece is correct. Nightfall approaches, and I wish to feel safer while I sleep. After hearing their words, Jiang Tao made up his mind. The next step was to strategize on how to confront the 5 goblins. Cece still favored the old kite-flying tactic. As the saying goes, one should not fear an old tactic, but rather fear not employing it. Jiang Tao took the lead, aiming to eliminate the most formidable of the goblins, the Goblin Archer. Shi and Yang Mi would collaborate to distract the 3 goblin brutes. They possessed formidable weapons, essence of the demon spider and blood of the lava. If executed properly, the risks would likely be minimal. After rehearsing the plan several times and confirming its viability, Jiang Tao turned to Lilith, who was leisurely soaring above, seeming somewhat distracted. Please keep a close watch on Cece and the others. If we find ourselves in a dire situation, prioritize their escape and do not worry about me. Lilith blinked her mysterious large eyes in response. All right, once all preparations were complete, Jiang Tao pushed open the portal to the right and stepped inside first. Room 28, the Alchemical Cavern. Although its size does not rival that of a small volcano, it is still significantly larger than usual by several times. More importantly, upon entry, His eyes were immediately captivated by the glimmering crystals and the sparkling sheen of gold adorning the mud walls. Clang! Clang! The thunderous sound of hammering drew Jiang Tao's attention instantaneously, and he followed the sound. In the center of the cavern, an unusual furnace blazed fiercely. A towering green goblin, over 5 meters tall, led 3 stout goblin brutes, each about 1 meter tall and clad in animal hides, as they vigorously hammered iron blocks. Beside the goblin brutes, stacks of boxes filled with gold and rare gemstones were piled high. Next to the furnace stood a goblin archer, slightly taller at around 1.5 meters, clad in leather armor and brandishing a bow, patrolling the area. The moment Jiang Tao appeared, the goblin archer swiftly turned to look, instinctively drawing an arrow and preparing to shoot. However, just then, Yami's right eye flashed with purple light. Medusa's gaze. The goblin archer's action of knocking the arrow was instantly frozen in place. Furious at this, the mightiest of the green goblins seized several chunks of black or from a nearby box, ready to hurl them at the trio. Simultaneously, the other 3 goblin brutes charged forth in an orderly manner, wielding their hammers. Indeed, the nightmare difficulty lives up to its reputation, proving to be quite a challenge. Just as Jiang Tao was about to launch the maternal spider spear, a figure moved more swiftly than he. Suddenly, a melodious voice echoed through the air. Lilith joyfully emerged, blowing a kiss toward the earth golem. That kiss materialized into a pink hue, penetrating the golem's pupils and assimilating it. With a thud, the black orange hand struck his own head. Lilith, suspended in the air, gracefully twirled her body. Unbeknownst to anyone, she had drawn forth her pink enchantment whip, sweeping it casually toward the 3 goblin warriors. With a crack, the once formidable goblin warriors, as if ensnared by a spell, froze in place. Chapter 37. The Enchanted Goblins and the Ascension of the Obsidian Abode. The trio of Jiang Tao, Shun Cece, and Demimi had meticulously devised their plans. Yet they overlooked a fundamental aspect: the S-rank companion, Lilith. Jiang Tao could hardly have anticipated that Lilith possessed such extraordinary power, effortlessly enchanting 5 goblins. Among them, the formidable Earth Goblin rivaled Jiang Tao's own strength. The goblin archers posed a significant threat, capable of eliminating 99 of players in an instant. Coupled with the 3 sturdy goblin warriors, this opulent assembly was surprisingly outmatched by Lilith alone. Observing her master's astonished expression, Lilith hovered above the cavern, her demeanor radiant as she quipped, "Master, do you underestimate me too much? These green fellows possess great strength, yet their intellect is rather lacking, making them vulnerable to my control." According to Lilith, any entity with weaker mental fortitude than herself could be dominated. However, the Earth Goblin, being exceptionally powerful and of a higher level than Lilith, could only be controlled temporarily before it would eventually resist. The 3 F-rank goblin warriors, on the other hand, could be subdued for an extended period. Gazing at the imposing form of the Earth Goblin, Jiang Tao raised an eyebrow and inquired, "How long can you maintain control?" "Complete control lasts only 8 hours. Beyond 1 day, there's a risk of backlash," Lilith replied, playfully gesturing as if to slit a throat, teasing, "Shall we compel it to take its own life?" "No need. I have a better plan," Jiang Tao chuckled, raising a hand to hold her. "Is it truly safe?" "It looks rather frightening." The goblin's grotesque appearances instilled a sense of trepidation into Mimi, prompting her to instinctively pull Shin Cece away. "Fear not. They are quite obedient. Just treat them like little green dogs," Lilith reassured, and with a flourish, she wielded her whip, directing the goblin warriors to perform acrobatics such as handstands. "All right, enough of the antics. Let us see what treasures they have gathered," Jiang Tao remarked, his mind already fixated on the chests of gold and silver. The presence of laborers was indeed advantageous. With the authority of a farmer, Lilith cracked her whip, instructing the goblin warriors to unload the chests of riches for inspection. They revealed a total of 1,000 gold coins, 2,000 silver coins, 50 units of a rare material, mithril, and a second-tier energy core. However, The most significant find was an alchemical blueprint. Blueprint for the alchemical crossbow, a bronze-level alchemical equipment capable of enchantment, with an extensive range, lethal to elite monsters, and a formidable threat to D-rank extraordinary beings. Required materials: 100 units of silver, 50 units of gold, 100 units of mithril, 1 unit of E-rank biological sinew, and 1 second-tier energy core. What a treasure! Jiang Tao exclaimed in admiration after reviewing the blueprint. The other materials were manageable, but he was still lacking in mithril. As for the E-rank sinew, with a day of thorough exploration, he stood a chance of acquiring it. Curiously, he toyed with a gleaming piece of mithril, reminiscent of a Newtonian fluid. Grasping it firmly, he discovered it could absorb energy. Mithril, a material with extensive applications. Incorporating even a small amount into a weapon can yield transformative effects. What might occur if it were melded into a spider spear? Curiosity filled Jiang Tao's heart as he instructed Lilith to inquire of the goblins how they had discovered this mithril. Speak at once. Lilith cracked a pink whip, leaving a vivid mark upon the goblin warrior. A glimmer of pink hearts sparkled in the goblin's eyes as it promptly confessed. This is a unique technique of our goblin clan, forged from silver and gold in specific proportions. Then let them continue their work, Jiang Tao said with a sense of authority. Remarkably, the large furnace within the cavern could also be transported. Forging furnace, capable of melting vast quantities of metal, requires wood for combustion. Jiang Tao initially intended to stow the furnace away, but since all materials were at hand, he decided to produce a cube from his country villa. He unfurled the blueprint for the obsidian house, meticulously selecting each material from his backpack and retrieving the energy core of the man-eating bear. All conditions met. Do you wish to proceed with the transformation? Transform, he commanded, and as the words left his lips, the quaint wooden structure was enveloped in a veil of black light, undergoing a dramatic metamorphosis. Before him stood a foundation constructed of compacted stone, with the main structure formed of a stone house adorned with obsidian eaves. Especially striking were the imposing 2-meter stone walls surrounding the courtyard, imparting a profound sense of security. From exterior perspective alone, it was evident that this abode surpassed a wooden house by leaps and bounds. In the live stream, an audience member could not contain their admiration. I see all player shelters are wooden houses, but only Jiang Tao has transformed his into a stone dwelling. Sleeping here must be significantly safer than in a wooden structure. Just arriving at the goblin cavern has led to an upgrade. Could it be the goblins doing? By the way, did you all see the mithril the goblin pulled from the chest? Such magical material. Who knows how many challenges in material science it could overcome if brought back to reality. This viewer voiced the sentiments of many researchers. It wasn't just about materials. The blood of those monsters and more were at stake. As long as players returned, they would undoubtedly usher in a new era of human evolution. More viewers were now concerned with one thing: players must not perish. If only we had this house yesterday, we wouldn't have feared that monstrous bear, remarked the cheerful Dammy, as she affectionately stroked the sturdy stone wall. Shin-Sisi gazed at the single-story house, mumbling, "Looks like we'll be sleeping together again." Jiang Tao assumed she was lamenting the limited space and hastily clarified, "Once we upgrade, the area will naturally expand. There are benefits to being small. At least the defenses are more secure." As dusk approached, the group refrained from further examination of the obsidian house. After moving the forging furnace into the courtyard, Jiang Tao prepared to depart. "Brother, the 30th room leads to the ghost forest. Let us choose a safer option this time," Shun-Sisi whispered. "That makes sense," Jiang Tao replied as he surveyed the surroundings, surprised to discover that the cavern's passageways also required excavation. Naturally, he would not need the 2 lovely ladies to toil. The task could be entrusted to 5 goblins. According to the hints, both the left and right paths posed difficulties while the upper and lower routes were toxic. However, ahead lay a comfortably temperate simple room. Confirming his assessment, Jiang Tao exchanged a knowing glance with Lilith. Lilith instantly understood, a mischievous smile flickering across her face. With a crack of sound, she brandished her seductive whip in the air. "Dig forward quickly," she commanded. The earth gnome, filled with excitement, raised the enormous hammer in his hand. This was the subterranean realm, where the soil was particularly resilient. Had the task fallen to the likes of Mimi or Shun Cece, their delicate hands would likely have blistered. However, the gnomes wielded their pickaxes with practiced ease, swiftly digging amidst the swirling soil. Occasionally, a glimmering point would emerge. Ding dong, congratulations. You have acquired silver 10, gold 1, soil 10. Once the obsidian house was upgraded, its capacity had significantly increased. Jiang Tao welcomed all contributions without reservation. Before long, a radiant membrane appeared. Lilith soared forward, her hands defiantly placed on her hips. "Ha! I no longer need to be the cannon fodder," she declared. "You little ones, move out." Roar. The earth gnome was the first to respond, lowering its head to sweep its gaze over the gnome archers. The gnome archers tilted their heads, looking towards the three burly gnome warriors. The bewildered gnome warriors were urged forward, crossing through the radiant membrane. After a moment, confirming that her enchanted slaves were unharmed, Lilith directed the gnome archers to proceed one by one. "Let's also advance." Once Lilith had flown through, Jiang Tao nodded towards the Mimi and Shun Cece, stepping into the 29th chamber. Chapter 38. A Sudden Change. A new civilization descends upon Sakura Island. The Goblin Invasion. Upon entering the new chamber, Jiang Tao and his companions took a moment to rest. Lilith directed the goblins to excavate the nearby mineral veins. Though gold was scarce, every little bit counted. Before long, a few nuggets of gold emerged. Observing the relaxed demeanor of the trio, some onlookers could not help but exclaim, "Isn't it still early? Has the great Jiang Tao decided to take a break? Does he not aspire to conquer the grand prize of 100 chambers?" Such stakes were crucial for the evolution of their entire clan, and many felt a twinge of anxiety. Seeing this, foreign viewers peering in from the sidelines chuckled. "It seems the top player from Huaxia has grown complacent. This is precisely our moment to overtake." Among them, the players from Sakura Island were particularly boastful, declaring, "Everyone, forget about Jiang Tao and Yangmi. Come and witness our Sakura Sword Saint. Nichikawa has already located the goblin nest." The excitement of the Japanese online community piqued the curiosity of others, prompting numerous viewers to flock to Nichikawa Gangsaka's livestream. Upon viewing the broadcast, many felt a jolt of astonishment. Amidst a foreboding atmosphere cloaked in dark clouds, a grotesque tower, stained with blood and adorned with skulls, loomed ominously, reaching for the heavens. The tower seemed almost alive, pulsating with honeycomb-like pores that exhaled green mist. Most shocking of all, from the cavern beneath the tower emerged goblins, their bodies glistening with mucus. These newly birthed goblins lined up in an orderly fashion to receive their equipment before vanishing into a nearby black hole. This astonishing spectacle sent the popularity of Nichikawa Gangsaka's live stream soaring, propelling it into the top 3 ranks almost instantaneously. One viewer gasped, "Is this truly the goblin nest? Don't tell me the goblins encountered by other players in the caverns all emerge from this place." Rational viewers cautioned, "It appears we are facing a nightmare-level chamber that surpasses even Jiang Tao's challenges. There must be at least hundreds of goblins within that nest. Even the mightiest Jiang Tao's team might struggle to conquer it. I suggest your team retreat and abandon the mission." Upon hearing this, many islanders grew displeased. "What the Huaxia players cannot achieve, we of Sakura Island can. East Asia's finest. We do not need to annihilate all the goblins. Defeating the boss will suffice." Many islanders, their necks thick with anticipation, shouted with fervor, hoping for a national fortune to bless them, enhancing their own prospects. "Isn't it splendid to prolong life? We've got this. We are destined for success." During the live stream, it became evident that Nichikawa Gangsaka, having just crossed into this realm, was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the goblin nest. A patrol of goblins approached in the distance, prompting him to swiftly leap to a nearby tree, his expression filled with uncertainty. Should he abandon the mission and retrace his steps, or charge forth for a grand endeavor? Rationality urged him to recognize that confronting the goblin nest was not feasible at this moment. Retreat was the wisest choice. Yet, after investing 2 days to complete numerous preliminary tasks to find it, the dilemma weighed heavily on his mind. Within lies a treasure, To relinquish, it would be a lamentable loss. The government before the screen is also urgently weighing the pros and cons. The resurgence of Huaxia has propelled its national strength to unprecedented heights, transforming it into a superpower in merely 3 days, even surpassing the White Eagle Federation. Shall we, the Cherry Blossom Nation, remain subservient? This is the opportune moment to liberate ourselves from the clutches of the White Eagle Federation. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Just as the cabinet convenes in haste, an announcement reverberates through the livestream. Congratulations to Nichikawa Jisaka for completing the preliminary task, activating the A-Class Major Quest, subjugation of the Goblin Nest. If the nest is successfully destroyed, it will grant a significant genetic evolution to all citizens. The player will receive a unique title, Goblin Slayer, along with exclusive rewards. Players are encouraged to explore the room and unearth the task. This prompt serves as the proverbial last straw that breaks the camel's back, igniting the unique ambitions of the island nation. The Emperor's Mandate. The fate of the Empire rests upon this gamble. The online community erupts in fervor, clamoring to obliterate the Goblin Nest. Even a few composed members of the cabinet, influenced by the fervor, perspire profusely as they propose the optimal strategy. According to the game rules, it is not necessary to eliminate all goblins. Infiltrating the nest to vanquish the boss and destroy its core will suffice. Given Nichikawa's prowess, success is within reach. Indeed, moreover, Nichikawa is on the verge of evolution, undoubtedly destined to uncover treasures within the nest. The excitement among the islanders reaches a fever pitch. Meanwhile, Nichikawa Jisaka in the live stream first experiences elation, followed by hesitation. Immersed in the game, he is acutely aware that danger and opportunity coexist. Observing his indecisiveness, the cabinet convenes an emergency meeting, unanimously voting to activate the daily bullet screen feature. Minutes later, a voice resonates solely among the island's players. Brave sons of Yamato, our nation has reached a pivotal moment. All players, please do your utmost to support Nichikawa. Nichikawa, behind you, countless souls are watching, awaiting your return. Venture forth with courage. Nichikawa-san, the cherry blossoms of your homeland are in bloom. Upon hearing the final statement, Nichikawa Jisaka can no longer contain himself, tears streaming down his face. The cherry blossom players, initially silent, begin to contribute their acquired items, generously trading them with Nichikawa. This is a simple first aid kit I offer. I have 10 crates of oil. Igniting it will surely annihilate the nest. Minions goblins are mere minions. Nichikawa wouldn't fear such trivial goblins, would he? This is a legendary blade I risked my life to obtain. The Demon Slayer, bestowed upon you, with hopes of your triumphant return, reinstating Yamato atop the world. The unwavering support of the citizens, the government's robust backing, and the players' magnanimous contributions coalesce into a powerful impetus, solidifying Nichikawa Jisaka's resolve. I have indeed received your heartfelt intentions. Rikuwa Gingsaka took a deep breath, unsheathing his newly acquired Demon Slayer, and stealthily advanced. Simultaneously, Jiang Tao and his companions, preparing for battle, heard his warning. Shun Cece remarked, "One must not underestimate the people of the world. I never anticipated that the players from Sakura Island would be so valiant." Yangmi curled her lips in disdain. "I find them unlikable. Their ambitions are too grand. Always willing to wager everything on a single strike." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tao chuckled. It seems it is once again time to gamble with the fate of the nation. The island nation, narrow and resource scarce, delights in such tactics. Under the gaze of the masses, Rikuwa Gingsaka, bolstered by the support of players nationwide, displayed remarkable bravery. He first assassinated a patrolling goblin guard, then, utilizing a gift of a breath-dulling potion, infiltrated the periphery. After evading several towering goblins over 3 meters tall, he officially entered the goblin nest. However, in the next moment, the situation took a drastic turn. Upon entering the nest, he was immediately detected. Surrounded by goblins from all sides, Rikuwa, the nest can sense foreign entities. Quickly use the fake coin. Billions of viewers from the island nation, watching the live stream, were so tense they forgot to breathe. Fortunately, a player's item, capable of enhancing luck and revealing the optimal solution, was available. After employing the fate coin and following the guidance, Rikuwa Gangsaka managed to escape the encirclement and fortuitously discovered a bronze treasure chest within a nest. The treasures that emerged from the chest propelled him to an evolution into an E-grade new human. This monumental achievement sent the live stream into a frenzy. Ha! Our Rikuwa Sword Saint is now the foremost player. Jiang Tao, much like his nation, reveled in the glory of a bygone era, unaware that they were being surpassed. Sakura Island is the true beacon of humanity. Rikuwa's adventure continues, and upon completing his mission, the entire nation shall evolve. The island nation's netizens were arrogant and boastful, with many foreign users looking on enviously. Naturally, the Huashan netizens were indignant. Stop the bluster. Simply choose someone to face off. Thanks to Jiang Tao's numerous enhancements, each citizen of Daxia possessed superhuman physiques, eliciting envy from other nations. The islanders, however, were unwilling to engage at this moment, instead clamoring to battle after Rikuwa completed his A-grade mission. Like the general audience, the cabinet eagerly awaited the live stream. Even the ambassador of the White Eagle Federation to the island nation remarked, after this event, we must re-evaluate our strategy towards the island nation. Perhaps it was the luck bestowed by the fate coin that brought about such fortune. Subsequently, Rikuwa Gangsaka's exploration within the nest proceeded smoothly. Even when encountering goblin guards, he effortlessly evaded detection. Thus, he explored deeper until he reached the core. There, he discovered a grotesque chamber, a scene of carnage, filled with a cacophony of heartbeats. Was the boss inside? As Rikuwa Gangsaka nervously pushed the door open, the sight that met the viewer's eyes left them utterly stunned. The walls were composed of flesh and blood, with entrails and intestines strewn about. At the center of this macabre chamber, a massive heart, ensnared in a web of blood, throbbed violently. With each tremor, the entire nest quaked. The heart of the nest, the origin of countless goblins, was a room transformed into the grotesque figure of a mutated goblin matriarch. To shatter, it would mean the destruction of the entire nest. How fortuitous! As this thought crossed Nichikawa Gusaka's mind, he swiftly raised his blade, Demon Slash, channeling his essence and spirit. With a swift draw, he unleashed his most accomplished strike before the gaze of a billion spectators. Crack! Yet that blow was halted midair, ensnared by a sinuous green arm. Nichikawa Gusaka turned in astonishment to find behind him a terrifying goblin, towering over 6 meters, with green skin, bulging muscles, and a pair of twisting horns, coldly fixing its gaze upon him. The Goblin King, a D-rank extraordinary being, merely described in a single line. As the Goblin King gently clenched its palm, a chilling crack echoed. The legendary blade, Demon Slash, was severed in an instant. In a state of shock, Nichikawa Gusaka abandoned his broken weapon and fled the room. However, a blood-red tendril emerged from the shadows, binding him tightly. As he was ensnared, the Goblin King spoke, revealing an unsettling intelligence. Through the live stream, the audience was horrified to discover that outside the fleshly chamber, a multitude of goblins of various forms had gathered. As the room writhed, new goblins were birthed, salivating around the bound Nichikawa Gusaka, yet refraining from attacking. It was only when a grotesque visage emerged from the pulsating heart, opening a gaping maw, that the tendril delivered Nichikawa Gusaka into its depths. No! Help! The horrifying spectacle shattered Nichikawa Gusaka, who had dedicated his life to the sword. At that moment, countless viewers in front of their screens were paralyzed with fear, with over 95 hailing from the island nation. The events unfolded too rapidly. Cabinet members who had watched the live stream were left speechless, witnessing Nichikawa Gusaka consumed in sheer terror. Building announcement. A-rank mission. Subjugation of the goblin nest failed. Nichikawa Gusaka was consumed by the nest. Death penalty initiated. Due to mission failure, the penalty is doubled. The nest devours the player, acquiring information from reality. 100 individuals synchronized in death centered around Nichikawa Gusaka. His dojo transformed into a goblin nest. A new civilization arises on Sakura Island. Strive to resist and survive. This chilling notification echoed in the ears of all players, leaving them in stunned silence. Monsters had descended upon Blue Star. Nichikawa Gisaka had been devoured alive. Such a fate was utterly horrific. Furthermore, the death penalty had implications that could birth a monstrous civilization in their homeland. Many were filled with dread, especially the players from the island nation who had previously contributed numerous valuable items, now gripped by terror. Nichikawa Gisaka's failure had repercussions that diminished the strength of all players, endangering their very homeland. In reality, on Blue Star, the moment the death penalty resonated, a new nightmare began. Originally invited by the emperor to be guests at the royal palace, the parents of Nichikawa tragically passed away under heavy protection. Nichikawa's brother and senior were in the midst of an interview, sharing tales of Nichikawa's rigorous training during his childhood with the host and the audience. Just as the atmosphere was filled with joy, a horrifying scream erupted, leading to the sudden demise of several guests. Most terrifying of all was the Nichikawa dojo, which trembled violently. Influenced by Nichikawa Gisaka, this dojo had transformed into a sacred site just 3 days prior. Tens of thousands of spectators flocked there, either to witness Nichikawa's journey, to watch the live broadcast, or to clumsily mimic sword techniques. As a green light enveloped the dojo, wooden boards and tiles shattered. In their place rose a grotesque tower, exuding toxic fumes. Chaos ensued as visitors, terrified, fled in all directions. From a monstrous tower emerged a horde of hideous goblins, who, though incapable of overpowering other magical creatures, excelled at preying on humans. Their eyes glistened with hunger, especially upon spotting numerous young women clad in JK uniforms, prompting them to rush forward, incapacitating and dragging their prey back to their lair. Some samurai attempted to resist, only to have their skulls crushed by the clubs wielded by mutated goblin warriors and their larger kin. The men were killed on the spot, taken back as sustenance to expand the lair, while the women were captured to continue the cycle of reproduction. The thousands of pilgrims who had come to pay homage became the first source of nourishment for the lair. In a mere span of time, the lair expanded tenfold, giving birth to a host of bizarre supergoblins. It was only when satellite surveillance detected the goblins systematically utilizing materials to construct defensive fortifications and orchestrating the capture of humans that officials were horrified to grasp the implications of the alert that spoke of a new civilization emerging. Immediate airstrikes were ordered, yet many tourists remained trapped. Regardless, the expansion of this lair could not be allowed to continue. It was alive. Did they not see how it grew stronger by the minute, even consuming trees? Helicopters, fighter jets, and bombers sliced through the Tokyo sky, heading straight for the original Nichikawa dojo. Global satellites turned their gaze, and Sakura Island delivered a stern lesson to the world as the White Eagle Federation expressed heightened concern. Chapter 39. The Misfortunate Sakura Island. Room 30. The Ghostly Forest. Boom! Explosions illuminated the skies of Sakura Island. Pilgrims were either captured by goblins and taken to their lair or perished in the aftermath. Under the vigilant gaze of drones, it became evident that the goblins, pillaging the Sakura maidens, were also sent tumbling by the blasts. Gunpowder, when pitted against cold steel, showcased an undeniable technological superiority. The commander orchestrated the operation from the shadows, intending first to eliminate major threats and subsequently capture goblins alive for study of their nest. However, the goblins displayed an intelligence that exceeded expectations. After the initial bombardment, they retreated to their lair with their spoils. Moreover, the explosive force was not as formidable as anticipated. Many of the notably robust individuals often evaded direct blasts while the shockwaves were mitigated by some form of energy shield. In a field, perhaps? It seemed the explosions might have been nullified by this energy. The conflict garnered global attention, and the effects of conventional weaponry weighed heavily on many leaders, proving even more disastrous than foreseen, especially as the nest began to emit a fog, creating chaos above. An emergency cabinet meeting convened to strategize the next steps. Yet, the arrival of an unexpected guest complicated matters further. Orders were relayed from the ambassador of the White Eagle Federation to capture several goblins alive, encircle the area with tanks, and maintain 24-hour drone surveillance, temporarily suspending the bombardment. A silence fell over the cabinet until one official exclaimed, "But there are still civilians trapped within the nest." Witnessing its resource plundering, it must be eradicated, preferably in the early stages. Otherwise, if it adapts to the blue planet's environment, it could undoubtedly give rise to even stronger entities. The blonde ambassador waved dismissively. They are merely goblins, no matter their prowess. Can they withstand a penetrator or a thermobaric bomb? If worst comes to worst, there's always the nuclear option. The thought of deploying a third nuclear strike sent a wave of dread through the officials, yet they found themselves unable to thwart the will of the White Eagle Federation. Thus, waves of self-defense forces began to encircle the nest. While initial attempts to enter were met with relative safety, sending in personnel often resulted in unforeseen accidents, with communications frequently severed. The goblins possessed an array of magical abilities, causing considerable frustration for the self-defense teams. After incurring significant casualties, they managed to extract 3 injured goblins, which stirred a sensation. Airborne units from the White Eagle Federation swiftly transported them back for research. Soon, exclamations of astonishment echoed from the laboratory. They contained energies unknown to humanity. Currently, only a trace of such energy was found within the people of the Great Xia. Their cellular vitality was astonishing, capable of sustaining life well beyond a century. They could even regenerate severed limbs. Wait, could it be that human genes were discovered? Was it due to consuming islanders? Or did it stem from an inherent connection with humanity? News of these revelations sent shockwaves across the nation and the globe. Each goblin was a treasure. The active substances extracted from them invigorated the elite Elder Council, revitalizing them instantaneously. This was not a crisis, but an opportunity. The Supreme Leader, exhilarated, pounded the table and issued a personal decree. To surpass a certain great Eastern nation, we must leverage the goblin nest. At the sound of his command, the self-defense forces meticulously launched their assault on the nest, capturing goblins alive. The local U.S. military also took matters into their own hands. As for the previously abducted cherry blossom maidens, the military showed no concern for them. The higher authorities seemed to regard the nest as a treasure trove, methodically advancing and deliberately dropping pork and other meats to maintain its vitality. However, what they failed to notice was the massive heart still pulsating within the chambers of the nest. The Goblin King donned a heavy armor that bore a striking resemblance to the self-defense forces' bulletproof vests. Simultaneously, amidst the writhing flesh, a goblin sword master emerged, reminiscent in appearance to the late Hichuan. In the adjacent incubation room, the abducted cherry blossom maidens hung like strips of cured meat. Newly birthed goblins would engage in battle immediately, well-versed in firearms and weaponry, knowing precisely how to respond. The descent of goblin civilization added yet another unpredictable variable to this beleaguered isle. Meanwhile, the Eastern University enhanced their defenses through satellite surveillance. Players must tread carefully. Witnessing the plight of the cherry blossom people sent shivers down the spines of many who had previously envied them. Only then did they grasp the true meaning of national fortune. It was not merely the lives of 100 individuals at stake. Every action of the players would influence the fate of the entire nation. Jiang Tao's astuteness shone through as he decided to play it safe after receiving feedback. The tragedy of Sakura Island led to a reversal in the conservative evaluations of Jiang Tao, earning him widespread admiration. As for the former figure of renown, Hichuan Ji Saka, who still remembers him. One moment he was the hero of Yamato, the cherry blossom sword master. The next, he had become a pariah in Kyushu, despised by thousands. If one merely focused on the adventure livestream, it was not a loss. As over 1 billion viewers dispersed, reflecting on the misfortunes of the cherry blossom people, they flocked to other live streams, with Jiang Tao's channel attracting the most attention. Upon hearing of Hichuan's tragic fate, Dammy Mimi expressed her sympathy. It seemed he placed the wrong bet. Jiang Tao shrugged after finishing the fruit of the earth. Historically, the islanders had always exhibited such traits. Shun Sisi recalled. Gamble, win, and ultimately lose everything. Shall we continue on? Dammy Mimi asked, her enchanting eyes wide with curiosity. Yes, of course we shall proceed. We have prepared for so long, Jiang Tao replied, clapping his hands and retrieving a treasure map from Stonehouse. Confirming its authenticity, he activated it on the spot. Accompanied by the map transforming into a beam of light, the passages above, below, and to the sides revealed the same ominous message. Do not look further. No matter which way you go, it leads to the ghost forest. Friendly reminder, please ensure you have a gas mask, water, and food. Do not lose sight of your companions, and remain wary of anyone you encounter. Yang Mi and Shin Sisi donned their fireproof suits and gas masks. Anxiously watching Jiang Tao. Stay close behind me and do not wander off, he instructed. After a moment's thought, Jiang Tao distributed some water and food to the two women and called out to Lilith above, Are you truly unafraid of the fire? Upon hearing a sound, Lilith descended in a huff and exclaimed, Do not underestimate me, my master. Jiang Tao nodded in acknowledgement. In that case, ensure their protection. No problem, Lilith affirmed with an okay gesture, brandishing her whip to drive 5 goblins closer. Considering the formidable nature of the next chamber, Jiang Tao refrained from sending the goblins to their demise, instead guiding them into the obsidian room first. Once everything was prepared, Jiang Tao gently pushed the door open. Wait, what is he doing? Jiang Tao's peculiar behavior swiftly drew the attention of the onlookers. Rather than lying low, he chose to confront the 30th level. With the cautionary tale of Hiroshi Kawabaka in mind, many spectators from the Great Xia watched anxiously, their hearts racing as they gazed at the large screen. The light dimmed momentarily, enveloping the space in dense fog. Jiang Tao and his companions found themselves as if transported into a wintry forest at dawn. Before them lay an impenetrable darkness, the swirling mist forming eerie faces that sent chills down their spines. Let us ignite the fire. Jiang Tao signaled to the two women behind him. Yang Mi and Shin Sisi, adhering to their prior plan, utilized molten lava blood as fuel to light torches. In an instant, the surroundings illuminated brilliantly. Truly, it was a special fuel that cast light for hundreds of meters, incinerating even the sinister mist. The four of them found themselves ensnared in a murky forest surrounded by bizarre trees, with the area otherwise barren. Calmly, Jiang Tao activated his talent and surveyed the surroundings. As his gaze swept across, a series of messages appeared. You have entered the haunted forest, a domain owned by the Mother Tree. All ghostly trees are offspring, visible to the Mother Tree. As a being on the verge of evolving into an extraordinary ghost tree, she has detected you. She yearns to devour your flesh and that of your companions as the final nourishment for her evolution. Ding ding. Jiang Tao, Shin Sisi, and Yang Mi simultaneously received a notification. Entering the haunted forest automatically activates the A-level quest. Prevent the birth of the Mother Tree. Quest details. The Mother Tree possesses the eerie ability to consume souls and enslave others. She is confined by her racial limitations, rendering her immobile. Should she evolve to the extraordinary, she would shed these limitations. Find the true form of the Mother Tree and thwart her evolution. With thick masks adorning their faces, Shun Sisi and Yang Mi turned to Jiang Tao, silently inquiring with their eyes. Proceed, Jiang Tao affirmed solemnly. The two women, placing their trust in him, nodded without hesitation. Jiang Tao's gaze shifted forward. A fog envelopes the area, and beyond your sight, several ghostly trees are stealthily shifting their positions. He examined other directions. Taking the left path is not advisable. It is rife with traps. Behind, there is a small stone staircase where ghostly trees are stationed on either side. Something appears to await at the end. Perhaps you must draw closer to discern its nature. Friendly reminder. Each ghostly tree serves as the eyes and source of power for the Mother Tree. It is imperative to eliminate each one you encounter. With that, Jiang Tao commanded, Lilith, bring the goblins out. We shall proceed backward. Accompanied by a flash of black light. Before them appeared a trio of earth elementals, including a goblin archer and 3 formidable goblin warriors brandishing iron hammers. They surrounded the 3 adventurers. Yami let out a long breath. astonished at how the grotesque goblins had transformed into such endearing creatures. "Come forth." Earth Elemental leads the way, with the archer bringing up the rear, while you three guard us on either side. Jiang Tao did not allow them to explore unarmed. Instead, he handed a prepared barrel of oil to one of the goblin warriors, instructing it to sprinkle the oil as they progressed. "Is the master ready? The environment here bears a resemblance to my birthplace." In the air, Lilith waved her beguiling whip, beckoning to Jiang Tao. She seemed utterly unaffected by the fog or the atmosphere, radiating vitality. Concerned, Jiang Tao cautioned, "Fly higher, be careful, and avoid being caught by that monstrous tree." "Understood. Thank you for your concern, Master." Lilith responded with an adorable gesture, using her whip to urge the Earth Elementals to move back. With a mighty roar, the Earth Elemental, towering at 5 meters and wielding a massive iron hammer, boldly cleared away obstructive branches as it ventured into the depths of the forest. Jiang Tao, accompanied by Shun Cici and Yang Mi, followed closely, with the goblin warriors forming a steadfast protective perimeter around them. Additionally, the enchanting little fairies hovered above, ensuring a heightened sense of security. Observing their cautious exploration, the audience expressed their curiosity in the comments. The previous bosses didn't see Jiang Tao this serious. Could this be a hellish level of difficulty? Why haven't we encountered a single monster? Be careful, big brother. Don't end up as unfortunate as that neighboring cherry blossom. After the goblin incident, the audience felt immense pressure while watching the live stream. After following the indicated path for several minutes, Jiang Tao found no stone steps, but rather an increasing number of monstrous trees obstructing their progress. The Earth Elemental's reliance on its large hammer made clearing the path cumbersome. Jiang Tao, however, devised his own solution. "Here, this will be useful." He smiled as he lifted the black iron giant axe dropped by the Titan and handed it to the goblin. The Earth Elemental, stowing away its hammer, accepted the axe with a deep voice, swinging it a few times with a gust of wind, and broke into a silly grin. With his handy tool, their pace through the underbrush significantly increased. Crack! Crack! Jiang Tao did not overlook the branches that had been severed. He collected them all. Refined iron wood 1, refined iron wood 2. The quality of the materials from this haunted forest was exceptional, sure to be useful in the future. Suddenly, a notification caught his eye, indicating a change. Detecting your intentions, 2 ghost trees ahead have blended in with ordinary trees, attempting to stealthily abduct your companions. The locations of the ghost trees have been helpfully marked for you. It conveniently marked 2 inconspicuous dwarf trees ahead with red arrows. I can't contain my excitement any longer. Hearing Jiang Tao's laughter, Shun Cici inquired curiously, "Brother, what are you laughing at?" "I laugh because although the ghost mother tree is powerful, it ultimately possesses a fatal flaw." "A flaw?" Yami inquired with curiosity. "What flaw?" Beneath the mask, Jiang Tao smiled faintly. "It cannot move. No matter how cunning her schemes, she can only patiently await our assault." Understanding dawned upon her. Yang Mi's eyes caught a glimpse of the earth golem, trailing oil, and she felt a secret delight. Jiang Tao, in harmony with Lilith, could indirectly manipulate the goblins through her. Upon reaching the ambush point, the earth golem, as before, cleared the path with its colossal axe. As branches around were severed, the marked ghost tree on the left fell like an ordinary tree. Yet, a branch seemingly accidentally lodged itself into the arm of the earth golem. Name: Ghost Tree. Level: Top Tier F. Skills: Parasitism, Venom, Miscreation, Root Movement. Description: one of the offspring of the mother ghost tree. Capable of traversing the root system of its progenitor and returning at will, splitting into offspring. Is a source of power for the mother ghost tree. As long as one ghost tree survives, the mother ghost tree shall endure. Furthermore, areas where ghost trees gather can generate a misty field that affects mental clarity and judgment. By wounding enemies, it can implant seeds that parasitize them with poisonous branches. Externally, it resembles ordinary trees, posing little threat if discovered early. Under Jiang Tao's command, the earth golem, forewarned, pivoted its arm, using the face of its axe to block the ambushing branch of the ghost tree. In a swift motion, it struck. Crack! The axe cleaved the disguised mother ghost tree in 2, A mournful wail echoed through the mist. A sphere of spiritual light burst forth from the ghost tree, caught joyfully by Lilith and midair. As the attention of the group was drawn forward, another ghost tree silently maneuvered to the flank. Unnoticed, a sinuous branch slithered like a venomous serpent, aiming at the most vulnerable, Yang. At that moment, a piercing sound sliced through the air from behind. A rocket soared with precision, striking the second ghost tree. Chapter 40. The Grand Showdown. The Extraordinary Creatures and the Mother Tree. The Goblin Archer, tasked with the rearguard, unleashed fiery arrows that vanquished the second ghastly tree. Their greatest challenge lay in utilizing the terrain to their advantage, lurking for ambushes, and employing the poisonous branches concealed within the mists. Yet, curiously, Jiang Tao's innate talent rendered them utterly ineffective. In the aftermath, Yang, startled by the peculiar branches that erupted beneath her feet, leapt back in astonishment. When had they come into contact with these? She contemplated setting them ablaze with her torch, but Jiang Tao raised his hand to halt her. These are valuable materials. He approached and collected the remnants left by the two ghastly trees. Spiritual wood 100, spiritual wood 200, seed of the ghastly tree 2. What an odd assortment of materials. Jiang Tao perused the details of the items. Spiritual wood can be used to construct a unique shelter, a haunted house. When ignited, it creates a sanctuary that wards off malevolent spirits. Any area illuminated by its light becomes a no-go zone for phantoms. Seed of the ghastly tree. When planted in the sanctuary and nurtured with spiritual spring water, it can yield a ghastly tree to safeguard one's home. Henceforth, there would be a guardian during the night. Jiang Tao gleefully tucked the seeds away. Only he possessed the spring of earthly milk. Under ordinary circumstances, other players would struggle to cultivate such seeds. Following this reconnaissance, the team proceeded with heightened caution. They traversed the forest for over 20 minutes, yet still had not found an exit. Coupled with the pervasive mist surrounding them, Demi expressed her unease, asking, "Xiao Tao, are you certain we should continue this way? We have yet to locate an exit. If something were to transpire, we would have no means to escape." Shun Shi chuckled softly, reassuring her, "Do not fret, Mijia. This marks the 10th chamber we have encountered today. Even if there were a passage, we could not take it tonight." Gazing around at the eerie environment reminiscent of a horror film, Yang involuntarily shivered. Fortunately, the shelter had been preemptively modified. With the hints provided, Jiang Tao felt no trepidation. "In 3 more minutes, we shall reach the small stone steps. The small steps lead directly to the mother tree, with traps laid along the way. Prepare yourselves. Let us proceed." Jiang Tao signaled for the goblin to continue leading the way. The goblin, with a gruff voice, cleared a path with its colossal axe. Before long, the group beheld a staircase paved with white pebbles, extending into the depths of the fog, seemingly without end. "Master, shall we venture forth? I have an unsettling premonition." Lilith fluttered down. "Let us pause for a moment." Jiang Tao scrutinized the white pebbles, and a new dialogue box materialized before him. On either side of the staircase lie ambushes set by the mother tree, including spectral entities. Her roots extend beneath, poised to strike at any moment. Moreover, with each step upon a pebble, a portion of your vitality shall be siphoned and returned to the mother tree. The mother tree will only reveal herself when you are rendered utterly weak. Indeed, she was exceedingly cunning. Not only was the pervasive mist enveloping the chamber a challenge, but even the sole correct path was laden with perilous traps. However, all of this hinged on our willingness to tread into her meticulously laid snare. Jiang Tao chuckled. "What do you intend to do?" Curious, Shun Sisi inquired. Jiang Tao first instructed Lilith to gather the 3 goblin warriors. The last goblin had completely emptied its oil container. Jiang Tao then distributed the previously auctioned oil among them, which they began to spray along the steps. The archers and the earth goblins stood guard, particularly vigilant against underground threats. Shinsisi and Lilith observed from a distance as the goblins diligently worked. The goblin warriors, carrying several barrels of oil, methodically doused the steps. The acrid odor stirred the undead creatures lurking below. Suddenly, a gnarled, ghostly claw burst through the soil, reaching for the oil-spraying goblin. In response, The ever-watchful Earth Goblin swiftly bent down and struck with its axe. The unfortunate zombie, having just emerged, was cleaved in half, meeting its demise. Jiang Tao had initially intended to repurpose it, but upon inspecting the materials it dropped, he was left speechless. Bones, decayed human bones, suitable as fuel, particularly long-burning. The flames emitted a green hue, imparting a unique flavor when roasting food. Jiang Tao couldn't help but scoff. Why would I burn human bones when I have plenty of wood? He shook his head, abandoning the idea of collection. As the oil enveloped the small steps, an increasing number of zombies clawed their way out from the ground. These zombies, seduced by the Ghost Mother Tree, were akin to wraiths, lacking in strength, classified as ordinary F level, easily manageable by an average person. However, they were somewhat unsettling. The branches that launched surprise attacks from below posed a greater threat. Once the goblin warriors completed their task, Jiang Tao led his team away from the small steps and shot an arrow from a distance. With a whoosh, the arrow ignited upon striking the steps. Amidst the burning mist, the wails of the undead echoed. The lurking zombies struggled to emerge, resembling corpses escaping from hell, clawing and grasping towards Jiang Tao and his companions. Yang Mi and Shun Sisi retreated, pale-faced, as the goblin archers added a few more flaming arrows to the fray. The undead creatures that had been concealed underground were forced out by the flames, becoming easy targets. Amidst the roaring fire, ethereal, ghostly faces emerged, startling Yang Mi into a scream. Ghosts. Humans are inherently fearful of such entities. Facing the supernatural for the first time, Jiang Tao quickly assessed the situation. Ghosts, souls bound by the Ghost Mother Tree. They fear fire and light, and are particularly vulnerable to beings with lesser mental fortitude. Fear not, you are stronger than they are now. To bolster morale, Jiang Tao shot a flaming arrow at one ghost. As it passed through the ghostly visage, the creature shrieked in pain, shrinking significantly in size. One ghost, filled with rage, attempted to charge at Jiang Tao, but couldn't even approach. What is there to fear? They are but mere flies. Lilith, perplexed, brandished her enchantment whip, capable of becoming incorporeal herself. With a single strike, the ghosts, as if confronted by their nemesis, were sent scattering, dropping crystalline fragments. According to Lilith, Yang Mi's Medusas, I can also restrain them. The unknown breeds fear. Upon discovering that the specters could be vanquished, the two women breathed a sigh of relief, eager to engage in battle. The flames raged for over half an hour until darkness enveloped the outside world. As the live stream threatened to close, unwilling viewers bombarded the screen with comments. Wait, I haven't finished watching yet. Jiang Tao was playing a high-stakes game, summoning specters. If the strategy succeeded, all would be well, but failure would mean a haunting for the great Xia. It was hoped that they wouldn't be awakened by a catastrophe foretold. On the internet, the Goblin Mother Nest on Sakura Island continued to be streamed live 24 hours a day. The local residents were in despair, tearfully recounting to reporters how their children had been abducted. The upper echelons and the White Eagle Federation, after the initial chaos, considered this a monumental opportunity, a key to surpassing Great Xia. I no longer pray for Jiang Tao to bring more feedback. It is already a blessing if he can remain safe and sound. This sentiment resonated throughout Great Xia. In the Ghost Forest, the adventure persisted. Jiang Tao gathered materials dropped by monsters from the charred remains. As the mist in the air dissipated significantly, the soil surrounding the small stone steps had been scorched, and even the white pebbles had turned black. When his gaze fell upon the scene once more, it had transformed. The scorched earth, the tree roots damaged, the power of the Ghost Mother Tree has been weakened, becoming more irritable. Please note, the weakening effect of the small stone steps still persists. With the area secured, we proceeded along one side of the stone steps. Mindful not to stray inside, Jiang Tao guided Yang Mi and Shun Sisi, still relying on the earth spirit to lead the way. Standing upon the charred remains brought him a sense of tranquility. The traps meticulously set by the Ghost Mother Tree had been incinerated, allowing the group to traverse the area with ease. After another 20 minutes, a fork in the path appeared before them. To the left lay the familiar white stone path, shrouded in thick mist, with faint monstrous roars echoing from ahead. To the right was a path of black pebbles, enveloped in darkness. Master, which way shall we go? Lilith descended. Hold on, let me assess. Jiang Tao stood at the bifurcation. If you proceed left, you will enter an eternal maze. Once resources are depleted, you shall transform into a vengeful spirit, endlessly wandering. The right conceals the true form of the ghost mother tree, who has gathered all her offspring, awaiting your challenge. To the right, we are about to encounter the boss. Everyone be cautious. Thus, the earth spirit took the lead down the dark path. Xiao Tao, come closer. The darkness deepened, suppressing even the light from their torches to a small circle. Yang Mi, anxious, clutched Jiang Tao's arm, fearful of losing her way. Do not worry. You and Cece are together. Should anything happen, Lilith will ensure your safety from above. While the two women were filled with trepidation, Jiang Tao's mind was already calculating. Suddenly, a series of crackling sounds from ahead announced the movement of branches as they ventured deeper. Unbeknownst to them, a circle of monstrous entities had encircled their surroundings. With a crack of the whip, Lilith lashed out in the air. The creatures surged forward. The earth gnome, displeased, swung its massive axe, howling like a lumberjack as it swiftly severed the invading branches. Simultaneously, the three vigilant goblin warriors sprang into action, assisting their leader in clearing away the remnants of broken limbs. The earth gnome, being an elite specimen, exhibited formidable combat prowess. The mother tree, witnessing its ineffectiveness, lashed out with a branch aimed directly at the sky. Huh, you think you can defeat me? In the darkness, Lilith's form became ethereal, transforming into a spectral entity. Vanishing from sight, the branch struck nothing but air. This direction, Jiang Tao understood that the ghostly tree was immobile. He quickly glanced towards the origin of the branch. Mental elite creature, possessing intelligence comparable to that of humans, on the cusp of transcending into a supernatural being. Your arrival has filled its final void. Yearning for your brains. Primary weakness, immobile, vulnerable to light and fire energy. Caution, her location is right here. In the night, a colossal red arrow stood out vividly. Jiang Tao rejoiced, hastily directing, the boss is over there, shoot the arrows. Without hesitation, he was the first to launch his spider spear. This was no ordinary attack. The spear was laced with venom. As the mother tree faced peril, the creatures previously entangled with the goblins redirected their focus, using their branches and even their bodies to obstruct the strike. However, Jiang Tao's attack had been charged for quite some time. As it sliced through numerous branches, it landed with pinpoint accuracy, embedding itself into what appeared to be an ordinary tree, merely a meter in height. In an instant, a piercing howl erupted from the tree, revealing a twisted, ghastly visage on its bark. It howled in fury, shaking its form and beginning to enlarge. The mother tree ceased its disguise, as the soil beneath it trembled incessantly. With a thunderous crash, massive branches, akin to giant serpents, swayed, while the earlier peculiar trees were merely small twigs rooted in the ground. The mother tree revealed its true form, towering over 50 meters. Its dark trunk was adorned with faces, contorted and roaring, continuously shifting. Jiang Tao and his companions, from the onset, had unknowingly stood upon the roots of the mother tree. No, in fact, one could argue that from the bifurcated entrance, a dense mass of roots had already spread beneath them. Indeed, formidable. Jiang Tao inhaled sharply. Name, mother tree. Level, semi-supernatural being. Skills, reproduction, soul-devouring, root sweep, root cage, mist barrier. Description, originally a grotesque tree from a mass grave. It absorbed an excess of corpses and souls, resulting in mutation. Cold-blooded, murderous, it relishes devouring souls. Humans, since you have arrived, do not depart. Join the grand evolution. The roots writhed, either ensnaring Jiang Tao and his allies or sweeping towards the goblins. Lilith. Jiang Tao flapped his wings of freedom, soaring through the air to evade, continuously launching spider spears from his hands. The air was filled with Lilith's laughter as she deftly embraced both Yang Mi and Shen Cece, skillfully dodging the ambush of the tree roots. As for the earth goblins, well, they could only hope for the best. Confronted with these assaults, the goblins were not without experience. 3 burly goblin warriors formed an orderly circle, defending one another. Meanwhile, the goblin archers unleashed fiery arrows while nimbly retreating to the rear, where they took on the role of support, encountering fewer attacks from the roots. The brunt of the assault was borne by the earth goblin, who transformed into a bulldozer, bellowing as it severed the incoming tree roots. Thanks to the earth goblin drawing the fire, Jiang Tao unleashed the blood of lava, which rained down from above. On the other side, Lilith, adhering to the original plan, approached from the opposite direction. Clutched in her hands, Yang Mi and Shin Sisi mirrored Jiang Tao, pouring the blood of lava from the heights. This molten essence, derived from volcanic lavas, not only harbored intense heat, but also contained strands of fiery poison. Upon contact with the frenzied tree roots, it ignited instantaneously. Within a heartbeat, the once chaotic flood of serpents transformed into a dance of flames. Those infernal insects! The ignited mother tree retaliated with a barrage of venomous thorns, prompting Jiang Tao and Lilith to swiftly distance themselves. Nevertheless, this indicated that the blood of lava had indeed inflicted significant damage. Had it been petroleum, it may not have ignited at all. However, the blood of lava, rich in energy, burned upon impact like white phosphorus, clinging on stubbornly like an unshakable adhesive. Even the offshoots extending from the roots suffered, transforming into flaming trees. Lilith, take them back a bit. I'm about to unleash something substantial upon that monstrous tree. Once the blood of lava had nearly been expended, Jiang Tao retrieved a brilliant crimson glass sphere from his bosom. Master, please be cautious. I will instruct the goblins to assist you, Lilith expressed with a hint of concern. In her arms, Shun Sisi hesitated. Brother, I can help you create distractions from the air. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Tao replied, just remember to keep your distance. With that, he unfurled his wings and, steeling himself, surged forth at an exhilarating speed. Whoosh! The wings propelled him forward, and he hurtled towards a mother tree with incredible velocity. Chapter 41. The Ultimate Cataclysm. The Death of the Mother Tree. The Spectral Seed of Transcendence. At that very moment, the severely injured earth spirit's eyes burned crimson. Having been enchanted by Lilith, it charged recklessly towards the mother tree. In the distance, archers disregarded their energy reserves, unleashing a relentless barrage of arrows. Each venomous projectile rained down upon the mother tree like fiery meteors. With adversaries both above and below, the mother tree found itself overwhelmed, compelled to dispatch its offspring to momentarily divert the onslaught. You are the root of all this chaos. I can feel the vibrancy of your mind. The mother tree discerned Jiang Tao, and countless ghastly visages upon its bark turned in unison to fixate upon him, their mouths splitting into grotesque grins, howling in unison. Trouble. It's about to unleash a soul attack. Panic surged within Jiang Tao as he hastily retrieved the monkey wine he had gathered earlier, consuming it alongside a stimulant potion. The two vials acted as powerful enhancers, igniting a flush across his body, infusing him with boundless energy, particularly evident in his bloodshot eyes. Yet, still feeling uncertain, he decided to employ the treasured perfect soul crystal as well. With a burst of ethereal energy, white vapor erupted from his head, reminiscent of a fully revved engine, propelling him towards the mother tree. Mother tree's gaze. Mental defense failed. You have evaded this attack. Upon hearing the notification, Jiang Tao exhaled a sigh of relief. A soul attack was far graver than any other. Failure would mean the earth spirit, serving as a shield below, would bear the brunt of the consequences. The monkey wine aided in swiftly replenishing the considerable stamina expended during his extreme dash. As he approached within a few hundred meters of the mother tree, the branches became increasingly ferocious in their interference, forcing him to halt. The formidable mother tree, wary of his intent, retracted its roots to construct a majestic wall of wood encircling itself. Take this, Jiang Tao bellowed, and a shadowy, bare apparition flickered behind him. His muscles swelled instantaneously as the Titan bloodline awakened. All his strength coalesced in his right arm, which he then unleashed with tremendous force. A silent beam of light sliced through the darkness, piercing through the thick tree wall, creating a gaping void. As the spear found its mark within the mother tree, the explosive core at its tip activated. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from within the tree, illuminating the haunted forest in an instant. The once impenetrable bark and roots of the tree disintegrated under the blast's fury, scattering like autumn leaves in a tempest. "Take cover," Jiang Tao shouted, fully aware of the impending aftermath as he descended straight down into the roots. As he burrowed into the earth, the shock wave surged toward him. The bare mantle provided exceptional protection, enveloping him entirely. In the distance, Lilith and her companions, though prepared for the explosion, were still sent tumbling hundreds of meters away. A vibrant orange mushroom cloud ascended from a location of the mother tree, showcasing its immense power. 3 minutes later, Yang Mi emerged cautiously from beneath the rocks, anxiously scanning the battlefield, fearful for Jiang Tao's safety. Shen Sisi flicked the debris from her dark hair and rose, saying, "Let us hasten to check. If the ghost mother tree still lives, we must strike it swiftly." "Oh, where is Lilith?" Just as the two were filled with concern, a swirl of pink light enveloped them, coalescing into the playful figure of Lilith. "The master awaits us ahead. Let us proceed." With that, amidst the exclamations of the two women, Lilith grasped one of their hands and soared towards the heart of the battlefield. The once wildly thrashing roots had been reduced to mere powder, and although some ghostly trees had narrowly evaded destruction, a gentle breeze swept through, turning the remnants into ash as if they had been consumed by flames. Suddenly, a patch of ordinary gray-black wood ash began to stir, and Jiang Tao emerged, his head breaking the surface. "What a pity for the cassock," he lamented, shaking off the somber black bear robe as he cast a wary glance towards the former position of the ghost mother tree. Along the way, the offspring had been nearly obliterated, leaving only a vast pit in the center. "Thanks to your blessings, the ghost mother tree, which was destined to evolve, has been reduced to ashes. Perhaps this is her fate." A remarkable fire seed, encapsulating her life's evolutionary energy, lay quietly at the bottom of the pit. If we do not retrieve it swiftly, it may dissipate. Suddenly invigorated, Jiang Tao realized that all his efforts had been for this purpose, a treasure pivotal to the next evolutionary stage. He promptly activated his wings of freedom and dashed towards the enormous pit, scanning the soil along the way, anxious that any offspring might still survive. Fortunately, all the ghost trees had perished. "Brother, wait for us." Lilith, Shen Sisi, and Yang Mi, who had flown up behind him, brightened upon seeing him safe and hurried to catch up. "Let us go and unearth the treasure." With the great foe vanquished, Jiang Tao beamed with joy. Upon descending into the pit, he began to dig at its center, while Shen Sisi and Yang Mi searched for treasures on the periphery. Ghost Wood 1, Ghost Tree Seed 1, Soul Fruit 1, First Tier Wood Element Spirit Crystal 1. The haul was unexpectedly bountiful. The rare spirit crystals needed for the antidote were not uncommon in this location. Yang Mi even fortuitously discovered a second-tier wood element spirit crystal. The materials from the ghost mother tree were indeed precious, possessing effects that nurtured the spirit and concentrated energy, aiding evolution. The soul fruit, formed from the ghost mother tree's consumption of souls, had a straightforward function. When consumed for the first time, it could assist one in breaking through to E-level. This was precisely what Yang Mi and Shen Sisi required. As Jiang Tao continued to excavate at the center, he found himself less fortunate in his discoveries. Reminiscing about the goblins, his thoughts were tangled. Had they been present, he would not have had to toil so. Hearing his words, Lilith scratched her cheek in a somewhat peculiar manner. "Master, it seems there are still goblins alive. Let me search." "Still alive?" Jiang Tao was taken aback, having regarded them as mere fodder for drawing aggro. If they had survived, it would indeed be an extraordinary stroke of luck. With the aid of his prompts, after digging 3 meters deep, Jiang Tao glimpsed a seed ablaze with mysterious blue flames. Ghost, extraordinary ember, the ember of life, originating from a D-grade extraordinary being, encapsulates its genes, soul, and hereditary information. This ember, a remnant of the ghost mother tree, belongs to the realm of souls. Upon utilization, it grants immense soul power. unlocking cerebral potential and prematurely activating extraordinary talents? Will you feast upon others, only to ultimately become their shroud? After enduring such toil, it has finally come into my possession. Jiang Tao carefully secured the ghost ember within the stone chamber, intending to use it safely under the cover of night. The mere thought of acquiring the next stage of abilities brought an irrepressible smile to his face. Suddenly, a newly appeared dialogue box caught his attention, causing his brows to furrow. The ember has been taken. The hidden essence of the ghost mother tree breathes a sigh of relief, for she has deceived you. Wait, you're still alive? Jiang Tao exclaimed in astonishment, glancing around. Come forth, let me see where you're hiding. He distinctly recalled the earlier warning. Each seedling was a continuation of the ghost mother tree's life. As long as one remained, she could be reborn. In this core area, even the main body had been obliterated, so the seedlings must have perished as well. Thus, Jiang Tao unfurled his wings and began to soar outward. Noticing his departure, Yang Mi hurriedly inquired, "It's already dark. Where are you headed?" "I'm just searching for any remaining stragglers," Jiang Tao replied from above. "Be cautious," Yang Mi urged, still haunted by the terrifying visage of the ghost mother tree. Lilith, restless and scavenging, also wished to fly over. "Master, allow me to assist you in the search." "No need. Ensure their safety. Besides, didn't you mention that there are still living goblins?" "Where are they?" Upon hearing the question, Lilith playfully stuck out her little tongue. Chapter 42. A Resurgence of National Fortune. First encounter with hell. Production doubles within a year. After an extensive search, it was indeed a surprise to discover that a lone goblin warrior had survived. It had fortuitously been flung beneath a rock by tree roots, narrowly escaping the cataclysmic explosion. Tragically, its 4 companions had perished. In honor of their sacrifice, Jiang Tao instructed Lilith to gather the spirit crystals left by the goblin. As Jiang Tao soared toward an inconspicuous outer area, a new notification materialized before him. A trembling ghost tree hides within the ruins, believing it has evaded your gaze. How audacious, attempting to conceal itself. After a thorough search, Jiang Tao utilized his spider spear to clear away the charred remains and ash, uncovering a ghost tree that was not particularly tall. Indeed, one could say it was half the height of its kin. Its branches and leaves were huddled together, quivering in a surprisingly human-like manner. You have consumed so many lives. It is only fitting that you meet your end. Without mercy, Jiang Tao thrust his spear, delivering a forceful blow that shattered the creature into fragments. To ensure it was truly vanquished, he meticulously collected the materials. Spirit wood 1, seed of the ghost tree 1. After gathering everything, he cast a cautious glance around. Friendly reminder, the cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. There are still 2 ghost trees alive. What a stroke of luck. Jiang Tao marveled, realizing that had any other player encountered it, they would have surely been eluded. Thus, he diligently continued his aerial search for any potential hiding spots. He eventually reached the outskirts, spotting white pebbles, and there he discovered the second ghost tree. Naturally, he replicated his previous actions to eliminate it. With only one remaining, the ghost matriarch was hidden deep, and Jiang Tao spent a full half-hour searching. Yang Mi and Shun Sisi had gathered all other materials before he finally located a small, trembling ghost tree, resembling a weed, at the initial fork in the underground path. The last remnant of the ghost matriarch. With a swift thrust, Jiang Tao pierced it, forcefully reducing it to dust. In the next moment, a dark, ghastly face emerged from the tree, attempting to invade Jiang Tao's mind, but it was thwarted by his formidable mental strength, disintegrating into ash. The many potions were not without their worth. A slight smile graced Jiang Tao's lips. Following the demise of the ghost matriarch, a surge of essence flooded into his mind, distinct from the experiences of other monsters. Jiang Tao felt a warm sensation enveloping his head, as if he were floating in bliss. Typically, after consuming potions, monkey wine, and soul fragments, one would expect a decline in mental fortitude, perhaps even a period of weakness. Yet at this moment, his powerful mental energy remained steadfast, and his vision was extraordinarily clear. The center of his brow felt warm, as if something were striving to emerge, before ultimately settling into a tranquil state. Lacking only a touch of depth, Congratulations on completely defeating the quasi-supernatural being, Ghost Matriarch. It was only upon hearing this notification that Jiang Tao let out a long sigh of relief. The familiar announcement resonated once again. Just recently, it had proclaimed the tragic defeat of Sakura Island, but this time it heralded Jiang Tao's triumph. Building announcement. Congratulations to Jiang Tao and his two teammates for successfully conquering the hellish realm of the Ghost Forest. They have thwarted the ascension of a mutated ghost mother tree to a D-level extraordinary being, thereby eliminating a potential threat to human civilization. As a reward for their remarkable achievement, they have been granted a personal unique talent, the third eye. In response to the nation's fortunes this year, the harvest of all plant species in the Great Xia has doubled, with fruit trees possessing a slight chance of yielding extraordinary fruits. At this moment, the time on Blue Star is precisely 7 p.m. Players, having survived yet another day, are resting wearily in their shelters. In the chat channel, many express their sorrow over the tragic events at Nichuan Gangban, fervently discussing the upheaval on Sakura Island. This resounding announcement has swept away the gloom from the hearts of the populace, especially invigorating the players from Great Xia. The banner of humanity and the beacon of civilization indeed belongs to us. While others barely cling to survival, it is Jiang Tao who raises the flag of civilization. Remarkable. The first glimpse of a hellish level must have been exceedingly challenging, akin to the previous Goblin Nest. Players who have farmed before reminisce about the prospect of doubling yields within a year. What immense economic benefits that would entail. It is well known that Blue Star has faced a population explosion in recent years, leading to a food shortage. As one of the most populous nations, this increasing yield is a significant boon for Great Xia. I am particularly intrigued by the extraordinary fruits, with the presence of spiritual springs within Great Xia. The benefits are bound to be plentiful. Little Brother Ma's team remains intact, and their shelter has been upgraded to a large wooden house. He reflects, in such a stifling environment, Jiang Tao's existence is like a ray of hope. He longs to reunite with him in a few days. Little Brother Ma understands that he lacks the adventurous spirit of youth. As a player from Great Xia, the largest player base globally, he sees top contenders like Reining and Yushan as his motivators, striving silently in their shadows. Truly admirable. In a distant room, the formidable rock's strong forest generously offers praise. He too had the opportunity to challenge an ultra-high difficulty room, but due to the incident at Nichuan Gangban, he opted for the nightmare level instead. Failure in such a challenge could cost not only his own life, but also that of 100 friends and relatives, potentially leading to the downfall of his homeland and civilization. Brother Lao, we should take more risks tomorrow, suggested a companion with tattoos on his shoulder, holding a map. Having grown up watching superheroes, the opportunity lies before us. We cannot allow the Easterners to dominate. Indeed, you can do it. The other teammates gazed at Brother Lao with admiration, cherishing the ideals of individual heroism, bearing the expectations of his teammates and the billion citizens beyond the screen. Rock's strong forest sighed internally. He too yearns to forge ahead triumphantly. Yet that distinct room cannot be traversed merely by brute force. Naturally, the most excited are the viewers from Great Xia, as the hottest topic trending online is Goblin civilization of Sakura Island. Subsequent events revolved entirely around goblins, as they represented a new civilization that had captivated the world. Following closely was the tale of Jiang Tao's daring adventure in a haunted house. According to research conducted by the official team, should he fail, it would surely herald the arrival of a monstrous civilization in the land of the 9 provinces. Until that spine-chilling voice echoed, a collective sigh of relief was breathed by over 2 billion citizens, accompanied by a rise in temperature of 1 degree. In the cool of the evening, a farmer, unfamiliar with the digital realm, toiled in his fields, clearing weeds. To his astonishment, he witnessed the still unripe corn suddenly double in size, maturing into plump, moisture-rich ears. In the fertile black soil of northeast China, rice that had yet to reach the harvest season sagged under the weight of its grains. Observing the heavy-laden stalks, the leadership felt a mix of joy and urgency, hastily dispatching harvesters to the fields. Meanwhile, the most bustling scene was in the tourist area of Jinan, which had been cordoned off and transformed into a restricted zone. The ancient spring, deemed a strategic resource, saw the apprehension of over 100 foreign spies and thousands of suspects attempting to steal its waters during daylight hours. Despite military presence to maintain order, throngs of people encircled the area in multiple layers. When a new announcement was made, a pomegranate tree beside the ancient spring shone brilliantly, its fruit radiating a fiery glow even in the darkness, resembling a golden divine flame. In stark contrast, not far away, a century-old pear tree bore a round pear glistening with a luminous sheen. Was it a celestial fruit? The extraordinary produce mentioned in the game. Consuming it would surely grant longevity. The bizarre occurrences were swiftly discovered by tourists, and under the guidance of the astute, many flocked towards the two fruit trees. Warnings from guards fell on deaf ears, and audacious individuals even piloted drones, attempting to seize the opportunity. However, they soon realized they were not alone in their cleverness. Thousands of drones surged together in a frenzy for the divine fruit. In the end, the authorities dispatched personnel to preemptively harvest the miraculous pomegranate and the snowflake pear, hastening their transport to the research laboratory. Upon hearing the news, the cabinet of Sakura Island erupted in indignation. While I endure hardship, you revel in a bountiful harvest. Chapter 43. The Impact of Reality. Is a third world war on the horizon? It is strongly advised that the Great Xia provide our nation with food aid. Indeed, particularly with regard to the spirit spring and the extraordinary fruits, only the collective efforts of humanity's technological advancements can thoroughly research and ultimately benefit all humankind. During the bountiful harvest in Great Xia, numerous spokespersons from various nations appeared before the cameras, lamenting that their countries were grappling with famine, especially following the advent of the mysterious game, which has resulted in significant casualties. The shelves of supermarkets have been stripped bare, and the demand for food is urgent. Among them, the neighboring nation of A3 has been the most vociferous. Being the most populous country globally, it is overwhelmed. They incessantly chant phrases such as all of humanity and community of shared destiny. In response, the spokesperson for Great Xia remarked with a dismissive chuckle, "The supreme leader of the White Eagle Federation exhibits little interest in food supplies. He has allied with Europe to exert pressure, attempting to compel Great Xia to share the extraordinary fruits, particularly the treasures yielded near the ancient springs. Reliable intelligence indicates that those who have consumed the spirit fruits have awakened superhuman abilities. Upon the dissemination of this information, the supreme leader and the elite tycoons lurking in the shadows became exceedingly eager. Although the impoverished rely on mutation, the affluent depend on technology. The pressing issue remains: such technology has yet to be developed. Many of the titans atop the societal pyramid have grown anxious. In just 3 days, the tides of fortune have shifted dramatically. Numerous individuals from the lower strata have mutated, seemingly giving rise to a new class. In this unprecedented social upheaval, they refuse to be discarded. However, regarding strategic resources, Great Xia remains vigilant and resolute, and seeing that pressure tactics have borne no fruit, a cadre of influential military-industrial magnates has grown restless. In a darkened room, an emergency meeting convenes, attended by 30 enigmatic members, most of whom are rarely seen in the media, yet possess the power to influence human society, particularly in Europe and America. This is the Freemasonry. An elderly man, his hair as white as snow, rapped the table to commence the meeting. Great Xia is unwilling to cooperate or share technological achievements. Economic pressure has proven ineffective. Someone sighed, "I have dispatched spies for reconnaissance, yet they either get captured or are under constant surveillance. Most critically, they cannot leave the country. In a matter of days, the fortunes of Great Xia have undergone a radical transformation. If this continues, our advantages will dwindle. Indeed, we cannot remain passive any longer. Currently, everyone in Great Xia possesses superhuman abilities, practicing the art of cultivation and evolution. Even ordinary individuals here have awakened superpowers." The discussion grew increasingly fervent. Witnessing the imminent replacement by those they once looked down upon ignited a palpable fear of class decline and mortality among them. fueling their agitation and excitement. Until one individual, gritting his teeth, spoke up, "If it comes to that, we must instigate war. Overthrow Great Xia." At this declaration, the room fell into silence. Prior to the upheaval, Great Xia was already the second most powerful nation globally. Now, with multiple enhancements, each individual is akin to a super soldier. In a direct confrontation, even the White Eagle Federation would struggle to prevail. Unless, of course, they could muster the combined military and technological might of all Europe and America. Then victory might be conceivable. A rational blonde man interjected. However, the mysterious game is still ongoing, and you're all aware of the situation in the island nation. Perhaps tomorrow, a new civilization may descend upon our land. At this moment, internal strife is ill-timed. Engaging in warfare is no trivial matter. They must deliberate on more reasonable alternatives. The elderly host of the meeting sighed deeply, suggesting to continue communication with the Daxia officials. Their proposals regarding chips and the Malacca Strait are open for negotiation, provided we can establish a joint research facility to share technology. A profound silence enveloped the room. Furthermore, what is the status of our efforts to win over the relatives of Jiang Tao, as well as those of Yang Mi and Shen Sisi? A mysterious woman replied, "Jiang Tao's intelligence has been classified as top secret, and all related personnel are under covert protection. However, our investigations reveal that Jiang Tao has no direct relatives, only some distant kin, classmates, and friends. Conversely, the parents of the other two teammates, Shen Sisi and Yang Mi, are also under protection in Beiping." Upon mentioning Jiang Tao's name, a spark ignited in everyone's eyes. Through the observations and studies of recent days, it is evident that he possesses extraordinary talent. Coupled with the evolutionary advantages established in the early stages, he is a figure capable of influencing not just a nation, but entire civilizations. The elderly host spoke once more. "I suspect that as he evolves, those around him will experience repercussions, and even his homeland may undergo transformations. Upon his return in 7 days, we must contact him at any cost. We need to win him over." There was unanimous agreement. They had no desire to instigate a third world war. Subsequently, the 30 mysterious individuals engaged in further discussions regarding the national fortune game. Beyond the daily barrage feature, there have been some new advancements. However, experimentation must wait until 7 days later, after the conclusion of the first game. Regarding the identity of the mastermind behind it all, the game's creator, they have long believed that only a deity could possess such power. The final topic of discussion was the Goblin Mother Nest, which lies within the sphere of influence of the Freemasons. It is perceived as the sole hope for surpassing the Easter University. I have personally traveled to Sakura Island, and according to current intelligence, this nest possesses the ability to assimilate, collect genes, and undergo re-evolution. The speaker was none other than the Grand Leader, hailed as the most powerful man in the world. Indeed, it is quite astute. The Goblin King is the leader, but within the nest, there certainly exists a true Mother Empress. The elderly host urged him to maintain vigilance. Destroying the goblins is not difficult. What they desire is to seize all their technology and mysterious powers for themselves. This necessitates feeding and testing. After all, it is the Sakura people who will perish, and those present were indifferent to that fact. Ultimately, following a prayer ritual, the meeting concluded, and the 30 mysterious individuals transformed into data, vanishing from sight. It was a virtual conference. Meanwhile, aboard Air Force One, the Grand Leader opened his eyes and commanded, "SEAL Team, infiltrate the Goblin Mother Nest. Strive to avoid harming any of the goblins." Considering the dangers of the flesh chambers, the self-defense forces would lead the charge, seemingly sensing the impending crisis. The orifices on the surface of the goblin nest exhaled a noxious mist, creating an extensive area enveloped in green fog, complicating the situation further. However, under the unwavering demands of the Supreme Commander, waves of self-defense forces charged forth, sacrificing their lives to carve a path. What infuriated the Prime Minister even more was that when the moment of harvest arrived, it was the Navy SEALs who took over, coupled with the interference of the mist. Heavy bombardment was rendered impossible. Was this not tantamount to treating the self-defense forces as mere expendables? Particularly alarming was the emergence of a goblin sword saint, reminiscent of Nishikoi Saka from the nest, which caused the mortality rate to soar. In response, the Supreme Commander was ecstatic, ordering that the creature must be captured alive. This was but a fragment of the events transpiring on Blue Star. Since the advent of the survival game, numerous subtle changes had quietly unfolded across various locales. The individuals striving to survive within the cube building remained utterly oblivious to these developments. Their primary concern lay in enduring another bout of hunger, struggling to survive the third night. In the dilapidated, ghostly forest, the night had grown late, and the long pervasive mist finally began to dissipate. Jiang Tao continued to collect the treasures left behind by the Ghost Mother tree, brimming with vitality. Chapter 44. The Ghost Mother Sapling, Chat Bounty, and the Forging of the Alchemical Crossbow. Among the treasures, the most precious, undoubtedly, is the sapling of the mother tree. Once planted, it can propagate offspring, create a mist barrier, and safeguard the sanctuary. However, there exists a minor dilemma. The survival rate of the sapling is exceedingly low, with a high probability of failure. In this regard, Jiang Tao possesses a viable solution. He is fortunate to have his lucky companion, Mi, by his side. What are you looking at? By the campfire, Yang Mi is joyfully roasting wolf meat, the wood from the ghost forest crackling as it burns, emitting an enchanting blue flame and a delightful aroma. Having vanquished formidable foes, her spirits are evidently high. Nearby, Lilith is diligently preparing ingredients under the guidance of Shun Cici, her cute chopping sounds echoing with a rhythmic clink. Clang, clang. Not far off, beside the forging furnace, the last surviving goblin warrior is hefting a hammer to forge mithril. Mijia, could you please assist me in concocting a potion? Jiang Tao requests, presenting ice spirit grass, blood vine, and first tier with spirit crystals, materials they had procured with considerable effort. Seeing this, Shun Cici steps forward to lend a hand. A gentle smile gracing her lips as she explains, "Brother, with my level up, my wounds have nearly healed. We cannot afford any risks, especially since we will need these resources later." Jiang Tao, with several surplus with spirit crystals in hand, tosses them playfully. Soon we will be able to synthesize potions in bulk. By the way, did either of you feel anything unusual after the Ghost Mother tree perished? Shun Cici and Yang Mi exchanged glances, nodding in earnest. It seemed they were approaching a critical threshold, likely on the verge of evolution, just as their brother had experienced previously. Jiang Tao nodded, handing each of them a soul fruit. After dinner tonight, when you evolve into new humans, you will gain immunity to numerous forms of harm. Not to mention the mist we just encountered. You both would have to rely on gas masks and could only endure for a minute before succumbing to severe injury. I, on the other hand, can withstand it for several hours due to my constitution. Once Yang Mi synthesized the basic antidote and offered it to Shun Cici, she drank it down, and the painful wounds that had troubled her for so long finally healed, revitalizing her spirit. Next, a celebratory feast ensued. The recuperated Shun Cici cheerfully took to the kitchen, while Lilith playfully declared her intent to help, suggesting she would add extra servings for their host. Jiang Tao found this somewhat peculiar, but indulged her whims. Lilith had indeed contributed significantly. Some spices have run out. Could you check the platform for any extras? After days of life and death experiences, Yang Mi had set aside her celebrity demeanor, becoming more casual with Jiang Tao. All right. Faced with Yang Mi's commanding presence, Jiang Tao could only acquiesce. That's more like it. Dressed in a pristine white chef's uniform, Yang Mi proudly prepared the barbecue. Her thoughts filled with delight at the prospect that if he disregarded her advice, she would unceremoniously kick him out of bed that night. Jiang Tao opened the chat channel. As evening descended, a multitude gathered, fervently discussing the significant events of the day. Another day had passed, and only 7 remained until I could return home. Oh, how I miss my parents. I've been hungry for 3 days, surviving solely on the spring water gifted by the esteemed Jiang Tao. Is there anyone among you with an abundance of breadcrumbs to spare? I would gladly bestow upon you the title of the legendary Hunger King. Jiang Tao has arrived online. Let us inquire about the nature of that infernal chamber. Upon seeing his avatar illuminate, players such as Yu Yushan, and Xiao Ma Ge felt a surge of excitement. They eagerly chimed in, wishing for him to share his successful strategies. Jiang Tao, ever generous, obliged. Many players must be on the cusp of evolving to E-level. I advise everyone to enhance their mental fortitude, and if possible, acquire soul attack and defense skills. Today, I encountered phantoms, which proved far more peculiar than other creatures. He briefly recounted the perils of the supernatural and concluded with a query. Has anyone procured spices? Yes. I have a blend of 13 spices. Spices are not particularly rare. Soon, Jiang Tao exchanged 2 wild boar meats for several bottles of spices, which he handed to the 3 beautiful women preparing the meal. Clang, clang. As the sound of goblins hammering metal echoed nearby, a thought struck Jiang Tao. The adversaries he faced were growing increasingly formidable. His powerful crossbow was evidently insufficient, since he possessed the alchemical blueprints and had mithril in stock. He pondered why not offer a bounty for the final piece. Tendons? With this thought, Jiang Tao directly inquired on the platform. Does anyone possess E-level elite monster tendons? I'm looking to purchase. The price is negotiable. This item was relatively rare, and many were aware that it was a necessary material for crafting bows. Even those without blueprints would hoard it. In an instant, many players shook their heads. Baiyu remarked, I have one, but the price. Jiang Tao responded. What do you have for trade? Baiyu? The name struck a chord with Jiang Tao. He recalled that not long ago, Baiyu had traded him a bandage, indicating he was a top-tier player. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Tao removed his black iron helmet, which had absorbed considerable damage. After the recent explosion, it had become somewhat misshapen and dusty, yet its efficacy remained intact. With this in mind, he sent a screenshot of the helmet S attributes. This was a novice S artifact, my precious, capable of saving one S life in critical moments. Upon hearing the description, Baiyu was intrigued. Since he lacked blueprints, he readily agreed, viewing it as an opportunity to befriend Jiang Tao. After the transaction was completed, Baiyu gazed at the dull second-hand helmet in his hands, his expression darkening. Is this how you treat your precious? Fortunately, despite its unremarkable appearance, its internal condition was still pristine. Baiyu cheerfully cleaned the helmet before donning it. With all materials in order, Jiang Tao summoned Shen Cici. Cici, to celebrate your recovery, I have a gift for you. Under the astonished gaze of the young girl, Jiang Tao unfurled the blueprints for the alchemical crossbow. Brother, have you gathered everything? Shen Cici, taken aback, accepted the item with delight and began the synthesis. Being an expert in materials, she was well versed in the intricacies of crossbows. As a gleam of bronze light flashed, a resplendent crossbow adorned with magical runes materialized before them. Name, alchemical crossbow. Level, bronze premium. Effects, heavy shot, consumes a significant amount of energy to unleash a powerful arrow. Attack power x3, 9 stars align, fires 9 crossbow bolts in succession. Tracking arrow can pursue enemies, but beware, it may overshoot when encountering obstacles. Description, a premium among bronzes. Its value surpasses that of top-tier bronze weapons by double. With this, Jiang Tao marveled as he handed the alchemical crossbow to Shen Cici. He resolved to continue his role as the bulwark, the warrior, contemplating that his black iron crossbow was gradually becoming obsolete. Jiang Tao decided to list it on the trading platform, seeking E-grade veins or rare materials like mithril. As for the powerful crossbow in Shen Cici's possession, it would be given to Yang Mi for her protection. Once their tasks were completed, the 4 of them could finally indulge in a feast. Cheers! Yang Mi, Shen Cici, and Lilith joyfully raised their glasses. The 3 beautiful ladies toasted with water in place of wine, celebrating today's magnificent victory. Lilith, do remember to keep watch tonight. Chapter 45, The Mysterious Third Eye, Absorbing Ghosts and Extraordinary Sparks. Perhaps due to the impending evolution of several individuals, everyone feasted heartily that night. The trio collectively consumed a quantity sufficient for at least 10 people. The sizzling roasted meat was devoured voraciously, with Jiang Tao alone showcasing an impressive appetite for a dozen skewers. Even the usually demure Yang Mi managed to consume an array of fruits, including apples and pears, leaving no trace behind. Observing the remnants of their feast strewn across the ground, Shin-Sisi stuck out her little tongue, pondering the necessity of foraging for food lest they face hunger in the coming days. Indeed, after finishing a pork chop, Jiang Tao glanced at the towering pile of bones beside him. With the acquisition of the Titan's bone, his strength surged, but so did his voracity. He had anticipated that after slaying numerous animals, their provisions would suffice for 8 days. Little did he know they had become gluttons. Clang! While they indulged in their meal, the diligent goblin blacksmith continued his work tirelessly, even as their supply of mithril dwindled. Yet, Jiang Tao was not devoid of compassion. He generously offered the surplus ribs to the goblin, who had never tasted such delicious, spice-laden meat, devouring it with tears of joy. Efforts yield rewards, and labor brings sustenance. Once the goblin finished its meal, considering the night as foraging would disrupt sleep, Jiang Tao approached with a smile, patting the goblin's shoulder and assigning it a new task, planting ghost trees in the courtyard. After a day of toil, the group felt exhausted. The obsidian house was set beside the small stone steps, its sturdy stone door and robust walls instilling a profound sense of security. The goblin, panting, exchanged its tools for a shovel, diligently planting trees in the yard and occasionally watering them. Inside the stone house, I shared the back room with Sister Mi. Shin-Sisi grasped Yang Mi's delicate wrist, casting a seemingly casual yet pointed glance at Jiang Tao. Her large eyes held a significant warning. Understanding her message, Jiang Tao decided to sleep in the front hall instead. He rubbed his nose, bemused by the little girl's presumptions about his character. A nighttime assailant, perhaps? He mused. My dear master, after a long day, how about I offer you a massage tonight? Suddenly, Lilith's enchanting eyes twinkled mischievously. A fragrant allure wafted through the air as she leapt down from above, wrapping her slender arms around Jiang Tao's neck, her petite frame effortlessly hanging from him. Whispering sweetly in his ear, she said, "Master, I possess the art of seduction. I can inspire your creativity and soothe your spirit for a more restful night. Would you care to try?" With his youthful vigor and the activation of his Titan bloodline, coupled with Lilith's intoxicating voice, Jiang Tao found himself unable to resist. Meanwhile, Yang Mi, who had been walking to the back hall with Shin-Sisi, clenched her small fists in alarm. Overwhelmed by a sense of urgency, she turned around, her face adorned with a polite smile as she pulled Lilith away from Jiang Tao. "I'm feeling a bit apprehensive about sleeping tonight. Lilith, could you please look after us?" she implored. Master Lilith's delicate form was drawn away, her captivating gaze reaching out for help. "Shin-Sisi." Jiang Tao pressed his forehead in pain. "You all should rest well." For some unknown reason, the third eye on his forehead, a reward he had received, began to throb, and his spirit felt a bit restless. Could it be on the verge of evolution? The left eye signals fortune, the right eye signals disaster. But what does the middle one signify? Not long later, after several had completed their ablutions, they each laid down to rest and evolve. Gazing at the Hearthstone bed, Jiang Tao lamented, "I forgot to find some blankets during the day." With his current physique, he could easily go without sleep for an entire night. Sitting cross-legged on the stone bed, Jiang Tao turned his focus inward. Player, Jiang Tao, level, Elite E-Class, New Human, age, 19 years, rooms cleared, 30, occupation, vagrant, equipment, obsidian shelter, mother-son spider spear. Current status, well-fed, energetic, abundant energy, progressing towards extraordinary evolution. Talent, warm reminder, unique, Titan's bone, strength of a pig, human-type special attack, third eye, impenetrable by malevolent spirits, capable of discerning illusions and falsehoods. Vision range significantly enhanced, with 360-degree observation to prevent ambushes. Can also condense vital energy into a thunderous strike, disregarding 90 of physical defenses and directly impacting the soul. Current attack range, 5 meters. Evaluation. Thanks to the Titan bloodline, basic physical attributes have barely reached the threshold of D-class transcendence. Mental strength is somewhat lacking, but with the third eye, one can stand invincible against extraordinary mental assaults. Overall combat power, invincible against E-class and below. Warm reminder, with the efforts of your teammates and yourself, You can at least survive within the building, no longer at the very bottom. I'm quite formidable, aren't I? Compared to the dismal statistics from just a few days ago, Jiang Tao felt a sense of pride swell within him. How do I measure up against the ghost mother tree now? Jiang Tao calculated carefully, excluding assistance from earth elementals, treasures, etc. In a direct 1v1 with the ghost mother tree, it appeared he still fell short. The opponent's elusive abilities and the talent of its indestructible sub-trees could wear him down. Thus, the most significant gap between him and extraordinary creatures lay there. Jiang Tao spread his hand. A cluster of ethereal blue ghost fire shimmered in the darkness of the night. This was the greatest treasure from the ghost mother tree, a remnant of its essence. Are you certain you wish to consume this? Although it is highly nourishing, it will instigate enmity with other ghost mother trees, and encountering them later could lead to being hunted. Unexpectedly, there was a prompt. The building was so vast that the chance of encountering another was exceedingly slim. Unfazed, Jiang Tao absorbed the ghostly extraordinary fire seed. After all the effort, it was finally within his grasp. If misfortune truly struck, and he encountered other ghost mother trees, he could always see them coming and flee in advance as the ghost fire entered his body. The third eye upon Jiang Tao's forehead suddenly snapped open, surveying the surroundings like a radar, scanning with fervor. The pitch-black environment could not hinder its vision. Everything was crystal clear. Night vision, 360-degree patrol. With meticulous observation, Jiang Tao could even see through the window the goblin laborers taking a moment of respite while fetching water. From a formidable third eye, the vibrant essence of mental energy intertwined within the pupils, forming a thunderbolt that shattered the darkness. Yet at that moment, a flicker of ghostly fire ignited. The clash of thunder and fire ensued. If a scientist were to scan Jiang Tao's brain with instruments at that instant, they would be astounded to discover that his brain cells were in a frenzy, with millions of neural sparks illuminating. Each extraordinary fire seed possessed distinct attributes, and thus the excavation of human transcendent abilities varied accordingly. The ghostly fire seed emphasized the brain and the soul. Moreover, with Jiang Tao's third eye already activated, its power had only intensified. As he evolved, his pet, attuned to his spirit, Lilith had emerged from her cocoon in the back room, patrolling outside the stone house, wielding her whip to command the goblins to plant trees. As night deepened, Lilith grew more spirited. She glanced back at the pitch-black stone house, remarking, "Master S' head resembles a giant light bulb." With another glance over her shoulder, she noticed Yangmi, who had consumed a soul fruit, and Shun Sisi, progressing towards E-class new humanity on the stone bed not far away. Time quietly flowed through the night. Just when Jiang Tao thought he would spend the entire night in meditation, from a considerable distance away, a twisted-rooted tree, adorned with grotesque faces, emerged from the spatial passage and joyfully burrowed into the earth. The grotesque-rooted tree searched and searched, yet failed to find the anticipated companion. After a brief pause, the spatial ripples expanded, and more grotesque-faced tree roots, like a multitude of serpents emerging from their lairs, incessantly delved into the ghostly forest. Chapter 46. Transformation. The light of divine punishment. The truly extraordinary beings. The Yin-Yang Soul Tree. Strange. Why does the third eye keep twitching? Is it a sign of discomfort? In the depths of the night, Jiang Tao opened his third eye during his secluded cultivation. 3 radiant beams of divine light erupted from his pupils. He turned his gaze inward and discovered that the cluster of ghostly flames had already infiltrated his mind, burning fiercely with his spirit as fuel. With its presence, an extraordinary force field would emerge within him. Jiang Tao examined its newfound capabilities. This force field could suppress beings with a lower evolutionary status than his own, much like a sheep encountering a tiger, quaking in fear before the conflict even began. It also allowed for temporary levitation, acceleration, defense, and the emission of energy. One could say that possessing the extraordinary spark created a distinct disparity between himself and beings of D rank or below. Previously, despite Jiang Tao's formidable physical prowess, he was merely an enhanced version of an American superhero, relying solely on brute strength in confrontations, leading to a rather monotonous combat style. melee, and projectile attacks. However, igniting the extraordinary spark equated to wielding divine powers, bestowing upon him an array of unimaginable abilities. The most significant transformation lay in the integration with his third eye. The thunderous strike had seemingly evolved into the light of divine punishment. Concentrating his essence, propelled by his own spark, it moved at the speed of light, augmented by the searing flames of thunder. It was a force that could not be extinguished by ordinary means. Jiang Tao chuckled to himself, realizing that with his current configuration, he could finally contend with the yin-yang soul tree. Suddenly, immersed in the exhilaration of his augmented strength, he perceived an unusual vibration with his keen mental acuity. This was not the sound produced by the Earth Elemental Warrior's tree. It was more distant, deeper, and subtler. The third eye abruptly turned, peering through the window to behold the ominous roots of a mysterious tree advancing from afar. An ambush? Could it be that the yin-yang soul tree is not entirely vanquished? No. A systematic verification confirmed its absolute demise. Could it be a second yin-yang soul tree from the ghost forest? Although the ghost forest is vast, such a significant disturbance had not previously caused alarm. In a fleeting moment, a myriad of thoughts raced through Jiang Tao's mind. Master, the Earth Elemental Warrior is paralyzed with fear. Something is amiss. At that moment, Lilith rushed in, her delicate face etched with urgency. I understand now. No wonder my third eye has been twitching. Danger is imminent. Jiang Tao recognized the unusual nature of the impending threat. During the earlier battle with the yin-yang soul tree, the Earth Elemental Warriors had not exhibited such terror. He sprang to his feet and activated the control panel for the obsidian chamber. Would you like to initiate defense mode? Note, this will significantly deplete energy. Due to the bear-shaped spirit crystal in use, a guardian bear can be summoned. Activate. Now is not the time to hesitate. As he clicked confirm, the stone chamber illuminated instantly. Hood, hood, hood. The surrounding obsidian walls rose higher and thickened, transforming into an oval fortress. The sudden brightness roused the two women from their slumber. Upon seeing Jiang Tao's solemn expression, Shen Sisi, still bleary-eyed, instantly awoke, her heart racing. A night raid? Yes. You two stay here. I will go investigate. Jiang Tao glanced back at his companions. Dazed and somewhat bewildered, the charming Dami donned a vibrant red nightgown, freshly unboxed, rubbing her hazy eyes, exuding an endearing playfulness. Truly, as a first-tier celebrity, her beauty knows no bounds. After a moment of admiration, Jiang Tao stepped over the stone threshold, causing a slight tremor as sand and gravel cascaded down. In the corner, a large green mass trembled in fear. Although the stone wall was fortified, a window remained ajar. Accompanied by Lilith, Jiang Tao pushed aside the stone slab and peered into the darkness. Deep within, as if a demon were emerging, gravel churned violently. Thick, gnarled roots resembling monstrous faces surged forth from all directions. A chilling wind howled, accompanied by flying dust and stones, in stark contrast to the ghostly maternal tree encountered earlier. This was akin to a colossal tree versus mere chopsticks. My heavens, retribution arrives so swiftly. You have slain its lover, and now the maternal ghostly tree comes to claim its soul. A gentle reminder, beware the ground and the vengeful spirits. Jiang Tao found himself at a loss upon seeing the ominous message bubble. How could it escalate so rapidly? The flames had hardly ignited. The maternal ghostly tree charged fiercely, already upon them in an instant. With a resounding crash, the roots struck like battering rams against the obsidian house, causing tremors within as sand and stones continued to fall. Shen Sisi and Yang Mi, startled, emerged to investigate. How did the difficulty spike so drastically? Yang Mi gaped at the chaotic scene outside, her astonishment palpable. Compared to this tree demon, the man-eating bear from yesterday seemed as adorable as Hello Kitty. The energy reserves of the stone house were depleting rapidly. Jiang Tao decisively initiated the second phase. Arise, guardian spirit. Let me witness your formidable prowess. As energy converged, a radiant 5-meter luminous bear materialized before the stone house, lunging at the invading roots with bites and swipes. In an instant, 5 of the roots ensnared the guardian bear. Ghostly figures emerged, constricting like a forest serpent. With a mighty effort, the luminous bear shattered into countless fragments. Warning: the guardian spirit has been vanquished and cannot be summoned again for 48 hours. The energy reserves of the stone house plummeted dramatically. Jiang Tao, Shen Cici, Yang Mi. Lilith averted her gaze in despair. After effortlessly dispatching the guardian spirit, the maternal ghostly tree resumed its assault on the stone house, once more attacking from below. Fortunately, the floor was also crafted from obsidian. Had it been the wooden house from yesterday, Jiang Tao feared he would need to initiate a survival mode that night. Where did this monstrosity originate? It was utterly terrifying. Yang Mi quietly retreated inside. Upon realizing the futility of its assault, the maternal ghostly tree revealed its true form. A dense fog of vengeful spirits enveloped the area as a towering, grotesque tree adorned with human heads emerged. With a gentle sway, blood-red leaves whirled like daggers toward them. Jiang Tao hastily secured the doors and windows. Sizzle. The sound of the blood leaves piercing the obsidian echoed ominously. Jiang Tao's third eye discerned its attributes. Name: Maternal Soul Tree. Level: High D Class. Skills: Soul Domain. Thousand Trees Strangulation. Blood Leaf Rain. Description: from a feeble, ghostly tree, it has evolved over a century, absorbing the souls of corpses and reaching such heights. It has left numerous offspring in various rooms of the mansion, particularly one companion regarded as a mate. Warm reminder: sensing the essence of the ghost mother tree within you, the entity is engulfed in a furious rage. It is determined to breach your sanctuary, and if not defeated, will assault you every night. Indeed, the animosity brought forth by the ghost mother tree is palpable. After reading this, Jiang Tao felt a sharp pang in his jaw. Having received such immense benefits, he knew there would be a price to pay, but the reprisal had come too swiftly. Observing the formidable stance of his adversary, Jiang Tao realized the vast chasm between the maternal soul tree, the quasi-supernatural entity known as the ghost mother tree, and himself. Were it not for his refuge within the obsidian house, he would last no more than 10 minutes at most. Retreat was the only viable option. With the myriad spirit crystals acquired during the day, regardless of the skills employed by the maternal soul tree, Jiang Tao remained steadfastly on the defensive. As physical attacks proved ineffective, the heads adorning the maternal soul tree began to writhe, and phantoms emerged from its gaping mouths. These spirits could transform into mist, seeping through the cracks, an evident weakness of the stone abode. You two enter first. Jiang Tao's expression shifted as he grasped the maternal spider spear, his third eye stirring with anticipation. Engaging in a direct confrontation was futile. He could only seize the opportunity for a surprise attack in hopes of deterring the foe. Shen Cici and Yang Mi immediately recognized the severity of the situation. Naturally, girls possess an inherent fear of the supernatural, and Shen Cici's face turned pale. Suddenly, she recalled something and cautioned, "Brother, I remember that the spirit wood harvested from the ghost tree can repel spirits." Yang Mi's gaze turned peculiar. Would burning it in its presence have the opposite effect? Regardless, they decided to attempt it. Lilith snapped her whip, and the large green mass in the corner jolted into action, gathering firewood. Chapter 47. The fourth day, Game Update, Popularity Rankings. The eerie, ghostly flames flickered within the stone house. The wailing phantoms that drifted through the cracks dissipated in response. Where the ghostly light shone, the spirits withdrew. Shen Cici and Yang Mi breathed a sigh of relief. They had sufficient timber, at least enough to endure the night. Yet, for reasons unknown, the boss outside grew increasingly furious, extending a sharp root into the ground, attempting to break through the stone slabs. Spirit Crystal. Observing this, Jiang Tao quickly infused energy, barely managing to fend off the attack. Burning Kindred, the anger of the maternal and paternal phantom tree is at its peak. As expected, after a stalemate, the maternal and paternal phantom tree remained relentless. Jiang Tao turned to instruct, "You two should return and rest. Everything will be fine tonight. I will keep watch." The two women did not insist. Yang Mi gently offered, Wake me in the latter half of the night to watch over you. No need. I'm quite alert. Jiang Tao confidently pointed to the third eye on his forehead. Lilith nestled close to Jiang Tao, her countenance radiant. I shall accompany you, master. As a dream demon, my strength doubles at night, and I am fully awake. Call for me whenever you need. Once Shin Sisi entered the house and shook her alchemical crossbow, Jiang Tao, while adding firewood, collaborated with the goblin warrior to plant the ghostly trees. Fortunately, a spring resided in the courtyard. Otherwise, the saplings would not survive. The entire night passed amidst the disturbances of the maternal and paternal phantom tree. As the clock struck 5 in the morning, the attacking ghostly root gradually receded. Thud! The heads atop the maternal and paternal phantom tree rotated, its massive trunk slowly shifting, unwilling to depart. You come and go as you please? Jiang Tao pushed aside a stone slab, gripping his spider spear, thoughtfully saturating it with potent venom. A spark ignited within his mind, and the power of thunder infused the spear. His 3 eyes fixated intently on the retreating figure. Do you wish to confront it? If you do not court death, you shall not die. Bound by the rules at dawn, it must return to its domain. You can only give it a lesson, but it will certainly return the following night. Still watching? Since you have made up your mind, aim for this spot. That is its heart. A prominent red marker appeared atop the crown of the maternal and paternal phantom tree. Without hesitation, Jiang Tao hurled the spear. It cut through the air like a streak of lightning, precisely piercing the heart of the tree. In that instant, the maternal and paternal phantom tree erupted in fury, its roots severing the spear and viciously launching a counterattack. Simultaneously, the heads atop its branches widened their eyes, glaring at Jiang Tao. One of the main roots shot forth at an astonishing speed, intent on piercing through the stone window, as it closed the distance of merely 5 meters. Jiang Tao's third eye snapped open. A bolt of divine retribution, swifter than the spear by thousands of times, accurately struck the main root. Crack! In an instant, the main root was severed, and a surge of thunderous flames spread from the wound towards the trunk. This was the fire of the soul, piercing to the core. The chaotic dance of the demon-faced tree roots came to a halt as the screaming human-headed fruits ceased their cries. The mother and son in-soul tree trembled with a thunderous roar, and the valiant warrior severed its main root, plunging into the earth and vanishing at great speed. Oomph! You were so arrogant, besieging me all night. Jiang Tao wearily closed his third eye, feeling a sense of relief from this retaliatory strike. However, it inevitably earned him further enmity. They would return tomorrow night, just as he intended to close the stone window and retreat for some rest. He was astonished to discover a dilapidated wooden box lying outside, its color markedly different from the previous ones. In wooden box, a gift originally prepared for the celebration of the ghost mother tree's evolution, now revealing an unexpected bounty. Jiang Tao smiled, glancing at the son and mother spider spear in his hand, which had lost one of its prongs, leaving him with 7, albeit damaged. For safety's sake, Jiang Tao refrained from opening the stone dwelling to retrieve the box, opting instead to return indoors for an additional hour of sleep. On the 4th day, at precisely 6 a.m., numerous live streaming rooms activated simultaneously, with billions of viewers eagerly tuning in. Good morning, survival players from all nations. Today marks the 4th day of the survival game, with 6 days remaining until we return home. Yesterday, a total of 30,000 players were unfortunate enough to be eliminated, leaving 550,000 players remaining. It appears you have learned how to survive the night. Excellent. Staying at home is indeed best, and lighting a lamp is advisable. To encourage players' courageous performances, a new feature has been added, the popularity leaderboard, allowing players to see how many viewers are present in their live streams. Each competitor embodies a fragment of national fortune. The greater the audience, the higher the probability of encountering treasure rooms and acquiring more resources. The top 100 players will receive daily random rewards. Please perform bravely and become a hero. Current popularity rankings. No. 1. Jiang Tao, Yang Mi, Shun Cc Team, Xia. Viewers, 3 billion and 0. 2. Rock Strong Forest, Ivan, Garcia, Phil, Chandler, White Eagle Federation. Viewers, 1. 5 billion and 0. 3. Saintly hero, liver emperor, Tianzhu, viewers, 1 billion and 0. 4. Alexander Paul, Gaul, viewers, 800 million and 0. 5. Barbarian king, Wilson, Ross, viewers, 700 million and 0. 6. Elizabeth Maeve, Britain, viewers, 600 million. No. 9. Little horse brother, Zhongchuan, Disya, viewers, 500 million and 0. 10. Catherine twins, White Eagle Federation, viewers, 500 million. Currently, the chat channels between nations are disconnected. Players can only glean information about Jiang Tao, Rock, and a handful of others through announcements. The emergence of the popularity leaderboard has informed many players about the elite from various countries. While popularity may not necessarily equate to strength, the ability to attract such a large audience must indicate exceptional qualities. Among the top 10 players, only Disya and the White Eagle Federation occupy 2 positions. Jiang Tao's trio stands at a significant advantage, far ahead of the second place. However, the disparity between the illustrious Dwayne Johnson and the players ranked 3rd and below is palpable. Naturally, what brings delight to many players is the fact that even the superstar finds himself ensnared within the confines of the building. Haha, Dwayne is indeed present. To be fair, he is quite amiable. I was once a fan of his. Today's updates are quite abundant. Wait, how is the 3rd place occupied by A3? Is it due to their sheer numbers? The name Saintly Liver Emperor is unfamiliar to me. What remarkable talents does he possess? Jiang Tao, esteemed one. What is the reward for the 1st place? Early in the morning, the chat channel erupted with fervor. Yet, what incited the most discussion was indeed the 3rd place. The players inside the building may be unknown, but the billions of viewers in the live stream are certainly acquainted with them. Is this not the legendary king of endurance? Some viewers clicked into the Liver Emperor's live stream, revealing a bald, bare-chested elder sitting motionless beneath an ancient tree. He has maintained his position for 3 days and 3 nights. While other players risk their lives in pursuit of resources, the Saintly Liver Emperor has adopted a strategy of complete repose since the game's inception. He intends to endure for a full 10 days without sustenance. The entertainment value of a live stream is 0, yet due to the vast population of his country, billions of viewers are eagerly watching. It is even rumored that in reality, devotees have erected a statue in his honor. Faced with the derision of foreign netizens, the A3 participants fervently defend their strategy in the comments. What do you understand? This is true wisdom. Have you witnessed the tragic demise of your competitors? A calamity affecting the entire nation? Our saint has reduced danger to 0. Upon his return in 10 days, he shall emerge as the ultimate victor. Ah, yes, indeed. Win. Win, win. The audience is left speechless by the onslaught of comments. As the foremost among the 5 great powers on YouTube, and being proficient in English, the A3 participants recite the grand teachings while employing the art of repose. When a mysterious energy from the 3rd place reward envelopes the seated Saintly Liver Emperor, he chants a spell, his complexion becoming more vibrant. Indeed, there are many skilled players from other nations. Glancing at the leaderboard, Jiang Tao was about to close it when he heard yet another voice resound. Civilization tip. 100 individuals have evolved into E-level new humans, and they will enter the mid-level area of the building. The rooms will be larger and interconnected. The difficulty has increased once more, but Jiang Tao was not surprised. Chapter 48. Unboxing the Spirit Soil, the newly added Mist Barrier convenience store. At the break of dawn, the game jolted everyone awake, igniting fervent discussions among players who sought to showcase their prowess and attract a larger audience. Even I found myself garnering a viewership of 10,000. My parents were surely watching too, urging me to perform admirably. I'm no coward. Although I was aware of the live broadcast beforehand, nothing could compare to the palpable sensation of this moment. In reality, a wave of debate erupted. Alexander, the barbarian king, and Elizabeth, renowned players of the 5 virtues, boasted immense popularity. Yet, who could have anticipated that the laid-back San would seize 3rd place, trampling over them? The Sans reveled in their triumph, smirking with pride. In the end, it all hinges on the player's rewards. Many viewers watched the broadcast with indignation. Jiang Tao shut off the leaderboard panel and disabled the stonehouse mode. After a night of diligent effort, the courtyard was now adorned with over 20 ghostly trees, with only the mother tree remaining, dressed in an alluring red outfit. The enchanting Mimi yawned as she stepped outside. Had that peculiar tree departed? Would it return tonight? Certainly. Thus preparations for additional timber were necessary. Jiang Tao nodded, casting a glance at the glimpse of Mimi's fair shoulder, reminding her, "Do put on your clothes promptly. I need your assistance with something." Surely, this was intentional? Leaning against the stone door, Mimi blinked her large eyes, a subtle smile curling at the corners of her mouth. All right. She turned back inside, closing the door and the live stream. Upon seeing the blank screen, the audience expressed their dismay. Who organized the holy light? Kicked out. Beep beep. Suddenly, Jiang Tao received a private message, which he opened to find. Yang Mi. Hee, feeling jealous? This is merely to provide a little benefit to the live stream and attract more traffic. Damn, my blood was boiling from the early morning provocation. Lilith chuckled mischievously in the air. Stop laughing, bring that box over. After confirming there were no traps, Jiang Tao spoke. Upon noticing a red exclamation mark on the panel, he clicked it to reveal today's reward. Congratulations! Your team has secured first place in popularity. Today's reward, second-tier Spirit Crystal X1, a consolation for the energy expended throughout the night. Master the box has arrived. As Lilith approached, cradling the shadowy wooden box, Mimi had also donned her attire. Knowing there were numerous viewers watching her, she had chosen a brand new black and white tracksuit that captivated the audience's attention. When did this come out? Jiang Tao murmured, urging Mimi to proceed with the unboxing. Without hesitation, she opened on the spot. Good fortune, congratulations on acquiring Spirit Soil 1. Spirit Soil, formed only through centuries of compression in an extremely lean environment. This small pot offers immense aid in cultivating spirit plants, increasing growth speed by tenfold. Upon reading the description, a thought flashed through Jiang Tao's mind. Could this be intended for the Ghost Mother Tree, prepared by the Soul Tree? Regardless, it would ultimately be utilized on the Ghost Mother Tree. Jiang Tao enlisted Yang Mi to plant the Ghost Mother Tree sapling. Meanwhile, Shun Cece was busy preparing breakfast, aware that everyone had hearty appetites. In the kitchen, she ignited the ghostly wood and simmered a pot of donkey head wolf meat. Once again, a few steaming bowls of bread were prepared using rich broth, complemented by freshly harvested produce from the earth. Nutrient-dense, it was sufficient to sustain one's daily expenditure. With the successful planting of the mother tree, the growth of over 20 offspring trees began to accelerate. In the garden, as the mother tree took root, the other trees vibrated in a welcoming manner. With the assistance of the omnipotent soil, the mother tree thrived remarkably, swiftly surpassing all its progeny. Reaching a height of over 2 meters, a notification chimed. New feature added to the sanctuary. Fog domain. At night, it conceals the location of the stone house, repels low-level monsters, and disrupts their senses. This feature will not vanish with upgrades to the sanctuary. Observing the wisps of ghostly mist emanating from the mother tree, Jiang Tao nodded in satisfaction. Brother, breakfast is ready, called Shin Cece as she emerged from the house, waving to the two others. Thus, in front of an audience of over 2 billion, the trio transformed into a culinary broadcast, savoring stewed meat while slurping noodles, leaving viewers hungry. Why do I feel like they are eating better than on Earth? Many viewers resorted to preparing instant noodles, treating the broadcast as a side dish. Some even ventured into other streams. Except for the one featuring the strong man of the giant stones, who had a slightly better fare, most players were frugal, splitting a single instant noodle packet into 3 portions to serve as their main sustenance for the day. Not to mention the likes of the Hunger King and the Saintly Liver Emperor. How unlike Jiang Tao and his companions, who enjoyed such abundance. Once they finished breakfast, Jiang Tao clapped his hands, shrinking the sanctuary into a black cube for storage. The goblin warrior remained outside, ready for adventure. Today, they would explore the mid-tier region. You two stay close behind me and be cautious, Jiang Tao instructed, gripping his spider spear with concern. The two ladies nodded vigorously. They hoped to find items that could counter the mother and child spectral trees, or perhaps an opportunity to upgrade their extraordinary capabilities. With such a formidable boss in mind, Jiang Tao felt a sense of urgency. The portal to the ghost forest was nestled among trees in 4 directions, and after a night of rest, the chamber beyond the portal had transformed. To the left, a large tree indicated a difficult level, leading to a chaotic graveyard filled with piles of spectral wood, ideal for gathering timber and bones for fuel. Most importantly, traversing that direction would lead to the domain of the mother and child spectral trees. To the right, another large tree led to a challenging room, the Black Bear Mountain Ridge, abundant with fruits and various ores. With luck, they might even discover a few spirit plants. Though a horde of black bears had claimed the area. After reading both prompts, Jiang Tao felt a bead of sweat form. What way to start the day? Encountering 2 formidable foes. He then glanced at the trees before and behind him. The front tree indicated a regular room, the poison honey nest, presenting minimal pressure for him. It promised a bounty of sweet, nutritious honey. The rear tree led to a simple room, a convenience store that had mysteriously dropped from the sky. It contained some basic living supplies. Most importantly, it held a rudimentary map. A convenience store? Jiang Tao mused, realizing that while their food supplies could barely last 3 days, they were evidently lacking in essential living materials. Seasonings had run out, bounties needed to be claimed, and it was time to replace his undergarments. Upon this realization, Jiang Tao swiftly resolved to proceed. They would head towards the rear, where a portal awaited. Yang Mi and Shun Shishi wholeheartedly concurred with his decision. As they traversed a short distance, they soon beheld the twisted, grotesque tree. Jiang Tao cast a glance towards Lilith, who, with her eyes darting playfully, observed the stout and earnest goblin leading the way. With a loud cry, the goblin warrior stepped into the bizarre tree, disappearing after passing through a luminous membrane. Confirming the safety of the passage, Lilith followed closely behind. "Let us go," Jiang Tao urged, leading the 2 women in pursuit. Upon entering the 31st room, they found a convenience store. The space was modest, merely a little over 100 square meters, adorned with antiquated decor and sparsely stocked shelves. It resembled a quaint little shop. Yang Mi and Shun Shishi's eyes lit up at the sight. Upon hearing Jiang Tao assure them of its safety, they eagerly set about scavenging for supplies. After a brief flight, Lilith returned, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Master, you must see this. It is such an unusual room. Strange to you, perhaps, but to us, it is merely the ordinary," Jiang Tao reflected as he entered, beginning to gather resources from the shelves. Toothpaste 1, toothbrush 5, Wangzai steamed bun 20. He harbored no qualms, collecting everything without hesitation. Chapter 49. The Honey Props. Spicy snacks and a map to the supermarket convenience stores are predominantly filled with these delightful snacks, and now, Jiang Tao has become quite the voracious eater. If allowed to indulge, he could deplete the entire stock of snacks within an hour. Following his recent upgrade, his appetite for sustenance has escalated significantly, leaving him somewhat anxious about returning home to find that ordinary food may no longer suffice. Would he need to spend 24 hours consuming food? Or worse, would he face degradation? Shaking his head, he dismissed these thoughts. Master, this one smells delightful." Suddenly, Lilith swooped in from the top shelf, brandishing a familiar packet of bright red snacks, eager to showcase it to Jiang Tao. Spicy snacks, honey props with an intensely spicy flavor, highly favored by certain little creatures. Bestowing these upon creatures that enjoy them can enhance affection levels and potentially trigger quests. Such potent effects from these snacks? Gazing into Lilith's wide, sparkling eyes, Jiang Tao resignedly waved his hand, saying, "Why don't you try a packet first?" "Yay, thank you." Master Lilith fluttered to Jiang Tao, delicately leaving a moist kiss on his cheek like a dragonfly alighting on water. This little sprite, as Jiang Tao chuckled, his third eye, which had been closed, subtly shifted. He noticed a pair of clear eyes peeking at him from a corner. It was the little girl, Cece. After a brief glance, she returned to gathering materials with Mi Jie. Lilith eagerly tore open the packaging, her anticipation palpable as she pinched a spicy snack and popped it in her mouth. In an instant, her pupils transformed into pink hearts. Delicious. Could it truly possess magical properties? Utilizing his floating flame, Jiang Tao discovered 3 remaining packets of spicy snacks on the top shelf, which he skeptically collected. In addition to the snacks, a remarkable surprise awaited him beside the refrigerator. Upon examination, he found it still operational. The water dispenser couldn't produce ice, but this was a welcome relief. Jiang Tao smiled as he opened the refrigerator and retrieved a bottle of fizzy drink. With a satisfying pop, he took a refreshing gulp. Ah, delightful! The refrigerator still held dozens of bottles of beverages, which Jiang Tao gathered into his stone abode. As long as the shelter had energy, all appliances remained functional. But where was that map hidden? He approached the living area as shelf, collecting everything in sight while searching for the mentioned map. Suddenly, upon spotting a row of blue cigarette packs, his heart skipped a beat. Leaving these behind would be a waste. Best to collect them. He reached out and secured the entire row of cigarette packs. At that moment, Mimi peeked out from behind the shelf. Xiao Tao, we spotted a few boxes behind. Do you want? Upon seeing Jiang Tao gather an entire row of blue cigarette packs, Mimi's eyes widened in disbelief. Her words caught in her throat. Ahem, don't misunderstand. These have a wide range of uses. As Jiang Tao finished collecting, he explained, I can't believe you. Mimi shot him a glare. This was far too excessive. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, Jiang Tao followed Mimi to the back of the shelf. Within, there existed a modest storage room, harboring an assortment of uncommon daily necessities. Among its contents were 3 boxes of instant noodles, perfectly compensating for previous losses. Little did they know that one day, they would develop such a fondness for this humble fare. Jiang Tao and Shun Cece collaborated to retrieve these items. As their gaze fell upon a cardboard box filled with miscellaneous goods, a new bubble prompt emerged. A small map, perhaps one of the convenience store's most treasured artifacts. To their delight, Jiang Tao approached, rummaging through the box, and indeed discovered a paper map adorned with various street routes. The ultimate destination was a large supermarket. Stocking map. Following the map's guidance, after traversing 3 rooms, one would arrive at a vast nightmare chamber, the chain supermarket, Jiaqianlu. It boasts a comprehensive array of goods, with hidden spirit crystals and blind boxes nestled on the shelves. A supermarket? Shun Cece, who had also caught sight of it, brightened at the prospect. After days of travel, her clothing had become tattered, yet she hesitated to replace them. Furthermore, she was in need of certain personal items, which she felt embarrassed to mention to Jiang Tao. This trip was indeed worthwhile. Jiang Tao folded the map and meticulously inspected the storage room, leaving no trace behind. He also collected several empty boxes and shelves. Once he was certain nothing was overlooked, Jiang Tao turned his attention towards the few wooden doors of the convenience store as indicated by the map. The portal here was quite simple. One merely needed to push the door to enter. Ahead lies an ordinary room as per the map's guidance, a vegetable garden where some basic vegetables are cultivated, posing little danger, save for a small gardening sprite. Behind lies a challenging room. Do you wish to experience laser massage once more? Test your current endurance. Above, a simple difficulty level, utterly barren, devoid of anything. Below, a cavern where a few famished wolfmen wander. Robbing them could yield some gold and a black iron treasure chest. The left wooden door leads to a desolate wasteland, where you can feast on the biting winds of the northwest. The right wooden door, a chaotic graveyard. Have you recently found yourself entwined with the ghostly trees? Most options were manageable, but upon seeing the last one, Jiang Tao could scarcely contain himself. Why was it yet again a chaotic graveyard? Had he inadvertently made an enemy of the maternal ghost tree, increasing the odds? Jiang Tao pondered, feeling relieved to have noticed the warning. Had he charged blindly forward into the boss's chamber, the consequences would have been dire. Brother, which way shall we go? Noticing Jiang Tao's prolonged silence, Shun Cece inquired with curiosity. Straight ahead, Jiang Tao gestured towards Lilith, who, eager to assume the role of a taskmaster, momentarily paused, then handed a package of small bread to the goblin warrior. You, proceed forward. The goblin warrior curiously crushed the packaging, stuffing the diminutive bread into its mouth. Its murky eyes sparkled with excitement as it let out an enthusiastic howl, licking up the crumbs from its hands before joyfully pushing through the door. Spirit 10. Witnessing the numbers hovering above the goblin warrior's head, Jiang Tao admired Lilith's skill in manipulation. It was well known that a slap on the back should be accompanied by a sweet reward. As indicated by the map, No danger lies ahead. Room 32 reveals a modest yet orderly vegetable garden. The land is adorned with common varieties of cabbage, lettuce, and other greens, exuding a refreshing aroma. The verdant surroundings brighten the spirits of the two beautiful women, lifting their moods. Shun Cece, pointing at the vibrant clusters of lettuce below, beams with delight. Earlier, while enjoying barbecue, I felt something was missing. There was soy sauce and chili at the convenience store. We can pair lettuce with the barbecue for lunch. She eagerly drags her companion, damning me, to pick fresh vegetables, reminiscent of her days participating in a variety show. Young me, with a radiant smile, wields a knife to chop vegetables. Sister, your viewership ratings surpass those of any variety show, a viewer quips in the live chat. Since the launch of the National Fortune game, in just a few days, 9 variety shows have been rendered obsolete. While interview programs centered around the same theme, National Fortune game, have proliferated. Among these is Jiang Tao's exclusive show, alongside the dramas and films featuring Dammy Me that are being broadcast. One might wonder, is Jiang Tao so relaxed that he fears no competitors? Although Dammy Me and the JK Beauty are a delightful sight, the thrill of life and death adventures is unmatched. Since the introduction of the new feature today, it is evident that everyone has become more engaged, occasionally cracking jokes on camera and showcasing their bravery, embodying the light of humanity. The second-ranked livestream, hosted by the star Chong Lin, effortlessly captivates the audience with playful banter, eliciting laughter and steadily increasing popularity. More people watch Sanji's sleeping and meditating sessions than ours. Surely, we are more entertaining. A viewer jested. Just as they were conversing, an unexpected event unfolded before the camera. A figure wielding what appeared to be a mace burst forth from amidst the leafy greens, striking heavily toward Dammy Me's fair forehead. A thief amidst the vegetables. Chapter 50. The Enchanting Little Fairy, the strongest team from the Third Nation. Ouch, that hurts! Yang Mi screamed as she collapsed into the vegetable patch, her cabbage rolling into the dirt. She paled as she touched the wound on her forehead. Well, it doesn't really hurt. The onlookers observed a small red mark on her delicate forehead, at worst, resembling a minor mosquito bite. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Tao, Shun Cece, and Lilith hurried over. Upon seeing the culprit, the three momentarily froze. Amidst the cabbage leaves, there stood a tiny creature no larger than a fingertip, possessing a pair of transparent wings reminiscent of a dragonfly. Adorned in a dress woven from pink petals and green leaves, the adorable little fairy glared at them with indignation. In her hand, she held a white flower bud, akin to a toothpick which she had just used to strike Yangmi. Name, Little Fairy. Level, the occupation. Planter, skills, gardening, fertilizing, honey harvesting, water sensing, nature affinity, spirit communication. Description, a common fairy found in tales, often appearing in corners of gardens unnoticed by humans. Dislike combat, enjoie farming. Upon noticing the gaze of the group, the little fairy swiftly darted back into the foliage. Where do you think you're going? Jiang Tao exclaimed, reaching out to encircle her like he would a cicada. However, the little fairy flapped her wings, leaving behind a trail of shimmering colors as she deftly evaded his grasp. Just as she was about to vanish, a pink glow appeared before her, revealing Lilith in her ethereal form. With a gentle hand, she grasped one of the fairy's transparent wings, grinning mischievously. You thought you could leave after hitting someone? Let me go, you bunch of rascals. The fairy protested, her cheeks turning a noticeable shade of pink as she struggled. You trespassed into my home and stole my vegetables. The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she appeared, until finally, her little lips quivered and she burst into tears. Her glistening, tear-filled eyes melted the hearts of not only Yang Mi and Shun Cece, but also the millions of viewers watching from their screens. I'm sorry, please don't cry. It doesn't hurt at all, Yang Mi said, retrieving a small piece of ice from the stone house to place on her forehead. We didn't know there was a resident here. Such an adorable little fairy would surely be a favorite among girls. Shun Cece apologized repeatedly while unwrapping a small piece of milk candy she had just received. Sensing the sweetness, the fairy ceased her sobs. Tentatively, she extended her tiny tongue to taste it, only to scrunch her face in disdain. Yuck, how dirty! Oh dear, Shun Cece chuckled. It seems she isn't accustomed to our modern treats. Perhaps she prefers natural dew or honey. How adorable. Brother Jiang, please don't harm her, she pleaded. The enchanting arrival of the little fairy instantly ignited a frenzy in the comments, with viewer numbers skyrocketing into the millions. Who could have predicted that other players would encounter such repugnant creatures? When a whimsical being from fairy tales finally appears, it is only natural for everyone to gather in excitement. This is particularly true for children and young girls, who have grown up enchanted by stories of magic. A commercial prodigy with the surname Wang has taken action, preparing to create merchandise and an intellectual property surrounding the little fairy. In a mere minute, he has even devised a name, Bubula. Upon Jiang Tao's return, he intends to secure the official licensing, which is bound to captivate audiences worldwide. In the live streaming room, Lilith, unaffected by the fairy's charm, inquires with an impassive demeanor, "Master, how shall we proceed?" The little fairy, momentarily taken aback, gazes at Jiang Tao with teary eyes. "I am not a demon," she murmurs. Jiang Tao bends down and asks, "Do you have a name?" "Luoya," the fairy replies. Jiang Tao observes Luoya closely, and a dialogue box appears. A fearful yet innocent fairy, dislike towards you -10, contemplating ways to drive you away from her home. Friendly reminder, perhaps presenting gifts could enhance her fondness. The vegetable garden is flourishing with seedlings, providing fresh produce daily, while the fruit trees require care as well. Jiang Tao remarks, "It's quite dangerous for you to stay here alone. Not everyone possesses our kindness. If you're not opposed, why not come with us?" With that, he proudly reveals a stone house cube. Upon peering into the ominous stone dwelling, Luoya scrunches her little mouth in distaste, shaking her head disapprovingly. With no other option, Jiang Tao resorts to his ultimate weapon, a packet of spicy snacks. "Master, please don't." Seeing him attempt to win over the little fairy with snacks, Lilith becomes anxious. "If you want her, leave it to me. I have 9 methods to make her willingly tend to the garden." 9 methods. Jiang Tao is intrigued to test the power of the spicy snacks, and under Luoya's curious gaze, he tears open the package. The pungent aroma of spice causes her to sneeze repeatedly. He then offers her a piece of the snack. Initially, she cautiously takes a small bite, her tiny eyes soon filling with hearts of crimson. "What is this? It smells so good." Shen Sisi exchanges a peculiar glance with Yangmi. "What do you think? If you join us, you can enjoy these treats every day." Jiang Tao, like a devil enticing a contract, dangles the spicy snack. Realizing the barren state of her garden, Luoya contemplates her lack of plants to care for. After a moment of thought, she agrees to accompany them, and the packet of spicy snacks is divided between her and Lilith. "Come here quickly, dear sister," Lilith calls out. After they have harvested every last vegetable, the group continues their journey. Yangmi playfully places Luoya on her shoulder, asking, "Does it still hurt?" Luoya, head, checks Fudushit, kisses the cheek of the big star, eliciting laughter from those present. Shen eagerly seeks a kiss as well. "As long as you're happy." Jiang Tao responds with resignation, pulling out the map of Jia Qianluo. Continue forward. Ahead lies a warehouse equipped with several mechanisms, concealing a black iron box. You are one step closer to your destination. Beyond lies a misty forest, concealing mud monsters beneath the ground. Above, a graveyard awaits. Do you wish to fortify your spirit? Then venture forth to vanquish the spirits and bones within. Below, the marshland is filthy and troublesome, home to a few large frogs. The rooms to the left and right are merely ordinary chambers. Jiang Tao and his companions continue their advance. As they delve deeper, other teams navigate the mid-levels of the edifice. Several groups distinctly sense that today's findings are more plentiful, albeit slightly more challenging. Could it be that the presence of an audience lends an air of fortune? Ranked 13th in popularity, the live broadcast features a trio from the small European nation of Lithuania, a duo of men and a woman. As a diminutive country, their player pool comprises merely around 1,000 individuals. After several days of selection, fewer than 100 remain alive. Chuck, Colin, and Jessica represent Lithuania's strongest team, boasting the highest evolution among the three. Thanks to the fervent promotion from foreign nations, many viewers from the developing world have taken notice of them. dubbing them the mightiest outside the great powers. An impressive audience of over 300 million is captivated by Chuck and his companions. They find themselves in a modern-style warehouse, meticulously surveying for traps before they proceed to scavenge. Chuck, it appears there are no traps left. Jessica, a striking blonde with captivating blue eyes and a curvaceous figure, declares. Recently, she has garnered a multitude of fans. Clutching a desert eagle, she nods, signaling her teammates to relax. This is her innate talent, the eye of reconnaissance, enabling her to detect hidden mechanisms. Thanks to her abilities, the trio has avoided peril and evolved rapidly. Although Chuck and Colin have also awakened their talents, none can rival Jessica's significance. Huh, what luck. Come and see. A box of instant noodles and 2 boxes of bread, Colin exclaims, grinning as he unearths several boxes. I have 2 crates of beer here. This room resembles that supermarket stockroom, brimming with goods. Chapter 51. 2 maps? The startled EU Ming. The reaction of the great Xia. The bountiful harvest brought a broad smile to Captain Chuck's face. He picked up a bottle of craft beer and, addressing the unseen camera, introduced with a touch of sunlight. Ladies and gentlemen, can you see the beer in my hand? We shall pop it open tonight. The live stream was instantly flooded with comments. I see it. A brand I've never tried. Chuck, it seems you're in for a treat tonight. Just don't drink too much, or Jessica might get angry. Colin and Jessica were well aware of the captain's antics. We are ranked 13th, one step closer to the top 10. Today's reward includes a Nepalese military knife, and the prizes for the top 10 will be even more substantial. Not long ago, the 3 had discussed this matter. Colin and Chuck even suggested that Jessica occasionally showcase some benefits on camera. Jessica accepted with a smile. Naturally open-minded, she had dabbled in part-time jobs before the game, as a significant percentage of Lithuanian women did. Thus, she had no reservations, especially when it came to playing up her chemistry with her 2 male teammates. Once again bending down to search for treasures, she revealed a glimpse of her flawless skin. The scout's eye suddenly spotted a small map tucked away in a corner. An item? Jessica's eyes sparkled. They had previously found something similar. She excitedly pulled the map out and showcased it to the camera, exclaiming, "Everyone, look what I discovered. A map leading to a large supermarket. With this, we need not worry about food and water for the next few days." As expected, the number of viewers in the live stream began to surge rapidly. Hearing the news, Chuck and Colin couldn't help but high-five in celebration. Congratulations. No one has ever entered a large supermarket before. I can hardly wait to see them shop without spending a dime. Remember to bring plenty of food. A question lingered. Did the first exploration of the supermarket count as a milestone achievement? Just as the audience was excitedly discussing, a viewer who had recently watched Jiang Tao's live stream suddenly realized that the destination on the map looked somewhat familiar. Wait a moment. Isn't that supermarket called Jiaqinla? Oh, it's a chain. They have quite a few branches. It must just be a coincidence. Some began to sense that something was amiss, particularly the Lithuanian monitoring team, EU Ming. Quick, gather information on both maps. Investigate. Hundreds sprang into action, using computers to analyze the data from the 2 maps. A minute later, they reached a conclusion. While the routes on the maps differed slightly, the destinations were identical. Many were taken aback. Encounters among players from the same country were not uncommon. They often teamed up or clashed. However, encounters between players from 2 different nations had never occurred before, especially given Jiang Tao's previous livestream, which showcased his superhuman abilities. Yet, were his 2 female teammates mere decorations? Perhaps the Dream Demon posed a slight threat, but our pure goddess Jessica wielded a firearm. Once again, it is the Desert Eagle. The weaponry within the game exhibits even greater potency. Chuck and Colin possess formidable combat prowess. A comprehensive assessment reveals that the strength of both teams is comparable, with our squad potentially exhibiting greater lethality. This is no trivial matter, and it will soon be reported to the highest authorities of the Lithuanian League. Even the Euromong faction has received word of this development. 3 minutes later, within a secure chatroom impervious to even the most elite hackers, several members of the Freemasons convene. The encounter of the 2 teams? Is it with Jiang Tao? Quite intriguing. As of yet, they have not crossed paths, and there is no immediate need to reach out to the Dacia representatives. A probe is in order. I recall that the barrage feature for the Lithuanian League has yet to be activated today. In short order, they arrive at a conclusion. Recently, Dacia has been experiencing a surge in prominence, establishing itself as the foremost power in the world, and they are inclined to suppress this momentum. Furthermore, this confrontation has yet to transpire. When the directive for the Freemasons to follow the course of development is communicated to the Grand Commander of the Lithuanian League, he lets out a slight sigh, lacking the optimism of the aforementioned elites. In the commander's office, an aide inquires why the sigh. The Grand Commander responds, "Chuck, Colin, and Jessica are our nation's finest trio. They are not only a beacon of national spirit, but also a paragon for all Third Nations. I dread for their safety." Resolute in his decision, the Grand Commander resolves that should peril arise, there will be no need to consult them. He will wield state power directly to thwart any potential threats. However, what weighs heavily on his heart is the fact that currently, there are only 82 players nationwide. The Grand Commander moves his mouse and opens Chuck's livestream. On the right side, a striking line of text catches his eye. The fifth line reads, Rule 5. Should an entire nation's players be annihilated, an S-level national crisis will ensue. With a silent prayer to the Almighty, the Grand Commander hopes for divine protection. In this age of the internet, news travels swiftly. Moments later, the audience in Dacia becomes aware of the situation. What? Such coincidence? Team 13 is also headed to Ji Qianlu, who is mightier, Jiang Tao or Chuck's team. The comparison of combat power is a perennial human obsession, and Jessica's Desert Eagle contributes significantly to their standing. After all, Jiang Tao's physical capabilities have yet to be empirically tested, whereas the formidable strength of the Desert Eagle is well understood. The conclusion drawn is, both teams possess equal strength. The one that gains the upper hand will likely prevail. In a true deathmatch, Jiang Tao is most likely to survive until the end, albeit with a Pyrrhic victory. However, the two female teammates may perish. Naturally, this news has also reached the ears of Dacia's task force. After an analysis, the team leader reports to the elders. This is not surprising. Today's update has transported several top players who have evolved to E-level into the mid-tier area, thus naturally increasing the probability of encounters. Indeed, continue to maintain vigilance. Elder Lin instructs, emphasizing the importance of preserving daily livestream data. The Lithuanian League has long been at odds with Dacia, acting as a vanguard for the Euromong faction. Today, this incident has not prompted them to send representatives for dialogue, nor do the elders wish to engage with them proactively. Both parties are now focused on their respective livestreams. Due to the association with the Jiang Tao team, many viewers were drawn to the live broadcast of the Lithuanian event. Look, Chuck, there are already 400 million viewers watching us. Jessica, who was heading towards Ji Qianlu, suddenly exclaimed. The numbers continue to surge, my goodness. We've already ranked in the top 8. Chuck and Colin, who were ahead, abruptly halted in astonishment and quickly checked the popularity leaderboard. Upon seeing the results, they burst into joyous laughter. It must be that our valiant performance has caught the attention of many. Chuck grinned. No, it's likely because they know we are about to face the nightmare-level supermarket. Let us hurry, aiming for the top 3 or even the first. I've long been uncomfortable with that Asian person monopolizing the top spot. We are national heroes. The trio dared not imagine the adulation they would receive upon their return. International superstars, perhaps even more. It was curious how rapidly this small team was rising. The formidable teams, such as Dwayne Johnson and Alexander the Barbarian, naturally noticed this trend. Could they have encountered some fortuitous event? Had they leveled up? They speculated privately, feeling an increased pressure to perform even better. Chapter 52. The Ice Cellar, Arrival at the Grand Nightmare. Jia Qianlu Supermarket, Jiang Tao, Demimi, and Shen Cece remained oblivious to the changes in the leaderboard. Room 34, the Ice Cellar, was not particularly spacious, enveloped in a blanket of white, exuding a chilling atmosphere. Yang Mi and Shen Cece had anticipated the need for additional layers of clothing, only to discover that it was not as frigid as they had envisioned. Haha, Sister Mi, stop considering yourself an ordinary person. We are now all new humans. Jiang Tao flexed his impressive biceps, exuding an aura of strength, proclaiming, I could effortlessly slay a cow with a single punch. No, I could even take down an elephant. All right, I'm not particularly fond of this environment. The next room is Jia Qianlu. Let us swiftly collect the resources here and move on. Yang Mi had little interest in conflict, yet she delighted in the rejuvenation of her youthful appearance. Shen Sisi pinched her fair skin and remarked with a smile, "Ordinary bows and even small-caliber handguns pose no threat to us now. This is still contingent on our racial talents. For against elite monsters like the Killing Bear or the Great Porcupine King, even rifle fire would struggle to penetrate their thick hides and layers of fat. My lord, there are many ice blocks and a few salted fish here." Lilith waved at them from within the ice cellar. Lulu detested winter, while Luya yawned as she perched onto Mimi's shoulder. Dressed in a flowing green floral dress, she swiftly nestled between Mimi's ample bosom. A glimmer of envy flickered in Jiang Tao's eyes, for he too had once felt that warm embrace. This appeared to be the supermarket's reserve ice cellar, abundant with ice blocks suitable for immediate consumption. Coincidentally, he had some meat strips at home that required freezing. As he contemplated returning the ice blocks to the stone house, Jiang Tao sighed. It's a pity that the convenience store only has a few bottles of wheat juice. Even frozen, and 1 tea suffice. Fear not. Jiaqian Lu surely has a plentiful supply of liquor. I will assist you in carrying several boxes, Yang Mi assured him as she collected some frozen seafood. Frozen shrimp 10 pack. Frozen cod 5 pieces. Noticing the JK girl and Lilith further away, gathering items, Jiang Tao approached and whispered, "Sister Mi, do you indulge in that supermarket's wheat juice as well? Shall we share a drink together tonight?" Mimi shot him a disdainful glance, recalling his previous antics with a row of blue smoke packets. She nonchalantly picked up a frozen salted fish and playfully tapped it against his head. "What do you take me for? After filming, I too enjoy a drink to unwind. And stop thinking such nonsense. You might lead the little ones astray." With that, she laughed triumphantly, shaking the frozen fish in her hand, her vacant gaze locking with Jiang Tao's. Jiang Tao muttered, "How come everything was fine just a few days ago? Since Lilith arrived, I can hardly get any meat? Are you here to help your master resist temptation?" "My lord, there are several boxes of sea cucumbers here. I will stew them for you tonight." Just then, at that moment, Lilith, cradling several boxes of sea cucumbers, fluttered out from the ice with a delicate laugh. Jiang Tao retorted with mild annoyance, expressing his apprehension about potential harm. Lilith tilted her head in confusion. But aside from the frozen treasures, they unexpectedly discovered a cerulean chest. Ice black iron chest, a special container that often yields ice-themed treasures based on luck. "Sister Mi, I appreciate your assistance," Jiang Tao said as he placed the chest on the ground, his hands slightly chilled. "Do be cautious." "Ah, y adore sorpresas," Yang Mi replied, rubbing her hands together with anticipation as she opened the chest, a wave of frost enveloping her. "Congratulations. You've struck great luck. Acquired a perfect air conditioning blueprint 1. Ice tier spirit crystal 1. Jiao Tao, look, we have an air conditioner now." Yang Mi exclaimed joyfully, clutching the blueprint, while Shun Sisi leaned in curiously. "Indeed, it has been rather stifling at night lately." Jiang Tao examined the blueprint. Perfect air conditioning blueprint. Required materials: plastic 100, silver 10, gold 2, copper wire 10. Ice tier spirit crystal 1. All the materials are available in the stone house. Even the most challenging spirit crystal is provided by the chest. It's as if one is given a pillow when feeling sleepy. Jiang Tao couldn't help but marvel at Mi's fortuitous luck. After all, she was exceptionally favored. After synthesizing the perfect air conditioner, he returned it to the stone house. Jiang Tao then retrieved the map. The passage to the ice vault required the removal of blocks of ice to reveal the teleportation portal. On the first day, dismantling those icy barriers would have taken considerable effort. However, now the goblin laborers were swiftly clearing them away. In every direction, front, back, left, right, up, and down, there was the same prompt. Stop looking. Once the arrow is loosed, there is no turning back. No matter which direction you choose, you will arrive at Jia Qianlu's supermarket. Once the passage was revealed, Jiang Tao scrutinized it carefully. After all, this was a large-scale nightmare difficulty, still within the mid-tier area, so caution was warranted. As an established supermarket, Jia Qianlu has strict rules. You must defeat each level's guardian to obtain the goods within. Further information remained concealed, likely to be discovered only on-site. To ensure safety, Jiang Tao naturally dispatched the vanguard, goblin laborers, to traverse the ice wall and confirm its integrity. Starting with Lilith, they entered in succession. What Jiang Tao did not observe was that upon entering Jia Qianlu, the audience count suddenly surged, and the comments flooded in. "Look, Jiang Tao has made it first. It's the same room." A viewer exclaimed, urgency in their tone. "Slow down. Wait for Jessica and the others." They had finally located a beneficial room and did not wish to be left behind. Particularly, the Lithuanian and the official European team were on edge, their hearts in their throats. The danger management team from Dacia was also watching, recording both live streams in their entirety. Room 35, Jiaqian Le Supermarket. Jiang Tao and his companions stood at the supermarket entrance, gazing up at the scrolling screen. "Welcome to Jiaqian Le Supermarket." The supermarket, seemingly smaller than anticipated, revealed itself as a modest two-story establishment. As Shun Cece scrutinized her surroundings, her eyes darted with curiosity. The spacious layout and the ample supplies within promised a comfortable sustenance for the next 6 days. Jiang Tao, glancing towards the entrance, cautioned, "This place harbors some danger. Refrain from acting impulsively until I complete my inspection." Both Shin Cece and Yang Mi nodded obediently. At that moment, a small creature, nestled within Yang Mi's attire, yawned widely and peered curiously at the surroundings. Having escaped the frigid environment, Luya appeared significantly revitalized. Upon opening the door, you will be regarded as an intruder, facing the initial tier of guardians, the onslaught of the Mad Butchers. There are 3 in total, one being a top-tier elite monster, the Head Butcher, accompanied by 2 elite butcher minions. As the door swings open, all 3 butchers will simultaneously launch 3 throwing knives. Moreover, their coordination is uncanny, suggesting that it would be prudent to separate them. Upon reading the warning, Jiang Tao's heart raced with relief at his prudence. The current monsters have become exceedingly cunning, now adept at ambushing intruders as they entered. Chapter 53, Invincible. The talent awakens, and the zero-cost purchase begins. "Step back, everyone. There are 3 lurking foes ready to ambush us behind the door," Jiang Tao instructed as he directed Yang Mi and Shun Cece to retreat to the side. The first challenge was the door itself. It required considerable strength to push it open, as one mustered all their might to enter. They would be met with a deadly onslaught. While Jiang Tao could certainly send the goblin warrior to brave the danger, he deemed such a course of action unkind. After a moment of contemplation, he rummaged through the stone chamber, seeking any defensive gear he could find. However, such items were not easily located. "Brother, are you thinking of crafting a shield?" Shun Cece inquired, her sharp mind catching on as she observed the array of materials he had gathered. "Yes, we need to block 3 flying daggers," Jiang Tao explained, gesturing toward the goblin warrior. Providing him with a shield would significantly enhance his chances of survival. "In that case, I shall create one on the spot," Shun Cece replied with a sudden smile. "There is plenty of wood in the courtyard, much of which can be fashioned into shields." "That's a good idea," Jiang Tao acknowledged, though a hint of concern creased his brow. "But doesn't tea crafting consume a lot of your stamina?" "Not anymore. I've leveled up and my talent has evolved, allowing me to extract essence from materials," she assured him confidently, stacking the refined wood pieces on the ground. Over the past few days, whether from the small volcano or the ghostly forest, they had gathered an abundance of high-quality timber. As a radiant glow enveloped the refined wood, its essence was extracted, gradually forming a broad and sturdy tree shield, standing 2 meters tall. The green shield boasted a primitive design, its surface adorned with moss and tree patterns. It featured a simple grip, truly embodying a natural aesthetic. A gentle breeze swept across the ground, reducing dozens of refined wood pieces to ash. "Brother, it's done. Take a look," Shun Cece proclaimed proudly, pointing at the tree shield. "Well done," Jiang Tao replied, his gaze fixed on the creation. Name: Primitive Tree Shield. Level: Raw material, defensive capability comparable to a bronze shield. Effects: Defense, force dissipation. Weapon slowing. Description: A fine piece of raw wood, Utilizing it directly would be wasteful. With the proper blueprints, it could be crafted into a shield, furniture, and more, all of exquisite quality. Note, this shield is sufficient to withstand the ambush of 3 flying daggers. JK has become increasingly capable. Jiang Tao marveled at CC's prowess. He felt a profound sense of gratitude for having not abandoned her when he was injured. It was indeed one of the wisest choices of his life. Goblin, from now on, this shield belongs to you. Use it to brace against the door. And remember to keep your body tucked inside. The group immediately sprang into action. By the way, JK's talent must relate to crafting, right? Jiang Tao's remarkable abilities are likely tied to prophecy. Some viewers in the live stream began to speculate. Having observed the unfolding events over the past few days, the audience had discerned that the top players possessed extraordinary capabilities, especially among the top 100. Some keen observers even began to document their findings, eager to compare whose talent was superior. However, as most had only revealed a fraction of their potential, the rankings remained chaotic. Yet one point has garnered universal recognition among netizens worldwide. Talent ranking number 1, Jiang Tao. Suspected, that pierces all illusions. Haha, I have awakened the ability to incinerate, and I am uncertain who among Jiang Tao and myself possesses greater prowess. I am Magneto, the Emperor of Metal. The statements of several superhumans are particularly striking. They consider themselves the chosen ones, believing that if they could enter the Cube Tower, they would only grow stronger. Little do they know that the analysts from various nations have already conducted tests. There is simply no comparison. During the live stream, a goblin powerhouse brandished his shield to push open the door, while others hastily retreated to the sides. Current viewership, over 3.5 billion. Most of the new arrivals are viewers from the European region. Whoosh! Before the audience could fully comprehend the layout of the first floor, 3 flying bone knives surged toward them. Intruders perish. From behind a transparent shelf brimming with delicacies, a massive white figure burst forth. It was a humanoid culinary behemoth, clad in a chef's uniform, weighing no less than 200 kilograms. In his hands, he wielded 2 bone knives, with several more sheathed at his waist. Flanking him were 2 slightly slimmer, yet still hefty chefs, approximately 300 pounds each, converging in a menacing formation. Thud! The 3 bone knives embedded deeply into the wooden shield, piercing a full 10 centimeters, causing the goblin powerhouse to cower. However, the shield was a formidable 30 centimeters thick. Sister me, step aside for now. Cece, you distract the other 2 from a distance. Lilith and I will focus on taking down the leader, Jiang Tao declared, flinging his mother spider spear. The wings of freedom unfurled with a flourish, and a streak of lightning-like energy flickered across his forehead, enveloping him in a radiant aura of extraordinary power. With a single flap of his wings, a tempest arose, propelling him forward with astonishing speed, enhanced by his supernatural might, transforming him into a flash of lightning that streaked across the first-floor hall. Boom! The shelves on either side collapsed with a thunderous roar. At that moment, a sonic boom erupted from Jiang Tao's previous position. The frenzied butcher leader had yet to register the attack when he felt a sharp pain in his chest, his body being forcefully pushed back several meters, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. Jiang Tao's strike pinned him down, and his arm trembled slightly as the Titan's power activated. To his astonishment, the mad butcher was utterly obliterated. Simultaneously, an energy surged from the butcher leader towards Jiang Tao. It was insufficient, merely a trickle that could not satiate him. Sensing a warm current within him, Jiang Tao sighed with slight regret. He had accumulated enough energy, achieving bodily and mental perfection, and even possessing the potential for extraordinary ignition. Yet, he lacked clarity on how to advance to the D-class extraordinary life form. The evolution from the Ghost Mother tree indicated that a monumental transformation would occur at this level. As Jiang Tao sheathed his Mother Spider Spear, he frowned at the dull tip of the weapon. This novice artifact was gradually falling behind his capabilities. Logically speaking, top-tier bronze equipment should suffice for E-class elite monsters. Yet who could have anticipated that his full power could unleash such ferocity? Being invincible at E-class is not merely a boast. Manuele, Sen Sixi, Young Mi, and Lilith were all stunned by Jiang Tao's thunderous strike. How impressive! Shun Cixi's delicate face flushed slightly as she regained her composure and unleashed a powerful arrow at the frenzied butcher. With the utilization of a class change scroll, she possessed unmatched vision and shooting prowess, securing a swift victory. The energy that erupted upon the butcher's demise enveloped her in warmth. The final frenzied butcher was first petrified by Yang Mi from a distance, only to have his head obliterated by Lilith's whip. Thus, the guardians on the first floor were vanquished, and the initial danger had dissipated. Dammy Mi exhaled in relief as she emerged from her hiding spot. She surveyed the chaotic scene, her gaze landing on the aromatic spread of cooked delicacies not far away. With a smile, she inquired, "So, is everything here now ours?" "Indeed," Jiang Tao responded, scanning the area. Bubbles of information began to appear before their eyes. First floor cooked food hall. Feel free to scour for delights such as roasted duck, beef, leg of lamb, and marinated delicacies. Among them, a lion-headed goose, revered as a treasure of the abode, has taken 10 years to mature and is incredibly fragrant and flavorful. To the left, the beverage cabinet awaits, offering an abundance of wheat juice and your beloved happy drink. To the right, daily necessities including underwear, toilet paper, and disinfectant are available. At the center, the cash register holds several spirit crystals and a surprise blind box. Warm reminder, the first floor is secure and all expenses will be covered by young Master Jiang. Yang Mi, Shun Cixi, and even Lilith, who hovered above, along with Dammy Mi's companion, Lia, eagerly gazed at Jiang Tao. Their anticipation peaked when they witnessed Jiang Tao break into a grin, declaring, "It's safe now. Let the shopping spree commence." "All right, let's go." Lilith transformed into a little flying hero and darted into the food section. "I've always dreamed of emptying a supermarket. I never imagined I would realize it in a game," she exclaimed. "Wait, Sister Mi, why are you so excited? With a daily wage of 2.08 million, can't you just buy what you want? You wouldn't understand. The true ecstasy lies in the thrill of getting something for free." The three beautiful women pushed their shopping carts and began a frenzied shopping spree, grabbing everything in sight and clearing entire shelves. They opened a bottle of milk, took a sip, and carelessly discarded it. They tore open packages, tossing unwanted items to the ground like refuse. Such reckless abandon captivated the attention of billions of viewers in the live stream. Current viewer count for billion. Chapter 54, Mutation, the arrival of foreign teams, a moment of tension between two nations. The Goblin Strengthener was also summoned to assist in moving the goods. Jiang Tao, feeling helpless, began to tidy up the aftermath, collecting spoils from the crazed butchers. While the thrill of boasting was fleeting, the task of scavenging proved to be quite a headache. The two crazed butchers were manageable, as he could simply collect from them. Second-tier Spirit Crystal 2. Fine Bone-Cutting Knife 5. However, the Butcher Chief, who had been torn asunder by Jiang Tao, required more effort to gather from, necessitating a great deal of running about. Top-tier second-tier Spirit Crystal 1. Fine Bone-Cutting Knife 5. Ace Bone-Cutting Knife 1. Fortunately, the equipment dropped by the Butcher Chief provided some solace to his spirit. The quality of that bone-cutting knife was exceptional, reaching bronze level, and could serve as a disposable weapon. The Ace Bone-Cutting Knife was a prime example of top-tier bronze craftsmanship, its material rivaling that of the mother and child spider spear. Jiang Tao carefully stowed the bone-cutting knife, intending to have CC synthesize it later. JK's talent had leveled up, making it a perfect opportunity to explore the limits of her abilities. Once he completed his tasks, he turned around to find that a dozen shopping carts had accumulated beside him, filled with marinated delicacies, self-heating rice, instant noodles, and replacement undergarments, all taken home. The Obsidian House was currently the highest level of shelter, further augmented by the Ghost Mother Tree and Ghost Tree, greatly expanding the domain. It would not be an exaggeration to say its capacity was tenfold that of others. Even so, there was a trend of it reaching its limits. "Take it easy and choose some quality goods," Jiang Tao advised as he supported the cube to observe. Inside the backyard, a riot of colors cluttered the space, even encroaching upon the courtyard area. Gazing at the mountain of goods, J.K., the enchanting maiden, beamed with delight. I apologize, I've never experienced such joy before. In truth, with only 6 days remaining until their return, the food they had was more than sufficient. Even the gold within the shelter could fetch tens of millions. Thus, it was more about satisfying their inner thrill. Collecting more would be beneficial and harmless. Yet, a sense of crisis lingered in Jiang Tao's heart. This was a survival game. Would they truly be able to enjoy themselves after returning in 6 days? The girls seemed naturally inclined to shop, especially now that everything was free. Even Lilith and Loya had been led astray by the two, joining in the frenzy of grabbing items. Jiang Tao could only make his way to the abandoned central checkout counter. Some receipts remained, but regrettably, they were of little use. As he glanced at the counter, a bubble box appeared. Locked cabinet, perhaps you could search carefully in the corner on the first floor. The key may be there. However, he declined the suggestion. Jiang Tao grasped the ace bone-cutting knife he had first acquired, igniting a spark and encircling it with lightning flames, enhancing the already sharp blade to a dazzling whiteness. He gently swung it toward the lock a few times. Crack! The cabinet was damaged, and Jiang Tao, satisfied, retrieved his knife, discovering several spirit crystals quietly resting inside. First tier spirit crystal 5, second tier spirit crystal 2, mystery box 1. Quite delightful, a pleasant surprise indeed. Jiang Tao joyfully tucked away 7 pieces of spiritual crystal. For this universal energy source was never too abundant. As for the blind box, Jiang Tao clicked to view the details. Lottery blind box, a surprise prepared by Jia Qianlu for their anniversary event. One could obtain it by spending over 1,000 yuan. It all depended on luck, with a guaranteed minimum of 1 second-tier spiritual crystal. I fear not the lottery, Jiang Tao remarked, reflecting on his journey from a mere unlucky participant to a celebrated figure. Suddenly, the exuberant Demi let out a shriek while shopping on the shelves. Look at the leaderboard. We currently have 4.5 billion viewers tuning in, an unprecedented audience count. Before her time travel, she had never experienced such fame. The total viewership from all her works barely reached 1 billion, and that was only within the domestic sphere. Now, she could proudly claim the status of an international superstar. The thought of the fame awaiting her upon her return, with Hollywood clamoring for interviews and film roles, made Demi's triumphant smile uncontainable. Perhaps the viewers found delight in watching their shopping spree? Jiang Tao, astonished, opened the leaderboard. Effortlessly blossoming where none expected, he mused. Other players were exerting their utmost, pulling off extravagant feats. Yet here he was naturally soaring to great heights. As the viewer count continued to rise, Demi and the JK girl became more conscious of their image. Meanwhile, as they indulged in their zero-cost shopping frenzy, the live stream was ablaze with excitement. Previously, during the opening skirmish, the European and American audiences had relished their misfortunes, commenting gleefully. Arriving early doesn't guarantee a better experience. You're just stepping on landmines. Just wait until the goddess Jessica arrives to claim the goods. However, what followed was Jiang Tao's thunderous strike, leaving the audience in disbelief. Stop! Don't waste it! Jessica and Chuck Haven T arrived yet. Oh no, infinite zero-cost shopping. This is my dream. Can I join? Many viewers, especially the African-American brothers, felt a familiar surge of nostalgia and emotion. They wished to jump into the fray, helping transport the goods. Jessica, where are you? If you don't come soon, we'll be left to eat dirt. The excitement among the European and American viewers reached a boiling point. They hastily kept Jiang Tao's live stream open while simultaneously watching the Lithuanian trio on their phones. This is the basics. Let us go. Dig through this passage. The next stop is the mega supermarket. Jessica, with her desert eagle at her side, encouraged her teammates, blowing a passionate kiss towards the camera. We already have 700 million viewers. We're ranked 5th. Hearing this, Chuck and Colin, who were diligently digging with their pickaxes, felt their blood surge with adrenaline. After considerable effort, they finally glimpsed the shimmering membrane. Given its nightmarish scale, the duo cautiously requested Jessica to assess it first. Yet, when her talent failed to penetrate the membrane, the old rules applied. Colin, you go first. Captain Chuck signaled with his crossbow. Damn it, it's me again. Colin, wielding a blast shield, muttered under his breath. Sensing his frustration, Jessica discreetly threw him a flirtatious glance. Perform well in front of the audience, and you'll be rewarded tonight. Colin's heart raced. After grumbling about her flirtatiousness, he cautiously lifted the shield and stepped through the membrane. Hurry! The two teams are about to clash. Activate the bullet screen function in the realm of reality. Suddenly, the members of the Lithuanian official team were jolted. However, before they could react, a group of individuals clad in black burst through the door. Your task is complete. From now on, we shall take full responsibility for the contact with the Dacia team, declared the captain of the black-clad individuals, brandishing an authorization letter. The expression of Captain Tao shifted dramatically. This is a matter concerning our nation. Who are you to assume control? Yet, upon sighting the document stamped with the emblem of the Omen Committee, his countenance darkened. Tao was a small nation, relying on equipment, funding, and technology provided by Omen. Moreover, the presence of the Grand Commander of Tao standing behind the black-clad individuals illuminated everything. Keep a close watch. Have the Tao personnel not yet contacted us? The Dacia Crisis Management Team leader gazed incredulously at the large screen. Over 200 team members were present, with even more behind the scenes. The elders were all watching the live broadcast. This demanded careful consideration. Yet, when did Tao become so assertive? Were they not fearful of an unexpected incident befalling their nation's most formidable heroes? Or did they genuinely believe they could contend with Jiang Tao and his companions? Leader, look! Jiang Tao and his team are heading to the second floor. Suddenly, a team member urgently alerted. Another member, tasked with monitoring the Tao live stream, spoke with an anxious tone. Jessica and her team are entering Jiaqianlu. Jiang Tao and his companions are about to confront the guards on the second floor. The situation is critical. According to the analysis from Tiana number 1, there is a slight possibility of the worst outcome occurring. Jiang Tao and his team could be completely annihilated. A series of vital pieces of information coalesced. In an instant, the situation escalated to a fever pitch, veering unfavorably for Dacia. Tick-tock. The leader was drenched in cold sweat, goosebumps rising on his skin. Should the once-a-day barrage feature be activated? Over 200 team members turned to gaze at the leader. Chapter 55. The second floor, puppets, the elders call. Two teams collide. The leader faces enormous pressure. Alas, Jiang Tao and the others have already ascended to the second floor. How could Chuck and his companions arrive only now? Something feels amiss. Their movements seem rather peculiar. Goodness, could they be planning a surprise attack? Oh dear, Jiang Tao has encountered guards. Chuck, Jessica, and Colin have discovered someone within them all. Quickly, send a barrage to alert them. Where's the police? We need a wave of support from the barrage. The fervor in the live stream chat surged like crashing waves, overwhelming the team leader. Especially at this moment, numerous viewers from Europe and America were watching intently. Haha, we shall be the ones laughing in the end. Jessica, our goddess, charge forth. Defeat the first. You will be the strongest players of humanity. I have long coveted that pink succubus. Ding dong at that moment. The red hotline rang, and the leader promptly answered. The voice of Elder Lin resonated from the other end. Activate the barrage function to alert Jiang Tao, Yang Mi, and Shen Cece that someone is approaching. The leader sighed in relief, responding decisively. Understood. After hanging up, just as he intended to issue commands to his team, a sudden shift occurred in the live broadcast. In Tao Wanli's live stream, the numbers were astounding. 5 billion viewers were watching us. We have become the second most popular in the world. Outside the Jiaqianlu supermarket, Jessica covered her mouth in disbelief. Hold on, it seems someone has arrived early. Chuck's expression turned grim as he glanced toward the ajar door, revealing a disheveled lobby. His brows knitted tightly. OMG, my fried chicken and cola are gone. Colin, who entered first, cursed silently upon seeing the blood-stained floor, scattered monster remnants, and the empty, toppled shelves. His heart ached. After so much effort, is this the outcome? Who could have done this? Anger surged within him. Jessica cautiously employed her reconnaissance eye to examine the bloodstains. Guard's blood, battle scars, footprints of 3 players, 1 goblin's footprint. Soon, The intelligence was gathered. From the second floor of the supermarket, faint sounds could be discerned. Jessica made a shushing gesture. Chuck and Colin instantly understood. Halting their footsteps, the scene fell into silence. Jessica swiftly relayed the gathered intelligence in the team channel, inquiring, "3 individuals have arrived first, accompanied by a goblin pet. What shall we do next?" Chuck and Colin exchanged glances. "Did you not mention that the supermarket had guards? They must be engaged in combat with the guards on the second floor. This is an opportunity bestowed upon us by the divine. They have amassed so many resources. If we eliminate them, we will not only secure the next 6 days, but perhaps even continue to evolve as coastal dwellers. The pirate gene is etched into their very bones." Colin concurred with this plan. After all, who permitted them to seize our resources first? Moreover, the thrilling content of the battle may very well entice a greater audience. "Jessica, do you not aspire to become the world's foremost figure?" His words rendered Jessica speechless. There was no time for her to ponder deeply in that moment. Gritting her teeth, she suppressed the peculiar surge of emotion within her and drew forth her desert eagle. "All right, let's tread lightly." Chuck and Colin exchanged glances, signaling each other as they stealthily entered the supermarket. In the same supermarket on the second floor, it was to be expected that as they ascended the staircase, the defensive mechanisms would be triggered. The second floor appeared to be dedicated to household goods, featuring an assortment of shirts, sneakers, and more. At the entrance, 5 mannequins that had previously displayed sports apparel suddenly sprang to life. Intruders? Kill, without mercy. They swiftly seized nearby kitchen utensils, cleverly donning frying pans upon their heads. 2 additional mannequins grasped explosive forks and riot shields. The second floor was becoming quite intriguing. Jiang Tao focused intently and observed. Name: Puppet Automaton. Category: Technological Creation. Level: Elite Monster. Skills: Puppet Body. Tireless. No need for sleep. Fully automated combat techniques. Puppet Fusion Technique. Description: Possessing sufficient inner spirit crystals, they can exhaust infinite stamina. Additionally, they are immune to mental and poison-based attacks, and when united, they can strangle top-tier elite monsters. Note: while there are many advantages, there are also drawbacks. They lack agility and possess only fixed attack patterns. They require brain crystals for energy. Simply diverting them will allow for individual defeat. Infinite stamina, no need for sleep. Jiang Tao was captivated by these descriptions and hastily inquired of the flying Lilith. "Lilith, can you charm them and turn them into guardians?" Lilith shrugged helplessly. "Master, you overestimate me. These wooden lumps lack souls. How could they recognize my allure?" Jiang Tao felt a twinge of regret. Where could he find such guardians for 24 hours? Just as he prepared to act decisively, a new message bubble appeared in his line of sight. "Look at this greedy capitalist, wishing to appropriate public property. Yet, there is a chance. If you possess the store manager's badge, the puppet automatons will heed the manager's command." Unfortunately, the store manager's badge has been lost within the supermarket for quite some time. As Jiang Tao sighed in dismay, another message bubble popped up. "Just kidding. The badge is hidden within a secret level of the supermarket. If you can gather more clues, you may uncover the hidden layer." How mischievous! Jiang Tao ground his teeth in frustration, and only after confirming there were no further prompts did he address Shun Cece. "Do not damage the puppets, Cece. You and Sister Me will petrify and ensnare them from behind. The goblin warrior will use a tree shield to block that shield-wielding puppet. Lilith and I will work together to capture the puppets alive and extract their spirit crystals." In Jiang Tao's eyes, these 5 were no longer foes, but rather future caretakers. A conspicuous red sign hovered behind the head of the puppet automaton. Warm reminder: this is it, their second-order spirit crystal. Dare to take it down? Defeating the 5 puppet dolls is not particularly challenging, but capturing them alive proves to be rather troublesome. Fortunately, Shun Cece and Yang Mi can lend their assistance. In the 5v5 match, the battleground on the second floor seems to have reached a stalemate. Are the guards on the second floor truly that formidable? The spectators ponder in amazement. 3 stealthy figures flit past on the first floor. In an instant, Jiang Tao, having just removed the first puppet's spirit crystal, felt a surge of energy at his forehead. The third eye cracked open slightly. It accurately detected two men and a woman silently ascending the stairs. Are there other players? A jolt of surprise coursed through Jiang Tao. This was the first encounter in days. Moreover, they appeared to be from the west. He couldn't discern which country they hailed from. Wait, what is that woman holding? Were those two men planning with their drawn crossbows? The third eye not only possesses a 360-degree observation ability, but also synergizes with its innate talents. Amidst Jiang Tao's bewildered gaze, a bubble frame materialized in his third perspective. Those who seek trouble shall find it. 3 ill-intentioned players, angered by your swift actions, aim to gain fame and seize all the supermarket-esque goods, plotting to harm and profit. Damn, the lights are on in the restroom. Once he grasped the situation, Jiang Tao found himself laughing in disbelief. He never expected anyone would dare to touch his tiger whiskers. Who bestowed upon them such audacity? Was it Liang Jingru? Chapter 56, Death. The arrival of the tsunami. The national barrage. Tao Wanli's team channel. Chuck, Jessica, do they not perceive her presence? Can we discern any data from those 3 players? They are of a higher level than I am. I can only see minimal basic data. I dare not look at the gunman, fearing detection. As the situation escalated, Jessica exhibited signs of hesitation. They did not notice earlier. There is still a pet in the air. Observing her wavering demeanor, the irascible Colin scolded. They have seized our belongings, and what is there to discuss now? Do you realize how many eyes are upon us? 5 billion. No, it has surged to 3 billion. We are the second most watched live stream in the world. Everyone is eagerly anticipating our thrilling performance. Do you not wish to return as the world's foremost superstar? The prospect of fame worth billions and monumental rewards left her with no path of retreat. I will take the initiative to ambush that man. You two handle the women. Leave the pets for now. They will flee once their master falls. Seeing Jessica's resolve to kill, Chuck and Colin erupted into laughter within the channel. Excellent. Do not harm that little succubus in the air. It is truly tantalizing to behold. The group had even begun to strategize how to divide the spoils. According to the plan, led by Colin and Chuck, they would stealthily approach the staircase. Their crossbows had a shorter range, necessitating proximity. Meanwhile, Jessica, wielding a desert eagle with greater range and destructive power, concealed herself behind the counter, aiming her weapon. Oh no, a murder has occurred. National security, come to our aid. Where is the security? The audience in the Daxia livestream was in a frenzy. The European and American regions, however, were ablaze with excitement. The god of slaughter, killing the foremost hero of Daxia, would sever their national fortune. They roared in encouragement. Aim. Shoot quickly. At that moment, the official Tao Wanli team, the enigmatic black-clad figures, and the supreme leader were all gravely observing the live stream. Just as Jessica prepared to fire, suddenly, in the heat of battle, Jiang Tao abruptly turned his head. Clown, what do you intend to do? His pitch-black pupils were profound, and a celestial eye in the center of his brow suddenly opened wide. Bayou, a bolt of lightning struck with blinding speed, severing Jessica's arms. Crack! Her severed limbs, along with the desert eagle, fell to the ground, accompanied by Jessica's anguished cries. Blood gushed forth, staining the floor crimson. No! Chuck and Colin's expressions shifted dramatically. Colin, filled with rage, raised his bow to shoot. Chuck rolled down the stairs, fleeing to the first floor. An enemy assault? On the second floor, Shun Cece and Yangmi reacted, startled, and turned to discover 3 white adversaries. After dispatching one foe, Jiang Tao directed his spear at Colin. The spark ignited, and lightning coalesced upon the spider spear. With a thunderous roar, the lightning burst forth from the spear's tip, obliterating Colin's head at a speed surpassing that of his arrow. The tracking arrow. Shin Cece reacted swiftly, seeing Chuck leap down the staircase, and instinctively unleashed an arrow in response. The bronze arrow deftly curved and shot toward the rear of the escalator, followed by a piercing scream. Unbeknownst to anyone, Yangmi had quietly taken refuge behind the tree shield of the Earth Spirit Warrior, only daring to peek out when the commotion subsided. Where did they come from? Perhaps it was an accidental breach. If they intended to kill, then it was only fitting that they too faced death. Jiang Tao levitated slightly, soaring towards the dying blonde woman with a severed arm. Master, you resolved that too swiftly. I scarcely had a chance to showcase my abilities, Lilith pouted, stepping forward. Upon noticing a glimmering silver object on the ground, she flicked her whip to retrieve it. Her curiosity piqued. Damn, is she dead? Everything transpired too quickly for the audience to comprehend. From a moment Jessica and her companions prepared for the ambush to Jiang Tao's counterattack, it barely lasted 2 seconds. What astonished the European and American viewers, as well as the members of the European team, was the earlier assumption that both teams were evenly matched. In hindsight, it was utterly ludicrous. It was a complete rout. A figure clad in black stared blankly at the overlapping live streams on the large screen, murmuring, according to calculations. Jiang Tao's attack pattern is rather monotonous, lacking in ranged capabilities. When did he gain the ability to unleash lightning? This is far more formidable than any superpower awakened in reality. It resembles an electromagnetic cannon. In the next moment, a red subtitle flashed. Player Colin has died. 100 individuals perished simultaneously based on kinship. Lithuania's national luck has diminished. Remaining players, 81. The man in black was relatively unfazed, but the Lithuanians present, including their leader, were visibly shaken. The leader, disregarding all else, swiftly commanded, Jessica, Chuck is still alive. Quickly, make that Daxian cease. The current fatalities among players clearly indicated a cost of 100 lives. The so-called national luck diminishment was still a mystery to many nations. However, the already scarce players in Lithuania seemed to have reached a critical point. At that very moment, a coastal city in Lithuania trembled. What was happening? A group of wealthy vacationers enjoying the sandy shores of the Baltic Sea were blissfully unaware of the global implications of the game. Believing it best to distance themselves from the lower classes, hoping never to encounter them in their lifetimes. Suddenly, a bikini-clad beauty among the crowd screamed, "A tsunami! A tsunami is coming!" Chaos erupted across the beach. On the second floor of Jia Qianlu, Jiang Tao was examining the attributes of the blonde woman when he heard Shun Cici's voice from below. "Brother, the man down there is still alive." "I know, be cautious." Jiang Tao's 3 eyes turned towards the scene. Through the concrete slab, a bubble frame emerged. Ambition surpasses capability. A hapless fool struck by an arrow. Severely injured. No threat. Jessica lay in a pool of blood, tears streaming down her face, believing she still had a chance. Even with her hands severed, her physical resilience could carry her through the coming days. The yearning for life prompted her to murmur, "Sorry, I truly acknowledge my wrongs." Jiang Tao, despite his limited proficiency in English, comprehended her plea for forgiveness. As he looked up, a speech bubble materialized above her. She does not truly comprehend her mistakes. She merely understands that death is imminent. Following this, an attribute panel appeared, detailing the woman's characteristics. Player, Jessica, level, E-grade new humanity, rooms cleared, 28, age, 33, occupation, chicken, recharge count, 3253. Affiliated faction, Lithuania, talent, Scout's Eye, current status, limbs incapacitated, devoid of offensive capabilities. Yet due to her physical resilience, she can survive for 7 days. Upon reading this, Jiang Tao was rendered speechless. Truly, there exists a multitude of individuals. Lithuania? Is that not the small northern nation that frequently provokes the Great Xia? Faced with Jessica's tearful eyes pleading for mercy, Jiang Tao raised his spear, pointing it at her heart. Suddenly, a conspicuous red subtitle materialized before him. Lithuanian National Bulletin. Greetings, esteemed Mr. Jiang Tao. Jessica and Chuck have inadvertently offended you, and I, the national leader Leaf, extend my sincere apologies. Colin has already perished. The punishment is sufficient. Please spare Jessica and Chuck. They are our nation's 2 strongest heroes, and we have but a few players remaining. I implore you to show mercy upon your return. Our nation will reward you handsomely, and all conditions are negotiable. As the national leader, I assure you this. However, should you harm either of them again, they will become our nation's foremost adversaries. Upon your return, it will be a matter of life and death. I urge you to consider this gravely. The nation has come to save them." Jessica's face illuminated with ecstatic joy, and from the first floor, a cacophony of laughter echoed, a sound of survival against the odds. They knew the nation would not forsake them. There was hope now. Who would dare disregard the wrath of an entire nation? The vast audience from Lithuania, seated before their screens, sighed in relief, their expressions reflecting a sense of liberation. I always knew the nation would intervene. After perusing the bulletin, Jiang Tao, with an impassive demeanor, spoke. When one is killed, death ensues. With a swift motion, the spear pierced Jessica's heart. In her final moments, Jessica's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 57. Approaching the crisis of national destruction. The Cherry Blossom Suicide Squad. Devouring the sanctuary. He truly killed the goddess Jessica. At this moment, countless viewers before their screens were left in utter astonishment. It must be noted that the nation had already intervened, employing both threats and seductions. How could an individual possibly contend against an entire country? Regardless, some courtesy should be extended. Witnessing Jiang Tao's impassive demeanor, many felt a chill run down their spines. OMG! As a crimson subtitle swept across the live broadcast, many European and American viewers covered their faces in disbelief. Player Jessica has perished. 100 lives extinguished simultaneously. Centered around personal connections, Lithuania's national fortune has diminished. The likelihood of disasters has increased. Current remaining players, 80. This is grave. A tsunami has struck Lithuania. A coastal city has been submerged. The revelation of this news sent shockwaves through the audience. Within Lithuania, several relatives of players watching the live stream felt their vision blur, succumbing instantly to cardiac arrest. A chorus of screams erupted around them. Does he truly disregard our feelings? Executioner. The members of Lithuania's group were thrown into disarray. Their faces ashen. The supreme leader's expression was little better. He had already received urgent reports regarding the tsunami, with at least hundreds of thousands affected. Even more terrifying was the probability that this was merely the beginning. Jiang Tao. Everyone present was fixated on the young man on the screen. Wait, what does he intend to do now? The captain, visibly anxious, watched as Jiang Tao leisurely descended the stairs, making his way towards Chuck. He aims for complete annihilation. A silence fell over the scene. The opposition had gone completely rogue. The supreme leader shouted, "Quickly contact the ambassador from Dacia." The captain hastily reminded, "Have you forgotten? Dacia has already recalled their ambassador." The supreme leader jolted awake. His role as a pawn had crossed Dacia's bottom line, severing diplomatic ties between the two nations. He called out to the man in black, "Hurry, contact your president. Urgently reach out to Dacia and implore them to intervene." "Understood, please hold." The leader of the men in black recognized the urgency of the situation and promptly reported via intercom. The true mastermind behind the scenes was closely monitoring the developments. Within a minute, the supreme leader of Gallia personally called the elder of Dacia, but there was no answer on the other end. It appears that at this moment, "I must take matters into my own hands," declared the supreme leader of the White Eagle Federation, Wang. Yet, his call also went unanswered. Behind him, aides exchanged glances with the leader's daughter, feigning ignorance of the fleeting embarrassment that crossed the supreme leader's face. Meanwhile, in the supermarket, Chuck leaned against the escalator, his face pale, seemingly resigned to his fate. "I never imagined you would dare to kill. So you are indeed the top-ranking individual from Dacia. We're simply out of luck." Without uttering a word, Jiang Tao shot him down. Predictably, another crimson subtitle appeared in the live stream. Current remaining players in Lithuania, 79, with more than half of their time remaining. Could they survive? What further incited the wrath of the Grand Commander of Lithuania was the intensification of the tsunami. The calamity had erupted, leaving only the option of desperate rescue efforts. This time, the European Union contributed both manpower and resources, providing invaluable disaster relief supplies to Lithuania, moving the local populace to tears. Unbeknownst to them, the Grand Commander and his captains, who were privy to the full details, felt a chill of dismay. In such a brief span, players had acquired such formidable powers. At this rate, it seemed one individual could contend against an entire enhanced battalion. With a return in 6 days, the current military might still maintain control. However, should the game persist, a being akin to a god would emerge among humanity. And from the east, no less. Several prominent figures convened post-event, deeming it necessary to exert pressure on the Great Xia and isolate them. With the assistance of the Freemasons, a wave of anti-Xia sentiment surged in Lithuania, with the populace demanding stringent punishment for the relatives of Jiang Tao. Nonetheless, the already strained relations between the two nations did not adversely impact the Great Xia. Concurrently, the emergence of superhumans demonstrating dominance over firearms and showcasing their own might ignited fervor among nations. In reality, these superpowered individuals were far from as strong. The Grand Commander of the White Eagle Federation and his associates intensified their campaign against the Goblin Mother Nest, virtually offering resources and manpower without hesitation. They consolidated the finest technologies and troops from across Europe and America, yielding remarkable results. The Goblin Swordmaster, resembling the legendary Rikuwa G. Saka, was captured alive and transported to a biological research facility. Astonishingly, the active substances extracted from the nest possessed rejuvenating properties. This revelation sent some elderly members of the Freemasons into a frenzy of joy, prompting them to invest even more generously. The next objective was to cultivate a super soldier serum. The extract from the mother nest proved superior to the Great Xia's divine spring. The once gloomy island nation began to attract a surge of investment and funding, unexpectedly becoming a coveted entity. The Prime Minister beamed with delight, extolling the value of Rikuwa G. Saka's demise over his life. The Emperor sanctioned this. They believed they had wagered correctly on the nation's fortunes. As long as there were gains, regardless of life or death, it was a victory. Consequently, the cabinet, in the Emperor's name, dispatched messages encouraging players to form teams, boldly explore chambers, and seek treasures. An audience member affectionately dubbed this group of island players the Sakura Death Squad. Jiang Tao was oblivious to the butterfly effect triggered by his actions, sweeping across the globe. He was busy collecting treasures from 3 players. Brother Me and Sister Me will start moving the goods on the 2nd floor. Ultimately, as it was their first time taking a life, Shen Sisi and Yang Mi were disinterested in looting corpses. All right, 5 dolls have already been secured. The 2nd floor is safe, Jiang Tao instructed. If the stone house cannot accommodate everything, just display some of the goods, focusing on the spirit crystals. Understood. As the 2 young women prepared to take Lila shopping, Jiang Tao handed the Desert Eagle to Yang Mi's Sister Mi. This is for your self-defense. Thank you. Xiao Tao Yang Mi winked playfully, laughing as she stowed the handgun. This weapon did not originate from reality, but was instead acquired by Jessica within the game. A bronze-tier ranged weapon, it held its own against the alchemical crossbow, each with distinct advantages. After their departure, Jiang Tao proceeded to gather from the 3 lifeless bodies. He received an array of rewards. Congratulations. You have obtained a 1st-tier Spirit Crystal 20, 2nd-tier Spirit Crystal 5, Black Iron Crossbow 2, Cold Stone Shelter 1, Map 1, along with a few scattered basic materials such as wood and gold. Gazing at the splendid bounty before him, Jiang Tao could not help but reflect. It is no wonder that many resort to robbery. After all, the arduous task of scavenging for resources pales in comparison to the swift gains of plundering others. Examining the somewhat familiar map, he finally comprehended their presence in this location. Among these treasures, the Cold Stone Shelter piqued Jiang Tao's interest the most. Once reduced in size, it manifested as a cyan-hued cube. Its level was comparable to that of a large stone shelter. Yet, intriguingly, its interior space was 5 times larger than that of stone shelter, nearly equating to half the capacity of an obsidian house. The defensive capabilities were also significantly superior. What could account for this? Had they mastered the art of transforming shelters? Or had they employed some sort of artifact? Just as Jiang Tao pondered these questions, a notification popped up. Detected an unclaimed shelter. It can be assimilated. Area can be expanded and building materials reinforced. So that is how it is. Jiang Tao realized with clarity. The trio must have assimilated the shelters of others, and the quantity was not insignificant. He had no desire to reside in a house previously inhabited by others, and thus he took out his obsidian house and collided the two cubes together. Chapter 58. The Opulent Mattress, a Treasure for Men. Where lies the hidden layer? Fusion. In an instant, a radiant holy light illuminated the obsidian dwelling, expanding the courtyard by a third. Even the stone walls grew taller and thicker. Jiang Tao, satisfied, stored away, and after incinerating the bodies of the three individuals with a wave of fire, he rummaged through the manager's badge on the second floor. Unfortunately, while he found some spiritual crystals, there were no clues regarding the hidden level. Xiao Tao, come and see. The H-Stens mattress and the Goose Emperor quilt. Tonight we shall finally enjoy a good night's sleep. Amidst the bedding, Demimi stood in delight before a pristine, flawless white mattress, exulting joyfully. This is splendid. That stone bed was quite uncomfortable. At first, Jiang Tao did not grasp the significance, merely thinking it was an ordinary mattress and considering Demimi's excitement exaggerated. However, upon closer inspection, he suddenly realized this was indeed the treasure of the second floor. Name: H-Stens mattress. Grade: top-tier bronze furniture. Effects: sleep induction. Fall asleep within 10 minutes of lying down. Fatigue elimination. Adaptive to the user's body shape. Whether giant or dwarf, providing a novel experience with a complementary massage effect. Cultivation and spirit restoration. While sleeping, energy flows accelerate. Digestion speeds up, restoring 100 spirit overnight. Automatic full-body relaxation. Capable of automatic movements in multiple modes to satisfy the user's needs, allowing for 3 days and nights of battle without any fatigue, ensuring a comfortable sleep and satisfactory use. Description: a treasure for men, a favorite of women, endorsed by Xiao Fei, certified by a bald head, trustworthy. Marvelous. After reading, Jiang Tao's gaze fixated on the final feature. It was as delightful as a Bulbasaur savoring a delightful snack in Mickey's whimsical abode. Truly exceptional. He excitedly gave a thumbs up. Come, let us move it back to my bed. We shall test it tonight. Cough, cough. As Yang Mi was engrossed in studying the H-Stens, she repeatedly coughed, gesturing towards a conspicuous 4 billion on the popularity leaderboard, with a slight bite of her crimson lip and a glare from her violet flower-like eyes. The messages began to ping between the two. Yang Mi, you rascal. Mind your image. So many people are watching. Jiang Tao responded with a cheeky expression. ISNT, this excitement? No wonder you are so happy. I can't wait for nightfall. Yang Mi sent a huffing emoji, closing the private chat, and shot him a disapproving glance. No refusal. Jiang Tao's heart leaped with joy. It seemed Mimi was also suffering from discomfort due to the stone bed. Brother, sister me, have you found anything good? Hearing the commotion, Shun Sisi approached with Lilith. Yang Mi, quick on her feet, swiftly concealed the H-Stens mattress. Nothing much. Keep searching. I just sold dozens of items a moment ago. OJK Beauty felt the atmosphere was a bit off. Are you two not even pretending? On the other side of the screen, the astute audience had already seen through everything. Damn, Lu Xiao was so furious that he stopped watching the live stream. After all, he was not in any real danger. To navigate through the entertainment industry, one must inevitably don a touch of green. As a member of this realm, Lu Xiao does not mind wearing a metaphorical green hat, though this does not imply any peculiar proclivities on his part. The predicament lies in the fact that he has become known to billions of viewers nationwide and even globally. He feels as though even the cleaning lady at the company regards him with a hint of pity. Who could withstand such scrutiny? In the supermarket, after thoroughly scouring the second floor for goods, the group stumbled upon a portal to a storage room. Shall we proceed to the next chamber? Shun Sisi inquired, tilting her head. Patience, there exists a hidden layer within the supermarket that I have yet to uncover, Jiang Tao replied, his brow furrowed in concentration. Their expedition through the supermarket had yielded vast rewards, yet his desire for more remained insatiable. Let us continue our search then, Yang Mi remarked, raising her hands in exasperation. After over half an hour of diligent searching, they had successfully located 6 portals in every conceivable direction. They even discovered an insulation layer on the rooftop and collected several spirit crystals. However, it was not the hidden layer they sought. Curiously, in a corner on the second floor, they found only a car key. Following a clue, Jiang Tao uncovered the soul lead. Jiang and Jia Qian, the supermarket has gone bankrupt. The scoundrel of an owner, having amassed debts of 350 million due to his indulgent lifestyle, has fled with his sister-in-law. This is the spare car he forgot to take with him. Yet, they found themselves at an impasse. After fruitless searching, the group convened to discuss their next step. Lilith and Luya, unfamiliar with the situation, remained merely observers. Yang Mi, seasoned in the ways of the world, gazed at the unremarkable car key and suddenly snapped her fingers. I know where the hidden layer is. Where? Jiang Tao and Shun Sisi looked on with curiosity. A proud smile graced Yang Mi's face as she extended her long, pristine fingers downward. The underground parking garage. What major supermarket lacks one? The car must be parked there. The owner would certainly need to drive it. An underground parking garage? Jiang Tao realized with clarity it truly was a case of overlooking the obvious. No wonder they had found nothing on the first and second floors. Yang Mi was indeed clever. Shin Sisi raised her thumb in admiration. I won't be underestimated as merely a pretty face. Yang Mi shot a glance at Jiang Tao, exuding the pride of a victorious hen. The next challenge was to locate the entrance to the underground garage. The supermarket lacked elevators, and ultimately, it was Yang Mi who proposed a solution. There must be an entrance outside. As expected, after a thorough search outside, they discovered an entrance to the garage obscured by collapsed construction materials. Ding! You have discovered the hidden layer of Jia Qianlu. Upon hearing the alert, Jiang Tao smiled with satisfaction. Let us hope it doesn't disappoint. Gazing into the inky darkness of the garage, Jiang Tao directed, Lilith, it's time for you to showcase your prowess. Thank you, Master, for your confidence in me, Lilith replied gratefully with a blown kiss, as she commanded the goblin warrior to advance with the original tree shield. The underground garage was enveloped in darkness, yet the group, endowed with night vision abilities, remained undeterred. The desolate expanse of hundreds of vacant parking spaces cast an eerie atmosphere. A thunderous roar echoed as Jiang Tao set foot inside, the sound of engines reverberating in the darkness. From the depths emerged two glaring headlights, a colossal shadow charging towards the group. Thief, perish! Everything in this supermarket belongs to me. A black G-Class vehicle, its hood adorned with a humanoid visage and its headlights resembling fierce eyes, surged forth menacingly. Behind the wheel sat a skeletal driver clad in designer attire and glasses, his bony frame pressing down on the accelerator with fervor. If all went as expected, this would be the supermarket owner. Beside him in the passenger seat was a female skeleton dressed in a charming light blue frock, a name tag dangling from her neck. So, my sister-in-law is the store manager? Jiang Tao commanded, Goblin, quickly tilt your shield for defense. Under his direction, the goblin warrior assumed a protective stance. The mutated G-Class accelerated towards their tree shield, nearly soaring into the air before executing a sharp brake, skidding to a halt at the garage entrance. Having survived the opening assault, Jiang Tao finally discerned the hidden guardian. Name, Capital Bound Spirit. Level, Near Supernatural. Skills, Vehicle Slayer. The spirit has fused with its beloved vehicle. A charge is its mightiest weapon. Consult your insurance for further inquiries. Dual Life, shares a life bar with the sister-in-law, health doubled. Ruthless Annihilation, with full throttle. Either the enemy dies, or I do. It appeared rather formidable. However, as the prompt materialized in his sight, a weight lifted from Jiang Tao's heart. Friendly reminder, you have acquired the item spare car key. If you can eliminate both drivers without damaging the vehicle, you may obtain a second-hand mount. Additionally, within the underground garage, the spirit's power is enhanced, allowing for automatic health and mana regeneration. Future car owner, take heed. The weakest moment is during the acceleration following a stop. Jiang Tao observed the black G-Class, now turning at the garage entrance, preparing to retreat and attempt to annihilate them once more, his expression peculiar. Isn't this its weakest moment? Come, Goblin Warrior, deliver a mighty push and thrust it outside. Thus, after Lilith immobilized the driver with her petrifying whip, the Goblin Warrior, shield in hand, shoved the G-Class out of the garage, securing their victory. Subsequently, Lilith dispatched the sister-in-law in the passenger seat with her whip, while Shen Sisi shot the boss with a tracking arrow, followed up by Jiang Tao's finishing blow. Through their exquisite teamwork, the two bound spirits within the G-class were exorcised, leaving behind only the imposing black vehicle. Chapter 59, Luxurious Vehículos. The hidden vending machine in the garage. Marvelous goods. The driver is deceased. The G-class is ownerless. Jiang Tao first removed the long-cherished store manager's badge from his sister-in-law. Store manager badge. Supermarket prop, capable of bypassing door barriers, unlocking counter keys, and gaining control over puppets and butchers. 5 puppets are now in hand. It's safe. Let us take a look upstairs. Jiang Tao shook the spare key, inviting the two lovely ladies. Sure, I have a car at home too. I'll take you for a ride when we return. The charming Mimi skillfully opened the car door and gracefully stepped inside. Following closely behind was Shen Sisi, who had opened the rear door. Count me in, count me in. Lilith, who had never been in a car before, eagerly trailed after Sisi. Bang! Jiang Tao opened the driver's door, settled into the seat, inserted the key, and turned it. 2 headlights illuminated the path ahead. The car hood vibrated with a thud, and the G-class system automatically spoke. Welcome aboard, new master. The voice was personable, sounding quite intelligent. Jiang Tao inquired, what functions do you possess? Dear master, please take a look. I have numerous abilities. With that, the central control screen revealed an attribute panel. Name, luxurious G-class. Grade, top-tier black iron. Category, vehicle. Skills, automatic air conditioning, maintaining a comfortable climate within a vehicle, ensuring your comfort whether stranded in a desert or snowfield. Adaptive cruise control, to address driver fatigue. The system can autonomously drive, with radar preemptively detecting enemies and issuing alerts. Ruthless collision, accelerate to the max, crush your foes. Note, the front has been reinforced for enhanced durability. Off-road water crossing, activates off-road mode, enabling travel in harsh environments, with energy consumption increasing 5-fold. Description, capable of switching between oil or spirit crystal modes. Using oil will decrease power slightly, with increased risk in adverse conditions. Though its grade is black iron, its price rivals that of a quasi-silver artifact. Exploring the rooms will be much more efficient now. Jiang Tao joyfully patted the pristine steering wheel. It was evident that the previous owner had taken great care of it. Previously, they had encountered large rooms like the small volcano and the haunted forest. In the mid-level areas, the challenges would only grow larger. Having a vehicle would indeed be quite convenient. Little G, why don't you give us a tour of the underground garage? After all, you're familiar with it. The curious co-pilot, Yang Mi, spoke up. The central control screen displayed an OK emoji. Rumble. Soon after, the engine roared to life, and the G-class smoothly navigated the garage, cruising through the expansive space. To be honest, the supermarket's underground garage was quite vast, coupled with its dimness and the numerous pillars and corners. It was easy for first-time visitors to lose their way. After a couple of loops, the group had explored sufficiently, yet they had not discovered anything more significant. Just as they were about to ascend to the next room, the G-class suddenly honked. If the new master wishes to find something, he may alight at a corner of the garage. The old master often disembarked there. Is that so? Jiang Tao expressed his surprise. As the imposing G vehicle came to a halt in an inconspicuous corner, the group disembarked. Proceed forward and take a left. There's a vending machine, the sign indicated. After reading the notice, Jiang Tao couldn't help but scoff. No wonder it went bankrupt. Which kind-hearted soul would hide a vending machine in an underground garage? Brother, is it safe? Shen Sisi, upon stepping out, cautiously grasped her alchemical crossbow. It's safe. Lilith will lead the way around the corner. Jiang Tao assured confidently as he stepped inside. Lilith shot him a glance of disdain. Before long, they indeed encountered a vending machine that was 2 or 3 times larger than the usual ones. Behind the glass, rather than ordinary items, there were blueprints, books, and even miniature equipment. To the right of the machine, there was a small window for depositing items. Jiang Tao leaned closer and beheld the offerings. Super Stone House Blueprint, an upgraded version of the large stone house, a high-level sanctuary, required price. 5 second-tier spirit crystals. Obsidian House Blueprint, price. 7 second-tier spirit crystals. Forest Cabin, High-level sanctuary blueprint. Price: 8 second-tier spirit crystals. Large temperature-controlled warehouse blueprint. A special advanced blueprint that allows for the independent establishment of a warehouse outside the sanctuary. The warehouse is the size of a super stadium, keeping food from spoiling and not disappearing with the sanctuary upgrades. Price: 8 second-tier spirit crystals. Dash. Even our own blueprints are here. The most expensive was the last blueprint. Natural Fortress Sanctuary. Super Sanctuary Blueprint. Transformation condition requires a high-level sanctuary. Required price: 15 second-tier spirit crystals. Do we have enough spirit crystals? Jiang Tao turned to the two ladies for confirmation. I checked. We possess 35 second-tier spirit crystals and even more first-tier ones. From our recent sales, just the cigarettes alone provided 20 spirit crystals, totaling 352 first-tier spirit crystals. Yang Mi recounted after assessing their inventory. Shin Cc promptly reminded, "Brother, don't forget about that ghostly tree that will disturb us tonight. We must reserve enough spirit crystals." "Yes, I understand. We must spend wisely," Jiang Tao replied, his gaze dropping. Aside from the blueprints, other items were available. Treasure map. Leads to a large room with low danger but abundant resources. Price: 5 second-tier spirit crystals or 50 first-tier spirit crystals. Healing chest. Can perfectly heal fatal wounds of E-rank elite creatures and provide some relief for extraordinary beings. It could save a life in a critical moment. But beware, against extraordinary level toxins or curses, it can only alleviate symptoms temporarily, not eradicate them. Price: 3 spirit crystals each. Blast-resistant suit, bronze set. Price: 12 second-tier spirit crystals. Elite-level tendons. Essential material for crafting crossbows, rare in the outside world. Price: 2 second-tier spirit crystals. Sanctuary pass. A swipe at the light curtain allows safe passage through the next room. Monsters will not attack you, and traps will not trigger. However, no resources can be taken, and the room still counts towards completion. Price: 3 second-tier spirit crystals. As time progressed, the items became increasingly abstract. Unyielding spray. Applied to the desired area for a lasting effect of 30 days, enhancing volume. Price: 10 first-tier spirit crystals. Basic survival pill, made from soil, non-lethal metals. After consumption, one can survive without water for 7 days, remaining neither hungry nor dead. Price: 1 first-tier spirit crystal. Long-lasting survival pill, an enhanced version of the previous. Incorporating non-lethal gold. Consumption allows survival for 30 days. Price: 5 first-tier spirit crystals. Note: the merchant disclaims any responsibility for side effects. Gene guidance technique. Players are prohibited from practicing this, but ordinary individuals may cultivate it to absorb cosmic energy for evolution. Effects are gradual yet safe. Price: 10 second-tier spirit crystals. Technological breakthrough scroll. Upon use, randomly achieves a breakthrough in a specific technological field of the nation. Price: 8 second-tier spirit crystals. Favorable weather scroll. Upon use, optimizes weather in a county area, doubling grain yield for a year. Price: 1 second-tier spirit crystal. 1 nanometer photolithography machine, capable of etching chips. Price: 10 second-tier spirit crystals. Why not offer controllable nuclear fusion? Jiang Tao felt that the latter items were no longer intended for players. He remained indifferent. Yet the experts before the screen became increasingly excited. Were these not the very skill dilemmas that plagued us? Quickly, let the nation send a barrage of messages to acquire that photolithography machine. Some viewers lamented. So Artesia's cultivation technique, is this costly? Voices of all kinds erupted, stirring fervent emotions, urging a report to the state. However, the leaders remained silent. They let him choose freely, as it was the funds of their own team. Surviving came before anything else. Suddenly, Shin Cc pointed to a book crushed at the bottom, exclaiming in astonishment, "Brother, look! This is the most expensive item in the entire venue." Jiang Tao, Yang Mi, and even Lilith leaned in curiosity to take a glance. The moment they discerned the product, Jiang Tao's heart raced, and his pupils constricted sharply. Chapter 60, The Extraordinary Advancement Tome. I desire it all. Purchase the blueprint for the Super Fortress. Extraordinary Advancement Guidebook. This tome elucidates the methods to evolve into a D-class extraordinary being. However, it does not guarantee your evolution. All conditions must be met, along with a measure of fortune. Price: 22nd Order Spirit Crystals or 200 First Order Spirit Crystals. Merely a guidebook. Yet it stands as the most expensive item in the vending machine, and it ignites an intense longing within Jiang Tao. Knowledge is power. Jiang Tao has been struggling to grasp his next step. The appearance of this guidebook will undoubtedly answer the questions plaguing his mind. He is confident that with guidance, he shall soon evolve into the extraordinary. The guidebook is essential, Jiang Tao mused. In this world, heroes abound like fish crossing a river. Among a million players, there are always those of exceptional talent. Just yesterday, 100 individuals evolved to E-class, and today, there will surely be even more. He must transcend the threshold of the extraordinary and distance himself from all other players. So expensive. Upon discerning the price, Shen Cici and Yangmi exchanged glances and stuck out their tongues. They had only 35 crystals in total, having saved for several days. Wait, brother, do you want it? Seeing Jiang Tao's eager expression, Shen Cici's mouth fell slightly open in surprise. Jiang Tao, with ambition ablaze, extended his right hand and clenched it tightly. I want it all. With that declaration, a flash of white light enveloped his hand. The mother spider's spear materialized in his grasp. After urging a few to step back, he summoned his strength and thrust it heavily against the glass. Bang! The spear tip grazed the glass, nearly rebounding back upon him. Thunder's judgment. With his third eye opened, a bolt of lightning erupted and struck the vending machine. As the brilliance faded, the machine remained unscathed. A white bubble frame emerged, stating, "Do not waste your efforts. Respect the rules. Continue this way, and you will trigger the escape mechanism." Very well. Jiang Tao sheathed his weapon and sighed. Now, let us discuss what to purchase. After all, the guidebook is essential. 20 spirit crystals. Yami proposed. Not long ago, Cici suffered an injury, and it has been a source of distress for quite some time. That healing treasure chest is a rare find. A valid point. Hence let us purchase two. Jiang Tao concurred with this suggestion. From their conversations, it was evident that similar healing items were exceedingly difficult to acquire. Even those fortunate enough to possess them would not part with them, for they represent a life. The others, such as the escape passes and anti-reverse sprays, did not pique their interest. However, Jiang Tao decided to procure 3 E-class meridians. He possessed the blueprints and materials to craft 3 alchemical crossbows, which he would entrust to Cici for synthesis. Ultimately, the significant purchases comprised 2 blueprints, one for a large temperature-controlled warehouse and the other for the only existing super shelter, the Natural Fortress Blueprint. Brother, I have no objections regarding the Fortress Blueprint, but wouldn't the warehouse be somewhat extravagant? Shen Cici expressed her differing opinion. We have less than 6 days until our return. Although this supermarket venture has yielded much, the stone house is already overflowing. We should conserve some spirit crystals and acquire other items. Jiang Tao shook his head. Trust me, I have a hunch that upon our return, it will not be wasted. This is a survival game. Very well. Most of this is for you, Xiao Tao. I support your plan. Yami softly agreed. As the list emerged, Jiang Tao's heart bled with every spirit crystal he cast down. Spirit crystal 1. Spirit crystal 1. Spirit crystal 1. Congratulations on acquiring the blueprints for the Natural Fortress, the large constant temperature warehouse, the Extraordinary Advancement Guide, Healing Chest 2, and E-Class Meridians 3. A flurry of swift operations reduced his second-tier spirit crystals to 0. With more than half of his first-tier spirit crystals also vanishing, funds were dwindling and anxiety set in. Were it not for the presence of several packs of cigarettes and smoked meat still available on the trading platform, his financial situation would have been even more precarious. Onward, to the next room. After carefully stowing away these treasures in the stone chamber, Jiang Tao drove his imposing G-Class straight to the first floor. Unbeknownst to him, the screen was filled with lamentations and sorrowful comments from viewers. 6 different doors led to separate chambers. The subsequent rooms numbered 36, 37, and 38 presented little challenge. As the group easily traversed them, on one occasion, they were ambushed by a hidden arrow, yet not a single car window was shattered. While Jiang Tao swiftly conquered territory, other players were also busy. The sudden rise of Jessica and her companions to second place went unnoticed. In a North American live broadcast room, Ivan discerned something amiss and conveyed his thoughts to Giant Stone Xianglin. Upon glancing at the popularity rankings, Giant Stone Xianglin was taken aback. Clearly, something had gone awry. Their entire team had been wiped out, and caution was warranted. His gaze fell upon the top contender. In a brief moment, the trio of Jiang Tao, Shun Cici, and Yang Mi had amassed an astonishing 4 billion in popularity. What extraordinary feats were they performing? This left Giant Stone Xianglin utterly perplexed. He had heard of Yang Mi, a fellow player and star from Daxia. He turned to face a sheer cliff and instructed, "Wait for me to climb up. Follow the route without altering your climbing path." "Understood, Captain." His 4 teammates nodded vigorously. The room they entered was essentially a towering cliff with no way back. It was evident that the portal lay at the summit. Without Giant Stone Xianglin to forge a path, they would have surely been trapped. Alexander from Gaul was a suave gentleman, also leading his teammates in their survival efforts. Top players like the Barbarian King and Elizabeth, having shaken off the fears of the first day, were resolutely strategizing. Everyone had begun to savor the sweetness of evolution, coupled with their improved abilities. They had also uncovered new patterns within the rooms, with millions of compatriots watching. Just a few more days, and they would return home. Their mindset had naturally shifted. However, these heroes were all overshadowed by the third brother. In third place sat the meditative saint hero, Liver Emperor. The call from Tianzhu rallied all citizens to support the saint hero, propelling the audience count to a staggering 1.5 billion. Not only was the ranking slipping, but it was also a threat to Giant Stone Xianglin. Meanwhile, the players from Daxiao encountered a peculiar situation today, as the trading platform was inundated with numerous items for sale. The sellers were none other than the illustrious trio of Jiang Tao, Yang Mi, and Shun Cici. Clearly, the big shots had emptied a merchant's inventory. With no choice, and craving a smoke, he could only purchase a pack with tears in his eyes. Big shot. What do you need so many first-tier spirit crystals for? Unbeknownst to all, the clock inched closer to 6 in the evening, signaling the time to bid farewell once again. "Brothers, you must persevere. Behind you we stand." The audience reluctantly exited. Just as the crisis management team of the Great Xia finished their workday, news arrived. The elders summoned them. Shortly thereafter, the team leader learned that Lithuania had officially severed diplomatic ties. The various nations of Europe vehemently condemned this act, and the White Eagle Federation announced intentions to impose sanctions on the Great Xia. However, such matters pale in comparison. Once the heroes return, we shall protect them diligently. This is the will of the elders. Simultaneously, they were informed that the assault on the mother nest was proceeding remarkably well, yielding abundant rewards. This, indeed, elucidated the sudden assertiveness of the one known as the Sage. Presently, only we in the White Eagle Federation have received feedback from the national fortune. According to calculations from the Tiana No. 1, the next significant feedback will undoubtedly determine which human shall be the first to transcend into a D-class extraordinary being. Naturally, no one has forgotten that the first to conquer 100 rooms will elevate the entire nation. Yet, in the final minute before closing the live stream, an unexpected national fortune announcement shattered all anticipations, both within and beyond. Chapter 61, a new announcement, a global sensation. "Oh, Brother 3, you are truly remarkable." Building announcement. Congratulations to the player from India, Saint Hero, the Liver Emperor, who has gone 5 days without food or drink, remaining utterly motionless, achieving a monumental milestone. Reward. Evolution of personal talents. National fortune feedback. All citizens of India receive the racial talent. Hunger resistance. Capable of surpassing racial limits. Surviving 10 days without sustenance, without succumbing to starvation. This proclamation resonated like thunder across the internet. Upon witnessing this, the netizens of the Great Xia exclaimed, "Brother 3 is incredible. You have truly ascended to the rank of the world's third power. My goodness, Can this truly be classified as a monumental achievement? Does that mean consuming excrement counts too? Wait, we have all underestimated the saint hero, the liver emperor. We thought he was merely a slacker, unaware that his talents are undoubtedly linked to his ability to withstand hunger. In other words, for him, remaining in one place without taking risks is the most effective strategy. Upon this revelation, netizens from various nations gasped in astonishment, momentarily alleviating the greenhouse crisis. Returning to their senses, they turned their attention to the feedback feature. Many netizens could not suppress their laughter. The hunger resistance seems of little use to us. Compared to the numerous rewards from the Great Xia, it pales in comparison. Even the one strength boost from the White Eagle Federation far exceeds it. However, the brothers from India would not share this sentiment. As the foremost power in the internet realm, they have always prided themselves on being a superpower. This feedback only served to confirm that notion. Shortly thereafter, the streets of the Indian subcontinent were alive with celebration. Sages, heroes, awakeners, the saviors of humanity. Their confidence soared to unprecedented heights. The Prime Minister of India graciously extended his condolences to the liver emperoress family, inviting them to reside in a new home and partake in a feast, all broadcasted live across the nation. Simultaneously, the Grand Leader of Sakura Island sent a congratulatory message, praising India as a true Eastern powerhouse. With phone calls of congratulations pouring in from leaders of various European nations, India was left in a state of euphoria. They boldly proclaimed before the global audience that the future world order would be triadic, Great Xia, the White Eagle Federation, and India. Unbeknownst to them, the resentful expressions of their old ally, Ross, lingered in the background. Meanwhile, the saint hero, the liver emperor, merely smiled faintly at the announcement before returning to slumber. What then is the significance of our relentless struggles? Top competitors such as Alexander, the barbarian king, Elizabeth, and the Catherine sisters were on the verge of breaking down. Having endured life and death challenges, they felt overshadowed by a mere Indian who chose to remain idle. Many players found their spirits shattered. Thus, one must never underestimate anyone. In room 40, a modern-style street lay before them. Jiang Tao had vanquished the monsters that once occupied this place, liberating the obsidian house. Preparing for a well-deserved rest that evening, today had yielded immense rewards, including a bounty of delicacies such as marinated meats, goose heads, and an array of expensive seafood. To celebrate their shared journey through half of the game, they planned to indulge in a sumptuous feast that night. The speaker, a lively girl, had completely forgotten that they initially began as a quartet. After a long day, it is only natural to indulge in some relaxation. Shun Sisi, accompanied by Honey and the helpful Lilith, busied themselves preparing dinner, while the goblin laborer attended to the firewood. The three women, known for their hearty appetites, faced a daunting array of ingredients. Observing the delightful chaos in the kitchen, Jiang Tao produced a work ID and issued commands to 5 puppet dolls languishing against the stone wall. You 4, assist with the cooking and heed Shun Sisi and Yang Mi's directions. As for you, my lovely doll, please provide me with a massage. Jiang Tao sank into his newly acquired rocking chair, reveling in the soothing ministrations of the beauty behind him. Witnessing this scene, Shun Sisi rolled her eyes in the kitchen. Master, you certainly look comfortable. Indeed, with 4 helpers, your tasks will be expedited, Jiang Tao replied, grinning. They are remarkably intelligent, far superior to my household robots. The 4 puppets seem to have been programmed for culinary tasks, quickly mastering the art of cooking. The large pot took on a curved shape, meat was brushed with sauce, and they could automatically gauge food temperatures. They sliced sashimi and simmered soups, showcasing an impressive array of culinary skills. Yang Mi, busy chopping vegetables, remarked that she intended to bring one home after their return. As the kitchen fell into a harmonious rhythm, Jiang Tao contentedly reviewed the spoils of the day. First among them was the expensive blueprint he had procured, a beacon of hope against the malevolent soul tree. Natural Fortress Shelter Blueprint. Require materials: stone 5,000, wood 2,000, silver 2,000, gold 1,000, tier 3 energy core 1, nature guardian spirit 1. Other foundational materials like gold were readily available in the stone house. However, acquiring the tier 3 core was a conundrum, as it necessitated the core of an extraordinary creature. Would the spirit crystal from the ghost mother tree suffice? Jiang Tao retrieved it. It was the highest grade crystal he possessed. Alas, it fell short of the requirement. As for the guardian spirit, he could manage a slight deficiency, though it would impact the shelter's counterattack capabilities. Even the sapling of the ghost mother tree in the courtyard met the criteria. Of course, if one were to consider using that little sprout, barely a day old, as a core, they ought to be ready to retreat into their shell. Conversely, the blueprint for a warehouse was considerably simpler. Large constant temperature warehouse blueprint required materials. Wood 2,000, iron blocks 500, silver 500, gold 500, purified water 5,000 gene. Tier 2 spirit crystal 2. For others, the most troublesome aspect would likely be the water, perhaps even more so than the spirit crystals. However, for Jiang Tao, who possessed a spring, this posed no challenge. Let us set aside the massage for now. Rising from the rocking chair, Jiang Tao circled the stone house. He soon selected an auspicious spot behind the house and methodically checked off the required materials. After a moment's thought, he decided to allocate the ghost mother tree's spirit crystal for the warehouse. Construct. With that command, an icy blue light cascaded down. The courtyard expanded, and a simple, arched wind structure emerged from the ground. Now, there was ample space to accommodate everything. Jiang Tao stepped inside and found the interior as spacious as a stadium. He summoned the warehouse operation panel and realized that maintaining the temperature in this location required a considerable amount of spiritual crystals. After expending so many crystals, Jiang Tao felt a sense of pressure. He meticulously transferred all the goods piled around the shelter into the warehouse before returning to the front yard. He took out 3 E-grade veins, along with several boning knives and the ace boning knife he acquired from the supermarket, as well as the blind box from the cash register. Mijia, Shishi, please come over to lend a hand, Jiang Tao called toward the kitchen. All right, just don't burn anything. Despite his words, the 4 puppet dolls had already become more adept than the 2 of them. Shun, Shishi wiped her hands clean, successfully crafted 3 alchemical crossbows, and combined them with the previous one. Congratulations, you have obtained the alchemical wind crossbow, quasi-silver grade. Although it was a bit disappointing not to break into the silver tier, it now possessed the power of the Tempest. Its range, attack speed, and potency had significantly increased. The blind box, opened by Demimi, radiated a burst of golden light. Congratulations, you have won the grand prize of this supermarket, Ace Wild Boar Spear. Looking at the sharp, cold gleam of the metal spear on the ground, Jiang Tao burst into hearty laughter. Shishi, I need your help to continue the synthesis. Shun Shishi glanced helplessly at the several boning knives on the floor. I see you're treating me like an employee to be exploited. Although reluctant in words, her hands diligently proceeded to synthesize each knife one by one. As each boning knife transformed into a shimmering blade and merged into the ace boning knife, a new blade gleaming with silver light emerged. Following Jiang Tao's instructions, Shun Shishi intentionally compressed it until it became a palm-sized ace throwing knife. All right, I'm exhausted. I need to eat more tonight. At the moment the throwing knife took shape, beads of sweat appeared on Shun Shishi's fair forehead, and she breathed heavily. It's tough. Let us take a break before continuing. Jiang Tao felt a twinge of guilt for pushing the JK beauty so hard. He found the last bottle of blood-replenishing gel from the warehouse and handed it to Shishi. At least you have a conscience. After drinking the supplement, Shishi rested for a while, regaining her spirits before beginning the final fusion. Chapter 62, A Lavish Banquet, The Unruly Crowd, Tonight We Feast. Congratulations on successfully crafting the sow and piglet spear, quasi-silver. There are changes, albeit minor. Thank you. You may take a rest. I shall attend to some trifles. Jiang Tao expressed his heartfelt gratitude. He then picked up the spear, now darkened, its tip dripping with blood and glimmering with a cold light. Name, sow and piglet spear. Grade, quasi-silver. Effects, venomous, barb, piercing, damage infliction when striking an enemy. It automatically enlarges the wound and applies a bleeding effect. 10 spears in one can split into 10 piglet spears, which can be hurled simultaneously and automatically retrieved. Jiang Tao tested the ability to split into several piglet spears. The wounds from the earlier battle had also been mended. And then there was this little gadget. Jiang Tao gently gestured, and a white flying knife, no longer than his palm, floated gracefully into the air, hovering before him. Brother, is this the D-grade extraordinary power? Shen Cece, who was resting nearby, blinked her large eyes in curiosity. She too yearned to evolve further. Not yet. I have merely unearthed a fragment of its operational potential. Jiang Tao manipulated the flying knife with telekinesis, making it twirl gracefully. With the power of the third eye to control the knife, its strength and speed could ascend to a new echelon, rivaling a true extraordinary strike. Though the light of thunder punishment was formidable, it drained half of his energy with a single use and should not be wasted. Jiang Tao tapped on the flying knife's attributes. Name, Ace Flying Knife. Grade, Quasi-Silver. Effects, piercing, small in size with a sharp blade. It poses a significant threat to extraordinary beings. Bloodthirsty, originally a bloodletting bone knife, its function retained post-synthesis. Striking an enemy allows for rapid blood absorption, affecting their status, flight, acceleration. Under the subconscious of the synthesizer, the blade is forged into an aerodynamic shape, possessing the miraculous effect of ignoring air resistance. A weapon of specialized assault, utterly unpredictable. Jiang Tao tucked it into his waist. Who could anticipate its release? As the trio organized their spoils, an array of sumptuous dishes emerged from the kitchen. Lilith, clad in a pristine chef's uniform procured from the supermarket, emerged bearing a plate of green pepper braised turtle, announcing, "Dinner is served," thus commencing the grand banquet. The abundance of dishes, coupled with Jiang Tao's desire to sample the freshly acquired wheat juice and exquisite wine, warranted their arrangement on the 8 immortals table in the courtyard. The furnishings required no further elaboration, all having been transported from Jia Qianla's abode. The aroma was delightful. Having gone a whole day without a satisfying meal, Jiang Tao's stomach growled in anticipation. Upon inspection, he was astounded to find dozens of dishes. 5 puppets orderly delivered plate after plate from the kitchen to the courtyard. Among them was a large platter of assorted marinated delicacies, which alone occupied an enormous dish. It featured crispy chicken feet, marinated beef, ginger-glazed pork knuckle, braised pig trotters, and soy sauce duck, with a paiside assistance in the center. The majestic head of a lion-headed goose, a favorite appetizer of Jiang Tao. Additionally, there were delicacies such as pan-seared foie gras, golden broth seafood hot pot, 5-legged pork ribs paired with abalone, and truffle fried rice with crab, among others. Given Jiang Tao's hearty appetite, the thoughtful host had also prepared several pots of imperial fried rice. Upon seeing this, Jiang Tao couldn't help but exclaim, "In reality, I have not only never tasted, but even never laid eyes on such a lavish array of dishes. This must cost a fortune." Shen Cece jested, for Sister Me, she might find the quantity excessive, yet lacking in refinement. As a prominent star, she had undoubtedly indulged in various exquisite delicacies before. Yet many of the dishes here contained high-energy superfoods. Yang Mi pointed at the table's offerings and remarked with a wink, "Happiness is derived from contrast." In the past, when she dined with friends, they could afford to eat well, and thus found it commonplace, but now, the three of them curiously opened the chat channel. At mealtime, players often lamented their poverty or shared their dinners, and today was no exception. "Haha, I found a donut today. High in sugar and calories donuts are truly delightful. Oh, after several days, I finally got to taste some pork belly, thanks to the gourmet offerings from Jiang Tao tonight. I also improved my meal, trading a spirit crystal for a succulent pork leg. For the next 5 days, I plan to savor a bit each day, living comfortably until I return home." Tonight, everyone's meals had vastly improved, thanks to the efforts of Jiang Tao and his companions. Naturally, they also reaped numerous first-tier spirit crystals. Several high-level players shared photos of their culinary delights, garnering many likes. Yushan chimed in, "Look at your progress. Can't you eat a bit better? Behold my grilled steak." Below was a photo of a generously spiced steak. Bai replied, "Apologies, but I still prefer seafood. I didn't dare indulge before the crossover. Yet here I'm enjoying it in the game." With that, he showcased a seafood medley. Ryu remarked, "You men, Must you always opt for something so simplistic as a hodgepodge? Look at my dinner. She shared a photo of an exquisitely plated dish adorned with broccoli. Many esteemed players chimed in, and curiosity abounded. We are mostly benefiting from Jiang Tao's generosity, having greatly improved our meals. But what about the esteemed one himself? Indeed. Mimi, are you there? What are you eating? Many were eager to know what the nation's top player dined on. As the crowd clamored, Jiang Tao reluctantly decided to satiate their curiosity. After snapping a few photos and uploading them, JK chuckled. Isn't this a bit cruel? Not at all. This is what they requested, Jiang Tao replied with a serious demeanor. Yang Mi, eager for everyone's feedback, suddenly noticed that upon uploading the photos, the chat group fell eerily silent. Just moments before, it had been bustling and lively. Now it was terrifyingly quiet. Was there a glitch? Mimi puzzledly refreshed the chat, only to find that no one had spoken. Just as she was about to close it, messages began to flood in like rapid gunfire. What on earth? Are you three dining on a full Manchu Han imperial feast? Land, sea, and air, ranging from humble civilian cuisine to the world's three exquisite delicacies. This surpasses even the illustrious Manchu Han imperial feast in both quality and variety. My dear friends, have you perhaps plundered a culinary paradise? Might I be permitted to savor the remnants of your broth? I would gladly barter ingredients for it. And what, pray tell, are those maidservant robots serving dishes at the edge of the photographs? While we are still grappling with survival, has Jiang Tao already embraced futuristic technology and the pleasures of life? The more I observe, the more my heart feels an imbalance. We can accept your indulgence, but the disparity between those soaring above and those languishing below is hard to bear, especially considering we all embarked on this journey the same day. My frustration is palpable, a silent lament for the men, tears for the women. Yuru, Bayu, and other seasoned players discreetly withdrew their photographs. Without comparison, there is no pain. It is indeed somewhat cruel. Witnessing the intense reactions of others, Jiang Tao felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction as he closed the panel and shifted his gaze back to the 8 immortals table. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of the sea. Master, I found a recipe at the supermarket. I hear these 2 dishes are quite nourishing. Please do try them. Lilith presented 2 plates before him. What dishes? Shun Cici and Mimi inquired curiously. To their surprise, one plate held braised sea cucumber, while the other showcased plump oysters. Marvelous, Jiang Tao thought, giving an inward thumbs up. Indeed, it is time to replenish his strength. Tonight, he would feast with fervor. As Jiang Tao began to relish his meal, Mimi cast a disdainful glance his way. Such a glutton. The JK beauty, however, remained engrossed in her food, feigning ignorance of it all. Chapter 63. The Treasure of the Experimental Town on a Stormy Night. Dinner lasted for over half an hour, during which Jiang Tao transformed into a glutton. He indiscriminately stuffed his mouth with food, disregarding the bones and shrimp shells. He consumed carton after carton of wheat juice and treated red wine as mouthwash, downing 3 boxes in total. Yang Mi, prior to her journey through time, had a minimal appetite and never indulged in staple foods. However, she had improved significantly since then, now possessing an appetite comparable to that of an average person. Despite Shishi's slender figure, her waist even slimmer than Mimi's, she actually consumed more than her. Fortunately, Lilith showed little interest in the food, and the 5 puppets were not inclined to eat at all. In any case, this lavish banquet was insufficient for the few of them. By the way, Lilith, please deliver these 3 steaks to the goblin, Jiang Tao instructed amidst the meal. But master, it doesn't deserve such fine fare, Lilith responded, gazing at the 3 exquisitely prepared steaks with confusion. After all, having accompanied them for several days, it had proven its worth. Upon hearing this, Mimi and Shun Shishi nodded in agreement. Soon, Lilith carried the 3 aromatic steaks to the goblin guard at the entrance. Huh, the goblin, holding a wooden shield, looked bewildered and pointed to himself. Only after receiving Lilith's confirmation did he excitedly lower his shield, accept the plate, and devour the steak without even chewing. Throughout the eating process, the goblin emitted ecstatic howls, relishing the most delicious food he had ever tasted. Affection 10. Affection 10, The goblin, still unsated, felt he could consume 10 more. Watching the numbers appear above the goblin's head, Jiang Tao had the puppets prepare some wolf meat acquired on the first day. He also discreetly instructed Lilith to roast some oysters for himself. Lilith chuckled softly, understood. As the banquet concluded, the bothersome mother and child shadow tree reared its head once more. You again. Jiang Tao felt a slight dizziness from the tremors beneath him. Deliberately relaxing his nerves, he refrained from expelling the alcohol from his system, poised to enjoy the treasures on the second floor when it returned. How annoying. Didn't it just sustain injuries this morning? He muttered under his breath, his hands remaining busy. He activated the defense mode, igniting the spirit wood in the courtyard to ward off all dangers. The rhythmic sound of roots striking the stone walls echoed like raindrops. Demimi, responsible for tallying the household's assets, watched in dismay as their energy rapidly depleted. Xiao Tao, our spirit crystals are dwindling. We only have a handful of first-tier crystals left. If this continues, we will be bankrupt in a couple of days. Peering through the cracks in the stone, Shanshishi cautiously observed the tree demon outside, exclaiming, "We have truly offended it. If we do not deal with it, one day we will surely suffer the consequences." Once the natural fortress is constructed, it should be able to withstand the attacks. Jiang Tao nodded, exuding confidence. We will resolve this hidden threat in a couple of days. Shishi, you should rest early. Lilith, you are to remain in the courtyard today, observing the puppetry work. Lilith cast a peculiar glance at her master, sensing an ulterior motive behind his words. I shall freshen up first. After a long day, I feel rather greasy. The charming Mimi, seemingly oblivious to Jiang Tao's subtle signals, entered the house with a mischievous smile. I'm so tired. I need to sleep. I need to sleep. The JK beauty, detecting a hint of danger in the air, hastily rose. From a box, she retrieved a pair of earplugs and inserted them into her delicate ears. Clutching an exquisite goose-down blanket, she murmured, "These earplugs are remarkably soundproof. I hear nothing." She then rolled about on the sumptuous mattress in the back room, reveling in its softness and delightful scent. It was 100 times better than the hard stone bed from the previous night. Before long, the beauty, enveloped in her cocoon, drifted into a gentle slumber. With a slight buzz of alcohol, Jiang Tao observed her. The girl, feigning sleep, clearly exhausted yet still awake. In the courtyard by the campfire, he feigned to stagger as he rose, instructing, Lilith, the defense outside is entrusted to you. With that, he closed the stone door with a decisive bang. Ignoring the dream demon's pleas, spreading the H-Stens mattress atop the stone bed, Jiang Tao pressed down gently. To his astonishment, the surface sank like the sea, undulating rhythmically. Shortly thereafter, the long-haired Mimi emerged, droplets of water cascading down her locks. She was as pure as a lotus flower. Upon seeing her in the newly donned red pajamas, Jiang Tao's pupils dilated. Is that from the supermarket? Indeed, I found it on the second floor. Do you like it? Mimi twirled around proudly, flaunting her enviable figure. It suits you perfectly. Jiang Tao silently approved, lavish in his compliments. Curiosity piqued, he pointed at the H-Stens mattress. I wonder if it truly is as miraculous as advertised. Shall we give it a try? Mimi, with her fair, slender fingers stroking her chin, replied. I also have a H-Stens in my villa. Let us see how it compares to the one in the game. In response, Jiang Tao calmly produced a pack of blue cigarettes from the convenience store. A smoke after a meal is akin to divine bliss. With a snap, the electric lights in the stone house turn off, conserving energy. Crackling, the enchanted firewood in the campfire erupted. The guarding goblin warrior noticed the mistress's sudden ire and relentlessly fed the flames, wielding the charm whip in anger, striking at the fire. Crack, crack. The assault of the spectral mother and child tree outside was as fierce as a tempest, crashing against the obsidian house like relentless waves. Amid the storm, the stone house stood unwavering. After eavesdropping on the rhythmic female bass, the curious JK beauty found the music less than pleasing. She couldn't fathom what was entertaining about it. As weariness washed over her, the JK beauty sweetly succumbed to slumber. On the fifth day, early in the morning, Jiang Tao energetically pushed open the stone door, stretching his limbs to loosen up. He couldn't help but exclaim, a game produced must be a masterpiece. No wonder the bald man is reluctant to part with his mattress. 1 word, delightful. 2 words, exceedingly delightful. 3 words, delightfully euphoric. The full body massage, automatic restoration of vitality, and nurturing of the spirit were truly a sublime treasure. Then, he heard a melancholic female voice emanating from the corner. Startled, Jiang Tao turned to see Lilith emerging, her face marred by 2 prominent dark circles. Her expression vacant like that of a zombie. Wait, aren't you a dream demon? How do you still have dark circles if you don't need to sleep at night? Confusion filled Jiang Tao's gaze. It's all your fault. Lilith floated closer, sorrowfully pounding her fists against his chest. It's your fault, entirely your fault. Jiang Tao resigned himself to this playful chaos. After the little skirmish, taking advantage of the early hour before the live broadcast began, he set about preparing breakfast. When Lilith inquired about what they would eat, Jiang Tao replied, just something simple. Subsequently, 5 puppets busied themselves gathering ingredients, chopping vegetables, and retrieving a large pot from the supermarket to prepare soup and noodles for the school cafeteria. Chapter 64. On the 5th day, the evolutionary opportunity surges to the top of global trends. Once more another day has dawned upon us. Good morning, fellow players. Today marks the 5th day since the commencement of the game, with merely 5 days remaining until our return home. Regrettably, yesterday witnessed the elimination of 30,000 players, leaving a remaining count of 510,000 participants. The popularity rankings have been updated. The top 100 player squads may now claim their personal rewards. Popularity ranking. Number 1, Jiang Tao, Yang Mi, and Shun Cece Squad de Xia. Audience count. For Billion number 2, Dwayne Johnson. No. 10, the Catherine Twins, White Eagle Federation. Audience count. 600 million. The rankings among the top 10 remain relatively stable, while players beyond this echelon experience frequent turnover. Seizing the opportunity while the doll prepares breakfast and both Mimi and Shishirin slumber, Jiang Tao reclines in a rocking chair within the courtyard, meticulously studying the guide to extraordinary advancement he acquired yesterday. He has perused it several times since obtaining it, even revisiting its teachings in his mind throughout the night. As the book elucidates, the chasm between ordinary beings and the extraordinary is immense. To evolve, one must first meet the threshold of the extraordinary with both body and soul. I should satisfy these criteria. Perhaps a bit more refinement is needed to approach perfection, Jiang Tao muses internally. Moreover, it is imperative to amass energy in abundance, as it will significantly influence the combat prowess necessary for subsequent transformations. Thanks to his innate Titan bone talent, Jiang Tao believes he can still accumulate more energy. Once these fundamental conditions are met, the most pivotal step remains. Utilize energy as fuel and mental strength as the spark, igniting the extraordinary flame within oneself to forge a unique, extraordinary power. This is the missing piece. Jiang Tao's gaze intensified upon reading this final line. True teachings may be conveyed in a single phrase, while falsehoods require volumes. Although he possesses the spark ahead of time, it is, after all, derived from another's essence. What extraordinary power awakens with the ghost mother tree? Ghostly power? A surge of energy coursed through his third eye, illuminating his thoughts with clarity. He has already discerned the answer. Creak! The stone door swung open, revealing a JK girl yawning as she donned a fresh aquamarine sports uniform. Her eyes still hazy, she wrinkled her delicate nose. It smells so good, brother. Are we having seafood noodles for breakfast today? Indeed, accompanied by freshly harvested earth fruits, Jiang Tao replied, tucking away the guidebook and gesturing towards the largest fruit tree nearby. Ordinary carbohydrates alone would not suffice to meet their high energy demands. The doll has truly become adept at cooking. The aroma is making me hungry. She seemed to have rested well last night, devoid of her previous fatigue, and even contemplated awakening Mi Jie for breakfast, but Jiang Tao quickly intervened. Mi Jie has been working hard lately. Let her rest a little longer. After all, she toiled through the night. Oh, then I shall freshen up first. Shun Cece nodded obediently, though somewhat perplexed, noticing a red notification dot on the interface. Jiang Tao opened it to find, congratulations to your squad for achieving the highest popularity yesterday. Reward, 1 holy light ring. Is today a day for new equipment? Jiang Tao curiously examined the object he had just retrieved. The item was exquisitely crafted from a unique metal, gleaming with brilliance. Its surface was adorned with a radiant holy light gemstone, dazzling and far more resplendent than any diamond ring in reality. Holy Light Ring, a premier bronze-tier accessory that enhances one's charm and increases the success rate of mental skills upon wearing. It also grants the skill, Holy Light Shield, which can be activated at will in times of danger, sufficient to withstand any attack below the extraordinary level. This exquisite ring combined both aesthetic appeal and practicality. Just a couple of days ago, Jiang Tao would have been overjoyed, but at present, he found it unnecessary. At that moment, Demimi, awakened by the sound of water, groggily rose from the sea silk mattress. Her red nightgown from the previous night was nowhere to be seen. With the live stream yet to commence, she casually donned a men's white t-shirt from the bed. As she stepped through the stone door, her gaze was drawn to a flash of holy light. Here, I give this to you. In case of danger, it will provide you with a means of self-defense. Jiang Tao lightly flicked his thumb, tossing the holy light ring towards Yang Mi. What is this? Upon receiving the radiant sacred ring, Demimi's eyes sparkled with both excitement and astonishment. How did things progress so quickly? But I haven't even finalized my divorce yet. Moreover, the more Yang Mi gazed at it, the more enamored she became, and she couldn't help but step closer to gently embrace the astonished Jiang Tao. Xiao Tao, you are the best, she exclaimed. Once we return, I will take care of the divorce certificate and then announce to the world that I wish to be yours. Before she could finish her thought, Jiang Tao, taken aback, interjected, this is just yesterday's ranking reward. I merely felt you were the most suitable in our team. Yang Mi's excited expression faltered, her teeth lightly biting her lip. So, that means you don't have any other intentions? What do you mean? Jiang Tao remained composed amidst the tension. Yang Mi, feeling humiliated, struggled to rise. She shot a fierce glare at Jiang Tao, her frustration boiling over. Damn it, you scoundrel. After I took care of you all night. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to kick the man before her. Mimi, what are you two doing? Just then, the freshly washed JK emerged from the room. Nothing much. Breakfast is ready, Yang Mi replied, her emotions swirling as she slipped the holy light ring on her left index finger. She glanced once more at the youthful and radiant girl with long, snowy legs, letting out a long sigh. Jiang Tao, unfazed by the drama, was busy slurping a large bowl of noodles filled with fish, shrimp, and abalone. He had also freshly picked a few large earth fruits from the tree, devouring them with abandon. Yang Mi had no choice but to suppress her thoughts and share breakfast with Shi. As they enjoyed the lavish meal, Yang Mi turned her gaze back towards the street outside. Shun Shi smiled and remarked, I never imagined such a life on the first day. If one didn't know better, they might think we were here on vacation. Relax, we must wait for 5 days. Jiang Tao reminded them as he swiftly finished a pot of noodles. But don't forget, there's still a formidable boss hunting us. At that moment, the system notified, the live stream has begun. Good morning, esteemed Jiang Tao. Upon awakening, the sight of Shi brings joy that lasts throughout the day. Indeed, being a JK is the most splendid vocation, embodying the essence of youth. The audience eagerly inundates the screen, and the numbers soar into the billions. Suddenly, a keen observer notes the radiant glow of Demimi today. My goodness, although she has always possessed an enchanting grace, what has transpired this morning? Every gesture exudes a certain allure of a devoted wife, and her lips curve into a satisfied smile. Has she undergone a transformation overnight? Her complexion appears remarkably fairer, and her gaze and demeanor have shifted dramatically. This astounding change leaves many puzzled. Particularly, an astute viewer discerned the exquisite ring adorning her left hand. Mimi, a veritable queen of conversation and a star of immense popularity, swiftly ascends to the pinnacle of trending topics across all platforms, whether on Weibo, Douyin, or various search engines. Querias abound. Es da Mimi evolved? Is the mysterious ring indicative of a marital shift? A tale of bittersweet romance, a future star, or a mere consort? The discussion even reaches international shores, topping the charts on Twitter and YouTube. After all, Jiang Tao himself is the most searched individual globally. As Liu Xiao, who had just reveled until dawn at a bar, lays down, he is abruptly awakened by several phone calls. What? A ring? Hastily opening his live stream, he instantly grasps the undeniable charm radiating from Yangmi, and a surge of realization strikes him, filled with vexation. How outrageous! Unbeknownst to Jiang Tao, a mere complimentary ring has seized the #1 spot in global trends. After finishing his meal and putting away his refuge, he drives his G-Class towards room 41. The Street S portal is concealed within unassuming buildings, marked by 6 inconspicuous doors. As his gaze wanders, a flurry of prompts emerges like bubbles. Chapter 65, Room 41, The Strawberry Garden, the rejuvenating golden berry. Upon opening the iron door before you, a breathtaking strawberry garden unfolds. The strawberries are perfectly ripe, large and sweet, particularly a rare variety known as the golden berry. The most fortunate aspect is that the troll who cultivates these strawberries has temporarily vacated the premises. The wooden door behind leads to a barren chamber fraught with challenges, containing laser traps and concealing a black iron treasure chest. The passage above presents complications, leading you into a cloud-like realm where one may easily lose their way. The descent leads to a nightmarish cavern overrun by a swarm of termites. Although they lack strength, their sheer numbers may provide a source of protein. Just be wary of potential bites that could cause swelling. To the left, an unremarkable iron door reveals merely a box of instant noodles and bottled water, suitable for novices, yet likely deemed unworthy by more seasoned adventurers. To the right lies a prison of nightmarish proportions. Discovering an escape route will prove a daunting task, though one might uncover some spirit crystals within its confines. Today's observations differ markedly from yesterday's. Initially, the rear, upper, and left options are dismissed. The termites hold little intrigue for Jiang Tao. Thus, the only choices remaining are the strawberry garden ahead and the nightmare prison. Jiang Tao swiftly relayed the conditions of both rooms to Cici and Damami. Before either beauty could respond, a pink figure suddenly emerged from Damami's bosom. "Strawberries! I want to eat strawberries!" exclaimed Luya, her excitement palpable as she waved her budding flower. With large, sparkling eyes, it appeared she had already envisioned the enchanting strawberry garden. Yangmi, with a resigned gesture, extended her delicate hand, allowing Luya to dance gracefully upon her palm. In light of this, the decision was made to proceed forward. Having just finished breakfast, Jiang Tao also sought a snack or some fruit. Most supermarket offerings were frozen or prepared foods, with fresh fruit in short supply. Additionally, Damami and Cici often indulged in snacking, depleting their fruit reserves. Consequently, Jiang Tao maneuvered his vehicle, the Big G, to the foot of the building. To gain entry, a key would be necessary, something only an ordinary player might pursue. Instead, Jiang Tao commanded the goblin warrior to cleave the door lock with an axe, rendering it inoperative. The goblin then pushed the door open, and Jiang Tao followed closely behind, driving directly inside. As the light barrier dissipated, a meticulously cultivated plantation came into view. Room 41. The Strawberry Garden. The fields were lush with strawberries, their round and plump forms resembling rubies, nestled among the green leaves, evoking affection in all who beheld them. At the center of the garden stood a remarkable structure resembling a colossal strawberry, towering 3 meters high, serving as the hallmark of this room. Beside this giant strawberry was a modest thatched hut over 5 meters tall. Outside, several oversized farming tools lay scattered, hoes, bamboo baskets, and the like. This was a temporary nesting place for the troll, where it occasionally slumbers, though it is not its true lair. Perhaps within, one might discover some simple treasures. The delightful aroma wafting through the air was undeniably appealing to Luya. Upon sighting the strawberry garden, Luya resembled a bee eager to collect nectar, hastily fluttering towards it. The large bee had no time to capture her. "Wait a moment, little sprite, there are dangers here," Yangmi swiftly inquired about Jiang Tao. After several days, she had grasped the rules of the game. Opportunity invariably accompanies peril. If even a vegetable garden had her little sprite, how much more so this vast strawberry field? Fear not, the troll has already departed. As long as we act swiftly and move to the next room, we shall be safe. Jiang Tao triumphantly pressed a few buttons on the steering wheel. Beep! The sharp sound of the horn echoed in the room, yet no monsters appeared. Haha! Shall we take advantage of the owner's absence to steal some strawberries? Isn't that a tad mischievous? The rear door swung open. Shun Cece stepped out of the vehicle, her sneakers sinking into the earth. Lilith flew out behind her, pinching her nose and waving her hand. Ugh, I can smell the troll's foul odor. Cece, do not be deceived into thinking the owner here is benevolent. Lilith took to the air, pointing at a pile of bones in the corner of the thatched cottage, remarking, Trolls have a penchant for consuming humans, finding your delicate skin quite delectable. Perhaps recalling the dread of the Cyclops, Cece and Yang Mi shuddered. Fortunately, they had procured several vegetable baskets from the supermarket yesterday. Come, Cece, Lilith, let's gather swiftly. Yang Mi extracted 3 baskets from the stone house and handed them to the two. The trio began to joyfully collect strawberries from different directions. Jiang Tao, disinterested in leaving the vehicle, remained on the broad muddy path cleared by the troll, leaving behind deep tire tracks while searching for new passages and the elusive golden berry grass. How peculiar it felt that every time Jiang Tao encountered so many beneficial rooms. Early in the morning, spectators flocked to numerous live streams, quickly discerning the pattern. Many skilled players worldwide cautiously explored. Essentially, a room with treasure chests and abundant resources signified greater danger. Encountering a room with a lower danger quotient felt like a divine blessing. Yet Jiang Tao's team evidently encountered rooms rich in resources without any apparent threat, which attracted viewers from across the globe. It was akin to watching the same survival show, where everyone wished to see contestants reaping bountiful rewards. Could it be that one among the 3 possessed a stroke of luck? Or perhaps the hidden rewards of popularity rankings had activated. Many were perplexed. They watched as the several lovely women cheerfully gathered basket after basket. After meandering through the strawberry garden, Jiang Tao discovered 6 passages and located the golden berry grass. He parked the large vehicle beside the red strawberry structure and disembarked. The troll takes great care of this spiritual plant, having crafted a temperature-controlled environment for it. Inside the strawberry tower, there lay another space. Following the hints, Jiang Tao found the hidden door and pushed it open. Indeed, he beheld a spiritual plant adorned with 5 golden strawberries dangling from its branches. Name, golden berry grass. Effect, golden berries. Upon consumption, one regains 10 years of youth, with skin becoming elastic and radiant. Bouncing away crow's feet. The auxiliary effect, it can sustain without water for 10 days. Introduction, it requires daily nourishment from the divine spring and must be fertilized with golden powder, taking a year to yield a mere handful. Furthermore, once harvested, it must be consumed within an hour, or its effects will be entirely lost. Is it truly that rare? Jiang Tao bent down, pondering for a moment before retrieving a sizable hoe from the adjacent thatched cottage. Fortunately, his strength was sufficient for the task at hand. Having arrived, he began to dig, and with a few swift strokes, he unearthed both the soil and the golden berry plant, promptly planting it beside the divine spring before returning the hoe to the storage. Xiao Tao, what are you digging? At that moment, Yang Mi entered, carrying a basket brimming with strawberries. Inside, there was a specimen of the Strawberry King. Jiang Tao briefly explained the effects of the golden berry to Yang Mi, who was instantly invigorated. Younger by 10 years? Quickly, let me taste one. Your skin looks splendid after your evolution, doesn't it? Jiang Tao asserted, confident in his opinion. Unbeknownst to him, a star's vanity is oftentimes exceedingly meticulous. He plucked a berry from the garden. Golden berry -1, remaining 4. Such beauty as if wrapped in gold. Yang Mi admired it briefly before consuming it in one swift motion. She then anxiously retrieved a mirror to examine her reflection. To her astonishment, the faint crow's feet at the corners of her eyes had seemingly smoothed out, and her cheeks appeared more refined and elastic. The weariness that once lingered in her gaze vanished entirely. From her skin to her demeanor, she was rejuvenated, as if transported back to the days of portraying the fairy sword. Unable to contain her excitement, she exclaimed, She, come quickly and take a look. The millions of viewers in front of the camera witnessed this scene, all filled with awe. Ah, the game is indeed better. Despite the dangers, the treasures are genuine. I seem to catch a glimpse of the spirited Guoxiang once more. From a married woman to a youthful maiden, splendid indeed. Yet, I wonder who will benefit from this turn of fate. Chapter 66. The Homecoming Troll Bewildered. Lilith is actually a sadist. Among the audience, several acquaintances of Yang Mi, including Reba, Lu Cece, and Tang Yin, watched with their eyes reddened. Initially, they had thought that their dear friend had descended into hell, perhaps leading to a tragic fate for her family. However, in a surprising turn of events, she not only became a global superstar, but also rejuvenated, returning to her youthful days. Why wasn't I chosen to team up with Jiang Tao? This thought flickered through their minds. In the strawberry garden, Shin Cece found it somewhat difficult to empathize with Yang Mi's excitement. She had not tasted the golden berry. After all, she was merely 18, the prime of her youth. To be 10 years younger would mean becoming an 8-year-old little girl, and Lilith understood this even less. After Jiang Tao emerged, noticing there were still plenty of strawberries to be harvested, he waved his hand, summoning 5 dolls. Come, these are for you. He urged them to act swiftly, lest the trolls show up and make a meal of them. Mijia, stop admiring your unparalleled beauty for now. Be careful not to be captured by the troll, and made its wife, tease Yang Mi, returning to her youthful self as she made a face and huffed. From now on, don't call me sister. It sounds old. Call me Mimi, whatever you call me. Hurry up and get it done. Jiang Tao turned away helplessly, rummaging for treasures in the hut. Ant legs are still meat, right? Super large shovel 1, super large pickaxe 1, first stage spirit crystal 1, first stage spirit crystal 1, second stage spirit crystal 1, not bad. There was some gain. The 5 dolls were not like Mimi and her friends, indulging in food and play. With their diligent efforts, they swiftly cleared the entire garden of strawberries. Hop in. I suspect the troll will be back any moment. Jiang Tao, standing by the muddy road, wiped the muck off his shoe soles and glanced at the disheveled strawberry garden. Yes, it's best to leave. Yang Mi and Cece felt as though they were mischievous children, disapproving of their shoes being so muddy as they sat in the passenger seat. Yang Mi complained as she removed her white shoes, searching for new ones in the stone house, suddenly noticing Jiang Tao's peculiar glance from the driver's seat. Wait, were you just thinking something inappropriate? Yang Mi felt a wave of dizziness. She recalled that inexplicable joke. No, absolutely not. Mimi, you should hurry and put on your shoes. Don't dirty the car later, Jiang Tao reminded her with a serious expression. Yang Mi felt a surge of frustration, thinking, why didn't you mind it last night? Oh well, let us just wash up. From the back seat, Cece opened the car door, removing her sports shoes. After discarding her little white socks on the ground, she had the dolls pour a bucket of water to rinse her pristine fingers. At that moment, countless viewers were mesmerized. Suddenly, JK noticed her brother's gaze directed at the central rearview mirror, her cheeks turning crimson. She hurriedly put on a new pair of white socks and changed into women's canvas shoes. Let's go just as Jiang Tao was about to start the car. A pink figure rushed in, clutching a large strawberry, flying through the open window. Oh, and I'm here too. Luo, Ya hurriedly entered the vehicle, unwilling to become a slave to the troll. With everyone assembled, Jiang Tao directed his gaze towards the cavern ahead. A troll is currently excavating fertilizer, expected to finish in 20 minutes and return home. Ah, so it is right in front of us. Jiang Tao felt a pang of embarrassment. The path forward was impassable. He glanced behind. At the rear, a chaotic burial ground. The rejuvenated maternal ghost tree is in pursuit of you. A demon in front and a tree behind. Is it? In such a predicament, an emergency pass would prove invaluable. Fortunately, there were 4 avenues to consider. To the left is a common room, a lounge with complimentary tea to refresh your spirits. To the right lies a challenging room, a pitch-black cavern that conceals an invisible night demon, guarding a bronze treasure chest, eagerly awaiting prey. Above is a stalactite cave, where one might collect some special spiritual water and stone materials. Below is a toxic gas chamber, accessible only with protective gear, concealing a black iron treasure chest. Goblins dig to the right and do so swiftly. Upon reviewing the options, Jiang Tao swiftly issued the command. Heeding the directive, the goblin seized a pickaxe and commenced digging with fervor. Soil 1, soil 1. 3 minutes later, a luminous membrane emerged. Aware of the night demon's peril, Jiang Tao refrained from sending the goblin to its demise and instead recalled it to safety. Subsequently, he activated the headlights of the large vehicle. With a decisive press of the accelerator, they sped away. Farewell. Boom. The large vehicle surged into the dark cavern ahead. 17 minutes later, a troll, burdened with a folded human corpse slung over its shoulder and 2 buckets of fertilizer in hand, returned to the strawberry field. Upon witnessing the disarray of the land, it initially stood stunned, then erupted with a furious roar. Who is it? There are remnants scattered on the ground. The troll's green visage flushed with rage as it charged towards the strawberry structure, which was empty and devoid of life. Darkness clouded its vision, nearly causing it to collapse. Thieves! I shall slay you. No, I shall rend your bodies asunder. I will dismantle each bone and simmer it in a broth. Turning to glance at the thatched cottage, it realized several of its tools were missing. The troll howled, clawing the ground in fury, violently tearing apart the human corpse it had recently hunted for lunch. Yes, these are human footprints. After venting its wrath, the troll's nostrils flared as it crouched, discerning tire marks and shoe prints on the muddy path. Ultimately catching the scent of 2 pairs of shoes. They must have been with this human. The red-eyed troll panted, realizing why it had encountered so many humans lately. It scrutinized the direction of the tire tracks, brandishing a menacing bone hammer fashioned from white bones, and fiercely gave chase. Moments earlier, in the 42nd room, the pitch-black cavern, the oversized headlights of a large vehicle illuminated the cave ahead. The group beheld a bronze treasure chest quietly resting on the ground. A shadowy figure flickered in the glare of the bright light, swiftly retreating into the darkness once more. As Jiang Tao and Yang Mi remained silent, a cacophony of bizarre cries echoed from behind. In the next moment, the rear door swung open with a resounding bang. Quack, quack, quack. This is indeed my favorite arena, Lilith exclaimed, unfurling her demonic wings against the night sky, her eyes glowing crimson. With a flourish, she brandished her enchanting whip from her waist, cracking it in the air with a series of resounding pops. Little night demon, come here and allow your sister to give you a few lashes, don't worry. Dear sister is gentle and won't kill you in one go. Is she a sadist? Yang Mi inquired softly from the passenger seat. That seems unlikely. Perhaps she has simply been repressed for too long, Jiang Tao speculated, glancing at Lilith, whose power level was visibly amplified above her head. Don't go overboard. We need to move on to the next chamber, he cautioned with a tinge of concern. Lilith cheerfully acquiesced, turning to the cavern and pursuing the fleeing night demon with her whip. The night demon, bewildered, had been lying in wait within its territory, having feasted on countless victims. What has provoked this formidable lady today? It shrieked in terror, caught in a whirlwind of lashes, spiraling like a top. Jiang Tao drove the G-Class forward, confidently disembarking to retrieve the bronze treasure chest, urging, enough of this, we must depart. With a thud, Lilith, having thoroughly enjoyed herself and dispatched the night demon, gleefully returned to the vehicle. Chapter 67. A simple mode? Rapid progression. The 50th level room. The chest is yours. Inside the vehicle, Jiang Tao handed the bronze treasure chest to Demimi. Demimi placed the box of strawberries she was enjoying on the dashboard, wiped her hands, and murmured, "Today is such a fortunate day. I am sure to uncover something splendid." As she opened the chest, the system chimed in. System notification. Tier 2 Spirit Crystal 3, Taunt Scroll 1. Such peculiar names. Demimi passed the scroll to Jiang Tao, who examined it closely. Taunt Scroll, a special item that, when used, marks a living or non-living entity as a public enemy, inciting nearby beings to attack. If the timing is just right, it may yield unexpected results. Jiang Tao tucked the scroll away and proceeded towards the night demon. The pitch-black environment did not hinder him in the slightest. With his third eye opened, he could clearly discern even the ants scuttling along the ground. The night demon, entirely shrouded in darkness, resembled an oversized humanoid bat, its visage grotesque with greenish skin and vicious fangs. Yet, it lay motionless on the ground like a deceased bat. In the air, Lilith seemed to crave further amusement. Jiang Tao squatted down to gather resources. System notification. Night Demon Blood 500, Night Demon Meat 1000, Night Demon Hide 1, Tier 2 Spirit Crystal 1. Upon inspection, he noted that the night demon meat was mildly toxic and rather tough, lacking in flavor. The blood was even more toxic, yet it served as a valuable ingredient for stealth potions, albeit requiring specific schematics and advanced alchemical techniques. The most precious item, however, was the night demon hide. Rare material. If accompanied by relevant schematics and auxiliary materials, it can be crafted into the legendary equipment, Cloak of Invisibility. When used in conjunction with stealth potions, it becomes seamless. Regrettably, he lacked the necessary materials. Jiang Tao sighed and collected all the resources, then raised his gaze to observe the next chamber. The dark cavern was not extensive, and its passages required manual excavation. Ahead lies a graveyard, difficulty level, challenging. The spirits may lend their aid. Perhaps you can find some useful offerings. Greatly beneficial for nurturing souls. Behind is unremarkable, merely some basic supplies. To the left is where you arrived. It is advisable to refrain from retracing your steps, as the troll will seek vengeance upon discovering its treasure has been destroyed. To the right is a lava lake. You must wade through it, and with a stroke of luck, you might retrieve a bronze treasure chest from within. Above leads to a common stone tower, which contains some fruits. Below is a marshland. Perhaps you can catch some frogs for sustenance. The goblin excavator proceeded to clear the way. After reviewing his options, Jiang Tao resolved to head towards the graveyard, as it would allow him to further strengthen his soul. Ever since he perused the guidebook, he had aimed to refine every aspect to perfection. His third eye countered souls, and the mind-warping barrier in the sanctuary required nourishment from remains. Puffing and panting, the goblin excavator toiled diligently. Meanwhile, Damimi, Shun Cece, and Lilith, 3 enchanting maidens, lounged in the vehicle, enjoying the air conditioning and strawberries, as if they were on a leisurely vacation. Even Leah poked her head out, clutching a massive strawberry and taking a bite. The audience, witnessing this scene, exchanged peculiar glances and opened another browser. The giant stone live room. Amidst the raging inferno of battle, the teammate roared fervently as the formidable stone stronghold stood bare-chested, wielding a colossal axe, proclaiming before the camera, "Brothers, we have unfortunately encountered an elite berserker bear. It seems today will be yet another bloodbath. Grant me your strength." This was the foremost live streaming room of the Ross Kingdom. The barbarian king exerted every ounce of his strength in a fierce struggle against a gigantic wolf, attempting to tame it. Top players such as Alexander and Catherine pressed forward with reckless abandon, unlike the nonchalant demeanor of Jiang Tao and his companions. In room 43, the graveyard, as anticipated, the ambience was shrouded in darkness. With the arrival of intruders, the earth heaved. Skeleton warriors emerged from the soil. The dead had risen. The co-pilot, Big Honey, gripped her seatbelt tightly. Shishi leaned forward, her head peeking out, and innocently remarked, "In truth, we are stronger than them. We merely fear the undead as we have never encountered them before." Lilith, however, remained oblivious to their fears. Luya nestled into Big Honey's embrace, for she had an inherent aversion to undead creatures. "All right, secure the doors and windows, and take your seats," Jiang Tao instructed, pressing his foot down on the accelerator. He activated the ruthless collision mode. "Understood, Master." With a thunderous roar, the Big G transformed into an unyielding bulldozer. "Are you not a skeleton warrior? Let me shatter your bones." Jiang Tao, ever frugal, collected some bones to take home, intending to use them as firewood later that night. When confronted by particularly troublesome skeletal generals, a masterful throwing knife soared from the front of the vehicle, transforming into a streak of lightning, accurately piercing the skull of a skeleton and disrupting its soul flame. The soul power provided by the skeletons left Jiang Tao exceedingly satisfied. Within the graveyard, certain spirit crystals, endowed with a natural energy core, were more abundant than in other rooms, significantly replenishing their energy reserves. Of course, the Big G was also a notorious fuel guzzler, consuming 3 first-tier spirit crystals solely in the graveyard. The most precious offering was the longevity peach, which Jiang Tao consumed on the spot, causing his mental power to surge once more. "Let us depart. We have thoroughly plundered this place." Jiang Tao swiftly reinitiated the journey. In the subsequent rooms, with their luxurious vehicle, they progressed 3 to 4 times faster than other competitors. Essentially, the most time-consuming task was forging new pathways. Unbeknownst to Jiang Tao, a furious troll traced their path, following the tire tracks left behind, its anger escalating with every near miss. Having safely navigated rooms 43 to 49 and gathered a cache of spirit crystals, afternoon had unexpectedly arrived. After a day of indulging in strawberries, Yang Mi felt her skin glowing with vitality. She had never perceived survival games as such a simple endeavor. Throughout their journey, they enjoyed a leisurely drive, occasionally heeding the captain's directives to open chests. On this day, Jiang Tao intentionally sought rooms that would challenge both his physical and spiritual fortitude. Upon reaching room 50, he found himself in an unprecedented state of readiness. As a level room, its expanse surpassed that of the previously encountered small volcano and supermarket. Room 50 awaited. As the great G surged forward, the group found themselves enveloped in a whimsical realm, akin to a fairy tale. In stark contrast to the other dim rooms, this place was boundless and expansive, with rainbow-hued clouds drifting in the sky. The ground was adorned with mushrooms of myriad colors. Some were diminutive, akin to ordinary fungi, while others loomed large like canopies, and there were even colossal mushrooms that resembled towering trees. Gazing into the distance, one could discern dozens of mushroom-shaped abodes, each boasting its unique color. Attention! You are the first to reach the crucial 50th chamber, the Mushroom Forest. A solemn voice echoed upon their arrival. Having traversed half the rooms, this was undoubtedly significant. Jiang Tao, having been prudent enough to remain in the vehicle, felt fortunate for his swift journey, arriving first. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were equally captivated by the highlighted announcement. Look, Jiang Tao and Mimi have entered a fairy tale world. Is there yet another civilization apart from the Goblin Society? Since the demise of Sun Chuan Gangban, no one had dared to engage in A-level tasks, nor even B-level missions. Only Alexander had managed to complete a C-level task. Now, at last, there seemed to be a clue regarding a major undertaking. Instantly, the viewership surged. However, before Jiang Tao and his companions could fully comprehend their surroundings, a series of metallic clangs resonated from outside the vehicle. What creature is attacking us? Mimi cautiously remained inside, refusing to exit. Let me take a look, Jiang Tao said, peering through the window, yet he saw no adversaries. Just as confusion set in, his third eye gradually opened. The central screen of the vehicle activated. Master, please be advised. The vehicle is under attack. The group turned their gaze to the large screen, where they beheld a circle of diminutive figures no taller than 30 centimeters, adorned with mushroom caps atop their heads, seemingly emerging from nowhere. They brandished green spears crafted from unknown plant roots, prodding at the vehicle, with particular focus on its four wheels. Those rascals are back. We must drive them away. Chapter 68. The Enchanted Village, the Minotaur Bandits of Thunder Cliff, Extraordinary Mushrooms. No wonder they initially went unnoticed. They were simply too diminutive. In Jiang Tao's third eye, the details of this group of little beings emerged. Mushroom people, a fantastical species thriving in forests and caves. They are widely distributed across many realms, lacking in strength, averse to conflict, and fond of peace. They possess a remarkable talent for cultivation and living. Gentle reminder, their flavor is exceptionally delightful. Even a small slice of mushroom can create a soup of unparalleled taste, which has led to many powerful clans plundering them. It turned out to be a group of small mushrooms. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The system of Big G issued a warning. Attention! If you continue to attack, the tires are about to burst. Just as the warning concluded, a peculiar sound echoed from outside the vehicle. The mushroom soldiers began to dance with excitement. One mushroom person, adorned with a red mushroom cap, shouted while raising a tree stem spear. We did it! The monster's weakness is that protruding little bump. We shall stab it and hold our ground. Big G cautioned. Tire pressure is rapidly decreasing. Please inflate quickly. Jiang Tao. She covered her mouth and chuckled. This little bunch is letting the air out for us. Jiang Tao, irritated, honked the horn. Beep, beep. A series of piercing sounds erupted, sending the mushroom soldiers scattering in fright. The monster is angry. Everyone hide. The red mushroom person, seemingly the leader, directed a retreat. Big G, do not underestimate my power. Do you think I am a mere shouty? Just as Jiang Tao intended to open the door and teach this group of mushroom people a lesson, Luya emerged from Demimi's bosom, urgently flying before Jiang Tao with outstretched arms to prevent him. Please do not harm them. The mushroom people are usually very friendly. Something must have happened today. Bang! Jiang Tao flung open the car door. Seeing this, Demimi and Shun, Shishi curiously exited the vehicle, finding no sense of danger from this little group. Mushroom people, after all, have quite a pleasant taste, Lilith murmured as she took flight. Upon noticing several humans emerging from a monster, the mushroom soldiers exchanged glances, brandishing their tree stem spears, hesitant to make a move. The red mushroom person jumped forward, pointing his stem at Jiang Tao and the others. Interrogating. Are you the big bad guys sent from Thundercliff? Do you intend to kidnap us? Thundercliff? A name both familiar and strange, despite their fierce demeanor. Due to their height and round faces, Jiang Tao and the others did not find them intimidating. Rather, they exuded a charming, endearing quality. Fearing a conflict between the two parties, Luya flew between them and quickly clarified. We are an adventuring team that came from below. We are not the villains of Thundercliff. Have you possibly misunderstood something? The fairy clan seems to have a good rapport with the mushroom people. After some dialogue, the mushroom people realized they had mistaken the identity of the newcomers. That large black object is not a monster, but rather a special tool. The red-capped mushroom person, named Noki, bashfully scratched his mushroom cap. I inadvertently caused damage to your tool. To express our apologies, please rest for the night in our village, and we shall repair your tools. Demimi gazed at the vibrant mushroom houses in the distance, exclaiming in delight, how wonderful! Shun Sisi retreated behind the group and discreetly messaged Jiang Tao, asking, brother, are they dangerous? Could they be attempting to lead us into a trap? JK remained vigilant, undeterred by their appearance, for she herself had a dual nature, sweet yet fierce. The girl's caution piqued Jiang Tao's interest. He scrutinized the mushroom folk closely. Bubbles of dialogue emerged. A group of peaceful mushroom folk, armed to protect their home and companions, are anxious and mean no harm. Favorability, 0. The mushroom, named Noachi, stood out prominently. Jiang Tao swiftly accessed its attributes. Name, Noachi, race, mushroom folk. Occupation, the first warrior of Mushroom Village. Level, E-grade top elite monster. Skills, Master Gardener, Earth Burrowing, Nature's Whisper, Venom, ultimate racial skill. Poses a lethal threat to extraordinary beings. Favorability, 0. Description, as the strongest warrior in the village, he failed to protect his companion. His childhood friend, Guguzi, was taken by a minotaur, filling him with regret and making his temperament increasingly irritable. Friendly reminder, politeness may yield unexpected rewards. Guguzi? Minotaur? Jiang Tao's expression turned peculiar. Yet it was no surprise that Noachi, the strongest in the village, was not an expert in combat, thus falling prey to the minotaur. There is no immediate danger. Let us advance into the village. As I sense the presence of a quest, Jiang Tao communicated to the group. Sisi breathed a sigh of relief. Following Noachi and the other mushroom folk, the group traversed the colorful mushroom fields, arriving at Mushroom Village. Along the way, curious mushroom caps occasionally peeked out from the fields and paths as the mushroom folk observed the newcomers. It was no wonder that the Ji was unexpectedly besieged. They emerged from the ground. By the way, the Ji was at the rear of the group, being gently nudged forward by a dozen mushroom folk, prepared for repairs in the village. Such adorable little creatures. In this enchanting village, the mushroom folk were certainly far more charming than goblins. It appeared that no conflict had arisen. Did Jiang Tao not wish to annihilate them? The audience watched intently as the group embarked on their adventure, marking their second encounter with an alien civilization. The recent tragedy at Nichuan Gangban was still fresh in their minds. Upon reaching the village, an elderly mushroom man with a black and white cap, white eyebrows, and a white beard approached with a staff, leading a throng of mushroom folk to greet them. It has been a long time since humans visited our village. As the village chief of Mushroom Village, I am Old Xianggu, and I extend a warm welcome to you." With that, he tapped his branch, and to Jiang Tao, Shun Cici, and Yang Mi's astonishment, vibrant and beautiful mushrooms sprouted beneath their feet. This seemed to be some form of a welcoming ceremony. In Jiang Tao's third eye attempted to discern their properties. Name: Old Mushroom. Race: Mushroom Man. Occupation: Village Chief of Mushroom Village. Level: D Class. Extraordinary Mushroom. Skills: Master of Life. Burrowing Transit. Affinity: 0. Introduction: As the eldest of the mushroom folk, he has lived for over a century, possessing a wealth of adventure experience and insight into human nature. However, age has rendered him frail. His combat prowess has significantly diminished. Warm reminder: please respect the elderly and cherish the young. Your prying has been noticed by the village chief. Sensing the cheerful gaze of Old Mushroom upon him, Jiang Tao felt a slight jolt of surprise. He hadn't anticipated that there existed an extraordinary mushroom within the village. Fortunately, he had refrained from acting hastily at the outset. Subsequently, the group was invited by Old Mushroom into a quaint mushroom house. Two lovely ladies perched upon the resilient mushroom stools, finding the experience utterly delightful. In truth, the entire interior was crafted from natural timber, exuding charm and whimsy. Upon learning the details of their predicament, Old Mushroom expressed his apologies and summoned several elder mushrooms to repair their vehicle. Shun Cici, filled with curiosity, inquired, "You not only cultivate crops, but also mend equipment?" Old Mushroom erupted in hearty laughter. Occasionally, dwarves pass through this area, and some of the younger mushrooms have taken the initiative to learn this craft. He assured them that by the following morning, the vehicle would be restored to perfect condition, perhaps even enhanced in its performance. Initially, they had mistaken the ruckus for that of monsters, driven by sheer panic. The figure standing behind the village chief, Noki, brandished a slender rod. "We are merely averse to conflict, yet we are certainly not lacking in strength." Lilith in the air wore a peculiar expression. Jiang Tao, direct and to the point, remarked, "It seems the village is facing some troubles. Is there anything we can do to assist you?" At this, Old Mushroom sighed, while Noki expressed his indignation. "A band of Minotaur bandits invaded our village a couple of days ago, wreaking havoc upon our fields and stealing our precious mushrooms. They even abducted my daughter, Mushu, which is why Noki and the others mistook you for foes." With this revelation, even Mimi realized that a quest had been triggered. Chapter 69, B-Level Mission. The Colossal Hell, the Mother Goddess World? A solemn reminder echoed in the ears of the trio. "Players, please take heed. You have activated B-Level Mission. Rescue the Mushroom Child." This mission pertains to multiple rooms and will trigger subsequent tasks, culminating in the final destination, the Colossal Hell Level Chamber. Thunder Cliff. You will be pitted against another formidable Minotaur civilization. Please deliberate carefully before accepting. Friendly reminder: accepting this mission will earn the endorsement of the Mushroom Village, signifying the conquest of the 50th Pivotal Chamber. Should you decline, your favor with the Mushroom people will diminish, and you must depart by dawn. Cici and Dammy both turned their gazes toward Jiang Tao. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Tao acknowledged the gravity of the situation. Given the current circumstances, even the extraordinary mushrooms and the dozens of mushroom soldiers led by Nuachi were unable to withstand the onslaught of the Minotaur brigands, revealing the strength of their adversaries. Furthermore, the necessity to traverse multiple chambers to reach their stronghold, Thundercliff, compounded the challenge. This B-level mission was merely the beginning. It would undoubtedly escalate further. Who could say that it wouldn't evolve into a conflict akin to that with the Neon people? The Minotaurs descending upon the 9 provinces. 40 billion viewers simultaneously received the mission alert, igniting a flurry of excitement in the comment section. The familiar scent of adventure wafted through the atmosphere. The initial pursuit of a simple goblin by Nichuan Gangban had ultimately spiraled into a harrowing confrontation with a terrifying goblin nest. The Minotaurs? Their strength seemed significantly superior to that of goblins. Could the esteemed Jiang Tao withstand such a challenge? The timing could not have been more exasperating. As the clock struck 6 o'clock, before Jiang Tao could make his decision, a bold red subtitle swept across the livestream. Thank you for watching. Dear audience, today's gaming broadcast concludes here. Please tune in promptly tomorrow at 6 a.m. Note, following the conclusion of the live stream, the national fortune feedback and penalties for death remain in effect. With a snap, the screen went dark, and the audience erupted in frustration. Couldn't they have delayed by just a couple of minutes? However, before the viewers could voice their indignation, the official team convened to strategize. A long-awaited, resounding proclamation reverberated through the air. Announcement from the great Xia. Congratulations to players Jiang Tao, Shun Cixi, and Yang Mi for being the first to conquer the 50th pivotal chamber, Mushroom Grove. The game strategy has surpassed the halfway mark. Let other players rally together to swiftly breach the 100th chamber and return to the Mother Star. Individual rewards for the 3 players have been distributed. National fortune feedback. Congratulations to Great Xia for a bountiful mushroom harvest, enhancing production by 3-fold and increasing the probability of yielding spiritual mushrooms. The sudden announcement and peculiar rewards left the crisis management team members, who had just finished their day's work, with bewildered expressions. How had they achieved this breakthrough? Observing Jiang Tao's livestream, thousands of foreign analysts concluded he had accepted the commission. They were calculating in the shadows whether this turn of events was a blessing or a curse. Regardless, preparation for the worst were underway. Satellite surveillance was mobilized, and Level 1 combat readiness was activated, standing by to welcome the Minotaur civilization's arrival. This directive had originated from the highest council. Tension gripped various regions of Great Xia as night fell. Upon hearing the announcement, numerous players expressed their astonishment at how swiftly Jiang Tao had progressed. Engaging in fervent discussions within the chat group, they speculated that the 50th room appeared to be quite manageable. Indeed, those who exhibited speed and reached the finish line first would be rewarded with the coveted first kill bonus. One player resolutely declared their ambition to be the first to conquer the 100 rooms, fervently pursuing the element of speed. The top 10 elite players scoffed at this declaration, deeming it reckless folly. In the mushroom village, nestled within the quaint mushroom houses, Jiang Tao accepted the task ahead. The greater the challenge, the more substantial the reward. Moreover, as they progressed, the adversaries would only grow stronger. By accepting the mission, they could also reap additional rewards. Shi and Mi nodded firmly in agreement, endorsing his decision. Once the task was assigned, Old Mushroom's demeanor shifted to one of warmth and benevolence. Even the figure of Noki behind him seemed to radiate a newfound affection, as indicated by the rising numbers of favorability 30, signifying their trust in the trio. Since these 3 brave souls are willing to rescue my daughter, I wish you all a safe journey. Old Mushroom proclaimed, raising his staff and gently gesturing towards them. In an instant, colorful little mushrooms sprouted above the heads of Jiang Tao. Shun Cixi and Yang Mi. Jiang Tao's was purple. Shun Cixi's a pinkish hue with hints of black, while Yang Mi's mushroom was a vibrant crimson. Congratulations, you have received the talent. Rainbow Mushroom. Jiang Tao realized this was indeed a personal feedback reward from the national fortune. However, he noticed that Old Mushroom, after casting the spell, appeared considerably weary. He opened the talent section to examine it. Rainbow Mushroom. When utilized, it draws vitality from the earth, bestowing the blessings of nearby mushrooms, healing both physical and spiritual wounds, and proving remarkably effective against poison. Brother, if only I had possessed this talent before, I would have spared myself much suffering. Shun Cixi remarked with a gentle laugh, playfully touching the little pink mushroom sprouting from her head, finding it rather amusing. As her hand made contact, the tiny pink mushroom retreated into her hair. Acquiring a proactive healing ability was indeed rare. Yang Mi also cherished this newfound talent. Village Chief, allow me to assist you to rest, Noki offered, helping Old Mushroom. Suddenly Lilith swooped down, demanding, Old Mushroom, I want in too. I wish to rescue your daughter as well. Why am I left without any rewards? Upon hearing her words, Leah emerged, leaving a trail of shimmering light. She brandished her tiny hammer adorned with flower buds, creating a gust in the air, and cheerfully exclaimed, while I am always eager to help and share a good rapport with you mushrooms, it is only fair that I receive my due. Fairies are no less than humans. Hearing the pleas of the succubus and the fairy, Old Mushroom chuckled wryly. Ladies, you truly are not suited for this. After a period of negotiation, Luya acquired a new mushroom outfit, only 20 centimeters in height, resembling a diminutive mushroom person. However, much to Jiang Tao's amusement, it turned out to be a top-tier bronze set, albeit labeled super miniature. Nevertheless, its attributes were commendable, providing speed and defensive capabilities. Lilith received a vibrant, multicolored mushroom hat as her reward. Upon seeing it, Noki's expression turned sorrowful. Name, Dreamy Mushroom Hat. Grade, Special Equipment, Biological Material. Effect, Beauty 5, Luck 5, Charm 50, Mental Damage Reduction -50. Description, a unique hat left behind after the transformation of the Mushroom Child, containing a fragment of her rare abilities. Brave warriors, tomorrow Noki shall guide you to Thunder Cliff. It is a perilous journey, and I hope you can rescue my unfortunate daughter. The sight of the hat evokes memories. As the old mushroom swayed his white beard, Jiang Tao suddenly recalled something and curiously inquired, Old Mushroom, you previously mentioned that you haven't seen humans in quite a while. What were the ones you encountered like? He was astonished, as the crossing of millions of players occurred only 5 days prior. Therefore, it could not have been other players, unless time flowed differently in various rooms of the cube building. However, the daily leaderboard suggests this is implausible. With this question, Cece and Yangmi listened with curiosity. The old mushroom regarded Jiang Tao with the same gaze one might reserve for a cabbage. Are not humans quite rare in the realm of the Mother Goddess? Chapter 70, Indigenous Civilizations, Enigmatic Mushrooms, and the Wrathful Bosses. The term Mother God World was unfamiliar to me. As Jiang Tao inquired further, the elder mushroom elucidated that their existence is within an immense space composed of numerous smaller realms, which they refer to as the Mother God World. This encompasses their mushroom clan, thriving in many small spaces, representing a significant civilization. The human populace surpasses that of the mushroom beings, and periodically, new humans inexplicably emerge. The more they listened, the more mystifying it became for Jiang Tao and his companions. Shun Cece remarked in the team channel, it seems that the Mother God World described by the village chief is indeed the cube mansion where we reside. Yangmi added, I wonder how the other humans are. Can they communicate? Such matters could be addressed later. For now, Jiang Tao's sole focus was on rescuing Mushu and returning home. You all should rest well tonight. Feel free to reach out if you need anything. Subsequently, the weary elder mushroom was assisted indoors, while Jiang Tao and his companions were led by Nuo Chi to a 3-story mushroom house. Are we staying here tonight? A change in sleeping environment intrigues Cece and Mimi. If you wish to sleep in separate houses, I can arrange that, Nuo Chi said with a simple nod, his demeanor turning exceedingly amiable after agreeing to assist in the rescue of Mushu. That won't be necessary, Jiang Tao replied, shaking his head. It felt safer to stay together. Curiously, he inquired, will any monsters intrude upon your domain during the night? He distinctly recalled the relentless pursuit of the Mother Soul Tree, particularly its penchant for nighttime ambushes. Nuo Chi waved his hand dismissively. You need not worry. Come nightfall, the mushroom forest will conceal itself, rendering it undetectable to monsters. Finally, a restful sleep awaited them. Upon hearing this, Shun Cece couldn't resist entering a cozy, furry bedroom. She was slightly embarrassed to discover that the bed, fashioned from a small pink mushroom blanket, barely accommodated her feet. Nuo Chi scratched his head. You can arrange the 5 beds together for sleeping. No need. I have my own mattress here, Jiang Tao replied, gesturing to produce a corner of a sea silk mattress, which also provided a massage feature for relaxation. Right, Sister Mimi? Jiang Tao winked at the elder Mimi, eager to discern the difference between youthful Mimi and her elder counterpart. However, elder Mimi seemed oblivious to his hint, cheerfully discussing with Shun Cece how to set up the beds for the night. At that moment, Lilith, adorned with a vibrant mushroom hat, interjected, Enough already. It's not bedtime yet. Now that you're here, what delectable treats do you have? Take us for a stroll. Shun Cece and Yang Mi's eyes lit up at the prospect. Indeed, it would be a shame to miss out on the experience. Yang Mi reminisced about a past variety show where they explored rural areas and scenic spots. Yet this was distinctly different. If you don't mind, you can sample our dinner. With that, Nuachi led the group outside to a plaza within the village as night fell. In a forest of mushrooms, towering golden, enoki mushrooms radiated a luminous glow, akin to street lamps, illuminating the village with a brilliant light. The variously shaped mushroom houses shimmered in a kaleidoscope of colors, reminiscent of neon lights. Mushroom folk, either nestled in their homes or congregating in the square, gathered around bubbling pots of mushroom soup, savoring the warmth. Do you also consume mushrooms? Jiang Tao inquired with a peculiar expression. Indeed, come and try some. It is quite delicious, Nuachi replied, seemingly unperturbed as he filled wooden bowls for a few. The other mushroom beings in the square curiously circled around, eager to observe. After confirming it was safe, Jiang Tao cautiously took a sip, finding the flavor exquisite, finishing it in just 3 gulps. I have never tasted mushroom soup this delightful before, Yami echoed, drinking swiftly as well. Noticing this, Nuachi summoned several mushroom soldiers, who brought over a large, inverted black pot typically used for celebrations, and prepared another batch of soup. However, Jiang Tao found the mushroom soup alone insufficient to satiate his hunger, so he plucked several large earth fruits from the shelter. Here, you are our guests. Please indulge in the fruits my home yields. Curiously, Nuachi accepted the earth fruits, which were as large as his own face. Brother Chi, tell me if they taste good, he remarked, as mushroom folk gathered around in eager anticipation. Generally, the mushroom beings were not fond of common foods, including all types of meat. Yet, the fragrant aroma of the earth fruits stirred a sense of excitement among several mushroom beings who clamored for a taste, albeit with a hint of trepidation towards humans. Here, they're also grown from the earth. Shishi offered a few earth fruits to the mushroom folk. I want this one, it's mine. The mushroom folk exclaimed, engaging in a playful scramble. Yet, upon taking a bite, they grimaced, finding it rather dry, reminiscent of gnawing on wood. I'm so full. After one bite, I could go 3 days without soup. This isn't fun. As the initial novelty wore off, the little mushroom folk scampered away in droves, leaving behind nibbled remnants of the earth fruits, resembling children in their playful disposition. Mimi and Shishi burst into laughter at the sight. Mimi found it amusing to tease the little mushroom folk and presented a basket of fresh strawberries, which they adored. In a frenzy, they rushed to claim the berries, their mouths turning a delightful shade of red, creating a scene of sheer hilarity. By the large black pot, Jiang Tao indulged in the mushroom soup paired with earth fruits, consuming over 20 before finally feeling satiated. Once the little mushroom beings had finished the baskets of strawberries, Mimi and Shishi ventured into a quaint, intriguing cottage, exploring the mushroom village further. Make sure to return early, Jiang Tao reminded them, assuming they were merely wandering about. Shortly thereafter, the two returned to the 3-story mushroom house, closing the door behind them. Shishi whispered conspiratorially, I have heard tales of a red mushroom in the village that can make one grow larger. Its effects are quite remarkable. Should we seek it out? Mimi chimed in. I too overheard 2 little mushroom folk mention that the village chief possesses a green mushroom, which he treasures dearly. Jiang Tao scoffed. Are we sure it isn't a poisonous mushroom? Regardless of the mushrooms, it appears that there are indeed many treasures here. Upon hearing his interruption, Yang Mi cast him a disdainful glance. As long as the task is completed, all of this can be obtained. Jiang Tao urged the two to rest early, saying, Lilith, you shall sleep upstairs with Cece tonight. However, Lilith expressed her desire to remain with the master on the first floor. Faced with Lilith's sorrowful plea, Jiang Tao remained resolute. I need to wash up and get some sleep. Shun Cece, wise and quick, darted upstairs. I'll take a shower too. As the situation turned dire, Mimi attempted to escape but was swiftly caught by Jiang Tao, who seized her small hand and wrapped his arm around her slender waist. With a gentle pull, they tumbled onto the sea silk mattress with a soft thud. What are you doing? Struggling in the embrace of the unpleasant man, Mimi glared at him after a few futile attempts. Are you not tired of this all day long? If it weren't for my improved health lately, I would surely fall ill from your antics. With a playful grin, Jiang Tao leaned in, playfully biting her delicate earlobe, and remarked, Mimi, you look 10 years younger today. even more beautiful. The first time I met you was in Xian Sanli. You were stunning, truly resembling a celestial being descending to Earth. So you mean I wasn't beautiful before? Demimi shot him a look, but the mention of returning to her youth sparked a flicker of curiosity in her heart. Seeing her reaction, the colorful neon lights of the mushroom house dimmed with a soft click. The air was fragrant. On the second floor, Shun Cece arranged 5 small beds together, placing a handkerchief-sized pink blanket over her navel, feeling an overwhelming sense of security as she closed her eyes, feeling akin to Snow White. Meanwhile, Lilith grew more spirited as the night progressed, sneakily slipping downstairs. Outside the mushroom grove, in a pitch-black cavern, the earth was disturbed as a sinister tree, filled with malevolent energy, violently wreaked havoc on everything around it. It weaved through the rooms surrounding the mushroom grove, sensing the presence nearby, yet unable to locate it. Oh, whoa, I've caught those little thieves, and I shall tear them to shreds. Coincidentally, not far from the mother and child ghostly tree, in several rooms, a giant troll wielding a bone-crushing hammer sniffed the wheel marks on the ground, enraged to discover that the scent of the thieves had vanished. Chapter 71. On the 6th day, the upgraded G-class and 2 waiting bosses. The following day marked the 6th day of the game. Jiang Tao, who had engaged in an intense battle throughout the night, was awakened by a notification sound from the game. A brand new day, good morning to the remaining 480,000 players, only 4 days left until returning home yesterday. 30,000 players unfortunately faced elimination. It seems luck was not on your side. The popularity leaderboard has been updated. The top 100 teams of players may collect their rewards. A total of 500 players have evolved into E-class new humans, keep striving to become the first extraordinary human. With substantial rewards awaiting upon hearing this announcement, several elite players sighed in dismay. Was it that they did not wish to evolve? The truth was that they could not even find a hint of progress. Big brother, it has been 2 days since you evolved to E-class. Do you feel akin to the extraordinary yet? A curious teammate from North America's leading squad inquired. Giant Rock Strong Forest flexed his impressive biceps and replied, "Though I'd like to say the distance is not far, I still need to accumulate a bit more." In truth, he lamented internally, feeling a vast chasm separating him from the extraordinary bosses encountered previously. I wonder how Jiang from Daxia is faring, he mused with curiosity. In the North American region, ranked 2nd in popularity and 10th overall, were the Catherine sisters, both of whom possessed golden hair, striking blue eyes, and flawless porcelain skin, clad in denim that showcased their long, snow-white legs. Not to mention, their exquisite beauty had captivated a multitude of seasoned players. "Sister, let us set off early today," suggested the younger Catherine, poring over a piece of parchment. They had acquired an intriguing item the previous day, and both felt compelled to delve deeper, likely triggering a quest. Jiang from Daxia is truly impressive. We should embark on a quest as well. The sisters quickly consumed a light meal, shouldered their backpacks, and grasped their pickaxes before setting off once more. In Mushroom Village, a knock echoed outside the 3-story mushroom house, accompanied by Norki's hearty voice. "Hurry and get up. Let us set off early while it is still light." On the hyacinth mattress, the diligent Mimi opened her sleepy eyes. Upon seeing the foul man lying beside her, she recalled recent events and unceremoniously gave him a swift kick. "You lazy beast, get up already." Jiang Tao, with his sturdy physique, remained impervious to her antics. However, seizing the opportunity, he rolled out of bed, chuckling as he quickly dressed. It must be said that there was indeed a distinct charm between a young girl and a married woman. One word, luscious. Suddenly, a wriggling motion occurred beneath the covers, and a pair of devilish horns emerged. Morning had arrived. Upon seeing her, Jiang Tao's irritation surged. "Lilith, get up at once. We are about to go live. If the audience sees this scene, it would tarnish my illustrious reputation." After some commotion, Cece from the 2nd floor also made her appearance. Outside, Norki waited impatiently. Jiang Tao and his companions, under Norki's guidance, proceeded to check on the G-class, which had undergone overnight maintenance. Upon sighting it, they could hardly recognize the vehicle. The color of the vehicle transformed from a deep black to a vibrant array of hues, flamboyant and eye-catching. However, several beautiful women were quite delighted to board and test it. Jiang Tao covered his face, wondering if the repairs were indeed excessive. A confident little mushroom mechanic waved a wrench enthusiastically. Fear not, the colors can change. We have applied a unique coating that is certainly more aesthetically pleasing than before. Is that so? Jiang Tao placed his hand on the car door with a hint of skepticism. To his astonishment, the area quickly shifted to a skin-like earthy tone. It seemed the transformation was indeed significant. He took a seat and tapped the central control screen to check the details. Name, luxurious G-Class, tier, bronze, category. Vehicle, skills, automatic climate control, adaptive cruise control, relentless collision, silent mimicry mode, thanks to the modifications by the mushrooms. The vehicle operates at an extremely low noise level, approaching silence, and can simulate its skin according to the surrounding environment. Mushroom tires, after experiencing a puncture. The mushrooms felt remorseful and replaced them with their special material, which requires no inflation and can withstand E-level attacks without damage. All-terrain adaptation, after modifications by the mushrooms. The vehicle can traverse mountains and rivers, demonstrating exceptional durability. Who would have thought the mushroom folk possessed such remarkable craftsmanship? Why was the vehicle unrecognizable at first? In response to his perplexity, Nuo Chi explained, several elders in the village have traveled and learned repair skills. The younger mushroom folk, having remained in the village, are naturally unaware. Understanding dawned upon him. Subsequently, Jiang Tao stowed away the vehicle and claimed his reward from the previous day, striking luck with 3 second-tier spirit crystals. They then enjoyed a delicious mushroom soup prepared by the mushroom folk, while Jiang Tao and his companions indulged in some meat. Shishi even wished to share with the mushroom folk, only to have them hastily retreat. We do not eat meat. Do you have any strawberries from yesterday? Here you go. With kindness in her heart, Shishi presented them with several boxes of strawberries as gifts. Once everything was prepared, Elder Shiitake led dozens of mushroom folk to the village entrance to bid them farewell. Grandfather, rest assured, I will certainly bring back the Giguzi, Nuo Chi promised his companions, carrying a white mushroom backpack. I hope you all return safely. Elder Shiitake then bestowed a blessing spell upon them. Following this, Nuo Chi produced a map. Curiously, Jiang Tao inquired, isn't the room supposed to move at any moment? Can we rely on it to locate the Giguzi? Nuo Chi gazed at 2 blinking points on the map and explained, like Thundercliff, Mushroom Village has a fixed location. We may only need to take a detour. Moreover, this map records the location of the Giguzi. Nodding in comprehension, Jiang Tao and the others followed Nuo Chi until they reached a passageway. Habitually, Jiang Tao looked up ahead. The ruined cave. A furious mother and child soul tree is resting, replenishing its energy from the previous night. If you enter now, you might as well deliver dinner. Ah, what? As Norki stowed away the map and confidently brandished a small pickaxe, preparing to excavate a passage, Jiang Tao's voice rang out sharply, wait. The little hand of Norki, holding the pickaxe, froze mid-air, his mushroom hat askew. What is it? Jiang Tao wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Let us take another route. There is something unpleasant ahead. To his surprise, the dreadful mother and child wraith tree lay in wait. Very well, but it seems we must take a longer detour. Though concerned for the safety of his companions, Norki chose to trust Jiang Tao's counsel. He led the group through the fields and arrived at another passageway, just as he was about to dig the first scoop when Jiang Tao's voice halted him again. Wait, you cannot dig here either. What now? Norki looked at Jiang Tao, speechless. CC, munching on a box of strawberries, Mimi, and even Lilith observed him intently. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Jiang Tao's forehead. A furious troll lay sleeping behind them, having toiled all night without catching the thieves who had stolen his golden berry grass, and his rage was escalating. Friendly reminder, if you wish to avoid becoming a mere meat pie, it is best to steer clear. This is a D-grade troll. The morning had been filled with startling revelations. Big Mimi popped a strawberry into her mouth, mumbling. Jiang Tao pointed at her strawberry basket, saying, when you engage in this life, you must eventually pay the price. The owner of the strawberries you consume awaits us ahead to settle the score. Upon hearing this, Yang Mi and the others paused. A shiver ran through Luya, whose strawberries fell back into the basket. She had no desire to be captured by the troll and enslaved. From a young age, she had heard tales of her companion's grim fates. Thus, They were left with no choice but to take another detour. Reluctantly, Norky continued leading the group until they discovered a third passage. Just as he was about to raise his pickaxe to dig, he suddenly halted and glanced at Jiang Tao. "Human, is it safe this time?" Jiang Tao focused ahead. Before them lay a chaotic chamber ravaged by monstrous trees. The 3 decaying wolves had been reduced to lifeless husks. Entering now would yield 3 spirit crystals and a bronze chest. "This is perfect, it's safe." Upon hearing this, Norky swiftly resumed digging. Jiang Tao could not bear to let the little fellow toil alone, so he summoned the goblin laborers to assist. With a single swing of their pickaxes, the goblins worked at a pace several times that of Norky's. Seeing this, Norky did not cease his efforts, but continued digging while engaging in conversation. "I've encountered them before. They attempted to rob me, but were driven back. Interestingly, the goblins' relatives, the dwarves, though hot-tempered, are quite kind to us. Several craftsmen in our village learned their trade from them." "Ah, I see." As they conversed, the passage was soon excavated, and Norky, brave despite his small stature, was the first to pass through the shimmering veil. "Let us go." Jiang Tao beckoned to his 2 companions. "I hope we can return here one day." Big Mimi cast a reluctant glance back at the enchanting mushroom village before stepping through alongside Cece. Chapter 72. The Fate-Stealing Artifact and the Approaching S-Class Annihilation. Room 51. The ground appeared as if it had been plowed, a scene of utter devastation, with ravines scattered about. What transpired here? Noki, grasping a spear fashioned from a tree trunk, cautiously surveyed the surroundings, wary of lurking monsters. His anxiety heightened upon noticing several wolf corpses lying in the ravines, prompting his petite red mushroom cap to emit vapor. This scene, Shinsisi found the terrain somewhat familiar. She exchanged glances with Sister Me, realizing that the mother and child specter tree from the previous night had wreaked havoc here. There seemed to be no remaining traps. Let us gather any leftover supplies and continue on our journey. Since learning that they were being pursued by 2 formidable bosses, Jiang Tao felt a newfound urgency. He no longer dared to meander leisurely. He approached the 3 decaying wolf corpses and commenced gathering materials. Although some intact components were absent, he still acquired spirit crystals, which were a fortunate find. Acquired tattered wolf skin 20, rotting wolf meat 200, poisonous wolf fangs 50, second-tier spirit crystals 3, wolf venom 20 drops. According to the description, these decaying wolves possessed potent toxins, and their combined strength was formidable. However, they had unfortunately encountered a frenzied high-tier D-class creature, which led to their demise. "Brother, give me those wolf fangs. I can craft several poison arrows," Cece said, eyeing the wolf meat and skin, which were inedible. Jiang Tao, ever accommodating, shook a few vials of deadly poison and inquired, "Do you want the wolf venom? It carries numerous viruses, including rabies." Cece shivered, shaking her little head vigorously. "No, it looks so disgusting. If you don't want it, give it to me." To Jiang Tao's surprise, Noki reached out for the venom. "What do you want this for?" he asked, curiously handing it over. The wolf venom was only a threat to elite creatures and had minimal effect on extraordinary beings, rendering it rather useless to him. Noki took the vial and poured it directly onto her red mushroom cap, which seemed to breathe, drawing in all the venom. After a moment, her small face flushed red, but she exhibited no adverse effects. "Let us stockpile some. When we reach Thundercliff, the Minotaurs want to know what hit them." Noki clenched her tiny fist. "Xiao Tao, come quick. There's a chest over here." On the other side of the room, Demimi, accompanied by Lilith, made a new discovery. Surprisingly, Noki did not notice the presence of the treasure chest. Following this, Demimi proceeded to open it. "Good fortune. Congratulations. You have obtained a monster-repelling spray 1, second-tier spirit crystals 2, and golden fertilizer 1. Jiang Tao glanced curiously at the 2 new items. Monster-repelling spray. 5 uses. Spray on oneself to reduce presence, causing monsters to cease attacks. Golden fertilizer. When sprinkled beneath plants, it doubles yield, maintaining effects for 3 uses. This spray is for you. The fertilizer can be applied to the golden berry grass later." Once arrangements were made, Jiang Tao, accompanied by several companions, continued their journey. In order to avoid the 2 formidable bosses, they had to take a longer route. After several warnings, Nuo Qi began to recognize Jiang Tao's remarkable talent and decided to follow him, agreeing with whatever he said. While Jiang Tao was navigating through challenges, an event of great significance was unfolding in the outside world. The goblin nest on Sakura Island had been completely eradicated. The Goblin King, which had cast a shadow over the island's inhabitants due to his overwhelming power, was ultimately captured only to be defeated by missile strikes. The most substantial gain from this operation was the Flesh Chamber, a symbol of a new race and civilization. Inside this chamber, many witnesses beheld a shocking scene. Numerous corpses of previously deceased humans were consumed by the Flesh Chamber, giving birth to new humans. Experts analyzed that the heart of this chamber was none other than the Goblin Matriarch. Should we thoroughly research the heart of the nest? A monumental breakthrough in our biological technology could be on the horizon for human civilization. The Supreme Leader, who had been closely monitoring this matter, along with the Masonic forces he represented, regarded this as an opportunity to surpass the Great Xia, placing immense importance on it. How to deal with the suspected Goblin Sword Saint, known as Nichuan Gengsaka. The Prime Minister subtly suggested a collaborative research effort. The Supreme Leader, appearing jovial on the surface, covertly assigned local individuals to handle the cleanup and sanitation tasks. Core confidential research was primarily conducted by American personnel, which incited anger among the island's leaders and common folk. We bear the suffering while you reap all the benefits. The people of Sakura Island had long believed themselves to be one of the formidable nations on Blue Star, with ancestors who once swept across Asia in glory. Now, in the midst of an unprecedented upheaval, they were unwilling to be mere spectators, nor to serve as a garment for the White Eagle Federation. Thus, the cabinet began utilizing the barrage function to rally the island's players within the game to unite, amassing resources and items behind a few top players. Surprisingly, this strategy proved effective. After all, the majority of ordinary players merely wished to survive and return home. With the promise of substantial rewards upon their return, they offered their acquired resources to high-level players at the paltry price of 1 wood and 1 soil. With such a resource accumulation, the initial player, Yamada Hiroshi, was promoted to the forefront. With both internal and external efforts, his popularity soared, and he began to break into the top 10 rankings. Among the many items, the cabinet was particularly intrigued by an exceedingly rare scroll, Fate Theft, a highly rare item that, when used, allows the user to steal the talents of a creature player. Note, the target must lose their ability to act. The more their mental strength deteriorates, the higher the probability of success. This item was classified as the highest secret and was not revealed in the live broadcast, nor was it detected by the observers of the White Eagle Federation, being directly reported to the Prime Minister. Upon learning of it, the Prime Minister placed great emphasis on the matter and convened a small yet significant meeting with the most crucial members of the cabinet. The discussions of the meeting remain unknown. However, afterward, the cabinet assembled a large team specifically tasked with analyzing the strength and data of Jiang Tao's group, particularly focusing on Jiang Tao, collecting data, and constructing a 3D model. The leaders, particularly intrigued by the fervently discussed talent ranking, especially the so-called Eye of All-Seeing Clarity, find themselves divided in sentiment. Recent events have stirred considerable unrest, with diplomatic ties severed with Dacia and calls for military action from the European alliance. As time progresses, anxiety escalates. Not only have they sought assistance from Europe, but they have also activated a state of heightened military readiness. This urgency is prompted by the game's alarming announcement. Current remaining players, 23. If this trend continues, the endurance for the coming days appears grim. My goodness, are we on the verge of witnessing a level S national catastrophe as per Rule 5? Many spectators are both astonished and terrified. All blame is directed at Dacia. It's all Jiang Tao's fault. Numerous netizens from Lithuania express their outrage. If Jiang Tao had not eliminated the strongest team, would they be in such a dire predicament? Many citizens have caught wind of the situation and are attempting to flee the nation. Meanwhile, neighboring countries have intensified their defense measures to avert disaster. The people of Lithuania, in a state of frantic agitation, resemble ants on a hot skillet, scurrying in every direction. Chapter 73. The 55th Nightmare Room. Minotaur Camp, the Rescued Dwarves. Driving the formidable G-Class through a series of uncomplicated challenges, we effortlessly crushed our way forward. Upon reaching the 55th room, we found ourselves amidst a labyrinthine rainforest, fraught with treacherous vines and traps, and home to a formidable 7-meter-long forest python. It was only then that our group disembarked from the vehicle. Lo and behold, despite its diminutive stature, Noki, the village's foremost warrior, had mastered the art of burrowing with remarkable skill. Coupled with its exceptional expertise in toxic arts, it engaged in a fierce battle with the python, darting in and out of the shadows to deliver sudden strikes. The forest python, thoroughly irritated by the relentless assaults of the tiny mushroom creature, found itself thwarted whenever it attempted to unleash its formidable attacks. At that moment, the mesmerizing Medusa eye of the distant Dami glimmered, and in an instant, the python was petrified. With great finesse, Shunsisi launched several wind arrows, piercing the creature's vulnerable spot with astonishing speed. Yangmi, curious and eager, practiced with her desert eagle, causing the python's body to explode in a flurry of gaping wounds. Minutes later, the python lay lifeless. Throughout the encounter, Jiang Tao refrained from engaging, opting instead to observe his comrades vanquishing the beast. He contemplated that, through real combat experience, me and she had demonstrated their capability to eliminate elite foes without sustaining harm. Even if they were to clash with other formidable teams, they would hold their own against fellow players, as they were, after all, under his guidance. We must hasten our journey. Darkness will soon descend upon us. After defeating the python, Noki extracted venom from its fangs, anxiously brandishing a tree branch spear. To avoid the trolls and shadow trees, the group navigated through several rooms. I understand your urgency, but let us not rush, Jiang Tao advised as he moved forward to extract materials. Acquired. Premium Python Skin 1, Forest Python Meat 5000. Detoxifying Snake Gallbladder 1, Refreshing Eye Drops 2 bottles. The eye drops were beneficial for the eyes, and Jiang Tao generously distributed them to she and me. 1 bottle each. The python skin, a lengthy strip, could be fashioned into leather armor or cloaks, though they lacked the necessary blueprints. This thought reminded Jiang Tao of the precious night demon skin hidden in the warehouse. Yet lamentably, he lacked the skill to utilize it. After a lengthy afternoon of travel, let's prepare snake meat for our meal. Me and her companion found a clear area to enjoy their lunch. Jiang Tao instinctively scanned the surroundings. The crisis in the rainforest has been averted. If one searches diligently, they may gather some delectable edible plants. To the left lies a graveyard. Proceeding in that direction will lead one further from Thundercliff, where they may encounter the mother and child shadow trees. To the right is a nightmare-level troll kitchen. A troll from afar, along with its companion, laments its tale of being robbed. The two trolls are simultaneously brewing a pot of fresh-bone soup. A friendly reminder, should you approach now, you may assist the unfortunate player in recovering their remains. Above, a common cave, neither perilous nor resource-rich. Below, a swamp is set by torrential rain. Venturing there could yield ample rainwater. Ahead lies a nightmare-level Minotaur frontline camp. A master dwarf miner inadvertently found himself amidst a fierce confrontation with 3 bull-headed guards, and he was on the verge of defeat. Nearby, in a refuse dump, one could uncover some discarded rare materials, along with a hidden bronze chest. Upon noticing this, Jiang Tao felt a surge of energy and hastily beckoned his companions, exclaiming, "It seems we cannot indulge in our lunch here any longer." "What is the matter?" Shishi inquired curiously. "The bull-headed creature's territory lies ahead." Jiang Tao succinctly explained the situation, to which Nuo Chi readily raised both hands in agreement. With this, Shishi and Mi ceased their chatter, and the group promptly prepared to rise. The rainforest path was intricately concealed. Some parts required tunneling, while others were obscured by creeping vines, revealing a large tree hollow once uncovered. Once ready, Jiang Tao signaled for the group to board the vehicle. Fortunately, Nuo Chi's stature was modest, allowing the group to squeeze in together. With a thunderous roar, the engine came to life, pulsating with ethereal energy as they plunged into the tree hollow. Room 56, the bull-headed camp. This was a makeshift encampment nestled within the forest. 3 armored, bull-headed creatures, wielding massive axes, were patrolling as per their usual routine of felling trees. Little did they anticipate that a dwarf master would unwittingly wander into their midst, just as the nearby mine required laborers to excavate. One of the bull-headed guards intended to seize the dwarf and return him as a slave. Such insolence! The dwarf master thought, sensing the impending danger. He attempted to escape, but was quickly flanked by the other 2 guards, who approached with malicious intent, effectively cornering him. A seasoned traveler, the dwarf master was no easy target. He brandished his hammer and engaged in combat with the trio. However, even his formidable skills struggled against their coordinated assault, and exhaustion began to take its toll. This is dire. I might truly be sent to the mines. Just as despair gripped the dwarf master, a resounding rumble echoed from behind, growing increasingly louder. What was happening? He wondered, only to witness a bull-headed guard, his expression shifting to one of alarm, shouting, "Quick! Get out of the way!" Without a second thought for his comrades, he hastily fled. The other 2, turning to face the source of the commotion, were met with the sight of a monstrous black vehicle barreling towards them. With a resounding crash, it sent the 2 bull-headed guards soaring into the air. "My apologies. I didn't see you there," Jiang Tao remarked, peering out of the window at the airborne figures. Stunned state. 2 more collisions will result in loss of mobility. Who are these humans? The surviving bull-headed guard, both astonished and enraged, prepared to charge, his hooves pounding the ground, horns aglow, nostrils flaring as he readied his most powerful assault. At that moment, a violet beam emanated from within the vehicle, halting the guard's charge mid-stride. Jiang Tao deftly maneuvered the vehicle, steering past the bull-headed guard. With a swift press of the accelerator, he crashed into the 3rd bull-headed guard, sending him soaring through the air like a golf ball struck with power. The Minotaur guards, upon being struck, found their petrification lifted and let out a harrowing scream. The 3 of them became ensnared in a stalemate mid-air, hindered in their movements. Jiang Tao navigated his vehicle, the majestic G-Class, like a baseball player, colliding with them one by one. After several impactful encounters, 2 Minotaur guards met their demise, while one sustained lighter injuries and succumbed to a state of dizziness, ultimately being captured as Lilith's second slave. Such exquisite creations. The freed dwarf master immediately recognized the proficiency of the G-Class. He was uncertain whether the newcomers were foes or allies until Jiang Tao and his companions disembarked from the vehicle. It was then that he discerned the peculiar ensemble before him. 3 humans, a dream demon, and a diminutive mushroom creature. It was my first encounter with a dwarf. Jiang Tao approached with a greeting, attempting to discern the dwarf's attributes. Name, Balin, race, dwarf, level, elite monster, E-Class. Skills, gold-seeking technique. Balin is experienced and can detect rare gold mines by examining the Earth's veins. Strength enhancement. As a member of the dwarven race, they possess innate physical strength. Master Smith. Having forged from a young age, Balin is adept in crafting various equipment, standing out as a paragon with extraordinary forging skills. Affection level 20. Your intervention has saved him, yet he remains somewhat wary. A thought bubble above the dwarf's head caught Jiang Tao's attention. A dwarf master who delights in fine wines, gourmet food, and travel. Should you elevate his affection level to 50, you may discover unexpected rewards. Chapter 74. The Dwarf Who Enjoys Ergo 2, Teammate 1, Evolutionary Gear? Where do you hail from? Balin the Clumsy inquired. Upon hearing the question, Noki stepped forward from the back, scrutinizing the dwarf for a considerable time before uncertainly exclaiming, "Master Balin, or perhaps Master Oli." The esteemed dwarf, upon hearing this, let his magnificent beard sway with delight. Indeed, it is the exceptionally wise Master Balin. "Young one, have you heard of my name?" Noki nodded enthusiastically. "Grandfather Biao from the village once encountered you. You imparted some forging techniques to him. He has always praised your unmatched skills." Noki proudly gestured towards the ever-changing exterior of the vehicle, saying, "This carriage was also modified using your techniques by Grandfather Biao. Is that so? Huh. No wonder it seems somewhat familiar." Dwarves revel in flattery, and Balin, stroking his beard, ambled in front of the vehicle, examining the craftsmanship. He indeed found traces of his own influence. Completely oblivious to having previously guided the mushroom folk, this did not diminish Balin's pride. Gained preliminary recognition, lowering his guard. Affinity 10. Observing the numbers above the dwarf's head, Jiang Tao wore a peculiar expression. However, with Noki as a communication bridge, many discussions became significantly easier. Through their conversation, Jiang Tao learned that Balin was wandering in search of rare ores when he inadvertently became entangled with a Minotaur guard. Upon hearing that they were headed to the renowned Thunder Bluff, Balin's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Then I shall first seek the ores. Remembering the hint about interests, Jiang Tao suggested, Master Balin, it is getting late. Let's have lunch first. The dwarf retrieved a hard, flat pancake from his backpack. This dry food is baked over a fierce fire, capable of lasting several months without spoiling. One could sustain themselves for a day after consuming it. Would you care to try? Shun Cici, filled with curiosity, shook her head. Yang Mi, retrieving the camping blanket they had previously spread in the rainforest, smiled and said, Master, you should sample our food instead. Yang Mi seemed to perceive Jiang Tao's ulterior motives, warmly attending to the dwarf, coupled with her enchanting smile. Balin's head was adorned with one indicators. For lunch, a casual meal was prepared. Jiang Tao first presented freshly slaughtered snake meat. Simmering it in a cauldron over spirit wood as fuel. Cici added various spices obtained from a supermarket, such as Sichuan pepper and bay leaves. The dwarf's eyes reddened in disbelief. Cooking with such precious spirit wood? Wait a moment, aren't those spices worth more than gold? Cease this at once. Use less. In response to the dwarf's pleas, the JK beauty lightly explained, Master, fret not. We have several boxes more. The snake meat requires some time to cook. Let's start with some cold dishes. Yang Mi cheerfully took a cube from Jiang Tao's hand, releasing a shelter and retrieving stacks of appetizers from the warehouse. There were 5-spice beef, assorted braised delicacies, and the perfect accompaniment for drinks, fried peanuts, and edamame. Only Jiang Tao dared to sample these dishes, as the two young ladies had little interest in them. However, the array of appetizers left the dwarf master utterly bewildered. Curiously, he showed no enthusiasm for the exquisite salmon sashimi or the succulent Boston lobster. Naturally, fine cuisine calls for fine wine. Jiang Tao, with a cheerful demeanor, retrieved several bottles of craft beer from the temperature-controlled storage, exclaiming, Master, do taste our wheat juice. Isn't that rather inappropriate? The dwarf master replied, swallowing hard as he declined. With a swift motion, Jiang Tao popped the cap off a bottle of beer, its frothy bubbles rising, and presented it to the master. Meeting is a matter of fate. Let's drink. Reluctantly yielding to Jiang Tao's hospitality, the dwarf managed to endure the spread of delicacies laid before him. Yet, the enticing aroma of the beer proved too tempting to resist. He lifted the chilled bottle, guzzling nearly half in one go, soaking his beard in the process, while his murky eyes suddenly sparkled with delight. What a peculiar juice. It's refreshingly cold, though rather mild. He finished the remainder with a satisfying gulp, feeling invigorated. Mild? Jiang Tao's eyes glinted with mischief. He then produced a bottle of Maotai, a rare find even in supermarkets. Yet, to unearth the dwarf's skills, such an expense was warranted. After pouring a glass for the dwarf, the master savored the aroma, nodding in approval, but soon shook his head, still not strong enough. What do you suggest? At that moment, Cici leaned closer and whispered in Jiang Tao's ear, Brother, I recall we brought a case of 72-degree Ergo 2, which is much cheaper than Maodai. Let the master try it. That made sense. The delicate fragrance of a young girl tickled Jiang Tao's ear. Upon noticing, Cici's cheeks flushed red as she stepped back to prepare the snake meat soup. When Jiang Tao presented a case of Ergo 2 and opened a bottle for the dwarf master, the rich scent of alcohol instantly captivated his attention. What treasure is this? A specialty from my hometown. Jiang Tao graciously poured a glass for the master. The dwarf eagerly took a sip, and with trembling hands, he downed the entire glass. Delicious. I have traversed hundreds of realms, yet I have never tasted such fine liquor. With food and drink in abundance, complemented by the steaming, aromatic snake meat, the dwarf indulged in 12 bottles of ergo during lunch. His beard turned crimson, and steam seemed to rise from his head as he pounded his chest, exclaiming, "I ascend this thundercliff. I'll take on those Tauren and rescue the little mushroom." System notification: Dwarf Master Balin has joined the party. Jiang Tao and Cece exchanged amused glances, both secretly chuckling. A mouthful of food binds one to another. There was a second notification. The sumptuous feast, especially the strong liquor, greatly pleases Balin's palate, raising his favorability to 80, achieving closeness. The tipsy dwarf master swayed as he stood up, grasping the hammer beside his camping blanket, declaring with bravado, "Your human cuisine is truly delightful. Having tasted your fare, I shall craft some equipment for you. A hidden reward has arrived." A wave of joy surged through Jiang Tao's heart as he hastily retrieved his prized flying dagger and the dual-pronged spear. "Master, please take a look. These two pieces of equipment are merely a step away from advancement. What exactly do they lack?" Despite the slight inebriation of the Barlinians, their spirits remained high, their strength attributes even enhanced. The master examined the items, his gaze wandering over them briefly before he concluded, "This spear is rife with impurities. With a few more strikes and the addition of a proportionate amount of mithril and mountain copper, it can be transformed into silver-grade equipment. At that point, its power would be 100-fold of what it is now. Similarly, this flying dagger requires the same treatment." The dwarf master continued, "However, mithril and mountain copper are quite rare, making the process of refinement rather challenging." "Master, I possess mithril," Jiang Tao exclaimed with a smile, revealing a handful of freshly minted, gleaming mithril in his palm. This was indeed the result of the diligent work of the goblin laborer 007. The dwarf master paused momentarily, his surprise evident. "Then we shall also need some mountain copper and a furnace with considerable firepower, and I can assist you in upgrading both pieces of equipment." Shun Cece raised her hand. "We have a furnace." Nachi, clutching a strawberry, chimed in, "On our way to Thunderbluff, we will pass through the Torn's mine, where mountain copper is surely abundant." Chapter 75. The lush prairie. After passing through 4 chambers, the group took a brief respite at the camp before preparing to set forth once more. Adhering to the principle of having come this far, Jiang Tao collected the remains of 2 minotaurs. Acquired: Tier 2 Spirit Crystals 2, Premium Beef 5,000, Bull Tendons 2, Mountain Axe, Bronze Grade 2, Elite Bull Horns 2, Bull Gallstones 2. It must be noted that the minotaurs are treasure troves in their entirety, boasting a significantly higher drop rate compared to other creatures. Particularly, the bull tendons are rare and can be fashioned into bows and crossbows.